His name was Starry Night, a young man who had transmigrated into a cultivation world. He possessed the ability to successfully perform soul possession 100 of the time, provided the target's merit points were negative. He had already embarked on his cultivation journey, accompanied by an extremely dangerous senior sister. One beautiful day, this senior sister came to challenge him to a swordsmanship spar. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't have a sword, so she handed him one. However, his superb sword-catching posture almost turned him into Yang Guo, the great hero of the Condor. He decided to reveal his trump card. He was very confident because he had already had the system help him break through in sword intent. Unexpectedly, he was instantly proven wrong when his senior sister lightly touched his sword and it fell to the ground with a clack. He yelled in anger, complaining that the system had tricked him, but the system immediately retorted, "You old man haven't even learned a single sword art and you want to spar in sword intent." Afterward, he borrowed a sword art manual, wanting to show off in front of the girl. He read at an incredible speed, which surprised his senior sister. In his imagination, he had already transformed into a graceful ethereal swordmaster. Confident, he stepped forward and said with full momentum, "Come on, little sister, I'll show you what the unity of man and sword means." The girl rushed forward without hesitation. Unexpectedly, he flexibly dodged her moves, frightening her out of her wits, but before she could recover, he suddenly turned and violently slammed into his senior sister's back, almost dislocating her waist. The girl quickly turned around and wielded her ringed sword. Seeing this, he skillfully dodged again. Witnessing this scene, the girl exclaimed in shock and panic, "Junior brother, what on earth are you doing?" He suddenly noticed something was wrong, clutching his head and shouting, "Damn it, I really hit my head, woo woo." More exciting plots await. Everyone is welcome to watch the content. I am a sky from the immortal realm filled with hazy golden clouds. A blue soul fell from high above as if from an endless void. A voice came from somewhere echoing, "I didn't expect to encounter a human soul here. It seems neither your fate nor mine should end here." A blinding light shot directly into the soul's mind. He suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open. "Where is this?" The voice of a strange creature came from beside him, as if from another dimension. It had blue hair unlike that of a human, and glasses obscured its eyes. "Congratulations, Soul ID Y951801616. He was confused and bewildered, both surprised and scared. "Why do you call me a soul?" It turned out his name was Starry Night, a 20-year-old university student. Distraught, Starry Night kept asking, "What do you mean?" The creature beside him remained silent, offering no explanation, and continued, "Because you accumulated enough merit points during your life, you can use them for a lucky draw, with a chance to win generous reincarnation rewards." Starry Night was astonished and bewildered. "What are you talking about? Where is this?" The blue-haired official in charge explained, "This is the starting place for souls and also their ending place. It was located within the primordial divine artifact of the Great Thousand Worlds, the Reincarnation Pagoda. Its architecture was grand and ancient, towering majestically like an old temple pagoda, floating amidst the vast Milky Way." The blue-haired sprite explained, "I am your reincarnation official, ID 177,633. By the way, my appearance was automatically generated based on your preferences." "That sounds incredible. I thought this only happened in movies." Starry Night scratched his head in confusion, letting out a dry laugh. "Ahahaha, which TV station's prank show is this?" Seeing Starry Night still completely confused, the reincarnation official angrily kicked him hard in the stomach, hoping to snap him out of it. He cried out, "Arr!" clutching his stomach, his face turning purple. "My stomach, woo-woo." The reincarnator knew that even a hard kick wouldn't actually harm Starry Night. She said, "Does that explain your confusion? You are currently in a non-physical soul state." Fear suddenly gripped him, and Starry Night's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down. "Wait, I think I remember something." Memories surfaced. Starry Night recalled rushing into the water without hesitation to rescue a drowning little girl. He remembered, "I was walking when I saw a little girl fall into the water and I jumped in to save her." He looked down at his own ethereal, unreal hands. Starry Night was startled, unable to recall anything that happened afterward. He said with concern, "Does that mean I'm already dead?" Despite this, Starry Night still worried about the little girl he had risked his life to save. "What about that girl? Was she saved in the end?" The blue-haired official slowly handed Starry Night a statistical report. "According to your merit record, she was saved." The merit report read, "Delivered meals to sick roommate for a week, merit 1. Secretly ate sick roommate's food, merit -1. Special note, sacrificed self to save drowning little girl, merit 10,000. Even more interestingly, because he found the reincarnation official pretty, he thought many filthy thoughts, merit -2. Reading this, Starry Night was so embarrassed he was sweating profusely. He covered the report in front of him with his hand, scratching his head and laughing. "Ahahaha, that's great then, at least I didn't die for nothing." Nevertheless, hearing that he had sacrificed himself and was now far from the real world and his family, Starry Night still reflected with deep regret and remorse. "But Mom and Dad, my uncles and aunts, they will definitely be sad. I used to mock them for only knowing how to compete and make money, saying that no amount of money can buy health. Now I, the healthiest one in the family, died first. No one wants to see white-haired parents bury their black-haired child." The reincarnation official didn't pay much attention to Starry Night's thoughts. She was only concerned with her work tasks. "Allow me to introduce you. This is the merit point lottery machine." Starry Night couldn't immediately adapt to the cruel reality of his death. He sighed, "Can I grieve for a moment first?" the merit point lottery machine appeared, looking very modern like a machine from the future. The reincarnation official pointed at the machine and explained, "Drawing a reward requires 8,888 merit points. You have just enough merit points for one draw. You have a chance to win rare reincarnation rewards or even direct resurrection." Hearing the immense temptation before him, Starry Night seemed to forget all his troubles, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, are you serious?" He clasped his hands in prayer. "Heaven help me, I've never won anything in my life and I'm unlucky in games too. At least this time, let me have a stroke of incredible luck." He used up all his lifetime's prayers and luck. Starry Night decisively pressed the resurrection button and shouted, Wow, this momentum, it's happening. The resurrection machine chimed. "Congratulations, you have drawn the reward Cultivation Grand Gift Pack. You can retain your memories, and will randomly enter a cultivation planet plus a 100 successful soul possession ability." "Ha, did I hear that wrong? How does that sound so absurd?" Starry Night's face stiffened, and before he could raise another question, the reincarnation official performed a few steps, completing Starry Night's reincarnation procedures. "Now teleporting you, pervert Starry Night." Starry Night was startled, and before he understood what was happening, he chased after her, saying, "At least explain it more clearly. Who's the pervert? If you don't want me to overthink things, then don't turn into someone I like." The official slowly explained, "I probably don't need to explain retaining memories again, do I? Soul possession means your soul body directly enters another person's body, using their identity to be reborn. The operation for this grand gift pack is very foolproof. You just need to shout soul possession in your mind and then rush towards the target." Starry Night asked in confusion. "Doesn't that mean the original owner of that body has already been killed by me?" The official replied after hearing him. "That's right, which is why soul possession has restrictions. You can only possess bodies with negative merit points." It sounded disheartening, and Starry Night worried. "Negative merit points? Does that mean I can only be a bad person?" "Indeed, if you find it unsuitable, you can also choose to give up the grand gift pack." The official offered another option. Starry Night quickly said, "I was just reflecting, eliminating harm for the people is quite good." He had his own little scheme, and it would be a loss if he gave up. Starry Night stroked his chin, calculating. "Can I look up the person with the lowest merit points in the reincarnation world? I want to possess him." The official understood and offered advice. "You can look it up, but you must consider it carefully. The person with the lowest merit points in the cultivation world must be a great demon who brings disaster to the country and its people, is bloodthirsty, and has many enemies." Starry Night didn't feel scared after hearing this. Instead, he was confident and triumphant in his calculations. "A great demon definitely has self-preservation abilities. Once I successfully possess him, I can just go live a reclusive life." The official didn't stop him either. "All right then, soul possession requires you to personally operate it. I will teleport you to the target." She skillfully operated the reincarnation machine, adding a teleportation location restriction. Within 10 meters of the person with the lowest merit points in the world, the machine reported the addition as successful, and Starry Night worried, "Cultivators in this world must be very strong. Won't they discover me, a soul body?" The official reassured him. "Please rest assured, the reincarnation pagoda will completely mask your aura until you successfully possess the body." With that, she bid Starry Night farewell. "Have a pleasant reincarnation, Mr. Pervert." This farewell carried a hint of playfulness and mockery. Starry Night seemed to leave angrily, shouting "you" before disappearing. No sooner had Starry Night left than a black hole appeared out of nowhere beside the official, and an entity with strange galaxy-like colors emerged from it. The entity asked, "ID 177,633, where did the soul you were in charge of go?" She replied with a hint of bewilderment, "He has successfully reincarnated. What's wrong?" The galaxy entity sounded very confused, replying, "Something is strange. We discovered that although he is a soul who just entered the reincarnation pagoda, his time of death clearly showed 3 years ago." The reincarnation official seemed unable to believe her ears, hearing such an absurd thing for the first time in her life, and turned her head to ask, "What do you mean?" Starry Night successfully reincarnated to a certain location, his body still enveloped in wisps of green smoke. Teleportation location confirmed. Please use your reward within half an hour. The system prompt sounded. Starry Night was as excited as a child who had received a pass to an amusement park. He had arrived in the cultivation world completely unaware of what challenges awaited him. Before he could rejoice for long, a platinum-haired girl, holding a sword surrounded by lightning, rushed over like lightning, attacking him by surprise. Starry Night's face turned green with fright, his body stiffened, nailed to the ground like a wooden stake, only able to helplessly cover his head with his hands and shout, "You're kidding, right? Didn't you say I couldn't be seen?" As he spoke, he instinctively staggered sideways. "Heroine, spare my life." The woman before him completely ignored him, decisively thrusting her sword straight into Starry Night's side. But what was more terrifying was that as soon as the sword pierced, it was enveloped by a dark and crimson power, which backfired on the sword's strength. The power was extremely fierce, attacking so violently that it reached the sword's owner's hand, and before long her entire arm was corroded to a dark crimson hue, causing the woman to quickly retreat and slam hard into her junior sister behind her. Her junior sister anxiously asked, "Senior sister, are you all right?" The senior sister, clutching her injured arm, replied, "I'm fine. This confinement formation is very high level. We alone cannot break it," she said powerlessly. Starry Night sighed in relief as if a great burden had been lifted, as if he had snatched back his life. So this confinement formation isn't targeting me? Didn't it say it would teleport me next to a great demon? Why are there only these two women? He sat there, complaining that the system hadn't followed his instructions. The junior sister saw her senior sister's serious injuries and felt extremely flustered. Starry Night still couldn't accept it, holding his head and sighing, wait, could it be a demoness? I should have confirmed the gender first. A cultivation demoness with a gender-swapped starting scenario. He suddenly froze, sensing something. What was this? It seemed he could see people's merit points displayed as numbers above their heads. Are those above their heads really merit points? They're all positive numbers, so they're not my sole possession targets. It was truly wondrous. Starry Night could actually see the merit points of the people in front of him. The senior sister's merit points were 1086 and the junior sister's were 325. Undoubtedly these two were good people who had done many good deeds and helped others. Suddenly a voice full of darkness came from somewhere. He, that's right. Without reaching the late golden core stage you cannot break this formation. Everyone turned in confusion toward the direction of the voice. The junior sister innocently bowed with clasped hands. Senior, we are disciples of Qingyun's sect and have inadvertently intruded upon your cultivation retreat. We hope Senior will forgive us, the strange voice said with an evil charm. Oh, what this old man likes most are cultivators from righteous sects like you. Starry Night backed away in confusion. How what? Who is he? From a distance, a figure tightly wrapped in a black robe. Since that is the case, Senior, please open the formation so this junior can personally pay respects to Senior. Starry Night could actually see the black-robed man. He thought to himself, it seems my soul body can penetrate the formation. My heavens, what is this? Did Starry Night see wrong? The black shadow tightly wrapped in a black robe had a messy white beard and his face was covered in long scars. And most terrifyingly, his merit points were -1,210,787,253. A number in the billions, simply horrifying. He wondered how many appalling crimes and utterly depraved deeds he must have committed for his merit points to be negative billions. He said eerily, he, as expected of righteous sects, all of you are very polite. Could it be that the junior sister had mistaken the person and fallen into his trap? Starry Night trembled uncontrollably. Negative billions in merit points, this guy is the real demon. How many bad things must he have done? He thought that while possessing him could save the two girls' lives. This old man was old and ugly and seemed on the verge of death. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Indeed, this guy's appearance was rough and thorny, as ugly as a toad. His cultivation journey began by collapsing on the ground. Wisps of hazy green smoke suddenly emerged from beneath the two women's feet. The black demon spoke. But this poisonous gas is a corpse poison refined by this old man. Once infected, the skin will rot and the internal organs will dissolve, eventually turning you into living dead who can neither live nor die. The two women's hearts pounded in fear after hearing this, and they cried out with pale faces. What? He continued. There is a mechanism within the formation. By injecting spiritual energy, the poisonous gas can be drawn outside the formation. But before he finished speaking, the senior sister fiercely slashed her sword at the center of the Bagua disc of the formation mechanism. The junior sister stood anxiously outside, unable to stop her senior sister, stammering, Say senior sister. The senior sister calmly replied, Tisk, there's even a restriction protecting it. The black demon roared in exasperation. What on earth are you doing? Didn't you hear this old man speak? This is the mechanism that can draw the poisonous gas out. Do you want to destroy it because you don't want to live anymore? He was also surprised by the senior sister's daring and fearless challenge to him. The innocent junior sister still stubbornly interrupted, Yes, senior sister, let senior finish speaking. It was then that the senior sister explained to her junior sister, He is no senior, he is merely a demonic cultivator who delights in tormenting others. She demonstrated her wisdom and insight to the enemy. Anyway, he would also say that there are innocent mortals outside the formation, and to save ourselves we would have to kill others. Then he wants to see us cultivators who claim to be righteous make wrong choices to protect ourselves, ultimately failing to survive, thereby becoming material for him to mock the righteous path. Rather than that, it would be better to just die. Her tone was full of caustic and sarcastic remarks, denouncing the demonic cultivators' evil deeds and disgusting sins, how the evil path had cornered the righteous sects, making them his playthings and objects of ridicule. Starry Night, standing outside the conversation, thought to himself, Great, is this what I expected? It even stunned this demon. Before the two could find a solution, the purple light orb before them suddenly flickered. A trace of worry flashed across the junior sister's face. The senior sister reassured her. Don't worry, it's just a planet projection. The senior sister was indeed calm and collected, and even the demonic cultivator had to admit it, exclaiming, He, quite a bit of cleverness. He still maintained a strange and malicious appearance, saying triumphantly, Indeed, outside the formation are the mortal children this old man captured. He then pointed to an iron cage where children were held, their mouths gagged with rags, unable to cry out. They were confined like animals. The demonic cultivator showed no remorse for his crimes. This old man will see if you can still be so clear-headed when you are tormented by the corpse poison, unable to live or die. Senior sister was unusually calm, taking an emerald green medicine bottle from her ring. The junior sister beside her joyfully said, Is it a detoxification pill? As expected of senior sister, your preparations are truly thorough. The black demonic cultivator heard that there was an antidote and laughed mockingly. How ridiculous. A mere detoxification pill, and you think it can cure this old man's corpse poison? But it seems senior sister already has her own considerations and decisions, she said. This isn't a detoxification pill, this is a poison I researched. It's colorless and odorless, and it can disperse in the air. If cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage inhale even a breath, their souls will return to heaven. Hearing this, the junior sister, who was at Chi refining level 9, gasped and staggered backward. Wait, why is senior sister taking out poison? It was truly perplexing. The senior sister remained surprisingly calm, opening her self-made poison bottle as she spoke. Mixing my poison with his corpse poison will allow those children to die painlessly. After sending them on their way, we will then commit suicide. I truly admired the senior sister's decisiveness and resolve. In a critical moment, she still thought of those innocent imprisoned civilian children and showed no fear of death, because if her death had value, she was willing to give her life. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, finding the decision incredible. The junior sister, timid by nature, tugged at her senior sister's hand and pleaded, "No, don't be rash. Think if there's any other way, senior sister." But the senior sister remained unyielding. "This is the best solution I can think of." It was as if she had carefully calculated every step, even including her own end. The junior sister cried out in fear, "This isn't the best way. If we're going to commit suicide, why involve those children?" Although timid, the junior sister had a warm heart. She still cared for the children and was willing to follow her senior sister in sacrifice. The senior sister had no other choice but to explain to her junior sister. Being captured by this evil cultivator, death is the best liberation. The demonic cultivator merely stood there, contemplating, undoubtedly hatching some evil plan in his mind. The senior sister handed the poison bottle to the junior sister. "If you can't bring yourself to do it, then take a sniff first. It won't hurt. It'll be like falling asleep." The junior sister was terrified, tears streaming down her face. "No, take it away." Starry Night witnessed all of this. This demon sought pleasure from the suffering of others, but he had caught the wrong person. The senior sister was terrifyingly calm. With that, he stepped forward, unable to hesitate any longer. Ugly or not, if he didn't act now before this demon could make a move, everyone would be sent to the netherworld by the senior sister. So he quickly walked towards the evil demonic cultivator, yelled soul possession, and then raised his hand as if he believed he had the power to subdue him. But the black demon was, of course, completely unharmed. He commanded his subordinates, "It's not that easy to die." Then a deep red flame ignited all over his body. Starry Night was confused. "Wait, what is this?" Then his entire body was gradually sucked into the demon's dark furnace. "Wait, what is this?" Starry Night was completely swallowed. In front of the demonic cultivator appeared a row of zombies. They had no faces, only a single character radiating dark energy stuck to their faces. What's going on?" The demonic cultivator ordered the zombies. "Go quickly, grab those two." The two sisters drew their swords, preparing for battle, and warned, "Be careful, they're refined corpses." The refined corpses rushed forward like living dead. Starry Night was still immersed in shock. "Wait, what's happening?" He recalled that when he tried to possess the demon summoned a bunch of zombies, and then he was knocked into one. Starry Night was at a loss, finding no solution, so he possessed one of the zombies. Suddenly, Starry Night felt something strange about his body. He yelled, "It really is a trick. Isn't that the end? My body isn't under my control, it's controlled by that demon. Is the system merging Starry Night's soul into a zombie's body?" The system detected that the host had developed self-awareness and successfully activated the creation system. Starry Night was indeed being merged and assimilated by the system. He was somewhat flustered. The system reported, "Host's soul-body assimilation rate is too low, assisting in modification." Starry Night asked in shock, "What's going on?" The gift pack didn't mention a system. "Is the system inherent to this body? Did I possess a zombie with a system?" As he spoke, the zombie mask split in half, proving that Starry Night had successfully possessed them. The system notified, "Repair complete, synchronizing." Over there, the senior sister was still fighting the zombies, turning to warn Xiao Wan to be careful. Xiao Wan was accidentally attacked from behind by a refined corpse. Starry Night had completely assimilated and possessed the body. Current assimilation rate 400. Coming from both sides, Starry Night's eyes flashed with crimson light, seemingly intent on attacking even the petite junior sister, Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan closed her eyes in fright as if surrendering to fate. "It's over, I can't dodge." However, Starry Night took control of the refined corpse's body, charging forward abruptly and punching the zombie ghost that was attacking Xiao Wan from behind, yelling, "What the hell is 400? Am I Eva?" After dealing with that refined corpse, Starry Night smugly said, I can control my body now." The senior sister suddenly noticed an anomaly. A refined corpse could actually speak and save Xiao Wan, which was unprecedented and utterly absurd. That demonic cultivator also couldn't believe what had just happened. Number 4 actually broke free from my corpse control technique and can move freely? How is that possible? He immediately ordered. Numbers 1 and 3, forget about those two women. Quickly bring number 4 over. Upon receiving the command, the two refined corpses that were attacking the senior sister suddenly turned. targeting their new objective. Starry Night, he couldn't prepare in time and repeatedly shouted, Hey, why are you coming for me? The system reported. Host demonstrated sentience in front of the demon. Creation points 15. Starry Night felt inexplicable, shouting at the system, what the hell, what are creation points? And this kind of point adding prompt, why does it feel like you're mocking me? The two zombies still furiously lunged at Starry Night. Their attacks were earth-shattering and terrifying, forcing Starry Night to jump to higher ground to evade. The purpose of this creation system is, those who follow are mortals, those who defy are immortals. As long as you do more heaven-defying deeds, you can gain creation opportunities. Starry Night asked in confusion, what are heaven-defying deeds? It means doing things that are disadvantageous to yourself, putting yourself in dangerous situations. After hearing this, Starry Night found it jarring and annoying. Isn't that just seeking death? Wouldn't it be better to call it the death-seeking system? The system retorted. Wrong, this system is about finding life in death. It focuses on bitter ends turning sweet, using bad luck to exchange for good luck, using a defying body to gain longevity. Starry Night watched the two zombies' attacks, skillfully dodging, rolling, and leaping, as if he possessed peerless martial arts. He still questioned the system. Longevity? How did the previous host die then, and even got refined into a zombie? The bodies of these zombies truly made one curious about their operating mechanisms and the reasons they became like this. The system, unwilling to explain further, actually whistled and brushed him off. Starry Night was furious, his face turning green. What are you whistling about? Answer me quickly, he angrily cursed, damn it, instinctively. While still skillfully dodging the refined corpse's attacks, the system reported again. Host still chatting during a fight, creation points 11. Starry Night was fuming, how dare you, goddammit. Due to a moment of carelessness, he was tightly entangled by the zombies with red energy ropes. They mercilessly threw a thunderous punch directly at Starry Night's face. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. The senior sister saw the situation was dire. It seemed she had to help. She circulated her cultivation, and a dazzling blue light flashed like lightning. She extended two fingers, unleashing a thundersword art. The thundersword art roared, piercing directly into the center of the zombie's wrist, where veins bulged as if about to shatter. Xiaowan rushed up from behind, swinging her blade to cut the ropes binding Starry Night. Starry Night thanked her gratefully. The unwilling demonic cultivator extended his hand, casting an expansion spell. A small explosion spread out. The demonic cultivator directed the refined corpses from afar. Be careful, this is corpse poison. Starry Night coughed violently over there, his vision blurry. Cough, cough, there's nowhere to hide. A formation has been permeated with corpse poison. The demonic cultivator secretly calculated, if you want to cause trouble, then I'll deal with you first. Starry Night covered his mouth with his hand, worried the poisonous gas would affect his body. The system reassured him. Don't worry, the host's refined corpse body is immune to corpse poison. But Starry Night wasn't only worried about himself. He also thought of the two women. But those two women will be afraid, and now we're all in the same boat. Starry Night's character always considered others. Now he considered these two women as comrades in arms, sharing life and death. The system proposed a solution. There are antidotes for sale in the system's store. Starry Night was still worried. I feel like they won't trust me to give them something to eat. Maybe I can wait until they pass out before giving it to them, the system said. Wouldn't that mean they've already lost their fighting ability? Starry Night retorted that the system's solution was somewhat unreasonable. The system listened and angrily said, how troublesome, you decide for yourself. With that it disappeared. Starry Night could only stand there helpless, not knowing how to deal with this willful system. The demonic cultivator was tired of standing there watching them fight among themselves. It was time to do something more interesting. He said, it's also time to end this fight. The poisonous gas gradually dissipated. The demonic cultivator couldn't believe his own eyes, never expecting them to be so overbearing, could they? Over there, Starry Night sang triumphantly, making heart gestures to the two women looking quite frivolous. Listen to me, thank you. Your singing is terrible. Xiaowan didn't understand why he was singing. This was getting interesting. The two women had already put on trial version protective suits from the system. It turned out Starry Night had asked the system to send them two trial version anti-poison suits like something from the future, completely covering them from head to toe. The senior sister felt a bit strange, not yet fully adapted to this modern attire, but still maintained her composure. It is we who should thank you. Fortunately, we have this item of yours. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to defend against the corpse poison and slowly recover our corroded bodies. This clothing brought by the system was indeed very powerful. However, the senior sister still looked at Starry Night suspiciously. Are you really a refined corpse? I've never heard of a refined corpse being able to speak. The senior sister must have encountered many cunning refined corpses. Starry Night, worried about exposure, stammered and didn't answer. That demonic cultivator was annoyed in his heart but still put on an arrogant and smug facade, interrupting their conversation. Hee, I underestimated you, only using chi refining stage refined corpses. It seems this old man needs to get serious. The demon pondered his sinister plan. That number 4 unexpectedly gained sentience. It's truly a gift from heaven for this old man. He must not be harmed in any way. With that he shot a red mist from his ring, commanding, go kill those two women, then capture number 4 alive, don't let him get hurt. Upon receiving the command, two masked, muscular, long-haired zombie monsters began to move. Before Starry Night could breathe a sigh of relief, the three of them had to continue dealing with the demonic cultivator's subordinates. Then two refined corpses approached menacingly. Starry Night warned, "Careful, two more are coming." The senior sister immediately felt that the power of these two in front of them was by no means simple and could not be underestimated. Sweat beaded on her forehead. This oppressive feeling is too strong, no less than Master's Core Formation completion stage refined corpses. She worriedly thought, "It's over." Suddenly, the senior sister swiftly drew her sword and held it to Starry Night's neck. Everyone was shocked, and the junior sister cried out in panic, "SS senior sister?" But the senior sister clearly had another plan. She whispered to Starry Night, "Cooperate with me if you want to live." She assessed the situation. Initially, that evil cultivator only sent out low-level chi refining stage zombies. Given his nature, he would surely gradually increase the power of the refined corpses, watching us fight for amusement. She continued her sharp analysis and speculation. Now, suddenly sending out two core formation stage refined corpses, I can only think of one possibility. His objective has changed. He's no longer tormenting us but wants to quickly capture this refined corpse, especially you. Indeed, just as the senior sister's keen insight predicted, Starry Night was surprised. How those two zombies really stopped moving. Starry Night exclaimed that the senior sister was truly amazing. It seemed she had guessed correctly. The senior sister angrily corrected his improper address. "Who is your senior sister?" The system appeared again. Deng, chest attack out of bounds, creation .6. Starry Night felt embarrassed by the system's teasing, secretly cursing, "Damn it, what chest attack out of bounds? I touched it by accident. I didn't even realize it was a chest until you said something." That cunning demonic cultivator, as if his thoughts had been exposed and his intentions revealed, tried to deceive the senior sister. He chuckled, "This old man just doesn't want to play with you anymore." He argued, "Number 4 is merely at the chi refining stage. This old man has hundreds of them here. Kill him if you wish." The senior sister wouldn't fall for his trick so easily. She decisively pressed the sword deeper against Starry Night's neck. Only then did the demonic cultivator reveal his despicable true colors and conspiracy, hastily shouting, "Stop," he said in annoyance. "Damn it, this old man can let you go, but number 4 must stay." The senior sister remained clear-headed, demanding that the confinement formation be opened first. The demonic cultivator, eager to take Starry Night back for research, immediately opened the confinement formation and released the two sisters. "All right, you can scram now." Starry Night was a bit worried about being left behind and quietly said to the senior sister, "Senior sister, you can't trust this demon. Do you want to leave future trouble for yourself?" The senior sister, of course, saw further. She whispered back, "Don't worry, I'll go with you. I won't let you fall into the hands of that evil cultivator." The senior sister was a chivalrous, clever, and perceptive person, and she decided to take Starry Night and the junior sister away from here. The senior sister's decisive and sharp attitude was truly admirable and inspiring. Starry Night was relieved and completely trusted the senior sister, but still a little scared. "Why do you always want to send people on their way?" The senior sister in a critical moment was annoyed by his teasing and retorted, "Then do you want to be an experimental subject for that evil cultivator?" Suddenly, Starry Night boldly gripped the hilt of the sword at his neck and pressed down firmly. He said, "That's not what I meant." His voice was serious and firm, completely different from his previous playful tone. "What I mean is, I'm very familiar with that path over there. I don't need senior sister to send me." His hand still gripped the hilt, and the demonic cultivator was very confused. Starry Night defiantly challenged the black demon, "Old man, I want them to safely take those children away. Otherwise I'll die right here in front of you." Did he understand that he held the upper hand and was superior to the old demonic cultivator? Because he was the very thing the demonic cultivator needed to take back and exploit. His action of gripping the sword hilt was like a metaphor. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the safety of the children and the two chivalrous sisters who had shown kindness to him. The system was full of gratitude and pride. Host declared a dying oath. Creation points 205. The demonic cultivator interrupted Starry Night, chuckling, "Stop with these hypocritical words. Who doesn't want to live if they can? Do you have any instant teleportation items?" The demonic cultivator found it laughable, because there were always some in the righteous path who believed in such absurd, hypocritical, and falsely benevolent words and deeds. He had long been entrenched in the evil path where there was only sin, greed, and coldness. The system abruptly interrupted. This system, in order to allow the host to face difficulties and gain creation temporarily, does not sell any escape items. Starry Night sighed helplessly. "It seems I know why the previous host died." The demonic cultivator argued, "Fine, this old man agrees, they can scram now," but his hands were crossed behind his back, implying that everything he said was a lie. Starry Night chivalrously encouraged the senior sister, "Don't worry, senior sister, it was my time to die anyway. Now being able to save you is the best outcome no matter what, right?" But in his heart, he thought, "I saved 5 people this time. I wonder if I can draw another lottery." It seemed Starry Night was also trying to be cool. The senior sister, moved, asked Starry Night, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Starry Night regretfully bit his lip. "I want to travel the world, I want to be rich, I want to eat immortal delicacies, I want to be the god of luck, I want a wife like senior sister, I want to have a child and name him." Hearing this, it seemed a bit off, a bit too much. The senior sister felt embarrassed, not wanting to hear any more, so she quickly ran away, not forgetting to pull the junior sister with her. Xiaowan was dragged and fell to the ground, but she still remembered to instruct, "I will avenge you." Then she used her object manipulation technique to open the cage, rescuing the innocent children who were still crying silently. The demonic cultivator was surprisingly calm about the senior sister's actions. He must have some evil scheme. He still wore a lewd smile. "Interesting, truly too interesting, my personally refined puppet. I never expected it to gain its own sentience and even know how to sacrifice itself for others." He smugly believed that he had removed the two thorns in his side, the two sisters who were hindering his plans. He thought Starry Night was now alone, and so he became complacent, believing he had subdued Starry Night. After the senior sister left, he continued to mock incessantly. "I'm afraid you've mistaken me for someone else. Saving such a petty, selfish person isn't worth it." Starry Night couldn't stand this arrogant old man in front of him. "Old man, don't make any rash moves. Wait here for half an hour," he asked himself in doubt. Did they really leave so easily? Is that all this demon with negative billions in merit points is capable of? Sure enough, Starry Night's vigilance wasn't unwarranted, because this old man was definitely not simple. He wondered what other schemes he was brewing, once again pushing him and the innocent people towards death. Senior sister and Xiaowan had already escaped, rushing out of the cave. Xiaowan sat with the rescued children, surprised to find she had changed back into her original clothes. "Oh no, the protective suit is gone. We're all back in our original clothes." She turned and saw senior sister say, "Senior sister, that evil cultivator didn't chase us. That refined corpse really saved us." Xiaowan turned to her senior sister, who looked unhappy and was deep in thought. Xiaowan asked worriedly, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Senior sister said seriously, "When I left, I saw the hand seal behind that evil cultivator's back, which is used for drawing formations remotely. It turns out that hand seal wasn't as simple as I imagined, just hinting that he was lying, but much more insidious," she continued. "That refined corpse bought us time, but that evil cultivator was also buying time. Once the formation is complete, it will be hard even to commit suicide." Xiaowan was startled to hear this, not expecting things to be more serious than she thought. Her eyes widened and she gasped, "Ah?" Senior sister remained calm, as if ready to accept anything. "I was afraid he would waver if he knew, and also afraid that evil cultivator would go all out, so I didn't remind him in the end," she said calmly, her tone filled with regret. "That evil cultivator deliberately showed me the hand seal. He has already won." She blamed herself for running away, for not doing better. In the face of hope for survival, no matter how brave one is, they will ultimately become selfish in their desire to live. "After this incident, my Tao heart has been stained, and I fear I will suffer a backlash from my inner demons later." Seeing this, Xiaowan felt heartbroken. Senior sister always thought of others, disregarding herself. "Senior sister, this isn't your fault. Anyone else wouldn't have done better than you." Feeling too terrible, senior sister decided not to discuss it further. "Now all we can do is quickly return to the sect and ask Master and the elders to come down the mountain to see if they can save that refined corpse." Starry Night was still being suppressed by the demonic cultivator, and he suspected something was wrong. This old man must be plotting something. Suddenly the system reported detecting a sealing formation about to form beneath the host's feet. Sure enough, just as senior sister had suspected. Starry Night was startled and panicked, indeed knowing things wouldn't go so smoothly. Starry Night decisively drew the sword across his neck. Suddenly a dark crimson demonic energy wrapped around the sword, immediately stopping Starry Night's action. He said in surprise, "What?" The demonic cultivator snatched the sword from his hand from a distance. Everything happened too suddenly. Before Starry Night could react, one of the demonic cultivator's muscular refined corpse subordinates rushed over and punched Starry Night in the back of the head. He painfully collapsed to the ground, as if paying the price for his earlier reckless act of provoking the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator mocked Starry Night. "So that's all you've got? Your resolve to die isn't strong enough, and your neck-slitting movement was too slow. Otherwise, without the aid of a formation, this old man's dilapidated body truly wouldn't have been confident in stopping you." Starry Night was pinned to the ground, saying somewhat resentfully, "Damn it, for a 21st century university student like me, cutting my own head off is really too hard." The demonic cultivator seemed to have the upper hand, looking triumphant. He ordered his subordinates to kill the two escaping women and children. Starry Night still retorted defiantly, provoking the demonic cultivator. "Heh heh, it's been so long you can't catch up now," the demonic cultivator said arrogantly. "Whether I catch up or not is irrelevant," he continued. "This old man has already planted inner demons in that woman's Tao heart. Her future days won't be much better than yours." With that he revealed a sinister smile. Starry Night asked in confusion, "What?" The old man still chattered on, giving everyone a headache. "Haha, you really were sold out and still helping others count money. When they left, I deliberately showed the hand seal to that woman, but she still didn't remind you and ran off to save herself." The demonic cultivator seemed to have all the pieces in play, provoking, "How do you feel now? Do you think you're not worth it?" Starry Night suddenly interrupted the demonic cultivator, saying, "She already reminded me." The demonic cultivator's eyes turned red and his face was grim, thinking he had misheard. Starry Night continued, "Otherwise why would I have suddenly tried to cut my neck just now?" "It's because I knew the ceiling formation beneath your feet was about to take shape," the demonic cultivator, enraged and embarrassed, shouted. "Nonsense, when? How did she remind you?" Starry Night took the opportunity to mock the demonic cultivator. "I'm not telling you, you idiot, you can't even see that, and you call yourself a demon lord, how about it, aren't you very angry?" Starry Night understood that face and the title, Demon Lord with negative billions in merit points, were more important to the demonic cultivator than anything else. So he deliberately poked at the demonic cultivator's sore spot, inciting his anger, making him lose his composure and thus disrupting his insidious plan. The system reported, Deng. Host angered the demonic cultivator who held his life and death, creation points 168. "How about it?" Is the old man trembling with rage? He said with red eyes and a wrinkled, unsightly face. "Good, very good. This old man is getting more and more interested in you. I hope you can still be so stubborn when this old man rips you to shreds." The bald, muscular subordinate used prayer beads to press Starry Night to the ground, tightly binding his hands. He thought, just in case, it's better to tie him up first. Compared to the massive and surging power of the refined corpse, Starry Night was simply no match. He cried out in pain. "Ow, gently, it's going to break, it's going to break." The demonic cultivator flew over the mountaintop with his subordinate and Starry Night. Starry Night, tightly bound, thought worriedly, "It's over." Although he didn't know why this demonic cultivator was capturing him, it definitely wouldn't end well. Falling into the hands of a demonic cultivator, he would sooner or later be tortured, interrogated, and experimented on to serve their personal goals. Suddenly, the system reported again, Deng, abnormal assimilation speed, reason analysis complete. Starry Night said in surprise, "What?" After listening to the system report, Starry Night asked in confusion, "What does assimilation speed mean?" The system reported, "Didn't the host ask this system what 400 assimilation speed meant before?" Starry Night said suspiciously, "Wasn't that just a casual remark?" However, the system took it seriously because the two sometimes lacked tacit understanding due to insufficient time together. The system then explained in detail. The host's body contained soul power that didn't belong to it, which was key to the host's sole possession of this body. But this soul power was too strong, and after assisting in the possession of this chi refining stage body, a large amount of residual soul power remained within the host. This was also why the assimilation speed reached 400. It turned out everything was so interesting. Starry Night could combine his own power with the body he possessed. For a chi-refining stage-refined corpse refined by a demonic cultivator with negative billions in merit points, the assimilated power was 4 times that of an ordinary refined corpse, which was simply astonishing. Starry Night was surprised by his own strength and the system's powerful auxiliary mechanism. He replied, "Ah, is it really 400? I thought I was playing some game." Starry Night suddenly remembered. Could it be caused by the Cultivation Grand Gift Pack's soul possession ability? He then said with dissatisfaction, "I originally wanted to possess the demonic cultivator, but instead I possessed a minion." The system provided helpful information. This system just analyzed the source of this soul power. It has now completed the analysis. This soul power is temporary. The assimilation speed has now dropped to 393, but before it drops to 0 it can be controlled by this system. Starry Night then asked the system, "What does that mean? How do I control it?" The system continued to report, "If this remaining assimilation speed is distributed to others, they will be controlled by the host." The situation was critical. Starry Night had to act immediately before landing with the demonic cultivator. He asked in disbelief, "That powerful? Then give it to that old demon," the system warned. Because the host possessed a refined corpse, the remaining assimilation speed can only be distributed to refined corpses with a similar structure to yours. Starry Night looked at the refined corpse subordinate and thought, "Refined corpse, huh? I feel like this guy isn't a match for that demonic cultivator either." He wondered, "Is there a way to know this demonic cultivator's cultivation level?" The system whispered, "Just appraise the target. It costs 5 creation points each time." Suddenly a circle appeared before Starry Night's eyes. Was this appraisal? It was indeed powerful. In a moment, all the basic information of the demonic cultivator in front of him was displayed. His name was Du Lauer, also known as Old Demon Du. Male human, 968 years old, cultivation realm, was mid-nascent soul stage, but due to severe injuries he had now fallen to late golden core stage. His strength was extremely terrifying, a formidable opponent. The subordinate next to him, named Zhou Wei before death, male, refined corpse race, human before death, 440 years old, 289 years old before death. His cultivation realm was insignificant compared to the demonic cultivator. Mid-golden core stage, full golden core stage before death. Starry Night's eyes widened, looking at this difficult opponent. He thought, "Oh my heavens, it's actually nascent soul stage. Fortunately he's severely injured and his realm has fallen. Just using this big refined corpse to deal with him definitely won't be enough." Starry Night was sharp-witted and daring. To escape he had to gamble with that. He commanded the system, "Give all my remaining soul power to this refined corpse." The system was startled, warning, "Only 6 is needed to control this bald refined corpse." Starry Night said decisively, "Do as I say, I have my own plans." Starry Night was clearly gambling, putting all his remaining chips on this one hand. Either die or win. The system trusted Starry Night and replied, "All right, distribution complete." Suddenly an ouch came from behind. The demonic cultivator turned his head in confusion, and suddenly his subordinate Zhou Wei let out a scream of ah and then fell backward, losing control. And Starry Night also fell with him. The two fell amidst Old Demon Du's astonishment and Starry Night's screams. He closed his eyes, shouting with all his might. Old Demon Du caught the two free-falling bodies in midair with evil magic. The two fell to the ground headfirst and out of control. Old Demon Du discovered the anomaly in panic and reached out to check Zhou Wei's head. "What's going on? The control mark on refined corpse number 3 is also broken." In an instant, all the demonic cultivator's power and efficacy vanished beyond his control. He asked angrily, "What did you do?" Starry Night had to act to fool Old Demon Du. He pretended to ask in return, "How this bald guy almost made me fall to my death, and I have to ask you what on earth you're doing?" He loudly scolded and mocked the demonic cultivator. "Don't release such unreliable things in the future." Then he clumsily stood up. How could the insidious demonic cultivator be so easily fooled? He retrieved the empty shell of bald Zhou Wei and then questioned, "Kid, don't try to fool me," he threatened, his tone full of killing intent. "This old man won't kill you for now. There are many ways to make your life worse than death." Starry Night wasn't afraid at all. Facing a few empty threats, he chuckled mockingly. "Heh heh." Old Demon Du's facial muscles twitched and his eyes were grim. "What's so funny, you brat? How dare you provoke and mock this old man?" Starry Night sharply looked up, seemingly implying something. "As expected, there are even more powerful guys in your ring," as if he already knew everything in Old Demon Du's storage ring. He said in surprise, "What?" Suddenly the ring flashed, and a hand with astonishing power slammed into the old man's chest. This powerful impact, capable of knocking down a demonic cultivator, was definitely not to be underestimated. He coughed up blood clots, his eyes rolled back, and he let out a painful scream. The power of that strange hand just now was truly beyond control, sending the demonic cultivator flying directly into the mountain wall. A huge explosion shattered the mountaintop and destroyed the entire forest. The demonic cultivator clumsily crawled out of the rubble, his hair sparse, a few strands of white hair disheveled. He coughed, cough, cough. Looking closely at his face, it was covered in scars, his forehead bleeding, and his teeth were all gone. He said in shocked disbelief, How is this possible?" Surprised, old man. Starry Night actually summoned a mid-nascent soul stage refined corpse. Old Demon Du was greatly shocked, speechless. He said in horror, "This nascent soul stage refined corpse, even at my strongest I had to sacrifice my lifespan to control it. What on earth did you do?" This demonic cultivator was truly pitiful. In order to use his subordinate refined corpse as his right arm, he spared no effort, sacrificing his own lifespan and expending painstaking efforts to cultivate it to its strongest, yet now he couldn't control the power of his own subordinate. Starry Night smugly showed off, "Isn't it normal for us refined corpses to help each other?" The system analyzed Starry Night's actions, slightly surprised. He deliberately made that bald refined corpse lose control, pretending to be sucked into the storage ring, and then used it as a medium to control the stronger refined corpse inside. Starry Night replied, "I originally intended to control all the refined corpses in the storage ring and gang up on this old man." Sure enough, Starry Night was bold, decisive, and ambitious. It was then that Old Demon Du painfully realized and secretly anticipated his own end. He never expected that after going through countless hardships to escape the pursuit of those people, he would die at the hands of his own refined corpse. Perhaps this was the price he paid for all his sins and evil powers, and his greatest retribution, to die by the very thing he created with blood. The system, worried that Starry Night wouldn't act, immediately reported, "Seize the time. Your remaining assimilation speed can barely control a nascent soul stage refined corpse. It has now dropped to 185. In a while you will face an out-of-control nascent soul stage refined corpse." Although Starry Night had used all his remaining assimilation power to summon this most powerful refined corpse, he was still no match and couldn't fully control this refined corpse, so the assimilation speed was also dropping rapidly. Even Starry Night himself was surprised. So fast? Suddenly, the mid-nascent soul stage refined corpse unleashed an earth-shattering blow. The powerful shockwave reverberated, sending everything flying dozens of meters high, and sand and dust billowed. The system reported, "The refined corpse can use the Earth escape technique. It might have escaped by taking advantage of the collapsing rock wall." Starry Night looked in horror at the destructive power beyond comprehension of the person in front of him. He worried that this refined corpse was indeed insidious, pretending to be weak while launching a sneak attack. One shouldn't expect too much from such an unrighteous subordinate, tainted by evil magic. For them, morality was meaningless. From the day they were reborn by evil magic, there was only blood and slaughter. Suddenly, Starry Night observed his surroundings and noticed the demonic cultivator's thumb ring sparkling, ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. Starry Night panicked. "Is that the demonic cultivator's thumb ring?" Immediately returned to the spatial experiment. The mid-nascent soul stage refined corpse immediately created a solid steel defensive barrier to block the terrifying evil spell aimed at Starry Night. However, one strike still penetrated the mid-nascent soul stage refined corpse's solid barrier, directly striking Starry Night. Starry Night had no time to defend or dodge and was immediately hit in the waist near his heart. The demonic cultivator's face was covered in blood, his features distorted, revealing a sinister and triumphant smile. Brat, you're not the only one who can use a storage ring for sneak attacks. It's the final moment of your life. He still stubbornly boasted about his despicable and cruel methods, not letting the old man ramble on anymore. The mid-nascent soul stage refined corpse rushed forward, directly grabbing the old demon's neck, making him cough up blood, covering his mouth, only letting out a painful ah sound. The mid-nascent soul stage refined corpse lifted the old man into the air by his neck, just waiting for the command to strangle him to death. The old man still struggled, revealing a trembling smile. Heh. Starry Night still had lingering fears from that sneak attack. What was that thing? It could easily penetrate nascent soul stage armor and even stab my body? Old Demon Do, choked by the neck, trembled and said with difficulty, Haha, that's a great gift. With it, you'll also end up like this old man, surely unable to die peacefully. Even at the last moment of his life he was still spreading malice and attempting to cast vicious schemes, trying to make others suffer more than himself. Starry Night had reached the limit of his disgust for the old black demon. He immediately commanded, kill him. His eyes were cold, showing no mercy for this monster who had committed billions of crimes. The demonic cultivator was struck down by the mid-nascent soul stage refined corpse. His neck snapped, flesh and blood splattered, a gruesome sight. Thus the evil man's fate was sealed. He spent his life pursuing wicked magic, ruthlessly killing innocent people for his own pleasure and ends. Ultimately, he died by the hand of the refined corpse he himself created. This painful and tragic end was the harshest and most just judgment for this evil demonic cultivator. The system prompted, host successfully killed old Demon Do, who was beyond your level, gaining 2,000 creation points. Starry Night felt half the burden lifted, freed from a difficult obstacle, but still had other things to worry about. He asked the system, what did that old geezer shoot into my body? The system, as Starry Night's capable assistant, quickly analyzed and replied, that is the treasure, blood sacrifice malevolent orb. As long as it is fused with deathly malevolent yin objects, one can quickly regenerate and gain an immortal body. The system continued to explain, with the host's current refined corpse body, as long as it's not shattered into dust you can resurrect and fully recover. It was a dark art, originating from a black demon in a white robe who held a red orb, an object that seemed to be the very source of all demonic arts. Starry Night was greatly shocked. What? How could that old geezer shoot such a heaven-defying item into me? Why didn't he use it himself? The system explained, although he is an evil cultivator, he is essentially still human and cannot use it. It would be too wasteful to only use it on his refined corpse. He mentioned being pursued before, most likely because of this treasure. This item is not something he, at his cultivation level, could have obtained, Starry Night deduced. Then he might have captured me, wanting to find a way to properly use the blood sacrifice malevolent orb through me. The system judged. Highly likely, the system then said. Although the host has obtained a divine object, your cultivation is too low to suppress its aura. Once discovered, you will likely be refined alive into a treasure, Starry Night asked confused. Ah, can it be taken out? The host has fully fused with the orb. His system is powerless. It seemed Starry Night would be accompanied by this refined corpse body for a long time. Starry Night sighed. So I'm a mobile heaven and earth treasure now. That's troublesome. An hour later, two powerful figures arrived from an unknown location. They were Wong Guanzhou, the elder of Zhengyang Peak of Qingyun sect. A tall and imposing man with a long beard, and Cheng Zan, the sect master of Qingyun sect. Wong Guanzhou asked, Disciple, is this the evil cultivator you mentioned? It turned out these two were the masters whom senior sister Lu and Xiao Wan had painstakingly climbed the mountain to find, coming to rescue Starry Night. Cheng Zan surveyed the remnants of the battlefield and concluded, it seems he was killed by his own nascent soul stage refined corpse. Afterward, this nascent soul stage refined corpse also committed suicide. With just a glance he could clearly discern what had transpired. Elder Wong Guanzhou added, that evil cultivator could control a nascent soul stage refined corpse. Although we don't know what happened, it's fortunate they are all dead, otherwise we two old fellows might have perished here and Kanglan Nation would have suffered greatly. Cheng Zan called out, Niece Lu, what are you looking for? If it's something good you must hand it over to the sect's treasure vault. Elder Wong Guanzhou of Zhengyang Peak seemed to have found something. Sect Master, this nascent soul stage refined corpse is holding a piece of paper. Niece Lu was frantically searching for Starry Night but was surprised to find he wasn't there. The refined corpse was simply not there. She realized guiltily that it made sense. In a battle of that level, even if he was just within the range of spiritual energy fluctuations, he would have already been reduced to ashes. The two masters picked up the paper and passed it between them. The sect master curiously asked, what's written on the paper? The elder read aloud, Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine. The two exchanged glances, both finding it strange. What? This nascent soul stage refined corpse has a senior sister, and what does I'm fine mean? He committed suicide. Hearing this, Niece Lu hastily rushed forward and snatched the note from the two masters' hands. She knew that Starry Night, the person she had once been grateful to, had somehow miraculously survived safe and sound. She silently thanked heaven and earth, perhaps having developed a hint of affection for this somewhat strange man. Niece Lu snatched the note and ran into the distance to chase after Starry Night. Cheng Zan didn't understand Niece Lu's meaning. Could there be some hidden mystery in that note? Wang Guanzhou stood frozen in shock, stammering, Disciple. She just smiled. This was truly rare for Niece Lu, who always maintained her composure under any circumstances. Cheng Zan also found it strange. Ah, your ice-cold disciple smiled. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The two returned to the previous scene, and after observing for a while, the sect master called out, By the way, Elder Wong, did you notice the yin and malevolent energy here? Elder Wong admitted. I noticed it as soon as we arrived. The aura disappeared by that river. Could it be that the evil cultivator had some treasure fall into the lake? I'll have the inner disciples row a boat to search for it later. In a valley, a clear stream meandered, and within the mountain's belly was a large cave emitting a powerful yin aura. A man sat inside, a strange bag beside him, complaining, "Trash, trash, all trash." Then he quickly sorted them. It was Starry Night, surrounded by yin energy. He was rummaging through the spoils obtained from the storage ring. He picked up each item, examined it carefully, and then sighed. He had hoped to find something in the demonic cultivator's storage ring to conceal the aura of the malevolent orb. In the end, just lifting the restrictions cost 500 points, and there were 380 contract points. Only 600,000 low-grade spirit stones were useful. The rest were a pile of poisons and evil items completely useless. There were no usable items in the shop either. If he couldn't solve the problem of the malevolent energy emitting, he wouldn't be able to move an inch. Starry Night scratched his head, worried. The malevolent energy indeed caused problems for his next plan. The system also searched and found that the red box in the back left could be used. Starry Night suddenly realized, this one. He picked up the golden embellished red box and examined it closely. The system confirmed, that's right. This is a soul sealing box that seals the aura of the malevolent orb. A box made from a half-life malevolent orb as material. Starry Night, hearing the somewhat absurd use of the box, said angrily, "What's the use of this? Do you want to put me in it?" The system reported, "This can be used after synthesizing with system items. If the host combines other magic tools with hiding functions with this box, it is very likely to synthesize an item that can effectively conceal the aura of the malevolent orb." Looking at the screen, Starry Night had already spent 100 creation points to view the box's functions. But in return, the box's function was indeed great. He continued to rummage, not just the malevolent orb. "My refined corpse identity can also be hidden. I remember contracting something just now. Found it." Starry Night pulled out something smaller than his palm. A yin-yang pendant. Its attribute could convert yin energy into vital energy. A cultivation tool for ghost cultivators to enter the mortal world. This function was very useful and necessary for Starry Night now. He stood there pondering. "Let me see, set this necklace as the main item, and the box as the secondary item." With a rumble, a green light of vital energy burst forth from the cave entrance. Starry Night shouted joyfully, "Success, this attribute is perfect." He turned it into a necklace and carefully put it on to see the effect. Instantly, Starry Night's face became rosy and radiant. He asked, "How is it, system? Is there still malevolent energy emanating?" The system also relaxed a little. "No more, but the malevolent orb's aura is too strong and has also transformed into vital energy, causing the host to now have a feeling of being full of vitality." Suddenly, Starry Night felt something was wrong and was startled. "What's the use of that? I'm still a living target," the system comforted him. "The host doesn't need to worry. Vital energy is easier to control than malevolent energy. You only need to purchase a spiritual robe that conceals aura from the system's store to hide it." Since things had come to this, there was no other way. Starry Night decided to slightly change the appearance of the refined corpse. He picked up scissors and trimmed his hair, now his own. He muttered to himself, "The necklace covers the malevolent orb, the clothes cover the necklace. I feel like I'm covered in patches." Starry Night recalled that fortunately during the COVID-19 lockdown he had always cut his own hair. For the first time, Starry Night clearly saw the face of this body in the mirror. He examined it carefully. Although the cultivation realm was a bit low, fortunately, the zombie's appearance wasn't bad. Suddenly, the system displayed an appraisal of the face in the mirror. The appraisal function can be used on myself," the system reported. "Open the system screen and you can find the host's detailed information inside." Starry Night curiously clicked to view. The screen displayed information. Level, refined corpse level 5, wearing a chi-concealing robe. The blood sacrifice yin-yang orb has been bound, a earth-grade storage ring and a reinforced yin-yang pendant. Name, Starry Night, original owner 857, age 2322 before death, race, refined corpse human before death, identity, none. Original owner's identity was a villager of the Cosmic Traveler village. What? Cosmic Traveler? First time hearing this, especially in a cultivation world. The concept of time travel in the 22nd century was too novel, even absurd. Starry Night's eyes widened as he asked, "What the hell is this? What does Cosmic Traveler before death mean? Isn't this a cultivation world?" System, explain it clearly to me. The system also heard it for the first time and couldn't explain. Because both its memory and the former host's memory were damaged, it sounded truly puzzling. One would think all data information would be recorded and stored by the system, but some things truly defied understanding. The former host woke up in a mountain village, severely injured, lying in the village chief's house, remembering nothing. According to the village chief, he was found unconscious in the forest by the village chief's daughter. And I only remember being the creation system, needing to collect creation points, system functions, and encyclopedic knowledge of this world. But I don't remember how I was born or why I appeared on the former host. Even the system itself had many unanswered questions about who it was, why it came to this world, whom it was helping, and why it needed to collect creation points and integrate encyclopedic knowledge. Starry Night was even more confused. "Then why did your cheat-like former host still die?" The system hesitated for a long time before answering, Well, because a very serious bug appeared in the system, Starry Night panicked. What? What exactly is it? What happened to the former host that led to his death, and what was his journey before that? Innumerable questions surged. The system reported that there had been many serious bugs before. The system hesitated again, but after the host arrived, this bug was not triggered. As it repaired itself, hearing this, Starry Night said angrily, "Hey, explain it clearly to me." Suddenly, the system issued a red alert. "Starry Night, you have a new system mission." The screen enlarged before Starry Night's eyes. Main mission: cultivate a cultivation technique and obtain at least 300 creation points. Mission success reward: 1 lottery chance. Mission failure penalty: half of spiritual consciousness deducted. Mission time limit: 1 year. Starry Night was somewhat surprised and bewildered. What kind of mission is this? What's the relationship between cultivating a technique and creation points? The system sighed and said, "It's here again. This is the bug I mentioned. This system issues missions completely randomly without considering the host level." Starry Night's eyes widened, thinking he had misheard, and asked again. "What?" the system answered frankly. "For example, the previous host died on the mission to kill old Demon Do. It was truly shocking. This was why the previous host was refined into a zombie," Starry Night said indignantly. "He was only at the chi refining stage, and that demon was at the golden core stage, and the old man had a bunch of refined corpses. How was he supposed to kill that old man?" the system recalled. "That's right, random missions can be very simple but also very difficult. The previous host's luck was pretty good. He lived for 2 years, and over 40 missions were close calls, but he managed to get through them. Looking back at the previous host's journey, he was chased by bears and narrowly escaped death. He even faced life and death situations near volcanoes. But the last mission was truly impossible. The penalty for mission failure was the complete destruction of his soul. The previous host helplessly cried out during that mission, "Aren't you a system? Don't you manage this kind of mission?" The system explained solemnly, "Strictly speaking, I am just the system's administrator, but I don't remember how to maintain and repair, so I can't fix this bug," Starry Night shouted angrily. "This is a scam. Other systems are cheat codes. My system is a death warrant," Starry Night wanted to break down. "And why such a coincidence? I wanted to possess that demon, but he happened to summon refined corpses. He summoned 5, but I just happened to hit the one with the system." The system added fuel to the fire, making Starry Night's confused mind even more agitated. "This proves that the host is chosen by heaven and has extremely good luck," Starry Night retorted. "It's bad luck. What does it mean to deduct half of spiritual consciousness if the mission fails?" the system explained. "The host is only at the chi refining stage now. Deducting half of spiritual consciousness is equivalent to becoming an idiot." The screen showed Starry Night in primitive clothes, dumbfounded, learning to speak, stammering. "Cultivation defying heaven begins, ah bah," Starry Night shouted angrily. "I don't want that," he thought. "I must complete this mission, and the time limit is only 1 year. He bit his finger anxiously. How exactly does cultivating a technique increase creation points? Starry Night realized that creation points were, in plain terms, death-seeking points. What did it mean to cultivate a death-seeking technique? He further understood the previous host. "Didn't the previous host learn any cultivation techniques?" the system replied. "He did, but after being refined into a refined corpse, he became a dead object, just a human-shaped artifact. His soul and spiritual roots were refined, so he couldn't sense spiritual energy from heaven and earth and thus couldn't cultivate techniques. This was too difficult for Starry Night." He indignantly tore off the system interface in front of him. "Then I definitely won't be able to complete the mission right," the system comforted him. "The host situation is different because, logically, a refined corpse cannot be possessed, just like you can't possess a table or chair." Starry Night could only comfort himself, thinking it was a 100 successful soul possession gift package anyway. He pondered, then suddenly discovered something. Wait a minute, wasn't it only possible to possess people with negative merit points? Do refined corpses have merit points? I didn't see clearly at the time. After successful possession, the ability to see merit points also disappeared. The system provided Starry Night with more information. "The host's existence itself violates laws and common sense. My memory also doesn't record refined corpses having intelligence," Starry Night deflated. "I feel like my future is completely dark, a completely new type with no combat power." The system reported. "The host can first let the system check. Since you have consciousness, you should also have spiritual roots." Starry Night has no spiritual roots. Starry Night instantly froze, feeling like he had been conned by a pyramid scheme. As the saying goes, a fool has a fool's luck. A fool wouldn't let the system manipulate him. Starry Night roared at the system. "Oh my god, this is a scam. How can I cultivate without spiritual roots? What about creating spiritual roots?" The system provided information. "There are 2 special spiritual roots in the system store. One is called Chi Spiritual Root, which is usually a method for high-level cultivators to break through by refining corresponding attribute magic tools to enhance a certain attribute, but it cannot be maintained for long. The other is Demonic Spiritual Root, a secret technique that uses special demonic beast inner cores to enhance spiritual root attributes or quality." The representative images of the 2 spiritual roots were a heavy awl and a sword, respectively. The demonic spiritual root caused a sensation when first discovered. but it was later found that its side effect was that even with additional demonic cores of the same attribute, it would gradually produce rejection reactions, eventually leading to the inability to mobilize spiritual energy and severe regression of cultivation. This cultivation technique later gradually disappeared, but it is available in the system store. Starry Night racked his brains, thinking both were worth a try, but using the Chi spiritual root to learn a cultivation technique to complete the mission, while the demonic spiritual root would lead to inability to cultivate later, was somewhat inappropriate. Wait a minute, system, what do you mean by the demonic spiritual root's rejection? The system replied. Of course, it rejects its own spiritual roots, Starry Night suddenly understood. Then what if there were no spiritual roots in the first place? No one has no spiritual roots, Starry Night asked confused. What about me? The system replied perfunctorily. You're not human. Starry Night's face darkened, his mind in a jumble. I already said a refined corpse is originally a magic tool or artifact. Have you ever seen a magic tool with spiritual roots? Starry Night's eyes lit up, suddenly discovering something. Then does that also mean that others can't use the demonic spiritual root? But that doesn't mean I can't, right? He seemed to have found a glimmer of light in the vast dust. The system remained stubborn, stating it wasn't clear and that the host's existence was illogical anyway. Starry Night decided to go for it. It was better than the worst outcome of becoming an idiot. He clicked to purchase 200 copies of the demonic spiritual root secret manual. He was all in. It was either everything or nothing. After buying the demonic spiritual root for 200 creation points, Starry Night carefully flipped through it page by page. He pondered, then drew a conclusion. So that's how it is. Spiritual roots have qualities: mortal grade, low grade, mid grade, high grade, and premium grade, corresponding to the foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and soul transformation stages in the demonic spiritual root demon core secret manual respectively. The greater the power, the brighter and clearer the light. Starry Night continued. With my current strength, at best I can only kill Chi refining stage demon beasts with mortal grade spiritual roots. That definitely won't be enough. Absolutely not. Starry Night reconsidered, searching for the best path forward. He asked if the system store had demon cores. The system said the store was a high-level store only selling finished products, not raw materials. Starry Night's face darkened again, speechless. He thought, it seems I'll have to go to a place where cultivators trade to see if I can buy high-grade demon cores. I wonder if 600,000 low-grade spirit stones will be enough. He stood up and hastily asked, System, is there any place nearby like a cultivator's market? The system wasn't omniscient. Since the former host and I awakened, we've stayed on the mountain and never seen any bustling places. I suggest the host inquire with local cultivators, Starry Night angrily cursed. Trash, you really are a recycling system, the system retorted defiantly. You, who are you calling recycled? Are you a father transformer system or a widow system? The former host and I weren't a couple, so stop trying to put ideas in my head. These two really couldn't go a day without arguing. Starry Night suddenly remembered the two senior and junior sisters he met yesterday. He thought, local cultivators, I just need to find them. They're from the Qingyun sect. Although they know about my situation, given the senior sister's character, she probably wouldn't lie to me. The system, with its encyclopedic knowledge, stated, I know about Qingyun sect, it's recorded in the encyclopedia. Oh, Starry Night said, this continent is called Heavenly Dome Divine Continent with 5 palaces and 10 kingdoms. The place we're in is Konglan Nation. The most famous cultivation powers are the 3 sects and 4 gates. The 3 sects are Qingyun sect, Wind Thunder sect, and Joyful Union sect. The 4 gates are Beast Taming Gate, Myriad Manifestation Gate. Before he finished, Starry Night interrupted him. You're saying so much I can't remember it all. Starry Night recalled when he last met the 2 junior sisters. No wonder that girl first stated her sect when she encountered the demon. Is Qingyun sect that famous? Recalling Xiao Wan's words when she met the demonic cultivator. Greetings, senior. We are disciples of Qingyun sect and have inadvertently intruded upon your cultivation retreat. We hope senior will forgive us. In this cultivation world full of evil forces and chaos, hailing from a powerful sect is a symbol of a righteous disciple's identity. It was reasonable for Xiao Wan to introduce herself as a Qingyun sect disciple first. Starry Night asked curiously, do you know the location of Qingyun sect? The system searched and replied, it's not far from here. At the host's walking speed it will only take 2 hours to arrive. With that, Starry Night immediately set off. By the way, is Joyful Union sect nearby? If it's on the way, I just want to visit it purely for sightseeing. The system said it wasn't too far, but regardless of the vitality or malevolent yin energy on the host, both were very suitable for refining into a male human cauldron for the Joyful Union sect. Starry Night felt disheartened after hearing this. Then forget it. He arrived at Qingyun sect, surrounded by mountains with quiet and fresh air. He saw Xiao Wan gossiping with fellow disciples, excitedly recounting the legendary stories she and her senior sister had experienced. With her hands on her hips, she gestured wildly, exaggerating. I'm telling you, I fought that evil cultivator's refined corpse for 300 rounds, and just as I was about to chop off its head, it suddenly said, Fairy sister, spare my life. Xiao Wan was truly a storyteller, leaving everyone spellbound. Someone in the crowd was surprised. Ha, refined corpses can talk. Another immediately saw through it. You're making this up, aren't you? Xiao Wan remained stubborn, arms crossed and one eye closed, saying, if you don't believe me, you can go ask senior sister. If I'm lying, I'm not a puppy. As they were incessantly gossiping, a voice came from a distance. "Can you tell me more about that refined corpse?" It was the senior brother with brown hair walking over. Everyone bowed. "Greetings, senior brother." "Hello, senior brother." Xiao Wan also respectfully addressed senior brother Wong Deng. Then she chattered on, telling the story. "It was like this, senior sister Lu and I," but senior sister Lu in the distance had already heard and called out, "Xiao Wan." Xiao Wan was startled. "Oh dear, senior sister." The senior brother saw senior sister Lu and went forward to express concern. "Junior sister Lu, I heard you encountered an evil cultivator. Are you alright?" she said coldly. "Just some minor injuries, I'm fine." Saying this, she pulled Xiao Wan's hand and said, "Come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you." Xiao Wan was pulled away, somewhat surprised, hastily following her, feeling very strange, leaving a group of people gossiping. "Honestly, senior brother was concerned about her." "What kind of attitude is that?" another person interjected. "She must have been surpassed by senior brother in cultivation. Senior brother stole the reputation of Qingyun sect's most talented disciple, so she's jealous." He seemed to want to flatter the senior brother and get his attention. The senior brother was easygoing and didn't have any ill thoughts towards junior sister Lu. He gave a dry laugh. "Don't say that. Junior sister Lu's personality has always been like this." Senior sister Lu led Xiao Wan into a room, then tightly closed the door. She turned around, her face still stern, and said in a serious tone, "It was my oversight. I forgot to tell you about that refined corpse. Don't tell outsiders." The senior sister was always intelligent, calm, and farsighted. She knew that before things became clear, it was not appropriate to make wild guesses, lest it cause panic among fellow disciples or reach her master's ears unfavorably. Xiao Wan asked her senior sister in surprise and innocence, "Did you and master find that evil cultivator?" Senior sister Lu said sternly, her sharp blue eyes flickering. That evil cultivator was killed by his soul transformation stage refined corpse, and afterward that soul transformation stage refined corpse also committed suicide. However, the refined corpse that saved us is not dead, and I haven't told the sect master or master about him either." "You shouldn't say anything either." She seemed to be implying something. Was she going to keep a secret for that refined corpse, or rather for Starry Night? Xiao Wan was very surprised. "Soul transformation stage, isn't that the same cultivation level as the Grand Elder?" "What on earth happened?" she said anxiously. "The soul transformation stage 1 is dead, but he's only at the chi refining stage. How could he not be dead?" "Senior sister, how do you know?" Xiao Wan was very curious, because with the power of a soul transformation stage cultivator, that refined corpse should have long turned to ash. Even stranger, how could her senior sister know so clearly? Senior sister Lu shyly turned away, stammering, her hand feigning to tuck her hair, covering her blushing expression. She said, "He left me a note." Xiao Wan was struck by lightning, unable to stand steadily, and trembled as she said, "Senior sister." The senior sister asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" It turned out Xiao Wan was surprised by her senior sister's unusual expression. "Just now you weren't cold anymore, but rather a bit cute," Xiao Wan said, blushing. "Do that expression again." Senior sister Lu was teased and shyly cursed. "Are you looking for death?" As they were chatting, a shout suddenly came from outside. "Lu Tianyan is senior sister here." The two opened the door and asked, "What's the matter?" A short-haired red-robed disciple pointed outside and said, "There's a chi refining stage level 5 cultivator outside the sect claiming to be senior sister's old acquaintance and wanting to see you." Senior sister Lu turned her face, about to close the door, and refused to see him. "I have no old acquaintances," the red-haired disciple pursued, adding, "He also asked if senior sister saw the note he left." Now she knew who had come to find her. The senior sister rushed out like a gust of wind, leaving that person and Xiao Wan dumbfounded. The red-haired disciple asked in surprise, "Junior sister Xiao Wan, what's wrong with senior sister?" Xiao Wan was also confused and didn't know what to say. "You ask me, who should I ask?" Senior sister was probably talented and renowned before, but always as cold as ice, never showing such strong emotions outwardly. Starry Night stood at the entrance waving and greeting her. "Senior sister, long time no see, it's good to see you." As Lu Tianyan approached Starry Night, she drew her sharp sword and held it to his neck. "Senior sister is as decisive and swift as ever, without hesitation," she said coldly. "You're not him. Where is he? Why are you impersonating him?" Having weathered the chaotic cultivation world, she needs to maintain high vigilance, and she has experienced too much, deeply understanding the tricks of people like us. Starry Night, scared, raised his hands, thinking to himself with a tremor, "It's me. I found a magic tool that can hide malevolent yin energy, otherwise how would I dare come to you? I don't want to be someone else's guinea pig." Starry Night also clearly knew what was best for him. Suddenly she grabbed Starry Night's wrist. "This is no place to talk. Come with me." Starry Night was startled. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tianyan leapt up, ascending into the air on her sword. After years of cultivation, her mastery of magic tools was consummate. While Starry Night was dizzy, screaming and closing his eyes, "Wah!" The senior brother, standing at a high vantage point, saw them chat for a bit, then disappear again. A hint of melancholy and thought crossed the senior brother's face. He hadn't expected her to act so differently towards a stranger. On the other side, Starry Night was throwing up, his face pale, leaning against a tree trunk, mumbling complaints. "Senior sister, next time can you fly a little slower?" Lu Tianyan ignored him, cutting straight to the problem that had been bothering her for days. "I really didn't expect you to escape from that evil cultivator's grasp, and completely unharmed at that." Starry Night coughed. "It was luck, all luck," the senior sister stammered. There's something I want to tell you. Starry Night probably knew what the senior sister wanted to say. He interrupted, if I had known that demon was setting up a formation at the time, I would have immediately committed suicide and wouldn't have cared about your lives at all. Lu Tianyan was somewhat shocked. Her eyes widened. Starry Night continued, if he had captured me, I would definitely have suffered a fate worse than death. You were just strangers to me, and if I hadn't appeared you would have been doomed anyway. So I don't owe you anything. The senior sister looked melancholic. Her eyes lowered as she said, it seems you knew everything. I discovered his conspiracy at the time but still left without saying anything, Starry Night replied. That's right, that demon wouldn't have missed any chance to mock you. The senior sister turned away, disappointed and ashamed, saying in a low tone, you're very disappointed, aren't you, sacrificing your life to save a selfish person like me. For these brothers and sisters in the wuxia world, respecting one's master and camaraderie with fellow disciples are the two most important things. The senior sister blamed herself for lacking chivalry, abandoning the person who saved her and not warning him of the danger when she left. Starry Night walked closer to Lu Tianyan and said, what are you talking about, senior sister? He gently extended his hand, explaining to Lu Tianyan, didn't I just say, it's a good thing you didn't warn me then, otherwise I would have already committed suicide, would be dead and wouldn't be able to stand here talking to you now. Lu Tianyan was very surprised to hear Starry Night's somewhat strange reasoning. She was stunned and retorted, what? Starry Night knew the senior sister would definitely think this way, so he came up with some not entirely true reasons to comfort her. Starry Night continued to comfort the girl in front of him. Senior sister, you didn't fear death and you didn't warn me because you didn't want your junior sister and those children to be in danger. From your perspective, I would have done the same, so you don't need to blame yourself. Besides, I, the one involved, don't even care, yet you can't let it go. That's a bit unreasonable. The senior sister was truly surprised and asked again, do you really not care? Starry Night said seriously, what I care about is senior sister's way of handling things. She let out an astonished, because she didn't want the evil cultivator to enjoy the show, so she destroyed the formation mechanism in advance. Because she didn't want those children to struggle in pain later, she sent them on their way prematurely. Because she didn't want her junior sister and herself to become playthings, she chose suicide. Starry Night seemed to want to remind the senior sister of something. These all seemed like the most rational choices. You thought miracles wouldn't happen to you, but this time it truly did. So in the future, if you encounter similar situations, I hope senior sister can cherish life more and leave a sliver of hope for a miracle. Starry Night sincerely hoped that the senior sister could think more for herself, believing that she could save all the people she loved in the best way, without anyone getting hurt. Especially he hoped that the senior sister could believe that positive and good things would happen, especially someone as intelligent, perceptive, and wholeheartedly considerate of others as her. Hearing the word miracle, the senior sister paused. Miracles? Yes, I also used to believe miracles would happen. She stammered, but after that incident the senior sister's memory showed her being tightly bound by a series of iron chains, only able to watch powerlessly. As for how she broke free, she didn't say more. Presumably it was a sad memory that completely changed the senior sister's personality and outlook on life, forcing her to don a strong and cold exterior, not easily revealing any emotional weakness. Starry Night said, perhaps you have your own difficulties, which is why you disregarded what I just said, but putting aside those grand principles, this time I truly saved your lives. Lu Tianyan was thinking, and after being interrupted asked, Starry Night was determined to restore the senior sister's confidence. He grabbed the senior sister's shoulders, his gaze burning. So if you still have the thought of death, doesn't matter, it will make my act of saving you seem ridiculous. Do you understand? The senior sister understood Starry Night's good intentions and was filled with gratitude. She shyly hugged one of her arms with her hand and said, I understand. In the future when I encounter danger I'll have an extra option. Junior brother will come to save me. Starry Night shyly scratched his head. Ah no, saying that puts a lot of pressure on me. When Starry Night asked, wait a minute, what did you just call me? The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. The senior sister was truly shy then. She ran her hand through her hair. You've called me senior sister for so long, shouldn't I call you junior brother? Starry Night suddenly realized and said happily, you should. The system, seeing some affection between the two, teased, too bad I'm the creation system, not a matchmaking system. Starry Night was annoyed by the system's teasing. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Tianyan asked, did junior brother come to find me just to say these things? Starry Night actually had other plans. He wanted to ask senior sister Lu, actually there's something I'd like to ask of senior sister. After he explained what he needed, senior sister Lu was a bit surprised. What, you need demon cores? Starry Night replied. That's right, the higher the grade the better. Senior sister, do you know where they're sold? Senior sister Lu thought for a moment and said, there's a market at the foot of our Qingyun Mountain, but at most you can only buy grade 2 demon cores there. For grade 3 or 4 you'd have to go to an auction. Starry Night asked curiously. What about grade 5? Senior sister Lu replied. Grade 5 demon cores are just legends. No one has ever seen a demon beast reach the soul transformation stage. They usually travel through the starry sky to seek opportunities and won't stay here. Starry Night continued to ask, then roughly what grade of demon core can 600,000 low-grade spirit stones buy? Relying on her wisdom, perceptiveness, and experience, she replied, "It should be enough for a grade 2 demon core of ordinary attributes." Starry Night secretly thought, disheartened. Isn't that just barely enough for a low-grade spiritual root? Is that demon really that poor? He fell into deep thought. Once a main spiritual root is chosen, it cannot be changed. Even if I use other demon cores to strengthen it later, the maximum limit won't surpass low grade, which makes me feel a bit unwilling. After putting in so much effort, the results were unsatisfactory. Starry Night was unwilling to accept it. Senior sister Lu was a bit curious. She asked what junior brother planned to do with the demon cores. Starry Night told a small lie, saying he wanted to conduct an experiment to see if he could enhance his own strength, but he wasn't sure if it would succeed. Senior sister Lu asked seriously, "Is it important?" Because she felt that if it was just for an experiment, Starry Night wouldn't need to appear so anxious. Starry Night's face darkened, emphasizing, "Extremely important." "Because if it doesn't succeed, I'll kick the bucket," the senior sister asked curiously. "Did you take one of that evil cultivator's storage rings?" He replied, "Yes. The other one only had refined corpses, so I didn't take it." The senior sister found it strange. "Didn't the ring you took have any suitable demon cores?" Starry Night could only reply, "No, it was all evil and unorthodox stuff," because he himself had spent several hours rummaging through the ring's contents only to find it was all junk. Senior sister Lu pondered, "That's strange then. Logically, an evil cultivator like him who refines corpses should collect a lot of resources. Demon cores are also necessities, so how could there not be a single one?" she suddenly exclaimed, as if she had discovered something. Could they have been placed in the original cave? She recalled that the sect master and she had already been there and hadn't found anything special. It turned out they had both visited the evil cultivator's retreat to check for any traces. With that, senior sister Lu immediately took action, lest it be too late. She said, "But perhaps we didn't search carefully enough. Let's go again." She once again turned her sword into a mode of transportation. Seeing this, Starry Night's face darkened, and he scratched his head in dizziness, embarrassedly saying, I get a bit airsick." It was truly embarrassing for a strong man to be so weak just from flying in the sky for a moment. Senior sister Lu was very kind, not mocking him at all, but rather caring. "Come stand on it, I'll fly a bit slower." Starry Night could only obey, not wanting to disappoint senior sister's kindness. He stood on the small sword, wobbling and tilting from side to side, complaining a bit to Lu Tianyan from behind, "Is there a bigger sword? I can't stand steadily on this one." Senior sister had no choice but to say, "Then you can lean on me a bit." Due to extreme fear, Starry Night closed his eyes and tightly hugged senior sister's waist, which made her freeze in surprise. Then she immediately sped off, making Starry Night's face blur from the speed, leaving him no time to react. Starry Night's lower body hadn't stabilized yet when he was flung into the sky, and he screamed loudly in fright, shaking the entire valley. The huge scream echoed through the valley, startling Xiaowan, who was standing below, making her stand rooted to the spot, her face dark, eyes wide. "I'm not seeing things, am I? Is that the refined corpse behind senior sister? What? He's even hugging senior sister's waist." She furiously kicked the nearby tree trunk as if venting all her anger on that poor tree. "I'm so angry I haven't even hugged her yet. How dare that bastard hug her? How could senior sister agree? Venting her anger on the tree wasn't enough either." Xiaowan started to overthink. Wait, does senior sister have a fetish for refined corpses? The two arrived together at old Demon Du's cultivation retreat, a cave, and looked around together, searching for something. Indeed, it was just like a normal cave, with no branching paths. "Why did you come here before?" Starry Night curiously asked senior sister Lu, who answered while observing, "My junior sister and I came to investigate the disappearance of sect disciples, and we didn't expect an evil cultivator to be hiding here." She continued, "He set up a formation to trap us here right at the end of the cave." As expected of senior sister Lu Tianyan, intelligent and perceptive, she could observe and draw conclusions from anything. Starry Night used the system, relying on his appraisal ability to deduce that a grand cultivator in the soul transformation stage had no reason to dig such an ordinary cave. The appraisal eye was scanning the evil cultivator's entire cave. Currently only limestone and moss were visible, and Starry Night's gaze swept around, finding only rocks, his strange actions attracting senior sister's attention. Suddenly his eyes stopped at a point, extremely surprised by what he had found before him, and he blurted out, That was the end and a fragile spatial wall." Starry Night asked in surprise, "What is this?" Senior sister Lu couldn't wait and quickly asked, "Junior brother, what exactly are you doing?" Starry Night was still deep in thought. "I'll tell you later." He asked the system, "What is that fragile spatial wall?" The system immediately provided information. In some ancient battlefields, because the battles of powerful cultivators would disrupt spatial laws, leading to spatial instability, the spatial wall would thin. But strangely, this was not an ancient battlefield. The system also racked its brains to study this complex terrain. The spatial laws here are very stable, but there's only one place that isn't. Then there's only one possibility. Everything seemed to have found a key. A cultivator above the soul transformation stage had opened a void dwelling, which means they opened a stable space within the chaotic void. The system continued. This dwelling would use fixed formations or magical artifacts to stabilize itself in the chaotic void. But later, the dwelling was abandoned or the powerful cultivator perished and the stabilizing formations or magical artifacts loosened over time. The entire dwelling began to move slowly, and if the dwelling moved and pressed against an originally very stable main space, the spatial wall would thin. Starry Night suddenly understood upon hearing this. Great, a dwelling of a soul transformation stage cultivator or higher. This opportunity is truly excellent. Starry Night must have had his own plans for future missions, he thought to himself. No wonder that demon was here. Suddenly a red mission prompt appeared on the system screen again. Event mission, explore the soul transformation stage dwelling before you, reaching 80 exploration. Mission success, reward 100 top grade spirit stones. Mission failure, penalty, soul incineration. Time limit 3 years. A key dropped from somewhere and the mission prompt received the mission item dwelling key. Starry Night was driven to a dead end by the continuous outrageous missions thrown at him by the system, and he furiously cursed the system. Damn it, I'm only at the chi refining stage to challenge a soul transformation stage dungeon at chi refining stage, might as well just kill me directly. After cursing, he fell into despair again, worrying about his confused fate before him. It's over, I'm completely finished. Senior Sister Lou couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "What's wrong? You've been talking to yourself." Starry Night told Senior Sister Lou everything he had seen, and she was greatly shocked, her eyes wide, covering her mouth with her hand, screaming, "What? A soul transformation stage cultivator's dwelling?" She couldn't help but feel surprised. "And how did you know?" Even the sect master's nascent soul stage divine sense didn't detect any problem with this space. She really started to doubt the abilities of the man before her. Starry Night was still depressed about the mission. As if a brick had fallen from the sky and hit him on the head, he answered perfunctorily, "Just assume I'm exceptionally gifted." She still suspected Starry Night, but the immediate problem needed to be resolved first. Otherwise it would be too late. She looked around and said, "If it's truly a soul transformation stage dwelling, then I must immediately inform the sect master. I'm afraid we'll have to ask the Grand Elder to come out of seclusion." Just as she was about to leave to report to her masters, Starry Night pulled on Senior Sister's sleeve as if he had something to say. Senior Sister Lou turned around in confusion. Starry Night desperately said, "I must go in." Senior Sister Lou was shocked, thinking she had misheard, and blurted out, "What?" At this point she couldn't help but say, "Have you been hiding your cultivation all this time?" Starry Night still had to lie to reassure Senior Sister. "I'm at Chi refining stage 5, his face was serious. Senior Sister Lou was very worried about Starry Night's disregard for his own life. She said, "Junior brother, how can you take your life so lightly?" Starry Night's mind was a mess at this point, waving his hands and stammering, "Oh no, I don't know how to explain it. I have a legitimate reason. I must go in and explore. Going in doesn't necessarily mean death, but not going in definitely means death." The system truly enjoyed making things difficult for the former host, Starry Night. He continued, "I won't go in now, but to ensure I'm the first one in, please keep it a secret for me, Senior Sister." He thought to himself, "There are still 3 years on the time limit. I must first solve the spiritual root problem and improve my strength so the chances of survival will be greater." Senior Sister disagreed with Starry Night's suggestion and said, "Reporting this to the sect would be a great merit, and your demon core problem will definitely be solved too," Starry Night retorted. "No, this matter takes priority over demon cores." Senior Sister had no choice but to propose a solution beneficial to both parties. "Then you must promise me one thing. I'll keep it a secret for you." Starry Night obediently said, "Please speak, Senior Sister." She said seriously, "Before entering this dwelling you must first notify me." Starry Night agreed. "Okay, no problem," the system suggested. "I recommend the host can go in and take a look first and come out if there's danger." Starry Night asked in confusion. "Why?" The system analyzed. "That evil cultivator discovered this dwelling. It's impossible he did nothing. Perhaps the reason his storage ring didn't contain anything useful for refined corpses was because of this. Perhaps that evil cultivator hid everything at the intersection of the two spaces because he knew it was a place no one could find, and carrying a storage ring was too dangerous, easily exposing him. That's why Starry Night got it. This evil cultivator was indeed not simple. Fortunately he was already dead. Starry Night felt he couldn't delay another second and immediately raised his hand to tell Senior Sister, "I want to go in now." Senior Sister Lou felt helpless about Junior Brother's willfulness and stubbornness. "Does Junior Brother think I'm too easygoing?" Starry Night could only smile and say, No, I'll just go in and take a look and come out. I suspect that demon hid good things in there." Senior Sister Lou said decisively, "If anyone's going in, it should be me. My cultivation is higher than yours." She was worried about her junior brother, and she was a person who valued loyalty. Starry Night had to speak up to comfort his senior sister. "Junior Brother has a reason he must go in first, and I'm a refined corpse. I won't die from a fatal injury, and if there's real danger I'll have a better chance of escaping." Both were arguing to go in because they both genuinely cared for each other. Senior Sister made a request, "If you don't come out within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll notify the sect." Starry Night agreed to the request. "Okay." He immediately asked the system, "How do I get in?" The system replied, "Old Demon Dew's storage ring contains some instant talismans. The principle of teleportation items is to compress space, and if you encounter such a thin space you can directly penetrate it." Starry Night thought. "So that's it. I was wondering why he accumulated so many inferior talismans." The screen displayed the image of an instant teleportation talisman which could teleport about 10 meters. Starry Night rushed in like a flash of fire, and in just a split second, Starry Night returned, startling even himself. Ha! Starry Night appeared, and Senior Sister was very surprised. So fast, Starry Night seemed to have discovered something very important, and he turned around and said seriously to Senior Sister, "Senior Sister, you go in and take a look too." Senior Sister was a bit surprised. "Huh?" Then the two rushed in like lightning. After entering, Senior Sister Lu was a bit overwhelmed. "Is this the soul transformation stage dwelling?" Starry Night replied. "No, this is a spatial rift. Those black and green things before us are coming from outside the dwelling." With that, Starry Night looked up. "Senior Sister, look up." Senior Sister curiously followed his gaze. The sight before them was shocking. All were angry, resentful souls continuously complaining, I hate that I killed those innocent children. Why did Senior Brother attack me?" A red bubble that looked like a bagua array tightly trapped those unfortunate souls. Senior Sister was surprised to find, these are cultivators' souls," Starry Night said. "I heard you're investigating missing disciples. Is it related to these souls?" Senior Sister admitted. "That's right, most of them are our sect's outer disciples." It turned out they had all been killed by that evil cultivator. Both wondered, but what did he collect these low-level cultivators' souls for? Senior Sister, with her extensive knowledge, said, "I once saw this formation in the sect's ancient texts called the Soul Refining Array, which can corrode protective formations. Used here, it's definitely to corrode the spatial wall of the soul transformation stage cultivator's dwelling," she continued. "The power of this formation lies in its ability to use the souls of low-level cultivators to devour high-level defensive formations." After speaking, Senior Sister turned to ask Starry Night, "Isn't Junior Brother looking for demon cores? Those embedded outside the formation are all grade 3 demon cores." Starry Night was surprised. "Grade 3 demon cores? Isn't that equivalent to a human nascent soul stage cultivator's demon core? So many." Senior Sister saw at a glance that there were 144 of them. These demon cores were used to nourish the souls. But nourishing them with demonic energy and blood energy like this, even low-level cultivators' souls could produce a large amount of malevolent energy. Under the action of countless grade 3 demon cores, these souls were absorbed by the formation to sustain it. Moreover, the heavier the initial resentment of the souls, the better the effect of absorbing the demon cores. Starry Night felt disgusted by that demon's crimes upon hearing this. No wonder that demon liked to torment people before dying. Starry Night felt sorry for those wrongly dead souls and asked, "Senior Sister, can these fellow disciples still be saved?" Senior Sister Lu sadly said, "These souls have long lost their consciousness and become part of the formation. Breaking the formation will liberate them. This is already the best outcome and method." Starry Night immediately took action upon hearing Senior Sister's solution. He extended 2 fingers, his fingertips flashing with orange-yellow light, and said, "If that's the case, then I won't be polite." Senior Sister was surprised. "What?" With that, Starry Night flew up, enveloped by the power of the dwelling key provided by the system, thinking, since there's the system's dwelling key, this formation is no longer needed. Starry Night grabbed a demon core. "I'm taking all these demon cores." Senior Sister Lu watched from below in confusion, thinking her junior brother was being mischievous again, and shouted, "What are you doing? Come down quickly." Starry Night used all his strength to pull out the demon core. "Ouch, it's too tight," Senior Sister said. "No matter how hard you try, it's useless. The demonic energy, blood energy, and malevolent energy of this formation have already combined. Once formed, it requires at least 3 soul transformation stage cultivators." Before she finished speaking, Starry Night immediately pulled out a demon core, leaving Senior Sister dumbfounded. Starry Night's strength exceeded Senior Sister's imagination. This junior brother must be hiding his cultivation. He successfully took out the demon core and landed safely. Senior Sister hastily asked, "How is that possible? How did you do it?" Starry Night calmly replied, "It's a bit slippery, just needs a little force." Senior Sister Lu still didn't believe him, and was even more shocked by junior brother's understatement. "It's not a matter of being slippery." Senior Sister hadn't recovered from her shock when the formation suddenly rotated and a corner shattered. Both looked up in surprise. Fragments scattered like shattered glass and a soul flew out. It was a pitiful little junior sister. She gained liberation, revealing a happy smile thanking brother and sister. Then her soul dissipated into the void. Lu Tianyan looked up, her expression neither sad nor happy, and said, "I didn't expect such a weak soul consciousness to still exist." Seeing this, Starry Night's face had turned pale, and he couldn't help but regret, "I suddenly feel that old bastard died too easily." Lu Tianyan turned her head and asked in confusion, "Junior brother, are you sure you're only at the chi refining stage? Are you hiding your cultivation?" Starry Night immediately denied. "No, why does Senior Sister ask?" Lu Tianyan slightly lowered her head, answering as if it were a matter of course, "You're right, everyone has secrets. I was presumptuous." Lu Tianyan's demeanor seemed to affirm that Starry Night had secrets, which confused him, and he asked himself, what does that mean? The system displayed a conjecture. It might be because the host is connected to the malevolent orb, directly breaking a formation that would require 3 nascent soul stage cultivators to break, which made her very confused. Starry Night's face was grim, and he asked somewhat incredulously, "Is that so?" The system replied, "Actually, this system is also a bit confused. Even with the help of the malevolent orb, you are only at the chi refining stage after all. It logically shouldn't be that simple." Starry Night didn't argue much and replied, "Then let's just say I got incredibly lucky." Starry Night looked up at the top and asked in confusion, "That demon's cultivation has already fallen to the golden core stage. Where did he get grade 3 demon cores?" Lu Tianyan immediately clarified Starry Night's confusion. Although nascent soul stage demon cores are very rare, you can still buy them if you have money. Moreover, that evil cultivator used unscrupulous methods. He must have committed many acts of murder and robbery. Recalling that evil cultivator's terrifying merit points, Starry Night had to admit it. Indeed, he had negative billions of merit points. It's unimaginable how many people he must have killed. Then Starry Night clenched his fists, excitedly telling Lu Tianyan, senior sister, wait a moment, I'll take down all the demon cores above. However, just as he was excited, Lu Tianyan flatly refused. There's no need to be so troublesome. She immediately waved her hand and summoned her flying sword, saying, without the formation's protection, I can just use my sword. Without hesitation, Lu Tianyan's flying sword glowed and she made a few more slashes above, directly cutting down. The separated demon cores rained down like drops, all caught by Starry Night, landing on him one by one. The young man tightly closed his eyes and blurted out, ah, so many. In less than 3 seconds, all the demon cores were removed and fell to the ground, colorful and sparkling. Starry Night looked at them and couldn't help but say, they're truly magnificent. Lu Tianyan picked up a pale yellow demon core, her gaze slowly observing it. These must have been in the formation for a long time. Their demonic energy has been severely lost. It's a pity that demon cores cannot be refined together like refining materials to improve their grade. Upon hearing this, Starry Night was a bit surprised. He said to the system in his mind, I have a bold idea. Sensing that Starry Night couldn't do it, the system immediately retorted, no you can't. Starry Night quickly countered, what? I'm talking about using the synthesis function. The system quickly replied, I know, that's why I told you not to bother. The system's synthesis function is based on the principles of artifact refining and cannot synthesize demon cores. Starry Night bent down and picked up one, saying firmly, how will I know if it works if I don't try? Anyway, there are so many. I'll just try with the 2 weakest ones. The system felt helpless towards him. Why is this child so stubborn? Seeing Starry Night pick up 2 demon cores, Lu Tianyan asked, Junior brother, what are you doing? Starry Night's gaze remained fixed on the 2 demon cores in his hand as he calmly replied, doing an experiment. Watching Starry Night's actions, the system reminded him, wait, you've picked 2 with conflicting attributes. Let alone demon cores, even if you used artifact refining materials with conflicting attributes, you'd only synthesize a pile of waste. He intended to synthesize a grade 3 fire attribute demon core with a grade 3 ice attribute demon core. After listening to the system's guidance, Starry Night still decided to follow his own choice. He clicked to synthesize, even saying, I'm just trying. Unexpectedly, in the next second, an unforeseen change occurred, and Starry Night's entire body was enveloped by a powerful force. Lu Tianyan reached out to block, seemingly about to be blown away. She shouted, Junior brother. And then the strong wind also vanished. In the swirling dust, Starry Night appeared, coughed a few times and replied, I'm fine. Lu Tianyan couldn't help but be startled and quickly asked, what did you do? Why was there such a powerful formation fluctuation? Starry Night looked down at the red and blue pill in his hand and replied, nothing, just a successful experiment. Even the system stammered incoherently, saying, this, how can this be? Seeing this strange item, Lu Tianyan asked, Junior brother, what do you have in your hand? Starry Night simply replied, a demon core. Lu Tianyan's expression was a bit grim as she answered, this thing gives me a very twisted, uncomfortable feeling, like something that shouldn't exist has appeared before me. That demon core had fused 2 different attributes, synthesizing a grade 3 ice-fire attribute demon core. Just then, the system gave him another astonishing piece of news. Host, I've discovered that not only does the system have a bug, but you do too, possessing a refined corpse, breaking formations with bare hands, fusing demon cores and conflicting attributes at that. Starry Night asked in confusion, isn't this a system function? The system immediately retorted, I'm the administrator, am I not clearer than you? I really don't understand. You're not a powerful cultivator who can change the laws of heaven and earth, so how do you always do things that defy comprehension? Starry Night frowned slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Although I don't know why, if I didn't have any abilities, wouldn't I end up like the previous host? The system was momentarily speechless. Starry Night looked at the 2 attribute demon core in his hand and calculated. Each fusion costs 100 points, including the points left by the previous host and those gained from killing the demon. He now had a total of 6,059 points. To fuse 144 demon cores, he still needed more than half. He stroked his chin, pondering how to quickly earn points. Starry Night unconsciously looked at Lu Tianyan, who was also looking at him with a questioning gaze. She didn't know what he was thinking, but immediately dispelled the thought from her mind. No, evil thoughts be gone. Taking risks with senior sister to earn points could very well lead to actual death, the system reminded him in his ear. I already told you, they're creation points. Just then, Starry Night suddenly remembered something. Right, I remember in that demon's storage ring, Starry Night took out a pill, which was a rage pill, capable of greatly enhancing one's strength in a short period, with effects varying by cultivation stage and a side effect of consuming 5 years of life. Seeing these descriptions, Starry Night asked the system in bewilderment. Do I have a lifespan? The system replied dryly. You have durability. Lu Tianyan recognized the pill at first glance. Watching Starry Night's actions, she couldn't help but wonder, what is Junior Brother doing with a rage pill? Starry Night's gaze was fixed on the pill in his hand. The next second he threw the rage pill into his mouth right in front of Lu Tianyan. Lu Tianyin's emerald green eyes looked at Starry Night, asking anxiously, "What are you doing? How can you eat a forbidden pill?" After his action, the system immediately prompted, "Consumed rage pill, creation point 78. Starry Night thought gleefully, "It works great, that demon still has a few bottles." Starry Night then turned to Lu Tianyin and said, "It's fine, senior sister, I'm doing an experiment. I'm a refined corpse, I don't have a lifespan to deduct." Hearing this, Lu Tianyin was visibly relieved. She replied, "I suppose so. So does eating it have any effect on you?" In less than 3 seconds, Starry Night's body underwent a change, surrounded by a faint current of air. Lu Tianyin's face showed surprise at this scene. The airflow then dissipated, and Starry Night excitedly clenched his fists and said, "It seems to work. I can feel myself much stronger than before." Lu Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. This kind of pill is effective for strengthening, but it greatly reduces lifespan. It's great that you can eat it without paying the price." Suddenly, Starry Night looked at the pill bottle in his hand, his other hand stroking his chin, deep in thought. A moment later, the young man tilted his head back and poured all the pills into his mouth at once. Lu Tianyin's face darkened at this sight. The system reported, "Starry Night consumed rage pills, creation points 358. Lu Tianyin immediately rushed forward, directly batting away the pill bottle, stopping this reckless action. "Are you crazy?" Lu Tianyin reminded him. "Even if it doesn't harm you, you shouldn't eat so many, right? Pills don't have anti-resistance." Starry Night seemed to ignore Lu Tianyin's words. He turned and asked the system, "No, this damn system, a whole bottle has at least 20 pills. Why did it only add so few points?" The system immediately retorted, "The system has an anti-farming mechanism. If you use it repeatedly in a short period to gain creation points, the points will gradually decrease." Starry Night's face was extremely grim, and he angrily cursed under his breath. "This broken system, it has bugs where it should be rigorous, but it's airtight where it shouldn't be." Starry Night impatiently asked, "System, you said I have the malevolent orb and no matter how severe my injuries I can recover, right?" The system answered frankly, "Yes." Just then, Lu Tianyin suddenly spoke, "Eating too much will create resistance. You'll regret it when you truly need it." Starry Night looked at the ring in his hand, secretly thinking that demon still has several kinds of poisons and forbidden pills. "I don't believe the points won't be enough." Starry Night completely ignored Lu Tianyin. At this moment, Lu Tianyin continued to remind him, "Didn't you hear me?" When she opened her eyes, she was startled. Where did Starry Night get so many pill bottles? He tilted his head back, stuffing all the pill bottles into his mouth like an addict. The system panel kept updating. Consumed gut-wrenching half-step ecstasy, heart-protecting powder, blood-bursting pill, life-shattering pill, netherworld pill, 5 venom powder, golden snake powder, gaining a total of 7,878 creation points. Seeing this large pile of points, Starry Night finally relaxed. Great. He fell back in relief, the pill bottles spilling from his mouth, his eyes rolling back, showing only the whites. He was foaming at the mouth, looking terrifying, but he had finally accumulated enough points. Before he passed out, he faintly heard Lu Tianyin calling junior brother. In his subconscious, Starry Night groaned painfully. "Ah, so uncomfortable, headache, eye pain, everything hurts like getting COVID 1,000 times. Why is there a stinging sensation?" After an unknown amount of time, the young man suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open, looking upwards. Dust covered everything around him. He didn't expect that when he woke up, Lu Tianyin had already dug a pit for him. She wanted to bury him alive. A shovel of dirt was directly thrown onto Starry Night's face. He looked up and saw Lu Tianyin digging a grave to bury him. He couldn't help but choke. Starry Night suddenly sat up, coughing and asking, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Lu Tianyin looked at Starry Night expressionlessly and replied, "Didn't you commit suicide? So I wanted to give you a proper burial." Starry Night shouted, "I didn't, and you clearly saw my eyes were open, yet you threw dirt on my face." Lu Tianyin widened her eyes and loudly asked, "Eating so many poisons isn't suicide?" Lu Tianyin continued, "In this past hour your body has been very abnormal, hot and cold, flesh rotting and healing, healing and rotting, like a mirror shattering and reforming, reforming and shattering." Starry Night exclaimed, "It was that terrifying. Fortunately I passed out." He felt all over his body, asking in confusion, "What pills caused these holes in my clothes?" Lu Tianyin turned her face away, casually saying, "I stabbed your body with a knife to release the poisonous blood." Starry Night's face turned ashen, and he laughed dryly. "You stabbed so many places. Actually, senior sister wanted me to completely give up, right?" Lu Tianyin tightly gripped the shovel in her hand and replied seriously, "You tell others to cherish their lives, yet you abuse your own body like this. What kind of behavior is that?" Starry Night walked over to Lu Tianyin, placed a hand on her head, gently ruffled her hair, and gently apologized. "I'm sorry I made you worry. I promise there won't be a next time." System prompt, creation points 36. Lu Tianyin swung the shovel in her hand, sending Starry Night flying. He cried out, so much pain, so much pain." The system displayed a mocking prompt, "Stop pretending, host. Your body is still strengthened by dozens of pills. Even if you stood still and let senior sister hack at you, nothing would happen." Starry Night replied, "Fool, if I didn't pretend, how would senior sister calm down?" Lu Tianyin held a half-burnt talisman in her hand. She glanced back, frowned, and said, "Even if you have your reasons, if you're going to do something like this again, don't do it in front of me." Starry Night had just propped himself up when he found Lu Tianyin had already disappeared. He stood up, his face covered in dust, and raised a hand to brush it off. The system spoke again. "Your little trick didn't work. She's so angry she left." Starry Night replied without emotion, I was too impulsive. Although the malevolent orb can suppress the medicinal effects, my body still underwent such terrifying changes. I don't know how senior sister endured that hour. I hope she doesn't develop psychological trauma. Starry Night's gaze fell on the demon cores on the ground, and he said, the points are enough. Let's let senior sister cool down first. I'll take these demon cores and go out. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyan had already disengaged. She sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting herself meticulously. A faint spiritual energy emanating from her body. Lu Tianyan slowly opened her eyes, a pair of blue eyes as beautiful as jewels. After a while she still worried about Starry Night, secretly struggling, why hasn't he come out yet? Nothing bad happened, right? Lu Tianyan closed her eyes again, but her mind was filled with thoughts. What am I worrying about? What could happen to his strange body? An ordinary person would have died 100 times over after eating so many pills, yet he could recover in just 1 hour. Suddenly a powerful spiritual energy flew towards Lu Tianyan from an unknown source, so strong that she had to dodge, thinking to herself, what has he done now? The spiritual energy fluctuation was so strong it could even penetrate the spatial wall. Just as Lu Tianyan was being constrained by that spiritual energy, finding it difficult. And when she opened her eyes wide, focusing her attention forward, she suddenly saw Starry Night rushing towards her. The two faced each other, eyes meeting for just 1 second. Due to insufficient braking, Starry Night collided with Lu Tianyan's body, and they both fell to the ground. Just then, Starry Night's face pressed against something soft. Upon realizing it, his face immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. Starry Night propped himself up with his hands. His face still pressed against that soft object, and he stammered, "Senior sister, this is..." Lu Tianyan produced a pillow from somewhere. She had already used it to block the young man's panicked face, so the soft object he initially touched was that pillow. Facing Starry Night's question, the girl replied dryly, "A pillow." Starry Night's face was distorted. He thought, there's no need for this kind of twist now, right? Can't things just develop according to everyone's preferred plot? Lu Tianyan suddenly let out an "ah." She put the pillow back into her ring, looked at him and continued to ask, "What did you do in there to cause such a huge commotion?" He looked down at the demon core he had just synthesized and asked in confusion. "I was startled too. I thought the space was almost shattered by the energy fluctuations of the synthesized item." Lu Tianyan's eyes widened, the ground beneath her feet shaking violently, dust flying everywhere. On the top of the 10,000-foot mountain, a black vortex emitted bursts of lightning striking directly down. She looked up at the sky in horror, struggling to utter a few words. "This is the might of the heavenly Tao. How can this be?" The system's voice rang in Starry Night's mind. "Oh no, host, the item you synthesized has attracted a lightning tribulation." The system's words greatly startled him. "Huh?" The system continued mechanically. "Quickly put it into the system space. Then the heavenly Tao won't be able to detect it." The demon core he had just synthesized was placed into the system space. The huge vortex and lightning tribulation in the sky also disappeared. Lu Tianyan looked up in surprise. The pressure dissipated again. She turned and asked him, "Did the descent of the heavenly Tao's might also happen because of that thing?" He stammered somewhat guiltily. "Perhaps," she continued to ask in confusion. "Then what exactly is that thing that even the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate? And even if it's placed in a spatial ring, the might shouldn't dissipate, right?" He looked up and calmly replied, "This is all 144 grade 3 demon cores that I fused together," she exclaimed in shock. "What?" She covered her face, trembling as she turned away. He tightly clenched his hands. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" she said wearily. "Junior brother has too many secrets and it's hard for me to not ask." He reluctantly continued, "Because there are some things I can't explain, so I'll definitely tell senior sister everything when I have the chance." Before he finished speaking, she interrupted him, frowning, turning her head and asking loudly, "Who?" He also unexpectedly looked up, following her gaze. The person who walked out from behind the rock was indeed just as she expected. Standing behind the rock were Wang Deng and Luo Qing. Wang Deng smiled gently and said, "I didn't expect to meet junior niece and junior sister here." Luo Qing followed, greetings senior sister. Lu Tianyan asked in confusion, "Wang Deng, Luo Qing, why are you here?" In the deep cave, Luo Qing and Wang Deng were looking in one direction. Wang Deng began to explain. Junior sister Luo was very curious about the soul transformation stage evil cultivator hiding here and didn't dare to come alone, so she asked me to come with her. Before he finished speaking, a head of red hair suddenly flew in front of him, accompanied by a scream. Junior sister Luo jumped in front of Starry Night, her hands raised, holding a white glowing sword. Lustful thief Dai. Faced with this scene, he looked up at her in bewilderment, his eyes wide, his mouth slightly open, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Lu Tianyan immediately blocked in front of him, raising her leg high and kicking away the sword in junior sister Luo's hand. The sword tip broke into two. Starry Night watched Lu Tianyan retract her leg, not knowing what he was thinking, only staring at her fair feet. A drop of sweat trickled down her cheek and she sternly shouted, "Luo Qing, what are you doing?" Luo Qing tightly gripped her right wrist with her left hand. That was where she had been kicked. "Senior sister, the person behind you is a lustful thief. A few months ago, one of my senior sisters was deceived by him, robbed of her wealth and virginity, and finally committed suicide." She withered away. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Starry Night's forehead as he asked the system, "System, was your previous host a lecher?" The system immediately confirmed, "Absolutely not, and I was still dormant a few months ago, so how could I have committed such an act?" Wang Deng stood there listening to these words and then asked, Junior sister Luo, are you mistaken? And the person involved is your senior sister. How can you be so certain it's him? Luo Qing held a piece of paper in her left hand and the ring on her index finger glowed green, illuminating the contents of the paper. She gritted her teeth and said, "My senior sister left a portrait of that lustful thief before she died. I've kept it with me ever since." Luo Qing held up the painting. "The person in it is indeed you, and the clothes are exactly the same." Starry Night looked at the painting in astonishment, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek, unable to believe his eyes, and lamented to the system, "This is incredible. I just styled myself like this a few hours ago. Where did senior sister get this painting?" The system retorted. "It seems the host has been targeted." Wang Deng looked at Lu Tianyan and Starry Night standing motionless in front of him. He thought there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. He asked junior sister Lu, "May I ask what relationship you have with this Taoist friend?" And junior sister Lu Tianyan asserted, "We are just friends." Wang Deng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked suspiciously, "How long have you known each other?" She looked straight at him and replied frankly, "About 5 hours." Starry Night stood behind her, watching her face darken and break into a cold sweat, thinking, "Oh no, senior sister, you don't have to be so honest." Lu Tianyan assured him calmly, "But I can guarantee this person is definitely not a lecher." Wang Deng then turned to Starry Night and asked, "Then Taoist friend, do you have a twin brother?" Starry Night replied, "No." The system rang in Starry Night's mind. "Host, you're too honest." Starry Night explained to the system, "One lie requires countless other lies to cover it up. Senior sister has already vouched for me. If I lie, it'll only make things less clear." Wang Deng turned around, glanced at Luo Qing, who was still holding Starry Night's portrait, and said to her, "That's not right. After all, this Taoist friend is clearly the person in the painting." He turned to Lu Tianyan and suggested, "How about this? You come back to the sect's disciplinary hall with me, and together with junior sister Luo Qing we'll investigate this matter thoroughly." But Lu Tianyan replied adamantly, "No." Wang Deng spread his arms and questioned her. "Oh, why? Junior sister doesn't want her friend to bear a bad name, does she? Before the Qingyun sect's Hall of Justice we're always fair and strict. We will certainly uncover the truth of this matter." Lu Tianyan calmly emphasized, "I said no, and that means no." Starry Night turned to her, raising his left hand to stop her. "All right, senior sister, let me say a few words." He faced Wang Deng and Luo Qing, extending his right hand. "Can I see that painting now?" Hearing him, Luo Qing slowly lowered the painting with a long sigh. Wang Deng glanced at Luo Qing and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's a reasonable request." "Junior sister, let him see it." She reluctantly agreed with an N. Starry Night took the painting without saying anything, observing it carefully and seriously. He held the painting high in his right hand and shouted at Luo Qing, "BTCH, this painting was clearly just finished, the ink isn't even dry." Hearing him, her face showed surprise, her hands spread in midair, her legs apart, while Wang Deng stood with his hands behind his back, his face grim. Luo Qing looked up in astonishment, stammering, "What? This matter?" Wang Deng then stepped forward to block Luo Qing, explaining, his eyes narrowed and a slight smile on his lips. "Taoist friend, you jest. This painting was drawn with spirit stones. How could it have ink marks?" Upon hearing this, Starry Night understood everything. He tilted his head slightly, thinking to himself, "Oh, so that's how it is." He held the painting in his left hand, put his right hand to his mouth, wiping away the drool, and said, looking at the painting, "Ah, sorry, it's not ink marks. I was just admiring how handsome the person in the painting is," and drooled on it. Luo Qing gritted her teeth in anger. "How dare you play with me?" Starry Night released his left hand, letting the painting drop, and said with a serious expression, "Don't rush. I can come back to the disciplinary hall with you, but on the condition that you answer a few questions first." The painting gently landed at Wang Deng's feet. He still stood steadily with his hands behind his back and said, "Ask away, junior sister, just answer him truthfully." Starry Night extended his right hand, pointing upwards, and questioned, "Qingyun sect, you are so famous. If I really dared to rob wealth and lust, how could I have survived until you came seeking revenge?" Luo Qing pointed at Starry Night and loudly accused, "My senior sister's cultivation was higher than yours. You used a hallucinogen, and later, after my senior sister woke up, she resisted fiercely and barely escaped." Hearing this, Starry Night calmly asked Luo Qing, "What was your senior sister's cultivation level?" Luo Qing replied, "Early foundation establishment." Starry Night spread his arms and politely denied. "Then I apologize, the culprit is definitely not me. I wouldn't need a hallucinogen for a foundation establishment cultivator." Wang Deng OED, and asked in surprise, "What is Taoist friend's cultivation level?" Starry Night raised his hands to cover his face, confidently introducing 5th level Qi refining. Wang Deng fell silent after hearing this, while Luo Qing clenched her fists, gnashing her teeth in anger. "Senior brother, let's just kill this lying brat." Starry Night pointed forward, disdainfully asking, "Girl, don't you know that geniuses can instantly kill across levels? Although I'm at the 5th level of Qi refining, foundation establishment cultivators are not enough to impress me." Wang Deng remained expressionless, politely admitting his mistake. "Does Taoist friend truly possess such strength? Then my junior sister has wronged you." As soon as he finished speaking, Starry Night pointed at Luo Qing, angrily demanding compensation. "Exactly, she wronged me. I need compensation for emotional distress." Wang Deng, with his hands behind his back, offered a condition. "But I also need proof that Taoist friend indeed possesses such ability. How about this? My cultivation is at the peak of foundation establishment. Within 3 moves, if you can injure me without using any magical artifacts, I will prove Taoist friend's innocence. Otherwise, Taoist friend will have to come back to the sect's disciplinary hall with us to investigate this matter." Hearing this, Starry Night broke out in a cold sweat, hesitating. This matter, Wong Deng continued to provoke. What's wrong? Didn't Taoist friends say you don't take Foundation establishment cultivators seriously? My condition should be reasonable, right? Starry Night scratched his face, looking a bit troubled. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and might injure you. Wong Deng thought Starry Night was bluffing, merely curving his lips. Luo Qing, however, covered her stomach with both hands, laughing heartily. Senior sister, why would you be friends with such a fool? On the surface, Wong Deng feigned a friendly smile. It's all right. Even if I get injured, it's because of my insufficient strength. I won't blame you. But in his heart, he thought, I've gone to such lengths to plot only to find he's just an idiot. Starry Night extended his palm and asked Wong Deng, then after I prove my innocence, how will the compensation for emotional distress be calculated? Wong Deng immediately agreed, whatever Taoist friend desires, I will have junior sister compensate you. Starry Night pointed at senior sister Lu, who was standing behind him, and said righteously, I want senior sister to be my girlfriend. Just then a system prompt sounded in his ear. Deng arrogant speech creation points 12. Hearing Starry Night's words, senior sister Lu rotated her wrists, stretching her muscles with a nonchalant expression. I suddenly think he should go to the disciplinary hall. Feeling threatened, Starry Night loudly admitted his mistake. I'm wrong, senior sister, I was just joking. Then he pointed at Wong Deng, his eyes cold. I want everything on you, including your clothes and storage artifacts. Wong Deng listened, his eyes wide, looking bewildered and at a loss. He raised an eyebrow, smiling sinisterly. This is between Taoist friend and junior sister. How does it involve me? Starry Night held up a stack of teleportation talismans. Do you agree or not? If not, I'll have senior sister tie you both up and I'll use teleportation talismans to escape. Senior sister Lu stood behind, hearing Starry Night's words, looking bewildered. Luo Qing's face darkened, her mouth agape, thinking to herself, what kind of person is this? He's clearly a rascal. Wong Deng's face was grim, but he still forced a smile. All right, I agree, but if you lose, you must return to the sect with us. Junior sister Lu is not allowed to follow us to the disciplinary hall. Lu Tianyan frowned, questioning seriously. What kind of demand is that? Are you trying to frame him? Starry Night turned to comfort her. It's all right, senior sister, you can agree to him. Senior sister Lu hurriedly said, what are you thinking? He's clearly… Before senior sister Lu could finish, Starry Night spread his palm for her to see. Look, it says on my palm that the medicinal effects on me are still active, they haven't worn off yet. Only then did senior sister Lu realize and confidently crossed her legs, sitting back to watch the show. She even confidently instructed Starry Night, don't be too cruel, he has quite a background in the sect. Starry Night smiled, indicating he understood. Luo Qing felt embarrassed by the couple's confidence and turned to whisper to Wang Deng, does this guy's foolishness spread? Starry Night, expressionless, with one hand on his hip and the other clenched, looked energized. Can we start now? Wang Deng secretly evaluated. This kid still needs Lu Tianyan to fly him. He definitely hasn't reached Foundation establishment. Where does their confidence come from? Are they bluffing? He let Lu Tianyan look at his hand, and then her attitude immediately changed. What was written on it? Just then, Starry Night suddenly softened. How about we take a step back, let's shake hands and be friends. Wang Deng narrowed his eyes, assessing. Even if something was written, he just threatened with escape, completely disregarding Foundation establishment strength. When facing such an accusation, he should have threatened us with force before I proposed the wager. No matter how he thought about it, it was just a bluff. After thinking, Wang Deng feigned a friendly gesture, extending his palm to Starry Night. It's better to clarify this matter. Taoist friend, you may begin. Starry Night rotated his wrist, barely exhaling. All right. Then I shall oblige. The report on Starry Night's current medicinal effects is as follows. Blood Qi 12.378 lasting for 1 hour. Spiritual Energy 39.567 lasting for 1 hour. Strength 68.450 lasting for 3/4 of an hour. Divine Sense 1645 lasting for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Speed 6.235 lasting for half an hour. Fire Control 3478, Metal Control 5.56, Water Control 4.68, Wood, Earth and Lightning controls are in the cave. Starry Night charged directly at Wang Deng. At this moment, Luo Qing stood there with her arms crossed, watching like it was a show, saying, Letcher, I'll give you a piece of advice, save your strength. Be careful not to get injured by senior brother's counterattack. Disregarding the girl's advice, Starry Night threw a powerful punch, gathering his chi as he punched, saying, Medicine King. Wang Deng was somewhat surprised by this, thinking, what kind of spiritual energy fluctuation is this? As he thought, a powerful palm strike arrived. It was Starry Night's palm force. The palm force was so strong it even carried wind through the cave's passage. The palm force was so strong it even made Miss Luo Qing sway slightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, how can this be? On the other side, Lu Tianyan sat leisurely in a protective shield formed by a magical artifact, holding a plate of melon seeds, watching everything calmly as if it had nothing to do with her. Although Starry Night's palm force was strong, it failed to injure Wang Deng. He was protected by a layer of green light. Starry Night, seeing this, blurted out, amazing, it was blocked. This layer of green light came from a talisman necklace Wang Deng wore. Although he was unharmed, cold sweat broke out on his face, and he thought, it actually activated the talisman, which can withstand 5 full attacks from a golden core cultivator. He wondered, is this move at the golden core level? How can this be? After Starry Knight's failed palm strike, the system prompted, "Host, when did you learn this cultivation technique?" Starry Knight replied, "I didn't learn any." The system continued to ask, "Then what is Medicine King Palm?" Starry Knight replied, "I just yelled it out, otherwise fighting without shouting lacks momentum." The system fell silent after hearing this. It was utterly speechless at the host's answer here. Lu Tianyan sat on a chair, crossing her legs, eating melon seeds, and unhappily said, "Wang Deng, you don't allow others to use immortal artifacts, but you use a protective talisman yourself?" Wang Deng's face darkened upon hearing this, and he thought, "Damn it, this is an automatically activated protective talisman," he explained with a smile. "Haha, since Taoist friend said you don't take Foundation establishment cultivators seriously, of course I have to be careful." He turned to Starry Knight and said, "I'll tell Taoist friend honestly. This protective talisman can withstand 5 full attacks from a late golden core cultivator. Taoist friend, you should still come back to the sect with me," he continued to explain to Starry Knight. "Of course, with Taoist friend's strength, I can't do anything if you want to break the agreement." Starry Knight said nonchalantly, "You don't need to play reverse psychology with me. Although my previous move was only at the golden core level, it should be enough to prove I'm not that lecher, right?" Wang Deng replied. "But we wagered that you must injure me within 3 moves to prove your innocence." Lu Tianyan, seeing this, stood up in anger and shouted, "Wang Deng, you're being unreasonable." Wang Deng explained, "Junior sister Lu, why would you say that? Our wager was indeed like this. I am merely abiding by the rules." Starry Knight on the side advised Lu Tianyan, "Never mind, senior sister. Since that's the case, I'll continue." Wang Deng, seeing the situation was unfavorable, advised, "Taoist friend, your previous move must have used all your strength, right? Only a peak golden core cultivator can break through my protective shield. Trying again would just be a waste of time." But Starry Knight ignored Wang Deng's words, using his own words to refute him. Starry Knight said, "Senior brother Wong, why would you say such a thing? Our wager was indeed like this. I am merely abiding by the rules. I said 3 moves and I've only made 1. Wang Deng's face was dark, his veins bulging, but he still said with a smile, "Indeed, and please complete the wager." He said this, but in his heart he thought, "Using my words against me, just you wait. When you get to the disciplinary hall, I'll make you regret ever coming into this world." Starry Knight said no more. He assumed his stance, preparing to unleash his second move, gathering his chi as he said, "Then this is the second move." On the side, Wang Deng secretly thought, "BTCH, it's the exact same move. You know my protective talisman is precious, so you're deliberately reducing my uses, aren't you?" Letting Wang Deng be smug, this time Starry Knight gathered more chi, showing his seriousness. He continuously shouted Medicine King Palm 10 times as if to let his opponent know the power of this palm. Feeling the stronger momentum of Starry Knight's palm, Wang Deng was surprised, cold sweat breaking out on his face, only uttering a questioning, "Ah." The sound of the palm force was so powerful it shook the massive mountain peak outside the cave. Dust flew inside the cave and shattered rocks splattered. Lu Tianyan immediately erected a protective shield, protecting herself and Luo Qing from the impact of Starry Knight's palm. Luo Qing fell to the ground in fright, coughing. Seeing the powerful destructive force of Starry Knight's palm, Lu Tianyan secretly thought, "I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Fortunately, this cave was reinforced by that evil cultivator's formation, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago." After Starry Knight unleashed his second palm, he regretfully said, "Alas, what a pity." Meanwhile, Wang Deng's face was covered in sweat. Starry Knight said disappointedly, "Just a little bit off?" And the palm force had already destroyed the automatically activated protective shield. Starry Knight's hand had already penetrated the protective shield, just a tiny bit away from injuring Wang Deng. With a crack, Wang Deng's protective shield shattered in his astonishment. He looked terrified as Starry Knight's hand was just barely touching him. Luo Qing on the other side was even more frightened. She said, "It broke, it broke. That last move was peak golden core strength, how is that possible?" Wang Deng stood there dazed, his mind blank, thinking he said he wasn't serious, but the second palm strike was 10 times more powerful than the first, accompanied by the sound of his talisman necklace shattering. Wang Deng was utterly shocked, thinking, what kind of monster is this kid? Seeing the second move still fail, the system prompted, "Host, are you capable? I can help you calculate the precise force." Hearing the system, Starry Knight considered, "That's too boring, it's only interesting to explore on my own." After talking with the system, Starry Knight turned to Wang Deng and said, "Alright, I'll deliver my last move then." Hearing this, Wang Deng was startled, sweating profusely. He said nervously, "Wait, Taoist friend, wait a moment." Seeing Wang Deng raise his hands to request a pause, Starry Knight withdrew his fist and asked expressionlessly, "How is it? Is it enough to prove my innocence? Let's stop here then." Wang Deng glanced down and noticed Starry Knight's legs were trembling. He curled his lip, trying to hide the mockery in his eyes, and thought to himself, "So this kid was just putting on a brave face. I almost got scared by him." Then he raised one hand to his chest and put the other behind his back, maintaining a gentlemanly posture, and continued with a smile, "Let's complete the wager, otherwise I'll feel a bit regretful." Starry Knight's mouth dropped open in a haw sound. He scratched his head and muttered, "This is tough." Wang Deng thought Starry Knight was bluffing, and he smiled disdainfully, thinking, he's really an idiot. He held back on the second move. "So what can I do to you? Using up all your spiritual energy to perform some forbidden Medicine King punch only barely broke my protective shield. Now he's stuck and he can only push through." Starry Knight raised a hand to touch his head, then looked down at his right hand, his mouth twisting in indecision. 10 times the strength was just enough to break the shield, so would 11 times kill him. He was stuck in a dilemma involving issues of disability and death. He clenched his fist, determined to hold back. Wong Deng's lips curved triumphantly, thinking, he'll pretend to make a move, then activate a teleportation talisman to escape. Useless. Starry Night threw a punch at Wong Deng, unleashing a 10.5x Medicine King punch. This punch emitted a blue swirling light like a sharp arrow tearing through the green protective shield. Wong Deng's eyes widened in disbelief. He only had time to gasp before taking the full force of the punch, and he was sent flying out with a mixture of dirt and rocks. The cave wall exploded from the force of this punch, creating a huge opening. Luo Qing screamed and ran out through the opening, shouting, "Senior brother?" At the same time, the system's voice rang in Starry Night's ear. Deng injured Qingyun's sect elite disciple Wong Deng. Creation points 102. Lu Tianyan walked over from behind Starry Night, curiously asking, "You didn't kill him, did you?" Starry Night withdrew his hand, glanced at Lu Tianyan and confidently said, "Just disfigured him. The moment I broke his protective shield, I pulled back my strength." The scene shifted to a corner of the forest where Wong Deng lay on his back, his face swollen like a pig's head, his mouth open, revealing a sparse row of missing teeth. Luo Qing knelt beside him, pulled out a bottle of pills and frantically shouted, "Senior brother, hang in there, I have healing pills." Starry Night and Lu Tianyan had just arrived. He sneered, "Oh my, you really flew far." Luo Qing turned around, hands guarding her front, scared and sweating profusely, but still stubbornly said, "What do you want? Don't mess around." Starry Night deliberately made a scary face, revealing a sinister smile, raising both hands as if to pounce. "Don't worry, I just want to complete the wager." Poor Luo Qing was scared out of her wits. The scene shifted to another corner of the forest. Xiao Wan was looking for someone, muttering as she walked. "Where did you go? Senior sister and that little refined corpse definitely flew in this direction." Turning a corner, Xiao Wan saw Luo Qing walking from the opposite direction, carrying Wong Deng, who was only wearing shorts. The four stared at each other in confusion. Then Xiao Wan took off running, shouting back, "You two carry on, carry on." Luo Qing knew she was misunderstood and hastily shouted, "No, wait." The scene shifted to a tea house on a street. Wong Deng's clothes were neatly folded on the table with a badge and a green ring on top. Lu Tianyan sat opposite Starry Night looking at the clothes and asked dejectedly, "Did you deliberately trick Wong Deng into a wager just to take his clothes?" Starry Night raised his hand to explain, "He looks like a peacemaker, but actually he's the one who set up this trap to frame me. That junior sister is just his tool. I just probed her a little and she panicked." At this point, Starry Night leaned on the table and deduced, "Senior sister, is Wong Deng secretly in love with you?" Lu Tianyan calmly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's already engaged to the daughter of the Myriad Manifestation Gate Master." Starry Night picked up his teacup, sipping and nodding. I also think he's not deliberately making things difficult for me out of jealousy. So what's his background in the sect?" Lu Tianyan replied straightforwardly, "His father died in battle for the sect, and his grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Disciplinary Hall." Starry Night scoffed, "Very well, a martyr's descendant and a second-generation official." Starry Night looked at his reflection in the teacup, lost in thought. "Then why do you think he dislikes me? Or rather, he already knows I'm a refined corpse and wants to capture me for research. He could simply report it to the sect's higher-ups. He could just say you were charmed by an evil cultivator's refined corpse, and have your master come directly to capture me. That way he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty." Starry Night continued to analyze. "The fact that he personally put on such a show means he doesn't want to expose my identity as a refined corpse. He has other intentions for me." Lu Tianyan listened, completely bewildered, and asked, "Is he interested in you guys?" Starry Night immediately dismissed that disgusting idea. "Senior sister, don't joke." He held up the green ring and said, "After much thought, I can only conclude this." Lu Tianyan carefully examined the ring, vaguely recognizing it as the storage ring worn on the evil cultivator's thumb. Starry Night held up the green ring and said, "That evil cultivator had 2 rings, and now only 1 remains. So the other one is likely on that intelligent missing refined corpse." Sitting across from him at the tea-house table was senior sister Lu Tianyan, and on the table were the clothes badge and the other green ring taken from the evil cultivator. She raised a question, but why would he know that ordinary people only carry 1 storage ring? Neither the sect master nor master ever asked about this. Starry Night looked at her through the ring's opening and offered his speculation. "So, is it possible that Wang Deng and that evil cultivator knew each other from the start, which is why he was so clear that the evil cultivator had 2 storage rings?" Hearing this, Lu Tianyan suddenly understood. "I see you thought of this possibility from the beginning. That's why you tricked him into the wager. Stripping him naked seemed like an insult, but in reality you were looking for evidence related to that evil cultivator, right?" Starry Night gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Senior sister, you're amazing. I haven't even said anything and you already guessed it," she thought to herself. "You're the amazing one." She looked at the clothes on the table and asked, "Have you already checked all his belongings?" "Any discoveries?" he replied. "Nothing special, just some spirit stones, pills, and magic artifacts." He held up a tightly bound green scroll and said, "And this?" Lu Tianyan recognized it at a glance. "A jade slip? What's inside?" She reached out and took it. Starry Night let senior sister see it for herself. She held the jade slip, which emitted a yellow glow, and probed it with her divine sense. Inside the jade slip she saw a list of outer disciples and background investigations. "Why would Wong Deng be carrying this?" Starry Night asked her seriously. "Senior sister, the people who went missing in the sect were also outer disciples, weren't they?" Hearing this, she was surprised, startled, and fell into thought. Starry Night continued to ask her. Senior sister, let me ask you, did the sect take the disappearances of disciples seriously? Still holding the jade slip, she explained to Starry Night. No, it's just that a junior sister I knew recently disappeared, so I took notice. Later I checked the disciplinary hall's records. 4 years ago many disciples had already reported to the disciplinary hall about people around them going missing. The disciplinary hall said they would do their best to investigate, but 4 years have passed and there have been no results. The sect has also not issued any further announcements to disciples. Starry Night rested his hands on the table, fingers interlocked. So Wong Deng just happens to be the grandson of the disciplinary elder? Lu Tianyan put down the jade slip and looked at Starry Night. Are you suggesting that the disciplinary hall colluded with an evil cultivator to harm fellow disciples? Starry Night offered his opinion. Maybe it's not just the disciplinary hall. If that evil cultivator offered to share the secrets of a soul transformation stage dwelling with your sect at the cost of providing some low-level cultivator's souls, do you think your higher-ups could resist the temptation? Thinking of the evil cultivator's appearance and actions, she fell into deep thought. Starry Night propped his chin, continuing to offer his insights, and a verbal promise alone definitely wouldn't be enough. That evil cultivator would surely give you some benefits to ensure your cooperation. He extended his hand and asked her, have your sect's higher-ups gained any opportunities in these past 4 years? For example, obtaining some treasure, or their cultivation suddenly greatly increasing? She suddenly called out Wong Deng, startling him into a ha. She sat up straight and looked at him. He originally had mediocre talent, only reaching Foundation Establishment Layer 1 4 years ago, but he cultivated to grand completion in just 4 years. The sect master and all the elders praised him as having accumulated a great deal before erupting. Hearing this, sweat beaded on his face and he advised her. Your sect's waters are a bit deep, senior sister. Why don't you leave the sect? She hugged her legs, objecting. No, master's kindness to me is immense, and as the senior sister I also have a duty to investigate this matter and seek justice for those wronged junior brothers and sisters, Starry Night then suggested to her. If you don't want to leave, then let me join your sect. Hearing this suggestion, she gasped in astonishment, advising him not to mess around. Wong Deng wanted to take the evil cultivator's ring from you, and you even injured him. Won't joining our sect be like walking into a tiger's den? He squinted his eyes and smiled, thinking to himself. I don't want to either. Recalling half an hour ago, Starry Night poked his head out from behind a bamboo screen. At his feet lay the unconscious Taoist Wong. He said to the 2 women in front of him, ladies, please go elsewhere. Let me undress Taoist Wong. He pulled the bamboo screen closed, completely obscuring himself and Taoist Wong. Just then he suddenly saw a red system bar appear, displaying a main quest. Join the Qingyun sect and become a Qingyun sect disciple. Mission success reward 800 creation points plus 1 lottery chance. Mission failure penalty loss of vision. Time limit 3 days. Looking at Taoist Wong, who he had beaten until his face was bruised and swollen and his teeth were missing, he immediately cursed the system. Are you crazy? I just beat up their sect's senior brother into a pig's head and now you want me to join their sect? The flashback ended. Starry Night clasped his hands in front of him, lost in thought. I still showed a little mercy in the end, leaving him his last pair of shorts. However, the system retorted, no, I don't think you showed any mercy. Lady Lu Tianyan stood up, hands braced on the table, angrily looking at the pensive Starry Night. Did you hear what I said? Even if you don't consider Wong Deng, Qingyun sect is a righteous sect. Once your refined corpse identity is exposed, you'll definitely be killed, but he flatly refused. Senior sister, you don't need to persuade me. I've thought this decision through carefully, he thought to himself. I won't be that fool. Lu Tianyan stood up, hands braced on the table, and suddenly the jade pendant on her body lit up. Lu Tianyan took out the jade pendant, which emitted a sound. Disciple returned to the sect immediately. She looked at the jade pendant and said seriously, Master is summoning me back to the sect. It must be about Wong Deng. Starry Night stood up and replied, That's perfect. I'll go back to the sect with you. Suddenly, Lu Tianyan decisively knocked him unconscious from behind. Before Starry Night could react, he collapsed onto the table. She said, I'm sorry, junior brother. Once I've investigated the truth, I'll introduce you to my sect. Unexpectedly, just as Lu Tianyan was about to leave, Starry Night jumped up and asked, Senior sister, what did you just do? It hurt. Seeing that Starry Night wasn't unconscious yet, Lu Tianyan threw another punch at Starry Night's neck. Starry Night let out a painful scream, but Starry Night was completely unharmed. He sat up from the chair and roared, I said it hurt. Lu Tianyan looked utterly astonished. How can this be? The effects of those pills should have worn off by now, shouldn't they? Starry Night rubbed his neck and explained, Even without the pills, senior sister wouldn't be able to knock me out. Starry Night stood up from the chair. He turned to Lu Tianyan and continued, And senior sister, think about it. If I ran away, they would definitely slander me in all sorts of ways, and then you would be accused of helping a lecher. This would affect your investigation. Once your sect puts a bounty on me, I'll be completely at a disadvantage. So I need to seize the initiative, at least making them helpless in front of me. Lu Tianyan fell into deep thought, not saying a word after a while. Lu Tianyan turned her back and left coldly, saying as she walked, All right, what you said makes sense. Starry Night looked blankly at Lu Tianyan's retreating figure. Lu Tianyan suddenly stopped. She rotated her fingers and a green light radiated and a long sword appeared within the green light. Starry Night thought to himself, why is this sword even smaller than the last one? Starry Night fantasized. Does senior sister want me to hug her? He thought as he raised a hand to cover his mouth, his face instantly turning red. Lu Tianyan stood up, the long sword hovering in midair, and she said, don't worry, this sword is a bit rough so the sleeping bag won't fall off easily. Starry Night's fantasy was shattered. He lay in a cramped sleeping bag hanging behind the sword in boredom. He said, oh. In the spacious main hall of Qingyun sect, Tang Wangju and Wang Guanzhou were engaged in a heated argument. Tang Wangju furiously said, Wang Guanzhou, what's the meaning of your disciple colluding with outsiders and injuring my disciple? Is it just because my disciple snatched the title of inner sect's #1 from your disciple? Wang Guanzhou retorted, injure my head, don't you know my disciple's personality? Does she care about such titles? Tang Wangju roared. No matter what, you call your disciple back now. Wang Guanzhou picked his ear, looking unyielding. My disciple is exploring a secret realm. She probably won't be back anytime soon. Tang Wangju heard Wang Guanzhou's dismissive words and became even angrier. Nonsense, how can you not blush? Where do we have any secret realms here? Just then Sect Master Cheng Zan spoke up. You two stop arguing. Junior niece Lu has already arrived outside the mountain gate. Everyone turned around in surprise. Lu Tianyan appeared in a green light, accompanied by Starry Night's shouts from inside the sleeping bag. Lu Tianyan bowed to the masters of the sect. Starry Night, dizzy from being shaken in the sleeping bag, asked in confusion, how did we get here while still flying? The system explained, that's a nascent soul stage instant teleportation divine ability. Tang Wangju turned and scoffed, isn't your precious disciple exploring a secret realm? Wang Guanzhou's face darkened and he turned to Lu Tianyan. Lu Tian, why are you back? Didn't you read the sound transmission talisman I sent you? Lu Tianyan calmly said, I did. Didn't it tell this disciple to return to the sect quickly? Wang Guanzhou explained helplessly. I clearly told you to avoid that old man Wang Ju so he couldn't find you. Tang Wangju roared when he heard this. Who are you calling an old man? The system explained. Hey, to ensure the host's mission proceeds smoothly, the system modified that person's sound transmission. Starry Night heard this and complained helplessly. At least tell me first. As soon as Luo Qing saw Starry Night in the distance, she pointed at him and said, Elder Wang Ju, that's the person who injured senior brother. Wang Ju furiously unleashed his demonic power. Then yellow light enveloped his arm. Then he flew towards Starry Night. He roared, you bastard, die! Seeing this boring scene, Cheng Zan tapped the armrest of his chair and Wang Ju's demonic power dissipated. Cheng Zan spoke to stop him. Elder Wang Ju, the matter hasn't been investigated yet. Don't be impulsive. Hearing the sect master stop him, Wang Ju roared, begging the sect master to allow him to seek justice for his disciple. Luo Qing and Wang Deng stood by watching this chaotic scene. Cheng Zan seemed to be avoiding the matter, and he said irritably, why don't we let junior nephew Wang Deng clarify this matter? Wang Deng, his entire body wrapped in bandages, sat in a carriage, his face pale. Stuttering, yes, sect master, that's how it happened. Starry Night raised an eyebrow as Cheng Zan recounted everything. You said Luo Qing identified this person as a lecher who caused her senior sister to commit suicide, so you intended to bring him back to the disciplinary hall for investigation. He refused, boasting about his strength, so you made a bet with him to prove it. Wang Deng, covered in bandages and injuries, sat in a wheelchair, continuing, that's right, afterward he used a strange evil technique that caused all of us to hallucinate, then he cowardly ambushed me and slandered junior sister Luo Qing. Starry Night could only utter a single word in disbelief. Ha! Lu Tianyan pointed at him, angrily shouting, are you trying to twist the truth? I was there too. Wang Deng was not angry. He merely glanced up at her and cunningly replied, Junior sister Lu, his evil technique is very powerful, even I, your senior brother, fell for it, so it's normal that you were also deluded into becoming his subordinate. Starry Night then scowled, pointing at himself, disdainfully asking him, do you think I'm a fool? How could I have done those things and still stand here? Wang Deng turned to him, mockingly smiling, that's because of the hallucination from the evil technique, you did indeed defeat me openly. But you didn't know I also had an evil protective talisman. He held a recording stone with his remaining uninjured hand, forcefully refuting. Although I was initially immersed in the hallucination when you slandered junior sister Luo Qing, I woke up and recorded it with the recording stone. Starry Night clapped his hands in praise. Impressive, impressive. Truly you went to great lengths. Senior brother, to target me you unexpectedly prepared so much. This attitude made Wang Deng very uncomfortable. Stop pretending to be calm. Don't you want to see the contents? Starry Night merely waved his hand lightly. Then watch. Wang Deng then activated the recording stone as he requested. Luo Qing stood behind him, heard this, and immediately turned her face away. Spiritual energy shot out from the stone, playing a scene of Starry Night pressing down on Luo Qing, roughly tearing at her clothes. How lucky to get such a beauty. Moans rose and fell. Starry Night stood there intently stroking his chin as he watched. Cheng Zan couldn't stand the sounds. He waved his hand saying sternly, enough. The image from the recording stone immediately vanished. Luo Qing lowered her head, crying her eyes out. Tang Wangju saw Luo Qing crying and loudly questioned Starry Night. The evidence is conclusive. This person is a lecher. Sect master, please hand him over to the disciplinary hall for punishment. Cheng Zan did not answer. He simply turned to Starry Night and asked, do you have anything else to say? Starry Night immediately explained to him. A recording stone can record images and perfectly preserve the aura of characters. But I was wearing a magical robe that concealed my aura, so my appearance in the image is fake. Wang Deng disdainfully interrupted him. Ridiculous. Don't you think that explanation is far-fetched? Starry Night unhurriedly uttered a sentence. I also have evidence. He held a recording stone in his hand. Starry Night said seriously, actually to prevent others from slandering me, I also secretly recorded what happened with a recording stone. Immediately, the mechanical voice of the system rang in his mind. Creation points 59. Wang Deng's eyes widened in horror. Suddenly a huge flame shot towards Starry Night, scorching his body. Lu Tianyan turned sharply, shouting in panic, Junior brother? The spiritual energy in Tang Wangju's hand immediately dissipated, and the flames he released stirred up clouds of smoke. Wang Guanzhou ran to his side, angrily scolding, You old fool, what are you doing? What if you hurt my disciple? He glanced over, stroking his beard, cunningly saying, My grandson is severely injured, enduring pain in every word. This little bastard has a recording stone but didn't take it out earlier. Clearly harboring ill intentions. What's wrong with me punishing him slightly? Wang Guanzhou frowned and retorted, You call that a slight punishment? That's attempted murder. Wang Deng sat in his wheelchair witnessing all of this, annoyed, thinking, Dying so quickly is too easy for this brat. Later, using the excuse of investigating evidence, I'll take his and Lu Tianyun's storage artifacts back to the disciplinary hall. The smoke cleared and Starry Night stood in the center, his face severely burned, turning to Lu Tianyun and asking, Senior sister, are you alright? She saw him ask and helplessly reminded him, You're the one who got hit. Tang Wangju was uncontrollably shocked. He directly ripped off one side of his beard. Wang Deng was equally shocked, his eyes wide. What? The burns on Starry Night's face rapidly healed. He saw this and thought in fear. How is this possible? I used at least 80% of my strength just now. Even someone at my cultivation level, if caught off guard, couldn't have sustained only such minor injuries. Tang Wangju looked at the shattered recording stone in Starry Night's hand, relieved, thinking, Anyway, the recording stone is shattered. When I bring you back to the disciplinary hall, I'll dig out all the secrets you're hiding. Starry Night regretfully looked at the shattered stone in his hand. Pity, the recorded video disc is broken. He pulled out another recording stone with his other hand and said, I'll just have to use the 108 OP version. Hearing this, Wang Deng cried out in panic. Ah, in front of everyone, Starry Night activated the recording stone, but after a long wait, no image appeared. Lu Tianyan opened her mouth in confusion. No image. Wang Deng looked at Starry Night with relief, smiling easily. As expected, it's just a bluff. Lech, surrender obediently. The door suddenly burst open and a disciple rushed in a panic, shouting, Sect Master, it's not good. Cheng Zan frowned and asked, What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? The disciple was covered in sweat. He reported everything. An image appeared above the sect. He paused, then continued, It's Senior Brother's indecent image, and it's enormous. The recording stone showed an image of Starry Night pulling down Wang Deng's pants. The disciples of Qingyun's sect began to murmur. How is that Senior Brother? How did he get beaten like that? Is that person gay? Why is he pulling down Senior Brother's underwear? Another disciple asked in confusion. This is a recording stone. How can the image be so huge? The chubby man holding his family's recording stone said, It's not just big, it's clearer than the erotic dance recording stone I bought from Piaoshang Pavilion for a lot of money. Someone made a sound. Oh my God, he really took them off. The purple-robed female disciple looked up with a crumbling expression and said, Senior Brother, actually, someone next to her advised, Whisper, be careful, Elder Wang Ju hears you. The image from the recording stone disappeared into the air. Starry Night playfully stuck out his tongue, took out 2 recording stones and deliberately provoked Wang Deng. My bad, I took the wrong one. This is the right one. System prompt, Starry Night creation points 102. Wang Deng leaned back, his head falling backward, seemingly having fainted. He foamed at the mouth. Luo Qing shouted in panic, Senior Brother. At the same time, Wang Ju also shouted, Grandson. The next day, at the Qingyun sect inner disciple residences, Wang Deng woke up with a shout, gasping for breath. Luo Qing pushed the door open, carrying a basin of water into the room. Seeing Wang Deng awake, she said, Senior Brother is awake. His eyes were bloodshot, and he turned to Luo Qing with hatred. He sat up in bed and shouted, That bastard, I'm going to kill him. Where is he? Luo Qing replied, He's participating in our sect's assessment. Wang Deng asked Luo Qing in confusion, He wants to join Qingyun sect, and the sect master agreed. Then he took out the recording stone and played the entire process, clarifying how we had framed him. Wang Deng trembled and said, The sect master thought he was very powerful, and learning he was a rogue cultivator was eager to recruit him, asking him if he would be willing to join our sect, and he agreed. Luo Qing continued expressionlessly, Too much, he humiliated me like that, and the sect master still took him in. The sect master spoke privately with Elder Wang Ju, mainly fearing a scandal. Wang Deng angrily slammed the bed. Luo Qing continued, One of the conditions for joining the sect was to hand over the recording stone with the indecent images and not pursue this framing incident. He clutched his face hatingly, saying, Damn old man, to be manipulated by a chi refining stage trash. The wooden wheels of the wheelchair rolled within the sect. Wang Deng asked Luo Qing and commanded her, What stage is the assessment at? Take me out. Outside, a disciple greeted Wang Deng. Hello, Senior Brother. 2 disciples were playfully wrestling. Junior sister, you stinky dog, oh so disgusting, get away. These 2 disciples unfortunately were playing in front of Wang Deng. He said coldly, Arrange a charge for those 2 disciples who just ran past and send them to Repentance Valley. Luo Qing showed a pleading expression. Senior Brother, they surely didn't mean it. Wang Deng replied, Don't make me say it twice. Luo Qing answered, yes. Wong Quanglong walked over, saw Wang Deng and began to mock, isn't that Wang Deng? Healed so quickly, let's spar again. Wang Deng looked at him and retorted, Wong Quanglong, why are you a defeated opponent so arrogant? Wong Quanglong spread his arms smiling and continued, I just think someone defeated by a chi refining stage cultivator isn't qualified to be the inner sect's #1. Luo Qing, pushing the wheelchair, carefully said to Wang Deng, Senior brother, I forgot to tell you that brat played the video of the last move that injured you, and it was a giant projection visible throughout the entire sect. Wang Deng angrily grabbed and pulled her hair, cursing, bitch, you're only telling me this now? Are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Luo Qing replied in fear, no I didn't. He yanked, breaking her hair, and she fell to the ground, her hand trembling as she touched her head. He turned his wheelchair, walking and thinking, Wang Deng, you bastard, you brought this upon yourself. I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. At the Qingyun sect entrance assessment area, Wang Deng came to the entrance assessment area to find his grandfather, calling out, Grandfather. Tang Wangju saw Wang Deng arrive and said, Grandson, why are you here? Your injuries require rest. The two spoke on the tower. Wang Deng said to Wangju, I can't swallow this. If he really enters the sect, it will be a slap in the face for the entire sect. He sighed, responding to Wang Deng's words. Originally, I wanted to kill him directly, but that old man Wang Guanzhou stopped me. Once he joins Wang Guanzhou's lineage, it will be almost impossible to act against him within the sect. Wang Deng said to his grandfather, I won't let him join the sect. He can't enjoy the treasure alone and get away with it. I want to expose his identity. If I don't get this out today, your grandson will never find peace. Tang Wangju looked at Wang Deng and said, but your incomplete cultivation technique is very likely in that storage ring. Wang Deng heard this and replied, then I'll trouble grandfather to secretly remember it and pass it on to me, he agreed. That's the only way. If you truly develop inner demons, then no matter how precious the treasure inside, it's not worth it. Wang Deng asked him what stage the assessment was at now. Tang Wangju replied, it's the final stage. Many people are watching Starry Night's assessment. Lu Tianyan looked at Starry Night and said, Junior brother, this stone is called the Heart Testing Stone. It can prevent those with ill intentions who secretly infiltrate the sect. Touch this stone with your hand and it will display your most fundamental purpose. Once you pass this stage, you can officially join our Qingyun sect. The main quest displayed, join Qingyun sect and become a Qingyun sect disciple. Mission success reward, creation points 1 lottery chance, mission failure penalty, loss of vision. Time limit 3 days. Starry Night's eyes widened upon seeing this, thinking this most fundamental purpose is a system mission. How do I explain if it shows up? Lu Tianyan looked at the confused Starry Night, thinking Junior brother is joining the sect to make it inconvenient for Wang Deng to target him. If this is displayed, it should be fine. Why is he hesitating? Lu Tianyan frowned, thinking, does he have other purposes? The system said to Starry Night, don't worry, host. With this system, a tiny broken stone won't be able to probe your inner thoughts. I can handle it in an instant. You can display whatever you want. He was very surprised to hear the system say this. Starry Night gave a thumbs up, thinking, really, this is the first time I've thought you were so reliable. The system replied, this system has always been reliable. Starry Night thought, then display this. The system replied, alright host, that's excellent. Starry Night reached out and touched the stone and words began to appear on it. Lu Tianyan, the Qingyun sect master, and everyone else were waiting for the results. A line of golden characters appeared on the stone. Lu Tianyan. Someone shouted, isn't that senior sister's name? What does this mean? Does this kid want to join the sect just for senior sister? The system beeped. Creation points 588. He paused for 5 seconds after hearing this. Starry Night exclaimed, why so many? The system replied, it seems senior sister is very popular in the sect. Host, you hit the jackpot. A male disciple said angrily, I'm going to kill this guy. How dare he covet my goddess? A purple-robed female disciple said, is this a public confession? Another green-robed female disciple said, how enviable. I wish someone would join the sect just for me too. The Qingyun sect master smiled and said, young people's intentions are truly pure. In all these years I have never seen a person's name appear alone on the heart-testing stone. Starry Night looked at Lu Tianyan and said, senior sister, am I qualified? She quickly turned around and said, I think I still have sect missions to do. A female elder smiled and said, Elder Guanzhou, your precious disciple seems to be getting kidnapped. Elder Guanzhou gritted his teeth and said, that brat. The Qingyun sect master stroked his beard and said, then congratulations, little friend, on officially joining our Qingyun sect. Wang Deng shouted, sect master, please wait. This person cannot be allowed to join our sect. Wang Deng and Tang Wangju walked over and everyone made way. Someone whispered, oh, that's senior brother. Oh my god, it seemed like he only got punched once in the video, right? I didn't expect him to be so severely injured. Another person replied, that's right, if he joins the sect it means a slap in senior brother's face. Senior brother wouldn't agree, that person said, but what's the use of him not agreeing? He legitimately passed the assessment and joined the sect. The people behind them heard their discussion and made a shushing gesture. Elder Dangfeng shouted down, junior nephew Wang Deng, I understand your feelings, but you were indeed the first to target him. From now on everyone will be fellow disciples. Why not turn enemies into friends? Wang Deng looked up and called out, Diao Yi Hai? Wang Deng pointed at Starry Night and shouted, late Golden Core stage. Wang Deng continued, Elder Diao, I don't want him to join the sect not because of personal grudges. My previous targeting of him also had a legitimate reason. because this person is not human but a sentient corpse demon refined by that evil cultivator, and I've never heard of a refined corpse spontaneously developing consciousness, everyone murmured. No way, how can a refined corpse be so agile? There's no trace of death or at all. Wang Deng frowned upon hearing this and tried to persuade. Before, I was just suspicious and feared alerting him, so I wanted to bring him back to the disciplinary hall for investigation in a gentle manner. Wang Deng said, but now to let this thing, which is very likely from the evil path, join our righteous sect, I absolutely disagree. I don't care about being ridiculed, but I will never let the sect that raised me become the laughing stock of the world, Wang Deng thought triumphantly. You bastard, once his refined corpse identity is confirmed, he will receive severe punishment, and I'll drag you down with him. Once you're both in jail, I'll humiliate his dream girl you in front of him. A voice said to Wang Deng, do you think the sect master couldn't tell he was a corpse demon? Are you resorting to such ridiculous excuses for revenge after being publicly humiliated? Wang Deng responded. I also said I was merely suspicious. If it can be proven that junior brother isn't a refined corpse, I will kneel and apologize in front of everyone. Starry Night looked at the system, thinking, this is truly clever. To save the sect from shame, he's willing to sacrifice himself to endure humiliation. If it can be proven that I am indeed a refined corpse, all previous humiliations will vanish, and he will become a hero who protected the sect, Starry Night wondered to himself. But in that evil cultivator's cave he was still testing me. How can he be so certain I'm a refined corpse now? Even the system has never encountered such a situation, Starry Night asked Lu Tianyan. Senior sister, where is your junior sister? Starry Night thought. It's clear now, it's probably not that she didn't come but that she couldn't, Starry Night said with a wronged expression. How could I be a refined corpse? Senior brother must have misunderstood. I hope you can give me a chance to prove my innocence. Wang Deng sneered. Are you hiding some artifact that conceals death chi? Starry Night blushed, awkwardly replying, what? Does senior brother want me to strip naked in front of everyone like you did? Lu Tianyan stood by, her face ashen. Upon hearing his words, the system prompt sounded, directly notifying, creation points 53. Wang Deng trembled with anger and Tang Wangju rushed forward shouting, you scoundrel, he yelled, this old man will skin you alive. Suddenly, a huge calabash appeared. Tang Wangju was trapped inside, shouting, Elder Diao, what are you doing? Let me out. Elder Diao said, all right, Elder Wangju, let the juniors settle their own affairs. Starry Night thought grimly, you old geezer, if I hadn't had the malevolent orb before, you would have already silenced me. Starry Night yelled into the calabash. Elder Wangju, I'm thinking of your grandson. If I strip naked in front of everyone, all the senior brothers and sisters here will compare, which will make him even more self-conscious and surely lead to inner demons. The system prompt sounded, directly notifying double creation points 88. Everyone around stifled their laughter. Tang Wangju roared, bastard, I'll tear your mouth apart. Elder Diao sighed, his kid's tongue is truly venomous. Black energy emanated from Wang Deng and everyone immediately avoided him. His mind frantically screamed, kill him, kill him. Wang Deng said in a low voice, spiritual roots. Starry Night heard this and was confused. Wang Deng rushed forward shouting, if you dare test your spiritual roots right here, evil dead objects have no spiritual roots, a spirit stone will prove it. Lu Tianyan bowed, looking up at the sect master and said, Sect Master, this is absolutely not permissible. Although Junior Brother's cultivation is currently low, the images from his battle with Wang Deng have already demonstrated his astonishing potential. With a little nurturing, he can bring honor to our sect at the Kanglin Assembly. Furthermore, to prevent targeting by other sects, the spiritual roots of participating disciples must be kept secret before the competition, known only to their masters. Even if an inspection is necessary, it must be conducted by our Zhengyang Peak. Tang Wangju, still in the calabash, laughed loudly. Conducted by your Zhengyang Peak? Then the result will still be whatever you say, won't it? The elder of Zhengyang Peak angrily reprimanded. Wangju, what do you mean by that? Do you think this old man would shield an evil entity? Tang Wangju said. That's hard to say. The elder of Zhengyang Peak angrily retorted. You, Starry Night, calmly said. All right, all seniors, there's no need to argue. I don't mind testing my spiritual roots in front of everyone. Once I prove my innocence, Senior Brother doesn't need to kneel and apologize or anything, as we should also consider the sect's reputation. A male disciple listened and said, this kid is truly magnanimous. A female disciple smiled and said, they've become friends after a fight. I hope they become a good story in the future. As soon as the female disciple finished speaking, Starry Night said, just compensate me 300 low-grade spirit stones for emotional distress. The two who had just spoken turned green with speechless faces. Tang Wangju slammed the calabash and said, you still dare to ask for a reward? This old man only earns 10,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. Starry Night closed his eyes nonchalantly, saying, if you can't produce it, then I'm afraid I'll have to ask my master to examine me, and then I'll tell you the results. Wang Deng roared, good, 300 it is, examine me now. Elder Diao gently said, coincidentally, this old woman has a spirit testing stone on her. I can serve as an impartial witness. The spirit stone flew in front of Starry Night. Elder Diao said, this spirit testing stone can detect basic 5-element spiritual roots and their quality. Variant spiritual roots require a special spirit testing stone, which I don't currently have. Different colors represent different attributes, and the height of the light pillar represents the quality of the spiritual root. If you don't belong to the 5 elements, it will show gray. If you have no spiritual roots, the spirit testing stone will not change at all. Hold the handle at the bottom to test. Starry Night slowly extended his hand. Lu Tianyan beside him said, "Junior brother." He turned to Lu Tianyan and said, "Don't worry, senior sister, I'll be fine." Starry Night touched the spirit testing stone. Lu Tianyan watched worriedly, while Wang Deng revealed a triumphant smile saying, "See, he's just—" Wang Deng's words came to an abrupt halt. Elder Diao exclaimed in surprise, "This five-colored spiritual root, five-element mixed spiritual root?" Wang Deng was shocked, thinking in disbelief, "Impossible, how can he have spiritual roots?" The male disciple looked at the female disciple next to him and asked, "Five-element mixed spiritual root, isn't that a constitution that ordinary people can't cultivate with? How is he already at Qi refining level 5? The female disciple pointed, surprised, and said, "No, look, the light pillar is still rising." The elder of Zhengyang Peak exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? Five-element mixed spiritual roots are only of mortal grade." The sect master of Qingyun sect thought to himself, "Is the spirit testing stone emitting dazzling light at this moment?" Just now, Lu Tianyan said it was impossible. Although Junior Brother's current cultivation is low, the images from his battle with Wang Deng have already shown his astonishing potential. Starry Night said to the system in his mind, "I haven't even fused the demonic spiritual root yet. System, can the spirit testing stone be cheated?" The system replied, "Yes." "What spiritual root does the host want to display?" Starry Night said. "You decide, preferably a very strong one. First, one that can give me a reasonable excuse to instantly defeat Wang Deng across levels, and second, one that will make them value me more, for my self-preservation within the sect." System agreed to display. All right. At this moment, the spirit testing stone was emitting brilliant light, and the system prompted, "Creation points 846. Lu Tianyan's eyes widened and she said in shock, "Five-element premium grade, this, how is this possible?" Elder Diao also exclaimed, "Heavens, it's actually a five-element chaos spiritual root." Everyone looked at the ongoing test. Someone asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Isn't that where new disciples are tested? Why is there also an isolation array set up?" Elder Diao said, "You are responsible for erasing all disciples' memories of this young friend's spiritual root test results from the array." Everyone was surprised by what was happening before their eyes. Starry Night's mouth hung open, thinking, "System, I only asked you to make it a little stronger." The sect master of Qingyun sect said, "All elders present, including this sect master, must swear an oath to their Tao hearts. The news of young friend Starry Night possessing a five-element chaos spiritual root must absolutely not be leaked." Starry Night thought, "You've clearly overdone it. Ordinary five-element spiritual roots are mixed spiritual roots only of mortal grade, which is the spiritual root of most ordinary people. Their efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy is very low, making cultivation impossible, and they are called waste spiritual roots. The illustration of ordinary spiritual roots shows them weakly shrinking, saying, 'Don't leave, give me a bite to eat.' The surrounding spiritual energy flew around, saying, 'Get lost, get lost, get lost, don't touch me.' But there is one exception among five-element spiritual roots, and that is the five-element chaos spiritual root. This spiritual root not only absorbs spiritual energy at a speed comparable to a premium-grade heavenly spiritual root, but also, no matter which attribute is cultivated, the other four attributes will also grow simultaneously. The illustration shows a strong and powerful chaos spiritual root, with the surrounding spiritual energy vying to say, 'Ah, master, eat me, eat me.' Ah, open your mouth, little flying spiritual energy. Come on." Five-element chaos spiritual roots have only appeared 3 times in the 10,000-year history of the heavenly dome divine continent. Anyone with such a spiritual root, as long as they don't die prematurely, will eventually grow into a supreme powerhouse, capable of changing the world's situation. The sect master of Qingyun sect and the 2 elders all wore smiles. Starry Night sat in the middle surrounded by the 3 and asked blankly, "Seniors, why have you brought me here?" He thought, "And isn't this the sect master's seat?" The sect master of Qingyun sect smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's easier to talk here. Young friend Starry Night, you really shouldn't have exposed your five-element chaos spiritual root in front of so many people. This sect master has truly racked his brains to keep the news under wraps." Starry Night said, "There was nothing I could do. Taoist friend Wong was simply too overbearing." The sect master of Qingyun sect said, "This old man has already punished Elder Wang Ju and junior nephew Wang Deng. They are very remorseful for misunderstanding young friend and have gone to prepare spirit stones as compensation." Starry Night frowned and said, "They won't deliberately leak the news to get revenge on me, will they?" The sect master of Qingyun sect replied, "Young friend can rest assured. All the disciples present, including junior nephew Wang Deng, have had their relevant memories cleared by Elder Diao. We old fellows and Elder Wang Ju have all sworn an oath to our Tao hearts. If the news is leaked, our Tao hearts will shatter and our cultivation will be lost." Starry Night listened, stuttering in shock. That's too severe." The sect master of Qingyun sect smiled kindly and said, "Not severe, not severe. Compared to protecting Taoist friend, these are minor matters." The sect master and the 2 elders looked at Starry Night with shining eyes. The sect master of Qingyun sect asked, "On the contrary, young friend, does anyone else know about your chaos spiritual root?" Starry Night wiped his sweat and replied, "No, no one." The sect master leaned closer and asked, "Are you certain?" Starry Night raised 3 fingers and swore, "Certain, certain, and absolutely certain." The sect master of Qingyun sect turned and announced, "There's no need for further bounties. The disciples of the Precepts Hall can return." The elder of Zhengyang Peak then said, The Netherworld Hall can retreat. Elder Diao also said the Shadow Gate can return as well. Starry Night listened to the three of them, sweat pouring down his forehead, speechless. At this moment everyone noticed two women in the distance. The sect master of Qingyun sect asked, "What's wrong, Lu Tianyan? Didn't I tell you to wait outside?" Lu Tianyan replied, "My junior sister Xiao Wan is in trouble." Everyone heard this and said in unison, "What?" Two male disciples were talking. One said, "Senior brother Quanlong Wang Deng really lost face this time." The other replied, "Indeed, he called him a refined corpse, but he has spiritual roots." He stopped here and wondered, what kind of spiritual roots were they again? "I don't remember." The man scratched his head and said, "I forgot too. It seemed to be a very rare spiritual root." Tang Wangju roared, "Move aside." The two male disciples bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Wangju." Tang Wangju was pushing Wang Deng. The two male disciples watched them walk away. The brown-haired disciple said, "He's pushing Wang Deng, right? Why are his injuries even worse?" The other added, "He's already unrecognizable." Wang Deng immediately received a slap. Wang Ju's angry curses echoed through the Hall of Justice. "Look at the mess you've made, and you say he was that evil cultivator's refined corpse, and he was wearing his storage ring with a great treasure inside?" His voice trembled with anger. "And what happened, you offended?" Wang Deng defiantly retorted loudly. "So what if it's a misunderstanding? Is Grandpa worried about spirit stones? At worst, we can frame him and send him to Repentance Valley. Your grandson will make him spill everything." Before he finished, Wang Ju, unable to contain his anger, grabbed Wang Deng by the collar and roared at him. "Listen, you are absolutely forbidden to target that kid again. We will visit him shortly with spirit stones to apologize." Wang Deng still stubbornly refused to believe, asking in a trembling, bewildered voice, "Grandpa, what are you saying?" He angrily shook off Wang Ju's hand, shouted, "Why?" and then continued to arrogantly say, "I am the hope of our sect, the future Kanglan Assembly, the marriage alliance with Myriad Manifestation Gate. All depend on your grandson." "What is that kid? He doesn't deserve my apology." Wang Ju immediately poured cold water on him. "I can only tell you, if you target him again, you will be an enemy of the entire Qingyun sect. Grandpa won't be able to help you then." Wang Deng trembled in despair, saying in disbelief, "How is that possible? What exactly happened? Who is he?" Wang Ju turned his back to him and before leaving only said a few words to Wang Deng. "He is the true hope of Qingyun sect's future." Wang Deng listened, slumped helplessly into his wheelchair, his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, "Impossible, how could he? He's a refined corpse. I clearly cast a spell on him, honestly." Just then a ball of flame suddenly engulfed him. Wang Deng's screams echoed all around. Wang Ju turned his head only to see a small ball of flame still swirling in his hand. He endured, saying, "Endure it. This is punishment for your reckless behavior and also our sincerity for the apology we owe." Back with Starry Night, his sensitive nose caught a scent, and he asked in confusion, "Hey, what's that delicious smell of roasted meat? Is it dinner time?" The system panel suddenly prompted ding. And Creation Point 17, Starry Night was puzzled. "What? Do I get points for praising roasted meat?" Starry Night and Lu Tianyan were in the room when a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Wang Ju walked in, pushing Wang Deng, who was completely charred and covered in several new layers of bandages with a cold expression. Starry Night saw the miserable sight and let out an "ah" with a dark expression. Before he could greet them, he jokingly feigned blame. "Elder Wang Ju, why did you make your grandson smell so good? You've even made senior sister hungry." Lu Tianyan sternly said, "I am not hungry." As expected, Starry Night's bold joke was immediately recorded by the system, Creation Points 38. The Wong family grandfather and grandson both suppressed their anger. Wang Ju smiled and said, "Taoist friend Starry Night, it was all a misunderstanding before. As you can see, this old man has already taught him a lesson." With a hint of reluctance on his face, he took something out and said, "Furthermore, in addition to the 3 million spirit stones I promised to compensate Taoist friend earlier, I will add another 2 million for a total of 5 million spirit stones. I hope young friend can forgive the previous offense from my grandson and me." Wang Deng also bowed his head, clasping his hands, saying, "This junior was ignorant and wronged Taoist friend. I hope Taoist friend will forgive me." Starry Night immediately said happily, "All right, seeing your sincerity, I forgive you. Senior sister, please keep the spirit stones for me." Lu Tianyan quickly put away the 5 million spirit stones. Before she could relax, Starry Night's foul mouth started acting up again, saying, "Consider it an advance payment for the betrothal gift." Before he could finish, Lu Tianyan decisively stuffed the 5 million spirit stones into his mouth, silencing him. The Wong family grandfather and grandson watched Starry Night gagging and choking, both speechless. Only then did Lu Tianyan speak coldly. "Wang Deng, your business with junior brother is settled. Now let's talk about our business." Hearing this, Wang Deng's voice was somewhat flustered as he retorted, "Ah, what are you saying? Junior nephew and junior sister?" She didn't answer him, only called out, "Come out." As soon as she finished, Xiao Wan was pushed out by Luo Qing. The Wong family grandfather and grandson were immediately stunned. Wang Deng trembled as he asked Luo Qing, "What do you mean?" Luo Qing firmly replied, "I've had enough. I don't want to be ordered around by you anymore." Wang Ju looked at his grandson in a panic, immediately questioning, "Wang Deng, what's going on? Is junior nephew Xiao Wan's condition related to you?" Wang Deng's expression was unreadable. He merely whispered, "It's a long story." The next second he spoke glibly to everyone. "Previously, I misunderstood Taoist friend Starry Night as a refined corpse, all because of this woman. I was even planning to bring her to Taoist friend to apologize. It was all her. She insisted Taoist friend Starry Night was a refined corpse and we didn't believe her, so we were a bit heavy-handed with her." Lu Tianyun's face turned red with anger, saying, "Nonsense, you clearly used torture to extract a confession, trying to get junior sister Xiaowan to reveal the identity of the refined corpse. The junior sister endured endless torment yet refused to speak," he said, "and you even resorted to using GU worms to force the truth." Wang Deng cast a deep glance, reluctantly asking, "Oh, so you didn't tell them who was behind all this?" The nearby Luo Qing admitted without hesitation that it was her. Both Lu Tianyun and Starry Night were surprised. Luo Qing lowered her head in shame but decided to confess honestly. "Not just this, I've done many other terrible things, all at your command. I will tell the sect master everything with all the evidence and accept all the punishments the sect decrees." But Wang Deng remained brazen, refusing to admit anything, and sneered, How ridiculous, those things were clearly your own doing. My greatest sin was being too soft-hearted, and for the sake of our fellowship I didn't expose you, hoping you'd repent." Luo Qing closed her eyes, completely unconcerned by his slander. She said calmly, "Say what you will, I'm going to see the sect master now and see if he'll believe me with irrefutable evidence." She then walked towards the door, intending to seek justice from the sect master, but her face was no longer calm. In her heart, she continuously prayed for him to act quickly. At this moment, Wang Deng's slow and low voice came from behind Luo Qing. "If you had evidence, you would have already given it to the sect master before I arrived, right?" He tilted his head, looking calm, as if he had seen through Luo Qing's trap. "Are you confessing now because you want me to do something to you?" Junior sister Luo Qing indeed was seen through by this fellow. Luo Qing was rendered immobile by his words, secretly sweating. Starry Night sighed inwardly, feeling a little regretful, thinking, "It's a failure now." The story begins a quarter of an hour ago, with Luo Qing standing before senior niece Lu Tianyun and Starry Night candidly saying, "He planted a mother-child GU in my body. As long as he controls the mother GU, he can kill me instantly. Although I can't provide solid evidence for his previous malicious acts, I will pretend to have some and use it to force him to kill me with the GU worm. This way he can be convicted of harming fellow disciples. With his current body, he'll surely die if sent to Repentance Valley." Lu Tianyun frowned and asked, "You want to sacrifice yourself?" Luo Qing, however, said with unusual calm, "This is my deserved end." Starry Night on the side asked suspiciously, "Begging your pardon, but perhaps more fellow disciples than Xiaowan were killed by you. Why are you suddenly showing compassion now?" Luo Qing shamefully hugged one arm, quietly saying, "Before, even if I died it would have been meaningless. Your appearance gave me a chance to overthrow Wang Deng. Wang Deng is a very arrogant person. Everything he planned was very meticulous, but you made his plans fail again and again, causing him unprecedented humiliation. Now that he's lost his mind, it's the best chance to outwit him. Although those crimes cannot be exposed, I'll be satisfied if I can drag him down with me." Back to reality, Wang Deng continued to play the role of the pitiful innocent, saying, "I never thought that covering up your crimes would lead to you turning on me." With that, he turned to Wang Ju and said, "Grandpa, everything this malicious woman has done, including harming junior sister Xiaowan, I've already recorded with a recording stone. It's right there at my place." Luo Qing could only lean against the door, resigned to her fate, saying, "Please punish me according to the sect rules then." He looked at Luo Qing with a pained expression like a betrayed victim and said, "From the start I was just a scapegoat for you, right? To say such things is truly heartbreaking, but it's a fact that I covered up your crimes, and once you're punished I won't escape either. I'll accept my due punishment." Hearing this, Luo Qing was so enraged by his hypocritical face that she bit her lip until blood flowed. At this moment Starry Night suddenly spoke. "Of course, if junior sister provides any evidence of my involvement in wrongdoings, I won't shirk responsibility either." With that, he walked towards Xiaowan's seat. "If there were evidence and witnesses, weren't they right here?" Wang Deng unpleasantly said to Starry Night, "Stop talking, this victim can also testify. Her words are certainly trustworthy." Lu Tianyun also added from the side, "I also hope to cure junior sister Xiaowan and clear my name. Once the truth-telling GU is planted, it quickly devours the host's life. Before life completely disappears, any questions asked of the host will be answered truthfully. Junior sister Xiaowan's life has long been consumed to its end by the truth-telling GU. She will die as soon as the GU is removed. Otherwise, the general rate of life regeneration cannot keep up with the rate of consumption by the truth-telling GU, unless there is a life-prolonging elixir of the highest grade." Wang Ju then spoke in a somber tone, "If the GU worm isn't removed, Xiaowan will never wake up, all right? Luo Qing, you come back to the disciplinary hall with this old man and we'll investigate this matter thoroughly." Then he pretended to speak righteously, "This matter involves my grandson. I will hand it over to other disciplinary elders for investigation to ensure that no good person is wronged and no one is shielded." Starry Night glanced at the unconscious Xiaowan and then replied to him, "No need." Facing Starry Night, Wang Ju spoke frankly, "Young friend Starry Night, what do you wish to do? Niece Lu has already explained it very clearly to you. Her current state prevents her from responding to the outside world." Speaking of which, Wang Ju's gaze became even more cunning. "Unless one uses the evil method of soul transcension." Starry Night was somewhat surprised and asked, "Soul transcension?" Lu Tianyun immediately objected, firmly saying, "No, once the soul is damaged she will truly become a vegetable." Starry Night tilted his head to look at Lu Tianyun, comforting her with a confident expression. "Don't worry, senior sister, junior brother will use the safest method to treat junior sister Xiaowan. Senior sister might know that junior brother has a slight understanding of medicine. Not long ago I even brought someone who had drunk dozens of potent poisons back to life. Lu Tianyan listened to Starry Night's boasting, her face showing confusion, thinking, wasn't that just yourself? What does that have to do with understanding medicine? Starry Night, with a glove in his mouth and pulling off another, muttered, commanding, System, I can't use the purchase panel now, just buy me a cheap but harmless elixir they've never seen before. The system replied, understood. Starry Night spread his palm and an object appeared on it. He looked at niece Lu and said, Senior sister Lu, first give junior sister Xiao Wan this pill to supplement her vitality. With that, Starry Night lowered his head to look at the item in his hand, a bottle of blue potion called Flower Pill. He opened his mouth in surprise. I'll wait, what the hell is this? The system saw this and asked, haven't all the host's requests been met? Never seen before, cheap, harmless to eat. Lu Tianyan held the pill bottle, exclaiming, what a beautiful pill, and it even has a name written on it. Wang Ju, standing by, also praised a few words. The pill's aroma is very unique, but why is there no spiritual energy fluctuation? Starry Night, looking at the two of them, nervously bit his fingernail. Change back to normal, senior sister, quickly feed it to her. Lu Tianyan supported her chin with one hand and fed the pill into Xiao Wan's mouth with the other. At this moment, Starry Night rolled up his sleeves, his tone serious. All right, everyone, step back a little. Everyone quietly observed Starry Night. He walked to Xiao Wan, danced around and chanted continuously. First, I invite the heavenly dog. Second, I invite the emperor. Third, I invite the python. Fourth, I invite the elder. Fifth, I invite the judge. Sixth, I invite the king of hell. And finally, teacher Piao, little bugs, don't be presumptuous. Deng sat opposite, listening to Starry Night's gibberish, frowning and thinking, what the hell is he doing, being deliberately mysterious? Starry Night danced around Xiao Wan, jumping one moment, kneeling the next, and putting his hands together in prayer, then casting spells, constantly chanting Heaven and Earth 3 pure Tao impermanent, Heaven and Earth boundless, Chang'an Baro Law, 9 young pure gold body, Yuan Young enters body, immune to 5 poisons. Wang Ju and Wang Deng watched Starry Night's performance, dizzy, with Starry Night's voice echoing in their ears. Divine soul art, evil demons disperse, Starry Night shouted, and with all his might slapped Xiao Wan's back. Retreat, retreat, retreat. At this moment the system displayed a reminder. Host, what unnecessary operation are you doing? Didn't this system say that using the inverse transformation of yin and yang vitality would save this girl? Starry Night, seeing the system belittle him, complained a few times. What do you know, if she just came alive from my touch it would be too astonishing. The more operations I do, the less they understand, and the safer I am. Spiritual energy was transmitted into Xiao Wan's body by Starry Night, and her whole body emitted bursts of golden light. Seeing this miraculous scene, Wang Ju exclaimed in surprise, what, her vitality is actually recovering? Wang Deng was equally surprised. He widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Impossible, what did he do? On the other side, Qing Zan and Elder Mu Diao were observing Starry Night's every move through the blue magic mirror in front of them. Elder Diao pondered, as expected of the chaos spiritual root, I've never heard of such a method. Qing Zan stroked his beard, also agreeing, that flower pill and his incantations are both very unfamiliar, perhaps it's an ancient inheritance from his teacher Piao. Elder Diao then suddenly made a suggestion. Sect master, with his abilities, perhaps we can let him try. Qing Zan, stroking his beard, hesitated. Let's wait and see. His cultivation is still too low now. Qing Zan looked at Starry Night, who was panting and seemingly out of stamina in the mirror, and continued. And this magic seems to cause him great harm. Starry Night's face was pale, looking haggard and very tired. System, stop draining my spiritual energy, you're almost sucking me dry. The system appeared again at this moment. Host, didn't you ask me to make it seem more realistic? Starry Night murmured, exhausted. And the image of an old woman leaning on a cane summoning him flashed in his mind. Enough already, I've seen too much. Xiao Wan groggily woke up, looking blankly at her hands, moving them. Lu Tianyan, seeing Xiao Wan awake, happily knelt and hugged her. Xiao Wan, you're awake. Starry Night still silently transmitted internal energy behind her. Xiao Wan was surprised, momentarily unsure what was happening, and stammered. Senior sister, this is... Wang Deng was truly surprised. He could barely believe his eyes. How is this possible? The truth-telling Jiyu is still in her body. How could she wake up? Suddenly something crawled out of Xiao Wan's ear. Lu Tianyan saw this and thought, the Jiyu worm actually came out on its own. Is Xiao Wan's vitality so strong that even the Jiyu worm can't digest it? Lu Tianyan's face was grim. She held the back of the chair with one hand and extended her index finger with the other to cast a spell, and a green flame rose. Xiao Wan, don't move, she warned her junior sister. Suddenly Starry Night stood behind Xiao Wan and reached directly into her ear to dig. Starry Night's expression remained serious, while Xiao Wan was bewildered. Lu Tianyan was also stunned by Starry Night's sudden action. Her hand froze, her face showing an unknown expression, only letting out an ah. Lu Tianyan held Xiao Wan's head, staring at her ear, continuously turning it, and kept shouting, Junior brother, what are you doing? The Jiyu worm just came out. Did you put it back in? Where did it go? I can't find it. Xiao Wan's head spun, her face crumpled in dizziness, while Starry Night leisurely put on his gloves. After he finished, Starry Night pretended to be profound, pointing and commanding, Junior sister Xiao Wan, tell us your biggest secret. As soon as Starry Night finished speaking, Xiao Wan, as if hypnotized, said emotionlessly, while senior sister was bathing, I secretly hid her panties. Lu Tianyan, still holding Xiao Wan's head, stopped in surprise. Then suddenly Lu Tianyan's rage flared, her eyes glowing with a dark light as she pinched Xiao Wan's ear. So it was you. Xiao Wan, whose ear was pinched, immediately woke up crying out in pain. Ah, it hurts, senior sister, I was wrong. Suddenly Starry Night became silent. He then softly continued to ask, junior sister Xiao Wan, who tormented you before and planted the truth-telling GU in you. Although Lu Tianyan was still pinching her ear, Xiao Wan returned to her hypnotized state. Facing Wang Ju and Wang Deng, she truthfully answered that it was senior brother Wang Deng who instructed senior sister Luo Qing to do it. Wang Deng, covered in injuries and feeling guilty, loudly denied, no, I didn't, she's lying. Starry Night interrupted him. His gaze was cold and his voice resonated. The truth-telling GU is still in her body. Junior sister Xiao Wan is speaking the truth now. Wang Deng, you harmed fellow disciples. Why don't you confess? Although exposed, Wang Deng remained stubborn. He secretly calculated that since they were playing, they might as well go all out. If he didn't want to die, he'd take everyone down with him. Thinking this, he pointed at Xiao Wan and loudly said, then Xiao Wan, tell us how you determined he was a refined corpse. Wang Deng's eyes were full of triumph, secretly relishing. Anyway, as long as she says it, how will you explain? If you try to stop her or remove the truth-telling GU, it proves you're guilty. Xiao Wan asked directly, immediately sat up straight and answered truthfully again. Who said he's a refined corpse? He's just a handsome and silly, loyal and devoted young man obsessed with my senior sister's beauty. Starry Night felt somewhat confused to be described this way. Lu Tianyan by his side showed no expression. Wang Deng, hearing the unsatisfactory answer, immediately shouted in anger. You never said that before? Xiao Wan gave an apologetic smile, flicking her finger. Sorry, I was just joking with you before, now it's the truth. Hearing this, Wang Deng became even more furious. He roared even more fiercely, joking, I also planted the truth-telling GU in you before, Starry Night. Xiao Wan and Lu Tianyan, seeing Wang Deng confess his guilt due to anger, immediately high-fived triumphantly and collectively exclaimed, oh! Knowing he had let it slip, Wang Deng slumped backward into his chair in a daze, sighing inwardly, it's over, it's over. At the same time, Qing Zan suddenly emerged from the magic mirror, walking calmly with his hands behind his back. Wang Ju exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master. Qing Zan's face was stern and he spoke calmly. All right, the truth is out. Wang Deng, do you confess your guilt? Wang Deng trembled, still stubbornly refusing to admit it, stammering, no, it's not, Sect Master. Before he could finish, Wang Deng was suddenly struck down by Wang Ju's palm. He coughed, supporting himself with his hands. Wang Ju bowed behind him to Qing Zan, apologizing, it's all this old man's fault. His father died young, and this old man was busy with sect affairs, only focused on improving my grandson's cultivation, but neglected his moral guidance. If the Sect Master wishes to punish, then punish this old man too. Qing Zan looked at Wang Ju with some regret and said, the sect has its rules. Wang Ju, as an elder of the disciplinary hall, you should know better. Wang Ju still bowed his head. He didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Under everyone's witness, Qing Zan solemnly announced the punishment. Wang Deng and Luo Qing for harming fellow disciples shall be punished according to sect rules and sent to Repentance Valley. Wang Deng was still lying on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, looking at Qing Zan, listening to the judgment. Luo Qing's eyes welled with tears and she smiled, thinking, excellent, finally. Suddenly she spat blood, her face pale. Here, Wang Deng still stubbornly leaned on his wheelchair, pointing at Luo Qing and cursing, bitch, it's all you betrayed me, go to hell. Luo Qing's eyes widened and she spat blood, falling to the ground. In a daze, she heard someone calling her. Luo Qing, big sister, are you going to be an immortal? A blurred image surfaced. Luo Qing saw herself sitting on a rooftop with a cute little girl beside her, excitedly pointing at her, proudly saying, that's right, little sister, from now on our village will be protected by me, and taxes will only be half. The little girl beside her exclaimed in surprise, that's great. Another image surfaced of Luo Qing being mocked by everyone when she first entered the sect. She listened to everyone's mockery by herself, feeling wronged. Did you hear? The new disciple is from a remote place. Haha, no wonder she's so rustic. Everyone's laughter echoed in Luo Qing's ears. Another image surfaced, a tall sect disciple threatening Luo Qing. Hey, don't you want anything bad to happen to your village, right? Then cultivate with me. At this moment, another disciple appeared and punched the malicious disciple, knocking him down, spitting blood, saving Luo Qing. She trembled, lying on the ground, looking at her savior. It was Wang Deng who saved her. He gently extended his hand to Luo Qing with a soft smile and said, junior sister, are you all right? Can you stand up? Facing that hand, Luo Qing seemed to find support. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. As long as I find a backer, I can establish myself in the sect, and my parents, sister, and villagers will no longer live in hardship. Luo Qing took Wang Deng's hand as if grasping the lifeline of her life, and she was determined to do anything. Starry Night tried his best to treat her, but it was to no avail. Through the healing power with green light, he felt Luo Qing's life force gradually weakening. Her pulse became faint, as if a gentle touch could instantly take her life. Starry Night's voice, tinged with regret, declared to her, saving someone so petty and selfish isn't worth it. I can't save you from the GU worm that has destroyed your heart meridians, but I can keep you from dying so quickly. Do you have any last words? Luo Qing weakly uttered her last request. Please help me pass on the items in my storage ring to my sister. Just tell her that her sister has ascended to the upper realm and won't be returning. She didn't forget to remind her to take good care of their parents. Starry Night's expression darkened. To say he had no feelings for this junior sister would be untrue, but to say they were intimate would be an overstatement. Still, he couldn't bear to see her die so tragically. Starry Night agreed, asking anything else. Luo Qing then squeezed the hand he was holding. She replied with a pained heart, if only I had held this hand back then. After a moment of silence he finally spoke, saying she had voluntarily cut off the life force he was transmitting to her. Lu Tianyan stood by, saying sadly, "Presumably she has said all she wanted to say." Wang Deng, seeing his despicable plan succeed, burst into a maniacal laugh, shouting, "The bitch is dead, excellent." He smirked as if unwilling to let go of the woman who had just collapsed. "I didn't just kill you, I'll send people to kill your parents and your sister too." Wang Deng was about to utter more madness, but suddenly realized Starry Night had swiftly appeared before him. He paid no mind to Wang Deng's body being covered in bandages, and punched him hard, making him grimace in pain. Although he gasped from the blow, he still feigned an indifferent attitude, contemptuously telling Starry Night, "Haha, much weaker than before, this is your true strength, it doesn't hurt a bit." No matter how he tried to act, Starry Night coldly asked him, "Wang Deng, who colluded with the evil cultivator to harm so many outer disciples?" His eloquent tongue became a stuttering mess at this question. He desperately avoided it, feigning ignorance. What did you say?" He had intended to keep it a secret, but for some reason his body seemed to be controlled by someone. The words he spoke were completely beyond his control, forcing him to confess, "I did it and grandfather helped me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Wang Ju rushed over, furiously roaring, "You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting?" Before he could even touch him, Wang Deng was stopped by a barrier from behind, and that person reminded Elder Wang Ju, "Let your grandson speak clearly." Wang Deng was startled by his own words, then desperately covered his mouth, not letting out another sound. "What did I say? What's going on?" he panicked, realizing his life force was gradually decreasing. It was the truth-telling GU. Wang Deng wondered, was it just now, but how could he have planted a GU worm? And isn't the truth-telling GU still inside Shaowan? Starry Night watched his every change as if seeing through his thoughts and said, "If you can't figure it out, don't bother. Just answer the questions obediently." Then he didn't forget to press for the truth. "Why did you harm fellow disciples, and how did Elder Wang Ju help you?" Wang Deng was furious internally. "Damn it, my body is out of control." But his mouth obediently replied that he was captured by an evil cultivator 4 years ago while on a sect mission. The evil cultivator, upon learning his identity, wanted to use him to collect the souls of low-level cultivators. Recalling the scene of his capture, he couldn't help but shiver, and said the evil cultivator initially forced him to learn half of a cultivation technique called the GU King Manual. This cultivation technique could greatly increase one's cultivation, but it required absorbing cultivator's blood essence, otherwise one would suffer a deviation. He stammered, "So I targeted outer disciples who had no family background, regularly supplying them to the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator would extract their souls, leaving the blood essence for me to cultivate." Wang Deng's voice still echoed in the room. "Just cultivating the first half of the technique would also lead to deviation." He said as long as I collected 500 souls for him, he would impart the second half of the technique to me. Since outer disciples frequently went missing, many reported it to the disciplinary hall. A disciplinary hall steward investigated and found out it was related to me, so he informed my grandfather in advance. I told grandfather everything. Grandfather also investigated and found that the GU King Manual was an ancient Earth-grade cultivation technique. As long as I continuously absorbed blood essence, there would be no side effects. So he secretly killed the disciplinary hall steward who was investigating me. We went together to see that evil cultivator, and when grandfather learned that the evil cultivator's strength was no less than that of the Grand Elder, he believed that he truly possessed the second half of the GU King Manual, and thus tacitly approved of my actions. He prattled on, recounting everything. Then suddenly Wang Deng's voice became faint, and he heard him trembling, saying he also cruelly dealt with those disciples who reported the disappearances to the disciplinary hall. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately collapsed to the ground, causing Elder Wang Ju to shout twice, "Grandson." Starry Night calmly sat down and said to the shouting person, "He won't die, he just lost a bit of life force. I'll take out the GU worm now." At this moment, Qing Zan, the sect master of Qingyun sect, spoke. "Wang Ju, I never expected you to indulge Wang Deng in such rebellious acts." Elder Wang Ju heard this and desperately explained, "Sect master, those were merely insignificant outer disciples. My grandson's strength, as you've seen, is only half cultivated." Qing Zan sternly interrupted him as he tried to justify his wrongdoings. "Enough." He then tried to calm down and retorted, "Cultivating with living people's blood essence, how is that any different from a demonic sect?" Seeing his tone soften, Elder Wang Ju grew bolder and questioned, "So what, hasn't the sect master seen our current predicament? If we don't make a breakthrough, Qingyun sect will be destroyed in our hands." Qing Zan ignored his wild talk, merely coldly warning, "Such a breakthrough, if it violates morality and reputation, is better off destroyed." Then he looked at Starry Night, calculating, "Moreover, hasn't an opportunity to turn the tide arrived now?" Wang Deng and Elder Wang Ju were soon led away. The sect master of Qingyun sect helplessly stroked his beard and sighed, "Alas, this is all my negligence as sect master. The disciplinary elder and disciple He Shin colluded with an evil cultivator and I was unaware. I'll have to trouble young friend to help me sort out sect affairs." Starry Night knew he was putting on an act but didn't mind, humbly saying, "It's merely my duty. As a disciple, I should uphold the sect's reputation." Seeing that the person beside him didn't continue the banter, he seriously returned to the main topic, handing him something and saying, "Oh, and this is for you." Starry Night took the item from his hand, glanced at it, then muttered to himself, "An identity token. An inner disciple identity token. Congratulations young friend Starry Night on officially joining my Qingyun sect, the system then chimed in with a notification. Host has completed the mission, gaining 800 creation points and 1 lottery chance, he thought to himself. Finally, 1 mission accomplished. He put down the item in his hand and directly asked the sect master, how do you plan to deal with the Wong family grandfather and grandson? Will they also be sent to Repentance Valley? Ching Zan felt there was nothing to hide, so he directly said, Repentance Valley is only effective for disciples below the Golden Core stage, and it's a place where the guilty can survive with a good chance of making it out alive, he continued. They have committed heinous crimes and must be confined in the sect's heavenly prison, awaiting the Elders' Council's judgment. The lightest punishment would be the abolition of their cultivation. Starry Night not only heard his words but also received his thoughts through divine sense transmission, taking everything in. Moreover, Wang Ju knows about young friend's spiritual roots, so I won't let him leave the heavenly prison alive. He appreciated Ching Zan's kindness, cupping his hands in gratitude and saying, Thank you, Sect Master, for your consideration. Just then Lu Tianyan walked in with Xiao Wan. Ching Zan saw the two approach and instructed Lu Tianyan, Junior niece Lu, take young friend Starry Night to the Scripture Pavilion and Artifact Pavilion to choose cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts. Xiao Wan, seeing this, put on an act pretending to be weak and saying to Lu Tianyan, It's alright, senior sister, you take him. Although my body is weak and I can't stand steadily, I can still push my wheelchair back to Zhengying Peak myself. This acting made Starry Night think, if this person traveled to his world, wouldn't the Oscar for Best Actress certainly be hers? He also knew what she wanted through her tone and acting, so he said to his senior sister, You should stay and take care of your junior sister. Just tell me the location and I'll go by myself. Xiao Wan, seeing him so sensible, secretly chuckled, putting on a triumphant look. You've got good taste, kid. It's not for nothing that this girl kept your secret. She then incessantly fantasized about being cared for by a beauty. How happy that would be. She even chuckled foolishly to herself. This is a rare opportunity. I must enjoy this time alone with senior sister. Before she could immerse herself in happiness for too long, a flash of lightning and a burst of light interrupted her. Then Wang Guanzhou, tied up tightly, fell with a thud from a spatial vortex onto the ground. The way he landed made anyone watching feel his pain. Ching Zan chanted a spell, further tightening the bonds on the freshly landed person. Starry Night, seeing this, helplessly asked the sect master, This is, he sighed deeply, explaining with resignation. His precious disciple was so badly injured, if I didn't tie him up first, this old fellow would have fought to the death with the Wong family grandfather and grandson. Before the two could react, a black shadow streaked past them at astonishing speed. Wang Guanzhou quickly rushed to Xiao Wan's side, wailing, Don't worry, disciple, your master will take good care of you and heal your physical and psychological trauma. Immediately after, he angrily turned around and roared, My disciple has suffered. I will never let that brat Wong Deng off the hook. She hadn't fully understood her master's words and could only utter a bewildered "huh" with question marks floating above her head. Without haste, both she and her wheelchair were lifted by her esteemed master. Before she could utter the word wait, Wang Guanzhou interrupted her. He turned and thanked Starry Night. Thanks to young friend, this time this old man owes you a favor. His expression was a mix of tears and laughter as he said to Wang Guanzhou, Master, you're too kind, and then heard Xiao Wan's protests. He said, Let's go. Master will take you to the alchemy room to prepare medicine. The reply was vehement opposition and screams, Ah no. Ching Zan also rose, saying to Starry Night and Lu Tianyan, I'm busy too. Junior niece Lu, take young friend Starry Night on a tour of the sect and then the city. He then added, I see that there will be a meteor shower tonight, and the spiritual spring in the back mountain will be open for you for one day, perfect for soaking in the spring while enjoying the beautiful scenery. After speaking, he directly closed the door and left, giving the two some private space. Lu Tianyan listened to the sect master's string of words, her face expressionless as she sighed. The sect master is very chatty today. Starry Night stood by, only able to laugh dryly. Ha ha ha, indeed. Although she didn't quite understand the deeper meaning of her master's words, she still obeyed the command. Taking him on her sword for a tour while flying on her sword, she turned and told him, Let's go, I'll take you to complete the sect entry procedures. His actions made him a little surprised, and he couldn't help but ask, How do we have to fly on a sword? Lu Tianyan at this moment was taking out a sleeping bag, calmly replying, The Scripture Pavilion and Artifact Pavilion are both very far from here. Starry Night, seeing her take out the item, waved his hand and said, I'm used to it now, no need for a sleeping bag, I should be able to walk. He said this, but in his mind he was calculating, But if I can't stand steadily, I can still have senior sister help me. And then, to ensure his safety, she used multiple flying swords. Starry Night stood on the sword with both feet, holding a sword in each hand, helplessly asking his senior sister, Isn't this a bit too wasteful of spiritual energy? She immediately replied no, saying, I originally thought it would be difficult to get evidence of Wong Deng colluding with the disciplinary hall and the evil cultivator, and I had planned for a long investigation. I didn't expect you, who just joined the sect, to solve it. Starry Night, understanding, humbly replied, I also didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Thanks to fellow Taoist Wang's truth-telling GU, it really worked. Lu Tianyan, seeing through everything, stated directly, If not for your and Xiao Wan's excellent acting, it would have been impossible to plant the GU worm on him so easily. He merely chuckled at her words, saying, As expected, senior sister saw through it. She leisurely pointed out that cultivators have spiritual energy fluctuations when putting items into storage space, but you had none when you collected the demon cores, so at the time it seemed like you were putting the GU worm back, but in reality you had already transferred it using the demon core collection method. This way you avoided exposing your identity and could use the retrieved GU worm to ambush Wong Deng after that. You just needed to secretly have Xiao Wan cooperate with you, putting on an act that the GU worm was still inside her. She listed a series of details, then a faint white spiritual energy glowed at her fingertips. Lu Tianyan continued, although only golden core stage cultivators can use divine sense transmission, you can also do it like this. She used the spiritual energy at her fingertips to simulate vocal cords. She explained in detail that because inside the ear, even spiritual energy so faint it's undetectable can be heard very clearly, and coupled with you blocking the outside, we didn't notice it. Her direct revelation reminded him of when he used spiritual energy to block Xiao Wan's ears and instructed her, "Girl, when I ask you questions later, pretend the GU worm is still inside you." Starry Night again laughed dryly, praising, as expected, nothing can be hidden from senior sister. Lu Tianyan sighed, confessing to him, "Actually, I also wish to participate in the battle, not just summarize after it." Starry Night, seeing this beauty wanting to fight alongside him, happily wriggled and said, next time for sure." Then he feigned a pitiful complaint. "Senior sister, you're showing unhappy emotions, that's why the flying sword is shaking." Lu Tianyan turned her face away and said, "Did you learn this GU worm technique from that evil cultivator's ring?" Starry Night replied, The GU worm manual was in the ring. Some GU worms require learning the main cultivation technique to use, but others, like the truth-telling GU, only require touching to activate. No control needed, just learning the spell." Lu Tianyan sighed and said, "I thought I was very thorough in my actions, but I'm still not as good as Junior Brother. The GU King manual must contain many GU worm control spells, right?" Junior Brother was able to quickly browse through it without even knowing if it could be used in this world. Starry Night thought to himself, "No, actually, I had the system teach me on the spot." Lu Tianyan said expressionlessly, "I feel like I owe you more and more." He played with two swords, replying, it's all right. At worst, I'll commit myself to you, but senior sister, can you please stop changing the flying positions of these two swords?" Lu Tianyan said to Starry Night, "I don't want to implicate Junior Brother." Starry Night, holding the swords, replied blankly, "Ha." Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, they were still on flying swords. Lu Tianyan said to Starry Night, "We're at the scripture pavilion. Your identity token allows you to enter directly." Starry Night walked into the scripture pavilion. Many rows of bookshelves adorned with cultivation techniques appeared before his eyes. The system prompted, "Host, this system has finished scanning. Several cultivation techniques meet the conditions for Mission 1. Starry Night continued deeper into the scripture pavilion. He asked the system, "Does cultivation add death-seeking points? Does the system store have such cultivation techniques?" The system displayed the answer. "System rules state that mission items cannot be purchased in the store." Starry Night just cursed the system. Trash, always making treacherous rules. "Oh right, since there are no outsiders here, I'll use my lottery chance." The system replied, "All right." A gift box appeared in midair. The system displayed the opening method. "Pull the ribbon to get the mysterious gift box." Starry Night complained, "Why make it so fancy? Please don't tell me it's thank you for your patronage. Try again next time." The system clarified, "Mission reward lottery draws are guaranteed to yield an item." Starry Night expressionlessly pulled the ribbon, responding, "That's more like it." The system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Software Voice Transmission Editor." Yesterday when it opened there seemed to be a key in wrench shape in the golden light. Seeing this strange item, Starry Night asked in confusion, "What is this?" The system displayed the voice transmission editor's function description. Function description: can block all voice transmission jade slips and divine sense transmissions within an 800-meter radius and send them after secondary editing. Can record the symbols of all voice transmission jade slips within an 800-meter radius and support simulating the sending of recorded symbol transmissions. Starry Night looked at the system panel and thought, "Is this a physical cheat device for cultivation?" Starry Night thought, "Isn't this a function you already have, system? I remember you modified the master's voice transmission to senior sister like this last time. Disciple, return to the sect immediately." The system changed its answer. "I can only receive and modify the host's voice transmission jade slip. I cannot perform any operations on divine sense transmission, nor do I have so many functions." Starry Night, with a big smile, rested his chin on his hand and said to the system, "Niece, this thing feels very interesting and flexible to use." After Starry Night went out, he met Lu Tianyan again, who asked, "So fast, what cultivation technique did you choose?" Starry Night replied, handing her 3 scrolls of cultivation techniques. After choosing 3 cultivation techniques, Lu Tianyan asked again, "Why did you choose all spell arts, and their side effects are so great, especially this divine soul injury art? Although it can change the form of divine sense to attack enemies, each activation also damages one's own divine sense and causes loss of combat power, making it a very useless technique." Starry Night smiled, took the 3 scrolls and replied, It's fine, I don't plan to learn them, just research them." Lu Tianyan walked to the flying sword and said to Starry Night, "Let's go to the spiritual pavilion." She thought to herself, "This junior brother is good in every way, except he seems to have a masochistic tendency." Starry Night looked at the flying sword with some fear and suggested, "Senior sister, I suddenly feel the sleeping bag is more comfortable." Lu Tianyan stood on the flying sword dragging Starry Night, who was lying in the sleeping bag. Lying in the sleeping bag, Starry Night opened the system to research. "Let me do some research." Starry Night opened the voice transmission editor and clicked on the voice transmission viewing mode. The system prompted, "Successfully detected." Starry Night thought, "Oh, I received it so quickly." The voice transmissions received included, "Junior sister, are you free? I heard there's a meteor shower tonight. Fellow Taoist, how have you considered the matter? Senior brother, is something wrong with your sect? Is it convenient to tell us some information for the newspaper?" Starry Night looked at those voice transmissions, thinking about how to modify the content. The system displayed a dialog box, "Just press and hold the conversation." Starry Night pressed and held a certain senior brother's voice transmission, thinking, "So amazing it can even virtually reply to the other party." A certain senior brother of Qingyun's sect said with a lewd smile, "Tonight I'll have junior sister Ruokan." The person next to him said, "What's there to be proud of is having a girlfriend so great?" The brown-haired young man arrogantly wagged his finger, provocatively facing the black-haired young man. No, we're about to become cultivation partners and cultivate together." The voice transmission jade pendant heated up and the brown-haired young man said to the black-haired young man, "Junior sister, reply to me immediately." Starry Night modified the voice transmission. "I am Qin Shi Huang, send money." The system displayed other people's replies. "Junior sister, what are you saying? Who is Qin Shi Huang? Is he threatening you?" "Fellow Taoist Shi Huang, we agreed beforehand not to inquire about each other's identities. What do you mean by this? And I know you don't need to give me money, right? Understood, your real name won't be written in the newspaper either. If you truly know the inside story, the price is negotiable." Starry Night clutched his stomach, bursting into laughter at his own joke. "This is too fun." Another voice transmission suddenly appeared. "Qing Zan, you must do your best to protect that chaos spiritual root. Any request he makes must be fulfilled as much as possible, using all resources to raise his cultivation. But before he reaches the nascent soul stage, he must never be allowed to leave Qingyun sect." Starry Night was puzzled, not knowing who was speaking. Who is this? How dare he speak to the sect master in such a commanding tone? Just then the system prompted, "Press and hold the avatar to query sender information." Starry Night pressed and held, seeing the information displayed. "Qing Wuji early soul transformation stage is the sender of the command." Starry Night looked up at Lu Tianyan and asked, "Senior sister, do we have an elder named Qing Wuji in our sect?" Lu Tianyan replied, also asking, "Our sect's grand elder is named Qing Wuji. What's wrong?" Starry Night replied to Lu Tianyan, "Oh, then do we need to pay him a visit?" Lu Tianyan said, "He's in secluded death meditation. He won't come out unless there's a major event concerning the sect's survival." Starry Night raised a hand to prop his chin, thinking, so that's why they communicate with voice transmission jade pendants. A sly expression appeared on Starry Night's face and he raised his hand intending to modify the voice transmission. He thought to himself, secluded death meditation makes things easy. Want to keep me under house arrest? No way. First I need to pay special attention to modification. Messages sent to Qing Wuji and messages received from Qing Wuji will all pass through me. The system prompted, target distance exceeds 800 meters. Each sent and received message will consume 50 creation points. Starry Night muttered to himself, there are additional fees for physical cheats too. At this moment, Diao Yihai and Qing Zan were sitting and observing the situation. Diao Yihai asked, "Sect Master, has the Grand Elder responded?" Qing Zan replied calmly, "Not yet. I don't know what his state is now." Looking at the token in his hand, Qing Zan said faintly, "Oh, I have a reply." Then a voice sounded, "Qing Zan, the person with the chaos spiritual root must be kept in a state where he cannot be quantum superimposed. He is born from absorbing the chaotic energy of heaven and earth and will eventually nourish the luck of heaven and earth. During this period he cannot be intentionally observed. Each observation may accumulate karma, causing the quantum superposition state to collapse and become a fixed reality. If he cannot be nourished, he will suffer backlash. Remember." Diao Yihai and Qing Zan listened to this, and several big question marks popped up in their minds. Qing Zan also spoke. "The Grand Elder's words are a bit profound. Elder Diao, what do you think?" Diao Yihai feigned ignorance and replied, "I don't understand anything about that quantum stuff. In short, it means the sect master should not interfere with anything related to young friend Starry Night, or else you'll accumulate karma." Qing Zan stood straight and issued an order. "I didn't expect the chaos spiritual root to involve so much profound knowledge. Fortunately, I asked the Grand Elder for his opinion. I'll inform Elder Guanzhou later." Diao Yihai immediately acknowledged the order. At this moment, Lu Tianyan finally brought Starry Night to the Qingyun sect spirit tool pavilion. She secretly wondered if she could fool the sect master. After a safe landing, Lu Tianyan solemnly reminded her junior brother, "The spirit tool pavilion is like the scripture pavilion, but you can only choose one spirit tool that suits you." Starry Night climbed up from the ground and replied, "Understood." Just then a voice suddenly sounded from behind the two. What a coincidence, a group of people also arrived here on their respective flying spirit tools. A red-haired man stood high up and said, "I was planning to visit your sect spirit tool pavilion, then go catch up with junior niece Lu." Seeing the newcomer, Lu Tianyan asked, "Seventh Elder, what are you doing here?" Chang Yan smiled and said loudly, "This young master's natal spirit tool was damaged in a battle with a grade 2 serpent king beast, so I plan to replace it with a new weapon. He shrugged and explained, "But I don't fancy any of the things those old guys in the sect gave me, so I wanted to see if your sect had any suitable weapons." Then Cheng Yan took the opportunity to approach Lu Tianyan, smiling, "Anyway, our two sects are already allied, so we'll all be one family from now on." Cheng Yan reached out, intending to intimately wrap his arm around Lu Tianyan's waist. However, the young man Starry Night suddenly darted out, grabbing his hand and saying with a smile, "Hello family." The system immediately reported creation points 24. Cheng Yan immediately reacted, his hand gripping Starry Night's hand fiercely, while exuding a chilling aura at the same time. Lu Tianyan rushed forward and struck him with a palm, but Cheng Yan casually dodged it. Cheng Yan smiled and explained, "Apologies, junior niece. This young master doesn't like being touched by men. This junior brother's medical expenses will be fully covered by this young master." Starry Night shook his injured hand and stood in front of Lu Tianyan, stopping her, and softly blamed himself. No need, I was the one who offended." Cheng Yan saw Starry Night's reaction and secretly evaluated him. "So he's a coward." However, after thinking it over, Starry Night spoke again. "This junior didn't know senior's painful past. He must have been touched too much by men when he was young, which is why he's reacting so violently now." The system chimed again. Creation point 70. Hearing such insulting words, Cheng Yan, short-tempered, couldn't help but rush forward immediately, viciously pouncing on Starry Night and shouting, "You're looking for death?" But just as he was about to make a move, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared, placed his hand on his shoulder and stopped him. "Young sect master, official business is important." Cheng Yan also suppressed his anger. He turned around and said with disgust, "Understood, let's go, choose a spirit tool." He walked to the teleportation gate and said loudly, "This young master hopes that when I come again I won't see you, little brat." Then he walked into the teleportation gate, followed by several old men. The elder of the Chi Hall also kindly reminded, "You two are here to choose your introductory spirit tools, right? Come back another day. Don't stir up trouble with this ominous person." Just 1 second later, Lu Tianyan had already turned around and said to Starry Night with a calm mind, "Let's go, let's return to Zhengyang Peak first." Starry Night couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior sister, who was that person?" Lu Tianyan replied, "Cheng Yan, the young master of Myriad Manifestation Gate." Starry Night cursed the person. "Damn it, an outsider, what makes him so arrogant?" Lu Tianyan merely sighed, then said to him, "Hey, because currently the entire Qingyun sect strength is inferior to Myriad Manifestation Gate." Hearing her say that, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Isn't Qingyun sect ranked first?" She then told him the whole story from beginning to end. That was 10 years ago. After the demonic sword seal incident, Qingyun sect suffered heavy losses in high-level combat power, with over a dozen nascent soul stage experts perishing. The Grand Elder was also severely injured and needed long-term secluded meditation. Wang Ling's father also died in that incident. When she finished, he asked suspiciously, "What is the demonic sword?" Lu Tianyan turned to look at him, then explained, "I hadn't joined the sect back then. My master told me that a small sect discovered an ancient inheritance, and that's where the demonic sword was." She recalled every detail her master had told her, then continued, "The sect master of that sect's temperament changed drastically after touching the demonic sword, killing everyone in his sect, and then started slaughtering people in the city. The matter grew bigger and bigger, but no one expected the demonic sword to be so terrifying. That sect master was originally only at the golden core stage, but ultimately displayed terrifying abilities comparable to an early soul transformation stage cultivator. The 3 sects and 4 gates all sent people to quell him. Because Qingyun sect primarily cultivates sword Dao, they were very interested in the demonic sword. Many experts were sent, and although they eventually succeeded in sealing it, they paid an extremely heavy price. Also, because Qingyun sect suffered heavy losses, the sealing place of the demonic sword is also within Qingyun sect." After hearing this, Starry Night asked her in surprise, "So the demonic sword is in our sect now?" She quickly replied, Want to go see it?" He asked her again, "Can we see it?" Lu Tianyan turned and left, not forgetting to give him more information. That formation was jointly set up by the top experts of the 3 sects and 4 gates, even sturdier than Qingyun sect's protective formation. Opening it for viewing is also to allow sect disciples to comprehend sword intent from it and improve their cultivation. He looked at her retreating figure blankly, thinking, won't studying it lead to chi deviation? She stopped, then said to him, "Coincidentally, the sealing place is right below the spirit tool pavilion. There's a teleportation array there." Starry Night quickly said, "Let's go take a look then." After speaking, the two quickly rushed to their destination using light body techniques. Upon arriving, Starry Night was drenched in sweat and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so hot." Then the two entered one after another. Lu Tianyan walked in front, saying to him, "This sealing array mobilizes the energy of the rocks. If the telluric energy here is depleted, the sealing location will shift. If we use spirit stones to provide energy, we can't afford that much. Anyway, there's nothing else to do, and the sealing place is still some distance from here. If we walk too close, the teleportation array will become ineffective." The system suddenly transmitted a message. Starry Night received a concern alert. Qing Zan diligently following the Grand Elder's decree, but can we assign an unsuspecting person as the guardian for the Chaos Spiritual Root Disciple? After all, if there's no interference at all, unforeseen circumstances might arise. After reading it, Starry Night walked behind her, secretly thinking, I possess the bloodthirsty malevolent orb, what unforeseen circumstances could there be? sending someone to follow me and exposing it, that's what would be an unforeseen circumstance. The system panel reappeared with a new message attached. After all, if there's no interference at all, unforeseen circumstances might arise. Don't let nature take its course. Qing Wuji fabricated. When he looked at the system again, he stared at the system panel in surprise, muttering to himself, "Oh my god, the information grabbing function is still on. Did 50,000 messages all get a bug?" He immediately clicked to view the grabbed information. After clicking, a piercing noise erupted, making him cover his ears and scream inwardly, so loud when he looked at the system panel again he asked himself in confusion, "What is this? Why are all these messages empty?" He immediately clicked on detailed information on the system panel to understand this strange message, and the system panel immediately displayed the sender's information. "You received Chen Yangshu, total messages sent 60,896. After reading it, Starry Night thought, the sender's name is obscured and hundreds of messages are sent intermittently. Unable to say anything looking at the messages, he could only think of one possibility. This person owed high-interest loans, which is why they were relentlessly spamming cultivation messages. Starry Night quickly asked Lu Tianyan, who was ahead, "Senior sister, do you know someone named Chen Yangshu?" She turned to look at him and replied, "Chen Yangshu is the sect master who touched the demonic sword," he said in surprise. "What?" she asked in confusion. "Didn't you say you didn't know about the demonic sword? How do you know that name?" He scratched his head and made up a reason with a smile. "Because my memory is a bit muddled after becoming a refined corpse." Starry Night asked her, "What happened to Chen Yangshu later?" Lu Tianyan quickly replied, "Of course he was utterly annihilated." Hearing this, he couldn't help but gulp. After hearing this, Starry Night propped his chin deep in thought. What the hell is this? Why would someone frantically send empty messages to a dead person using a voice transmission jade pendant? He immediately opened the system, clicking as he thought, "I remember that after receiving a message I can locate the sender and receiver. Found it. Let me see who sent these messages." Then he clicked on Locate and Navigate. The system immediately prompted, "Starry Night, location navigation mode has been activated. Target sender 30. Starting navigation for you. Go straight for 20 meters then turn right." In front of his eyes was the navigation arrow. After a while, the system's navigation arrow continued to follow the direction indicated by Lu Tianyan along the same path. Seeing this, he inwardly screamed in confusion, Wait, why is the path the system indicates exactly the same as the path senior sister is taking? Could that person also happen to be visiting the demonic sword?" After a while, the two arrived at a lava area, and Lu Tianyan said, "We're here. The demonic sword is in the center of the lava lake." When he saw the sword, he thought in surprise, "No way." Upon seeing the sword wrapped in chains in the center of the lava lake, the system immediately prompted, "Starry Night, the target has been marked for you." Navigation ended. Lu Tianyan looked at the demonic sword in the center of the lava lake and carefully reminded him, "The demonic sword's demonic energy has been completely sealed by the formation. Junior brother can comprehend sword intent on your own within your body's tolerance." Starry Night was still bewildered and quickly replied, "Ah, okay." He looked at the demonic sword in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with the system? Is there an old monster hidden beneath this demonic sword?" The system, hearing Starry Night's thoughts, quickly displayed an explanation. "No, this demonic sword is the spokesperson for the location application." He was stunned after hearing this. "What? A sword can send messages too?" Seeing Starry Night misunderstand its meaning, the system explained more specifically. "To be precise, it's not a voice transmission, it's just producing fluctuations similar to voice transmissions, which is why the system application intercepted them. Even if listened to repeatedly, the information cannot penetrate every neuron of Starry Night." He frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" The system still patiently explained to Starry Night. "The principle of a voice transmission jade pendant is actually to transform sound into spirit energy waves, which can be transmitted over long distances. At the other end, the jade pendant transforms the spirit energy waves back into sound." After hearing so many profound terms, he summarized it in one sentence. "Isn't it just a phone?" The system continued to praise the demonic sword to the heavens. "This demonic sword has the function of a jade pendant. Its physical sword body transforms into spirit energy waves and transmits them." Starry Night looked at the demonic sword in front of him, speechless. "What's the point of that? And is no one maintaining the sealing array? Has no one discovered it?" The system, based on its expertise, put forward an argument. "Perhaps it's calling for help. This array is designed to target demonic energy and prevent outsiders from approaching. If it were designed to target spirit energy waves, then all voice transmissions within a 100 li radius would be affected. In the cultivation world, spirit energy waves are as common as air. As long as cultivators are active, they will be generated. No one will pay attention, and no one will think that a sword can send messages." Starry Night felt a headache after this knowledge popularization and turned to Lu Tianyan to ask for leave. "Senior sister, I'm a bit tired. I want to go back and rest." She was a little surprised but agreed. "Ah, okay." The two turned and left. Lu Tianyan thought to herself, "It seems comprehending sword intent is still too early for junior brother." Her expression darkened and she reminded herself, "Don't be silly. Wasn't the idea not to let him cultivate? Why then hope he could quickly become strong on Zhengying Peak?" The houses stood high on the mountaintop. The two of them had returned to their residence and Lu Tianyan told Starry Night to rest first. Before leaving, she didn't forget to instruct, if anything happens, send me a voice transmission. I'm going to check on junior sister first. He sat obediently and replied, okay. Starry Night silently watched Lu Tianyan close the door. The system, unsure what he was thinking, questioned, host, what are you trying to do by avoiding senior sister? Starry Night, while opening the simulator screen to check, replied, I want to go see the recipient's location. The system asked in confusion. How? Starry Night frowned and slowly explained, this demonic sword is definitely not benevolent. This situation isn't good and it's not convenient for me to explain the sect's higher-ups matters to senior sister, otherwise the matter of me impersonating the Grand Elder in my reply would be exposed. He had already set up system navigation. Target, Chen Yangshu's voice transmission jade pendant. Starting navigation for you, total 15 kilometers. Hearing the 15-kilometer distance, he reassured himself, muttering, thankfully it's not too far. I'll go check the situation first. As soon as he left, Elder Diao, who was acting as a spy, rushed to report, Sect Master, young friend Starry Night has left the sect alone. Hearing this information, the door gradually opened. Qing Zan still walked out in his sleeping robe, calmly stroking his beard as he reminded, Elder Diao, didn't I say not to observe? Elder Diao was still worried and was about to say more, but Qing Zan immediately stepped back into the room and closed the door, ending the conversation. With no excuse did he not believe the Grand Elder. Elder Diao could not refute Qing Zan's reason, so he replied, I dare not. Qing Zan heard that the person outside had obeyed and reminded, that's enough. Do not interfere with anything related to the chaos spiritual root. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. In the desolate and silent forest outside Qingwu Mountain City, the night was terrifyingly quiet, stillness enveloping the entire forest. A young man was digging in the deep night. That young man was Starry Night, and he complained as he dug, why is it buried so deep? Should I ask a groundhog for help? As he dug deeper, his shovel hit something hard, making a clunk sound. He quickly looked down at the pit where a green jade pendant lay. Upon seeing the jade pendant, a wave of joy filled his heart. Got it. Starry Night quickly picked up the jade pendant to examine it. It was just an ordinary voice transmission jade pendant. The system screen displayed a notification. Creation point 65. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his hand emitted a red force. That force quickly invaded his body, making Starry Night's veins bulge as he cried out in pain. The system exclaimed in panic, oh no, there's such powerful demonic energy on the jade pendant. Then he trembled and muttered to himself, regret, hatred. Seeing him like this, the system became increasingly alarmed. Oh no, demonic energy can amplify extreme negative emotions. Host, hang in there. Starry Night covered his face, crying out regretfully, why did I come to the outskirts in the middle of the night to dig for this jade pendant? Wouldn't it have been better to just fly on a sword in the rain? Wouldn't it have been better to stay with senior sister? Hearing his words, the system just silently. Starry Night cried out as if insane, my hands are so itchy, I really want to type, I need to go online and argue. Seeing this, the system said, it seems the effect on a corpse is limited. When Starry Night calmed down, he held the jade pendant and asked seriously, damn it, why does this jade pendant have demonic energy? Then he opened the system for appraisal. After a period of appraisal, the system provided information. The outside of the jade pendant is full of demonic energy. Deeper appraisal requires upgrading the appraisal function. 500 creation points. When payment was required for deeper appraisal, Starry Night cursed, this damn system, always charging extra for everything. He trembled with rage, his face contorted as he held the jade pendant and said, upgrade it for me now. Seeing him like this, the system quickly reminded him, host, can you stop suddenly acting crazy like a lunatic? A notification appeared, upgrade successful. Information about the jade pendant immediately appeared. Demonic sword spirit, dormant heavenly rainbow grade, age 6689, status, incomplete soul, deep slumber, soul completeness 48. He asked incredulously, what? How can there be a demonic sword spirit in this jade pendant? The system quickly replied, I don't know how the demonic sword spirit was emitted, it emitted itself. He asked in surprise, what? Seeing this, the system also explained to him, this sword spirit divided its soul into multiple parts and transmitted them to this jade pendant via voice transmission, and then processed them. This way it could leave the demonic sword and use this jade pendant as a new vessel. He exclaimed, what? That's possible. Meanwhile, at Starry Night's senior sister's place, Qing Zan sat on the bed and asked Lu Tianyan, niece, would you like to watch the meteor shower together tonight? Lu Tianyan turned and replied, sorry, I have something to do tonight. Seeing her so happy, he quickly said, this master can still. Before he could finish, she quickly interrupted him. I'm so sleepy, I suddenly want to go to sleep. The next morning on Zhengyang Peak, Qing Zan looked at the two angry people next to him during breakfast, perplexed, muttering, what's going on? The system screen provided a large amount of information about the item in Starry Night's hand. Theoretically possible, but too many variables in actual operation. The azure demonic sword and that jade pendant must have undergone special modifications to convert the soul into spiritual energy and send it out, then restore it on the jade pendant. The system screen also warned him that this was definitely not the first time this had happened. Starry Night held the item. If I destroy this jade pendant now, will the demonic sword be finished? The system screen answered the question he posed. No, there's still 52 of its soul over there, but this kind of soul is not divine sense. It recovers very slowly. Given its premium quality, it would take at least several hundred years to recover. He looked at it. What would happen if I used the voice transmission editor to simulate the demonic sword sending a message to this voice transmission jade pendant? The system screen also answered him. Host, your ideas are truly peculiar. The voice transmission editor only sends audio, not a soul, so nothing should happen, Starry Night pouted. How will I know if I don't try? The system screen also knew his personality. I knew you'd say that. He immediately sent a line of text. Sword spirit bro, you there? He was surprised by this. Indeed, there was no reaction. The system screen explained to him again that the demonic sword had been transmitting continuously for 10 years, so there must have been hundreds of millions of messages. What kind of reaction would you get from sending just one? He also felt this was a reasonable point. Yes, if you're going to do it, do an extreme experiment. He immediately clicked on the store, then clicked on Conquer, and the machine automatically prompted Purchase Successful. The system screen was puzzled. Why did he do that? Why did the host buy a novel? He looked at the text and commanded the system screen, transmit all the text to the voice transmission editor for me. He copied all the content and then clicked copy. This way each message would contain the novel's content. He set a huge copy quantity and then clicked the send button. Copy 9,999 copies of Conquer and send. A prompt immediately appeared. Creation points 1824. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, knocking him headfirst to the ground. In a small market, someone was buying a watermelon. He asked the seller, "Is this melon ripe?" The seller happily replied, "My brother runs a fruit stand. Would he sell you an unripe melon?" At that moment, the buyer's hand kept patting the watermelon. Then he patted harder and continued to ask the seller, "I'm asking you, is this melon ripe?" Li Chen immediately woke up in pain. "Stop patting, my brain is going to turn to mush." Sitting on the bed, Li Chen was still confused. How did I get back? A system screen told him that senior sister had brought him back. The host had been unconscious for 9 days. He was shocked when he heard this. How did I become unconscious? The system screen explained to him. The voice transmission editor simulated the host's soul information. Sending one message showed no abnormality, so this system didn't detect it. But you sent 9,999 messages containing novel content, which led to your soul being exhausted. His soul gently brought up its information. Sword spirit bro, you there? But his brain vibrated at Conquer 19,999. The system screen continued to analyze for him. The effect of the malevolent orb and the recovery of his soul were all used to send messages. In this past week, the host's soul had been continuously drained over 5,000 times. His soul slumped in the chair complaining, it's over, let's just end it all." Li Chen shouted, "Why didn't you stop me?" It continued to answer him. "I wanted to stop you, but I found that the host's soul was repairing that sword spirit's soul." Li Chen's face instantly darkened, and the system screen also felt confused. It was originally impossible. A human soul and a sword spirit's soul are vastly different, but for some reason the host was able to do it. So the system was also curious about the final outcome. He sat by the bed, putting his feet on the ground, supporting himself with his hands behind him, and continued to ask, "Oh my god, you're experimenting on me, and then what? How's the sword spirit? Did senior sister not touch that demonic energy jade pendant?" The system screen replied, "I've already put the jade pendant into the system space." It also updated his information. The sword spirit's soul has also been repaired by the host and is also in the system space. Li Chen supported himself on the bed with one hand and reached out with the other to greet the sword spirit. Quick, let me see," the demonic sword spirit said weakly and haggardly. "Demonic sword spirit, I don't need to tell you what kind of person I am. Big brother Star taking the time to restore my soul today is giving me face. My presence here is giving you face." Li Chen looked at the demonic sword spirit in surprise. "What's wrong?" the demonic sword spirit weakly replied. "Young man, standing up is too arrogant." The system screen explained the demonic sword spirit's state to him. It probably had some reaction with 9,999 copies of Conquer. The sound of the door opening, click. It was Xiaowan who opened the door. She walked in. "Junior brother is awake. Who are you talking to?" He hid the hand holding the demonic sword spirit behind his back and said to himself, "Nothing. Is junior sister Xiaowan feeling better?" She frowned and said loudly to him, "I'm fine now, but what happened to you? You collapsed in a big pit in the wilderness. If senior sister hadn't found you, you would have been eaten by wild beasts long ago." He stood up and walked to her. "There was an accident. Where's senior sister?" She calmly replied. "Senior sister has already gone to attend the Myriad Manifestation Gate meeting on behalf of the disciples." He was surprised after hearing this. What meeting? At the meeting Xiaowan mentioned, the room was already full of people, seated around a long wooden table. Jia Gefei, the inner disciple steward of Myriad Manifestation Gate at Peak Golden Core, began to introduce today's meeting. "This meeting will mainly discuss the allocation of the two sects' mineral veins. Since we are already allied, we must maximize our interests." He turned and warmly asked a red-haired young man. But the young man's attitude was very cold. "Young sectmaster, you already visited Qingyun's sect Spirit Tool Pavilion a week ago, right? What are your thoughts?" He didn't look into the other party's eyes as he spoke, but looked in another direction, saying stiffly, "Not much, it's far inferior to our Myriad Manifestation Gate." A man suddenly roared, "You rascal!" The Myriad Manifestation Gate master, Cheng Li, at late nascent soul stage, he looked over and glared at the young man. "These are all your elders here, mind your words and actions." The young man looked at his father, raising his hand to indicate it was nothing. "Father, I'm just telling the truth. Last week, I also made arrangements with Qingyun sect's 7th elder. Today there will be an artifact refining competition between our two sects. Wong Guanzhou turned to look at him, his face seeming displeased. Isn't today for deciding the mineral vein allocation? Why is there an artifact competition here? The young man merely chuckled and then replied, mineral veins are primarily used by the various sects for artifact refining. Since we are already allied, the allocation will naturally be based on each sect's artifact refining skill. This way we can maximize our interests. They used the system screen, set the quantity to 9,999 and then clicked send. New Year's here, quickly send New Year's benefits to all our benefactors. Here we see the elders continuing the discussion between Qingyun sect and Myriad Manifestation Gate regarding the competition. The Myriad Manifestation Gate elder proposed an agreement, of course, also stating that whoever gets more will solely possess the mineral veins. Our two sects will still, according to the proportion of mineral veins we possess, refine the corresponding number of spiritual artifacts and then distribute them equally among the disciples. The elder's face showed amiability, but looking at Wong Guanzhou of Qingyun sect, his expression was not pleased with these proposals. He rested his chin on his hand and voiced his doubt. So, the more you get, the more effort you put in. The elder on the other side replied, that's natural. But if the spiritual artifacts we refine are distributed to your sect's disciples, completing Myriad Manifestation Gate's tasks is also a matter of course. This elder almost wanted to attribute the greatest benefits to his own sect. Wong Guanzhou saw through all the calculations and said, haha, as expected, it was premeditated. The elder on the other side still wore a kind smile. To say that is a bit much. No, this is to ensure the alliance yields the greatest benefits. He unreservedly admitted what he wanted to strive for. Lu Tianyun also participated in the negotiation. She spoke, what are the specific rules of the artifact refining competition? How will the mineral veins be allocated? The elder explained, it's like this. Our sect has 5 spirit stone mineral veins, and your sect has 6. Both sides will select the person or people with the highest artifact refining skill from their sect. Each person will have the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, use the same materials, and can refine a total of 11 spiritual artifacts. After refining, these 11 spiritual artifacts will be compared and the mineral veins will be allocated according to the ratio of wins and losses. Wong Guanzhou pointed to himself, confirming again. So if you don't win a single round, all these mineral veins belong to us, right? The elder admitted, that's right. With that, Wong Guanzhou suddenly stood up and said loudly to the 7th elder, patting his shoulder repeatedly, it's all up to you, go knock them down. Sectmaster Qing Zan raised his hand to signal the two. Alright, the venue is ready. We can go over now. A green spiritual technique also appeared beside him. It was a teleportation gate. Suddenly, Lu Tianyun felt a warmth at her waist. She took out a cyan jade pendant and softly said to her master and the sectmaster, Junior brother Starry Night also wants to come and see. In front of them was the magnificent and imposing Qi Hall Grand Hall of Qingyun sect with ancient and sturdy architecture. The two sects had already met. Yanner, the red-haired young man from Myriad Manifestation Gate, saw Starry Night and Lu Tianyun, and out of jealousy couldn't help but taunt, niece, you and this junior brother have a good relationship, don't you? He follows you everywhere. Starry Night was fearless and immediately retorted that arrogant Yanner, what jealous? If no one takes you, I can take you too. As he spoke, he held a dog leash in one hand and Lu Tianyun's hand in the other, deliberately provoking Yanner. The system immediately added points, Starry Night creation points 88. Yanner had a fiery temper and immediately burst into a rage, flames erupting from head to toe. His eyes were wide, teeth clenched as he looked at the audacious brat who dared to be arrogant in front of him, cursing, I'll kill you. Just as he was about to charge at Starry Night to settle the score, Sectmaster Qing Zan had to speak to stop him. Disciples' friction should wait until after the competition. The master on Myriad Manifestation Gate's side also had to remind Yanner not to mess around. Yanner thought angrily, you brat, just you wait, you're dead. On this side, the 7th elder had already gathered the elites of Qingyun sect and said to Myriad Manifestation Gate, Sectmaster, these 4 are our sect's artifact refining elders, plus me, making a total of 5 people. All are artifact refiners who can use Danfire. They have all cultivated for many years and their skills are extraordinary. The 7th elder continued, we have prepared all the materials and tools. When will your esteemed sect's artifact refiners arrive? Everyone is waiting for that prodigy from the Myriad Manifestation Gate. The Myriad Manifestation Gate elder had to explain, he's usually not in the sect, he enjoys traveling the 4 seas. However, I informed him about today's artifact refining competition a week ago, and he agreed. He might have been delayed by something. Wong Guanzhou, hearing that they were only waiting for one person to compete, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. What? Is your sect only sending one person? The elder replied, we wanted to bring all our artifact refiners, but he refused. Elder Wong, impatient, found it amusing. Ha, truly arrogant to the extreme. If you want to give us the mineral veins, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Suddenly, a short, long-bearded cultivator with a cane spoke from behind. My apologies, my apologies. This old man was refining a magical artifact for the Nirvana realm. so I'm a bit late. Elder Wong turned around in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. When did this old man appear? Sect Master Cheng Zan immediately recognized the spatial divine ability, nascent soul stage. The old cultivator slowly walked forward. The seventh elder also noticed that he had never heard of a nascent soul stage artifact refiner in the myriad manifestation sect. It turned out to be the legendary elusive Elder Lin. The myriad manifestation gate elder had to explain. Elder Lin enjoys traveling everywhere and rarely returns to the sect, so few people know of him. At this, the seventh elder exclaimed in surprise. Lin? Could it be Grandmaster Alchemist Elder Lin Ziyuan? That venerable prodigy was somewhat surprised. Oh, you know this old man too. It turned out that the seventh elder had always admired him. He blushed, shyly whispering his respects. This junior also embarked on the path of artifact refining after reading your insights. Lin Ziyuan was indeed an inspiring figure who had motivated the seventh elder and many other juniors, earning their immense admiration. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Guanzhou angrily kicked the seventh elder's back from behind, sending him to the ground and cursed. Wang Guanzhou, what are you doing? Elder Wang retorted, you just appeared and immediately started talking subserviently. Do we even need to compete? It seemed that strength was no longer a balancing factor, when the opponent was Lin Ziyuan, someone the seventh elder deeply admired. Perhaps personal feelings should be set aside for such a competition. When the venerable prodigy appeared, everyone felt even more worried. They discussed amongst themselves, Elder Lin can refine earth-grade magical artifacts, while the highest level among us, the seventh elder, can only refine high-grade, profound grade. How can we compare? Wang Guanzhou was unconvinced, dissatisfied with his fellow disciples' premature surrender, and loudly said, don't be disheartened. With just him alone, how many items can he refine in 2 hours? Are all of you dead? Lin Ziyuan remained silently humble, and everyone could only sigh with drooping faces. Let's hope so. Starry Night and Lu Tianyin stood outside witnessing everything. Starry Night asked, Senior sister, this isn't them bringing in help, is it? It actually has nothing to do with them. That guy Yanner was still not giving up, constantly making sarcastic remarks and showing off. Little junior niece, your junior brother only has this much ability. Starry Night continued to mock him, calling him nothing but a dog. He extended his hand, making a gesture to entice a puppy to perform tricks, which infuriated Yanner, who cursed, you goddamn dare. The system immediately displayed a prompt, Starry Night Creation Points 53. Yanner was seething with rage, but it was all talk. His master immediately tapped his head and reprimanded him. Quiet, don't disturb Elder Lin's artifact refining. Over there, Elder Lin was demonstrating his masterful artifact refining technique. With a wave of his hand, all the items flew into midair. Starry Night stood outside, somewhat emotionally. Does a nascent soul stage cultivator not even need an artifact refining furnace anymore? Lu Tianyin stood by, analyzing. He might have absorbed a special flame whose temperature doesn't dissipate at all, something even the best artifact refining furnace cannot achieve. Such destructive power is truly awe-inspiring. Lu Tianyin said worriedly, this is troublesome. Starry Night still said nonchalantly, it's fine if we lose, their sect has such powerful alchemists, it's good to give them the ores and let them refine artifacts for us. Senior sister Lu turned around and said, it's not as simple as you think, come outside with me and I'll tell you more. Starry Night went out somewhat puzzled and asked, what's wrong, senior sister? Lu Tianyin replied with a serious frown, I won't analyze the sect's interests for you. I'll just tell you one thing related to your junior brother. One of our sect's mineral veins is directly connected to that evil cultivator's cave. Starry Night realized the seriousness of the problem, his face stiffening with worry. Senior sister continued, putting aside whether they've discovered it, once that mine tunnel belongs to the myriad manifestation gate, it will be almost impossible for your junior brother to enter and exit freely. Starry Night thought, as long as we win this competition and win that mineral vein, that's it, right? Senior sister Lu said, the allocation is decided by drawing lots. If our sect wins too few, it might be difficult to draw it. Starry Night asked in confusion. So even if the myriad manifestation sect only wins one round, they might still draw that mineral vein? Senior sister admitted. That's right. Starry Night's face turned somewhat gloomy. Senior sister said worriedly, if anything happens to your junior brother, you should go take care of it before the mine tunnel is transferred. Upon hearing this, Starry Night's eyes lit up. He made up his mind, senior sister, to ensure this competition, I won't let them win. Senior sister Lu was somewhat surprised. Huh? Without waiting too long, Starry Night immediately went in and said to Wang Guanzhou, Elder, do you also want to participate? He asked in surprise. What, you too want to participate, kid? Elder Wong was very surprised as a young man of shallow cultivation dared to risk his life to compete with venerable prodigies. He roared, don't be foolish, do you know this concerns the allocation of interest between two sects? He then threatened. Losing one round means losing one mineral vein. Even if you sold yourself, you still wouldn't. Elder Wong paused, stroking his beard. No, selling himself might actually compensate for it, but in his heart he thought he's still a chaos spiritual root after all. In Elder Wang's mind he still didn't acknowledge Starry Night's talent. Even somewhat looking down on his strength, Sect Master Cheng Zan cleared his throat outside and said, Taoist friend Starry Night, do you at such a young age also understand the art of artifact refining? Starry Night's answer left everyone confused, not daring to easily entrust him with such a heavy responsibility. Just like medicine, I know a little. Lu Tianyan could only remain silently ashamed, looking at this junior brother and feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sect Master Chang Zan was meticulous and looked worried, gently analyzing, "Since that's the case and everyone has 2 hours for artifact refining, you can observe here first. If you, young friend, feel that the grade of the artifacts you refine is higher than that of the elders, then you may step forward and try." He wanted to give Starry Night a chance to see how capable this young man truly was to dare to speak so boastfully. Starry Night bowed respectfully. As the sect master says, Yanner watched from afar, treating it as a farce where Starry Night would humiliate himself. "You think you're playing house? If you can refine high-grade magical artifacts, this young master will chop off his head and give it to you." Yanner's tone was full of doubt and disdain for the young man before him. Starry Night heard this, ignored Yanner's words and turned to reply, "There's no need for that. Just shave your head to liven things up for everyone." Yanner always mumbled in anger, "Idiot." On the other side, Elder Lin still calmly controlled his powerful Danfire chi. Elder Wong was astonished, unable to believe it. "Is this real? He can actually lower the flame to 10 and refine different types of magical artifacts simultaneously." The myriad Manifestation sect disciples looked at their sect's rare prodigy, all exclaiming, "It seems Elder Lin's artifact refining skills have reached perfection after years of traveling." Yanner was so excited he almost jumped, constantly exclaiming, "Too strong." However, the situation on Qingyun's sect side seemed less optimistic. Elder Li had used all his might but failed, and the artifact refining furnace even exploded. Wang Guanzhou patrolled the entire area, walked over and asked, "Elder Li, why did you even blow up the furnace?" Elder Li coughed a few times in the swirling smoke, wiping his sweat as he said, "The opponent is Senior Elder Lin, the pressure is too great." Elder Wong anxiously and angrily embraced Elder Li and said, "You rest first, don't demoralize the troops any further." Starry Night saw this and walked over to request help. "Senior, can you teach me how to use an artifact refining furnace?" Yanner, hearing this, laughed heartily from afar, full of mockery. "Ha ha ha ha, he doesn't even know how to use a furnace, and he wants to compete with Elder Lin?" He was immediately sent flying dozens of meters by his master's punch. His master thought, "Stop talking, be quiet, this kid really wants me to lose face." The master appeared this way, but was a humble and self-aware person. He wanted to teach his disciple but was also furious. "This brat is unskilled and always acts on his own." Elder Li asked in confusion, "Sect Master, who is this person?" He looked at Starry Night with a puzzled expression. Sect Master Cheng Zan replied, "He is a newly admitted inner disciple. If he's interested, Elder Li, please teach him." Elder Li patiently instructed Starry Night, demonstrating with gestures, "It's like this, you don't have Danfire, so you need to channel spiritual energy to ignite the earth fire." Starry Night learned very seriously, constantly responding with "Oh." Lu Tianyan secretly worried, what is junior brother trying to do? Artifact refining is not something you can learn overnight. An hour later, the 7th Elder had successfully refined Danfire, and everyone was excited as if they had seen hope. Elder Wong said happily, "Success," Sect Master Cheng Zan thought in surprise. "This spiritual energy is actually profound grade mid-tier." Wang Guanzhou praised vigorously, "Well done, 7th Elder, you have another hour, refine another one." While in the distance, when no one was paying attention, Elder Lin had already refined a large quantity of top-grade Danfire. He calmly replied, "This old man has also finished refining. It's been a long time since I used the flame-splitting technique, so I'm a bit rusty." The 7th Elder was struck dumb, standing rooted to the spot. How could this be? How could this happen? All 10 are high-grade, profound grade, and they're all different types of weapons. Everyone was so scared they sped up, using all their might to refine, but all failed, all efforts turning to ash. Elder Wong was now extremely anxious. "What's wrong with all of you? All your furnaces exploded." They could only reply helplessly, "Sorry, Elder Lin's artifact refining pressure is too strong, affecting the final inscription of the runes." Wang Guanzhou was powerless at this point, only able to sigh and accept. Hope gradually faded from his face. "Alas, never mind, never mind. Losing is losing. Losing the mineral veins, but gaining an artifact refining Grandmaster, it's not a loss." These words seemed to offend a noble and wise venerable like Elder Lin, who was furious and immediately slapped Elder Wong. Wang Guanzhou was caught off guard, falling to his knees and coughing up a mouthful of blood. It seemed the slap was quite heavy. Lu Tianyan ran over worriedly, calling Master twice. Elder Lin had been enduring it until then, but that last sentence had crossed his line and wounded his dignity. Elder Lin reprimanded displeased Ly, "Ignorant junior to dare compare this old man to mineral veins." Sect Master Cheng Zan had always gently mediated between the two sides. "Senior, please calm your anger. Elder Guanzhou speaks without thinking. He didn't mean to offend." Elder Lin snorted angrily. "He has been disrespectful to this old man before. I cannot tolerate it anymore." Sect Master Cheng Zan angrily reprimanded. Junior Wang Guanzhou quickly apologized to Senior. Elder Wong, feeling embarrassed for involving so many people, scratched his head. "Senior Lin, I was wrong, I spoke without thinking." It was then that Elder Lin revealed his ugly true colors, demanding 3 kowtows, and then the matter would be dropped. His request was a bit excessive. Wang Guanzhou angrily said, "You," Sect Master Cheng Zan worried. "There's no need to make things so difficult. Elder Lin has indeed shown his true colors. He said if he doesn't kowtow, then your sect's magical artifacts will have nothing to do with this old man, and don't expect this old man to impart any skills to your sect's artifact refiners." The 7th Elder, seeing the tense situation, rushed forward to mediate, asking to kowtow in place of Wang Guanzhou. He didn't want to lose his connection with the senior he had always revered. Elder Wong pushed the seventh elder away. It has nothing to do with you. Wong Guanzhou had already repented. His face, swollen from Elder Lin's slap, was lowered, and he said in a low voice, "Never mind, my personality always causes a lot of trouble for the sect. Let this be a lesson." Just as Wong Guanzhou was about to kneel, a burst of qi immediately blocked his leg, preventing him. It was Sect Master Cheng Zan's qi. He must have felt Elder Lin's behavior was too excessive. Cheng Zan said, "Elder Guanzhou, although this sect master prioritizes the sect's interests in everything, some things cannot be measured by profit. Remember, the Qingyun of Qingyun sect represents the ambition of the clear sky, soaring high despite barrenness, never falling from the clear sky." He wanted to remind his junior that while Qingyun sect was humble, it would never kneel to anyone. Humility and self-awareness do not mean weakness, nor do they mean demeaning oneself for unnecessary things. Wang Guanzhou looked at the sect master, his eyes teary with emotion. Just as he was moved, the emotion suddenly turned into an awkward silence. Cheng Zan only wanted to remind his junior, but the guilty still deserved their fair punishment. The sect's losses would be deducted from your salary. Elder Wong could only resign himself. "Alas, never mind, you'd better let me kowtow, or how will I live if my salary is deducted?" Elder Lin still said angrily. "Good, very good. How many people kowtow and beg this old man to act, yet fail to do so? I hope your sect's disciples will still have such backbone when they have no weapons in the future." Suddenly, from a distance came the burst of qi from Starry Night using the Danfire technique which he had just learned. He was struggling to master this tricky spell. The seventh elder asked again, "What are you doing?" Starry Night just gave an awkward laugh. "Oh, the earth fire is a bit hard to control." His hand was still struggling to refine the Danfire. After speaking, Starry Night showed a sly smile. "Isn't the artifact refining competition not over yet? I want to try," the seventh elder said with some disdain. "Stop being foolish. Senior Elder Lin has already refined 11 high-grade, profound-grade magical artifacts." Starry Night heard this and immediately retorted with his unrestrained mouth, "What kind of senior is he? Just a stingy old man with a bit of skill." The system immediately prompted, "Starry Night creation points 106. Starry Night truly angered the two seniors from the myriad manifestation gate. That elder and Elder Lin angrily shouted, "Ignorant junior, arrogant brat." Then a burst of artifact refining qi rushed straight towards Starry Night. Starry Night stood there, fearlessly blocking the elder's attack with a sturdy shield above his head, but the power and anger infused by Elder Lin were too great, penetrating Starry Night's armor and heading straight for his head. Cheng Zan outside was startled. "Oh no, it's a divine sense attack." A blurry purple qi whirled into Starry Night's head, catching him off guard, leaving him no time to resist. Elder Lin was furious. "You brat, this old man will shatter your sea of consciousness." To prevent Elder Lin from achieving his sinister goal, the system duck immediately intervened. With a gentle tap, Elder Lin's divine sense attack immediately failed and he fell directly to the ground. Elder Lin was affected, spitting blood. The myriad manifestation gate elder hastily ran over. "Elder Lin, what's wrong?" Elder Lin braced himself. "It's nothing." Sect Master Cheng Zan, seeing Starry Night attacked by Elder Lin, asked worriedly and anxiously, "Young friend, are you alright?" Starry Night replied indifferently, "I'm fine, what's wrong?" Elder Lin was extremely confused by what had just happened. He roared in his heart with doubt. What kind of monster is this kid? A tiny qi refining stage cultivator's sea of consciousness. What has his soul experienced to become like a ghost? Sect Master Cheng Zan was convinced by the strength hidden within Starry Night's body. He turned his head and said, "Gate Master Lin Ziyuan, my sect's disciple, has already participated in the competition. If you continue to interfere, the mineral vein allocation will be cancelled." Gate Master Li was furious. "Cheng Zan, what kind of joke is this? You want him to compete with Elder Lin?" Elder Lin still said arrogantly, "HMPH, let him humiliate himself." Gate Master Li recorded it with a recording stone to let the world witness their joke later. The seventh elder asked Starry Night, "What type of magical artifact do you plan to refine?" Starry Night still said nonchalantly, "The chief of the 7 weapons." Yanner immediately ran over to massage Elder Lin's shoulders, constantly muttering, "Haha," pretending to be mysterious. "I've been on this path for 8 years and have never heard of 7 great weapons. This old man thinks that young fellow is crazy. We'll just watch him embarrass the sect later." The seventh elder said, "Ha," with deep concern. "What kind of artifact needs so many parts? The stability wouldn't be very good." Starry Night excitedly showed off, "All right, the embryo is done." The seventh elder was very worried about this half-finished product. He said, "Wait, little friend, there are still many impurities in this iron block. You're only using earth fire and the furnace's own flames. It needs to be refined at least 10 times. Starry Night seemed very competitive and confident. He turned to the seventh elder and said, "I'm only refining 1 artifact and it's taking longer than that, old man." It wouldn't be honorable for him to win. The seventh elder could only secretly groan in bitterness. Meanwhile, Elder Lin was still furiously cursing that brat. Yanner could only flatteringly support Elder Lin. "Elder Lin, calm your anger. They just want us to kill that brat and keep the mineral veins." Starry Night was in the final stage of refining Danfire. Lu Tianyan watched from afar, musing that engraving was the most difficult step in artifact refining. It allowed the artifact's spiritual energy to flow smoothly, draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and unleash its powerful might. All depended on the final engraving. There were many forms of engraving, and many combination methods, but any small mistake would drastically reduce the quality of the artifact. Usually the engraving pattern would be enlarged and etched onto the refining furnace, then gradually shrunk with divine sense and finally carved onto the artifact in the furnace. Lu Tianyun's heart suddenly stirred, realizing something. Could it be that junior brother was so confident because he had mastered some top-tier engraving method? She turned to look at Starry Night, and the few words Starry Night carved made Lu Tianyun feel embarrassed. She felt she had thought too deeply about her junior brother. The seventh elder was greatly surprised and said in dismay, "What are you doing?" Starry Night replied nonchalantly. "What's wrong?" The elder pointed to his head and said, "You need to engrave it at the end." The seventh elder helplessly roared inwardly, "Engrave what? You're carving a blacksmith's mark," Starry Night naively retorted. "Isn't engraving just engraving?" Yanner stood in the distance holding his stomach and laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. This is too priceless." Elder Lin turned away disdainfully. What a waste of time, but Starry Night still believed in his finished product. He clicked Synthesize, and although everyone was confused, Starry Night's finished product actually worked. A light emanated from the Danfire furnace, slowly rotating. The seventh elder was astonished. He said blankly, "How is this possible? Random engravings, why would the artifact still produce fluctuations?" He covered his eyes with his hand, blocking the dazzling light, and said, "No, this is different from artifact fluctuations. I can't sense the artifact's grade." The finished product had been refined, and Starry Night held it in his hand, proudly turning to Elder Lin and saying, "Old man, where did you go, giving up?" Although the appearance of the finished product was somewhat absurd and amusing, even senior sister Lu felt embarrassed. Was it a folding chair? Everyone around looked extremely panicked, but don't underestimate its power because of that. Elder Lin still arrogantly looked down on others. He frowned, pointed at Starry Night, and said, "Bringing shame upon yourself?" Seeing this, Starry Night majestically held up the finished folding chair and shouted, "Look out," he warned Elder Lin, then struck fiercely, shattering Elder Lin's high-grade, profound-grade flying sword. The sword instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces, extremely terrifying. All the seniors present were dumbfounded. "What?" The seventh elder ran forward, picking up the now-broken sword. He said, This is impossible. One strike shattered a high-grade, profound-grade artifact." Starry Night asked, "Does that count as a win?" After calming down, the seventh elder carefully examined the folding chair. He said in surprise, "This chair is a high-grade, earth-grade artifact." Wong Guanzhou also found it incredible. He rushed forward and shook Starry Night. "Why a chair, kid? To shatter a high-grade, profound-grade, it must at least be an earth-grade artifact. Even I only use a high-grade, profound-grade. You actually refined an earth-grade chair. What a waste of natural resources." Wong Guanzhou was now thoroughly impressed and acknowledged by Starry Night's talent. Yanner protested, unconvinced. "He cheated, even if the artifact is one grade higher. The controller is nascent soul stage. Elder Lin, it shouldn't have shattered," Gate Master Li explained. "This is an artifact competition, not a martial arts spar. The rule is that the artifact can be controlled with minimal spiritual energy." Yanner pointed at Starry Night, uttering malicious words. "How can that haphazard person refine an earth-grade artifact?" Starry Night disliked this person. He looked at Yanner and reminded, "Remember to shave your head." Yanner was startled. How does he still remember? System notification. Starry Night creation point 6 detected as related to point farming behavior. Creation points have this time. Elder Lin laughed infuriated. "Ly. Haha, I never expected Qingyun's sect to have such a skilled artifact refiner like you," playing dumb, but he still didn't admit defeat, saying, "Sect Master Cheng Zan really put on a good show to make this old man lower his guard." Cheng Zan was innocently implicated and clarified, "No, I didn't." Elder Lin sternly said, "Brat, don't be too smug too soon. This old man still has the time it takes for one incense stick to burn to refine artifacts." With that he let out a roar, merging 10 high-grade, profound-grade artifacts. The juniors present exclaimed, This is Elder Lin going to refine the remaining 10 high-grade, profound-grade artifacts into one. But this will destroy the artifact's engravings." Elder Lin exerted his supreme power, pointing with 2 fingers, and shouted, "Soul-burning technique." The seventh elder was greatly shocked. This isn't a secret art that burns essence blood to enhance divine sense," he thought in horror. "This will cause irreversible damage to the body, even affecting lifespan and foundation. Where did this newly admitted disciple come from to force Elder Lin to this extent? I didn't expect things to become so tense. This time, Elder Lin is determined to make that brat Starry Night lose face and humbly submit at his feet." Everyone lamented. Someone shouted, "Heaven, to actually be able to strip the engravings from artifacts and re-refine them. This requires immense divine sense and precise control." Elder Lin clapped his hands and shouted, "Ah!" The secret art was completed in the final step. A huge bang and dazzling light burst forth like fireworks. The seventh elder was greatly shocked. This is the pressure of an artifact. It's a high-grade, earth-grade. This is a secret art exchanged with fresh blood." Elder Lin laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, brat, this old man really has to thank you. If you hadn't ignited this old man's fighting spirit, this old man would never have refined this, the first high-grade, earth-grade artifact of his life." He still spoke defiantly, loudly, then brought the finished product close to Starry Night. "How about it? Still arrogant? Don't you know there's always someone better out there?" Starry Night impatiently turned his head away, dodging the old man's high-grade, earth-grade artifact. He immediately waved his hand, using his own earth-grade artifact to cleave Elder Lin's earth-grade artifact in half. He also said, "So noisy, old man. Elder Lin was stunned, frozen in place, unable to believe his eyes. System notification, creation points 88. Elder Lin was shocked after witnessing Starry Night's strike. Immediately after, he fainted and his juniors quickly rushed to support him. Yanner was also shocked. This is incredible. A high-grade Earth-grade artifact shattered with one strike. Could that chair be a heavenly-grade artifact? But suddenly, Starry Night also collapsed to the ground, lying flat in an instant. Everyone panicked, shouting worriedly, "Junior brother, little friend?" Sect Master Cheng Zan stepped forward to check. He replied with concern, "His soul is severely damaged and incomplete." Wang Guanzhou was shocked. "What? Is it the artifact soul recording method?" Elder Lin, who had now regained consciousness, recognized it. He mumbled, "This old man knows now. No wonder his divine sense power is so unique. He used the long-lost artifact soul recording method. This technique refines one's own divine soul into the artifact, replacing its mark specifically to attack the opponent's artifact mark. It is an ancient, lost, and extremely dangerous secret art. Once an artifact's mark is damaged, no matter how high its grade, it cannot withstand a single blow. However, using this method to destroy the opponent's weapon also means shattering the refiner's divine soul. This artifact refining method originally requires a special soul physique that is rare to find in 1,000 years. Each time an artifact is refined and used to destroy an opponent's artifact, it means destroying the refiner's divine soul, which is not worth the cost. And thus it gradually fell out of use. The junior beside Elder Lin said, "What a clever plan." He knew that our myriad manifestation gate only has Elder Lin as an artifact refiner, so he sacrificed himself to provoke Elder Lin, making him exhaust a great deal of energy using the soul-burning charm. Now Elder Lin is temporarily unable to refine artifacts, but you still have 5 artifact refiners. Wang Guanzhou retorted dismissively, "Who told you to be so confident, sending only 1 artifact refiner?" Elder Lin now accepted the outcome, saying, "We lost, so we admit it. You won 10 rounds and drew 1, so let's divide it that way." Gate Master Li's elder felt somewhat unbearable. This Elder Lin was now genuinely respectful of Starry Night's self-sacrificing demeanor to win the competition. He said, "What's wrong? Someone sacrificed a special soul to win this competition. If this soul were nurtured deeply, it would surely become an artifact refiner surpassing this old man in the future. What a pity, what a pity. Some people are just so shallow." Elder Lin's mocking and harsh words only made things worse. Sect Master Cheng Zan coldly opened the gate and replied, "Farewell, we won't see you out. They are losers, yet still arrogant and rude. Then we won't disturb you. We'll come tomorrow to take over the mineral veins." With that, they left without looking back, their expressions cold. Cheng Zan felt immense pity for Starry Night. How foolish, I didn't expect this young friend to also have a variant soul. Why would he sacrifice his future and prospects for mere mineral veins? Suddenly Starry Night leapt up. Elder Wong was startled. "How isn't he awake?" But awake he was. Starry Night's mind was no longer clear. He hopped and sang and shouted like a 3-year-old child. Cheng Zan explained, "His soul is incomplete, he's a fool now." Wang Guanzhou lamented, "Is there no cure?" Sect Master Cheng Zan was also helpless. He left sadly. Top-tier elixirs might heal the soul, but even selling the entire sect wouldn't be enough to buy them. With that, he instructed Lu Tianyan, "Take him back to rest. He became like this for the sect, so even if he can't be cured, we must never treat this young friend poorly." On the other side, Starry Night was trying to crawl into the alchemy furnace, and the 7th elder laboriously pulled him out. "You can't go in there." Lu Tianyan calmly replied, "Understood." Back at Zhengyang Peak, hot steam filled the air. Starry Night sat in the bathtub looking foolish like a child. Xiao Wan and Lu Tianyan stood there watching. Xiao Wan said, "Senior sister, find a male disciple to bathe him." Lu Tianyan replied, "But he's a refined corpse, you know that." Xiao Wan worried about senior sister, so she volunteered, "Then I'll do it. I can't let senior sister get her hands dirty." But as soon as she picked up the towel and approached the naked Starry Night, seeing him, she screamed and ran away as if mentally traumatized. "No, my eyes are dirty, I need to wash them." Xiao Wan was innocent and had never been intimate with a man in her life, so her frightened reaction was understandable. At this moment, senior sister Lu walked up to her junior brother and revealed the truth. "It's just the 2 of us here, junior brother. How long are you going to keep pretending?" It seemed she had spent enough time with him to know that this cursed junior brother had more lives than a cat. Starry Night still feigned idiocy, babbling. Lu Tianyan had no choice but to take strong measures against this brat. She took off her bath towel, threatening Starry Night. At this, Starry Night revealed the truth. He was just pretending to fool everyone. Out of instinct, Starry Night screamed and tightly closed his eyes. "No, I only regained consciousness when you were changing my clothes. If I didn't pretend, it would be too awkward." "Senior sister, quickly put your clothes back on, you might catch a cold." It seemed this kid was still innocent and had no ill intentions. But then he froze because senior sister was still wearing her bath towel. He said angrily and aggrievedly, "How could senior sister trick me?" Senior sister Lu turned away shyly. "I never said I wasn't wearing anything underneath." She was embarrassed by her somewhat too short clothes, trying to pull down the hem to cover her fair legs. Starry Night angrily said, "Then if I continued to pretend, how would senior sister react?" Senior sister had a dangerous look on her face, holding a knife in her hand. "I would also take off these clothes, and if junior brother had any inappropriate reaction, I would have 1 less junior brother and 1 more junior sister." Was senior sister joking or serious? But she certainly had to go to such lengths to force her junior brother to reveal his true colors. Starry Night knew senior sister meant what she said and was a decisive person who feared nothing. Senior sister, please don't make such terrifying jokes. With that, Lu Tianyan left saying, get dressed, I'll wait for you outside. System notification, Starry Night, quickly put on that collar. The demonic sword spirit can no longer digest the emanating killing intent. Demonic energy turned into a ball of red flame chattering incessantly in Starry Night's ear. It's been a long time since I've tasted such pure killing intent. Brother, I'm tens of thousands of years older than you, call me Elder Spirit. Starry Night was still a bit confused about his previous state. What happened? Why did I suddenly pass out? Starry Night was now sober and arguing with the system. It's all because you insisted on fusing all the artifacts in that evil cultivator's storage ring into your broken chair, Starry Night retorted. What do you mean broken chair? That's respect. It's the chief of the 7 weapons, the system then said. Precisely because the materials of your chair were too jumbled, even with the system fusing multiple high-grade artifacts, it barely reached low-grade earth grade. Starry Night's eyes lit up. I remember now, after shattering the profound grade artifact to deal with that high-grade earth-grade treasure sword, I could only integrate the demonic sword spirit, causing the folding chair to overload, the red flame said angrily. I told you to call me Elder Spirit. Starry Night recalled that just as the chair was about to break, he desperately slammed it into the sword, and then everything went black. The system explained. That's right, your chair should have shattered when it hit that sword, but the host's subconscious summoned the demonic sword spirit which enveloped the chair with 52 of your divine soul. This also means you used your divine soul to contend with that high-grade, earth-grade treasure sword, Starry Night exclaimed in surprise. Huh, wasn't that part of my divine soul? The system further explained. That's right, but these divine soul fragments still maintain a connection with the main body. When that nascent soul stage old man invaded your sea of consciousness, your divine soul summoned the power of the demonic sword spirit. Similarly, when the demonic sword spirit was damaged, it also used your divine soul to compensate for the loss when fighting the artifact. The screen showed the little yellow chick borrowing something from the little red fire spirit brother, and another time the spirit brother brutally tore at the little yellow chick. Starry Night worried, then this sword spirit can't be used casually, otherwise I'll suddenly become a fool in the middle of a fight. Starry Night asked, brother, if you only use this part of my soul, will it be okay? The system honestly replied, it will just emit demonic energy, making the host an enemy of all righteous cultivators. Starry Night was surprised. Huh, really? The fire spirit brother said. Brother will lead you on the demonic path, it has great prospects. Starry Night waved dismissively. No need, I'll think about it when I'm corrupted. The system reported information to Starry Night. Although this sword spirit cannot be used on artifacts, before solving the problem of demon cores attracting lightning tribulations, it can first be refined into the host's chi spiritual root as a temporary measure. Starry Night looked bewildered, not understanding. Outside, Lu Tianyan was still waiting for Starry Night. Seeing him not coming out, she anxiously asked, Junior brother, are you still not ready? Starry Night temporarily set aside those difficult things, replying, coming. Starry Night walked out confused and asked Lu Tianyan, by the way, senior sister, how did you know I was pretending to be a fool? Lu Tianyan replied, when I found you outside, your divine soul had completely vanished and then it reappeared, didn't it? Starry Night suddenly understood. So that's how it is, he retorted. Senior sister, what happened when I was unconscious? How was the competition result decided? Senior sister was clever and always anticipated various situations. I already recorded it with a recording stone, take a look. A quarter of an hour later, Starry Night thought, good, I was still wondering how to explain it, and this old man already concocted an artifact soul recording method for me. Starry Night breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for helping me. Lu Tianyan asked her junior brother, what are your plans for the future? Starry Night scratched his head awkwardly and replied, the sect elders place too much importance on me, which puts a lot of pressure on me. And if Myriad Manifestation Gate knows I've recovered, it'll definitely cause trouble over the unfairness. I just need to keep up this idiot act. Lu Tianyan worried, what if the sect master comes to check your soul? Starry Night confidently gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, I have a way not to be discovered. At this point, Spirit Bro seemed a bit self-deprecating. You at least can't. Starry Night remembered something. Right, Wong Deng's trouble is solved anyway. Senior sister, why don't you tell the sect to let me go out and gain some experience? Isn't it great to get free travel from the sect? Senior sister Lu said. I was just about to bring that up. Starry Night frankly asked Lu Tianyan. Senior sister, are you willing to take a spontaneous trip with me? Senior sister Lu replied, it's not what I was going to say, it's about Wong Deng. 4 days ago, while you were still unconscious, he and Elder Wang Ju were both killed. Starry Night was shocked. What, weren't they imprisoned in the heavenly prison? How could they be killed? Senior sister Lu was also worried. They had mother-child GU worms planted in their bodies just like Luo Qing. Someone controlled the GU worms from a distance and killed them. Starry Night puzzled. Who did this? Senior sister Lu also had countless questions. Unclear, the sect's higher-ups have already started investigating. The disciplinary hall and anyone closely related to Wang Deng are key suspects, Starry Night pondered. But I questioned Wang Deng with the truth-telling GU before. There shouldn't have been any other accomplices. Senior sister Lu sharply speculated. Perhaps it was the way junior brother asked the question at the time. Junior brother asked who colluded with the evil cultivator to harm so many fellow disciples, but there might be others who assisted the evil cultivator in other ways without directly harming fellow disciples, Starry Night lamented. Damn it, I should have asked him more about the evil cultivator's accomplices then. Senior Sister Lu consoled him. You can't blame yourself for this, just let the sect's higher-ups handle everything now, Starry Night quickly asked. Then can we talk about the free travel now? Senior Sister Lu worriedly said. The sect is allied with the Myriad Manifestation Gate, and as the senior sister I have many responsibilities, so I can't leave for now. Starry Night turned around dejectedly. Both sides are busy, huh? After returning to his room, Starry Night sat down to study the Chi Spiritual Root Secret Manual, pondering while soaking his feet. Starry Night understood. So that's how it is. Magical artifacts can be transformed into pseudo-Chi spirits through this method and then absorbed by one's spiritual root, thereby increasing attribute weight. For example, a dual spiritual root of fire and earth. When breaking through realms, it's usually best to find a place rich in fire and earth spiritual energy, with a ratio equal to one's own fire and earth spiritual root. If the disparity is too great, a spirit-absorbing array can be used to balance it, but if the disparity is too large, even a spirit-absorbing array won't be enough. At this moment the system prompted. However, the weight increased in this way cannot last and will quickly disappear. Starry Night was dissatisfied. What good is that to me? The system said. No, it is precisely because of the host's unique spiritual root that the Chi spiritual root can exert extraordinary effects on the host, Starry Night exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Starry Night put down the book and said, What do you mean exert extraordinary effects on me? This secret manual only describes how to refine a magical artifact into a pseudo-Chi spirit and have it absorbed by the spiritual root. It doesn't mention anything about true Chi spirits, the system said. The conditions for the birth of Chi spirits are extremely harsh. All Chi spirits exist at the heavenly grade and above, and none would be used as a spiritual root by some idiot. Starry Night retorted. So why would you make me that idiot? The system said. The host is different. You currently lack self-protection abilities. Without a spiritual root, you cannot absorb spiritual energy or cultivate techniques and will forever remain at the 5th level of Chi refining. Although you won't die, if a high-level cultivator discovers your secret, you'll wish you were dead. Starry Night held Spirit Bro and asked, Then how long do I need to refine him? Spirit Bro asked Starry Night, Little bro, I'm the demonic sword spirit. If you treat me as a spiritual root, are you planning to cultivate as a demonic cultivator? Starry Night could only sigh. With him saying this, the system also suggested, you only need to refine 52 of him. Based on the previous experience, the host's divine soul can maintain connection with the main body no matter how its form changes. Although the host's divine soul will also disappear after turning into a Chi spiritual root, calculations show that the recovery speed is much faster than the disappearance speed. The Chi spiritual root shimmered and Starry Night's eyes lit up. Excellent, as expected, only I can use this method. Spirit Bro angrily asked Starry Night, Little bro, where's the jade pendant you were holding me in before? Take out all of my soul. I'm about to fall asleep, let me go back to the jade pendant. Starry Night held Spirit Bro in one hand and an unknown green jade pendant in the other. Bro said your main body seems to have sent something. Ever since you left it hasn't sent any messages, but don't worry, once you're asleep I'll still use the old method to replenish you. Spirit Bro held the jade pendant and suddenly smashed it to pieces. Starry Night suddenly stood up and shouted, What are you doing? Spirit Bro complained. Little bro, even though you replenished me, I always feel confused. I always feel like I'm not myself. Since you have this ability, why don't you help Big Bro rescue the rest of my soul sealed in the demonic sword? Before he finished, Starry Night pointed at Spirit Bro and said, Good night, Spirit. Spirit Bro didn't understand yet and was somewhat surprised to be grabbed by Starry Night. Then, realizing Starry Night was casting a spell to quiet him, he cried out, Why can you still control me? Starry Night pretended not to hear, merely cast a few simple spells, instantly putting Spirit Bro to sleep. Spirit Bro only had time for a long shriek before disappearing into slumber. Starry Night then said, Don't think I didn't notice you were secretly assimilating my soul, but unfortunately, my soul is a bit special. I can easily recover the parts you assimilated. Not doing anything was to see what you really wanted to do. The system asked the host when he planned to refine the Chi spiritual root. Starry Night answered decisively, I'll refine it now to avoid further complications. The scene switched to the Myriad Manifestation Gates deliberation hall. Elder Lee said, Now that Elder Lin has returned from his travels, our Myriad Manifestation Gate's strength and influence will surely rise to a new level. Suddenly a sharp voice retorted, Whether it can rise to a new level is for later. Why did I hear that your sect master went to Qingyun sect today and handed over all 5 of our mineral veins? Are we just supposed to disband? It was actually Shei-Fu, the Grand Elder of the Qi Hall of Myriad Manifestation Gate at the peak of Golden Core. Elder Lin heard the Grand Elder's words and asked, Ha, Shei-Fu, are you complaining about this old man? I've seen the recording stone of the artifact refining competition, and even if it were you, could you have won against the artifact soul recording method? Grand Elder Shei-Fu accused Elder Lin. I couldn't win, but to be on the safe side at the time I suggested that 10 artifact refining elders from our sect accompany you to Qingyun sect. Someone confidently said, I alone am enough. Elder Lin was provoked and roared. You, Elder Lee, had to step in to smooth things over. All right, both elders, please don't argue. Although the sect has to hand over all mineral veins this time, the agreement clearly states that they are responsible for our sect's artifact refining output. Grand Elder Shei-Fu frowned. But we also have to complete Qingyun sect's tasks working for others. Another elder laughed heartily. We can certainly complete the tasks, but if they can't provide enough magical artifacts for our cultivators, they'll have to compensate us with double the spirit stones. With Qingyun sect's dwindling strength, they won't be able to refine enough magical artifacts for our cultivators. That elder's face darkened as he continued. Then they'll ask us to take back the mineral veins or requisition our artifact refiners. The initiative will return to our hands, he had already calculated so far, and Elder Lin, not to be outdone, added, what's more, they also have to pay the price of a disciple with a variant soul who can use the artifact soul recording method. Such a variant soul, if properly nurtured, could stand at the pinnacle of the Tao of artifacts in the future. If he were still alive, Qingyun sect could have swallowed these dozen mineral veins. What a pity he has already been destroyed by this old man turning into an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Elder Lin continued, Shay Fu, if you had brought 10 people with you at the time, that kid wouldn't have desperately used the artifact soul recording method. Although we would have won the mineral veins, that kid would have grown up, and in less than 10 years. Qingyun sect could have easily overwhelmed us in the Tao of artifacts. Grand Elder Shay Fu could only angrily turn his face away. That elder praised. Ha 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 ha. As expected, Elder Lin has a far-reaching vision this time, helping our sect resolve a potential crisis. Elder Lin put on an arrogant pose. HMPH, I'm not as shallow as some people, only seeing immediate benefits. Suddenly, a disciple ran over and whispered a report to the elder, startling him into shouting, What? Elder Li anxiously asked. What's wrong, fake steward? He reported. Sect master, our people from Qingyun sect have sent news that someone has broken through the realm of sword intent, attracting a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. What? Elder Lin puzzled. Breaking through the realm of sword intent is much harder than breaking through cultivation levels, and it can even attract a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Could it be that Qing Wuji has come out of seclusion? The fake steward said. Here's the recording stone he sent, you'll know once you see it. As he spoke, he cast a spell and the recording stone gradually manifested. Everyone exclaimed, Oh my god, it's sword intent taking form. This isn't Qing Wuji, has he broken through too? I've never heard of such a sword Dao genius in Qingyun sect. Elder Lin stood there dazed, his eyes bloodshot, stammering. How is this possible? Why is it that kid? What's even more shocking isn't the sacred sword Dao technique, but the person wielding it. Starry Night was already presumed to be an idiot with permanent damage to his consciousness. The system reported, Starry Night gained 968 creation points. On Qingyun sect's Zhengyang Peak, Starry Night loudly and discontentedly questioned the system. You're screwing me over. Why did integrating the Qi spiritual root cause such a huge commotion? Heavens, are you trying to kill me? The system replied. No one has ever integrated a true Qi spiritual root with a spiritual root. The host used a sword spirit formed from his own divine soul. This is perhaps the most perfect integration since the invention of the Qi spiritual root. So it's not surprising that it attracted a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Starry Night cursed. Damn it, you could have at least warned me. The aftermath caused by Starry Night turned the world upside down, illuminating the entire sky, waking the sleeping myriad manifestation gate. Everyone was shocked. A phenomenon of heaven and earth, sword intent taking form, this only existed in ancient texts. What an astonishing realm of sword Dao was this. Sect Master Qing Zan laughed heartily upon seeing this as if he had won the lottery. Ha 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 ha, young friend. This is breaking before building, as expected. Heaven blesses my Qingyun sect. Lu Tianyin had not yet fully woken from her sleep and could only sigh helplessly. Junior brother, didn't you say you were going to pretend to be an idiot? Are you addicted to lying? Grand Elder Shay Fu angrily jumped up, pointing at Elder Lin's side and loudly questioning, Isn't that the kid you competed with? Lin Ziyuan, explain to me, how can an idiot break through sword intent? Elder Li slammed the table, recalling at that time, Qingyun sect master came to inspect and said his soul was severely damaged and we didn't reconfirm. The fake steward stammered. We were fooled. Qing Zan used the story of a genius disciple losing his abilities to make us hand over the mineral veins willingly. They were acting all along. Shay Fu was now furious, roaring wildly, handing over all mineral veins to another's artifact refining genius. Lin Ziyuan, is this what you call far-sighted? Elder Lin was now speechless with rage, spitting blood. A grandmaster who had once dominated the cultivation world now had to endure such a humiliating defeat, utterly outmaneuvered by a junior disciple. The fake steward quickly stepped forward to support Elder Lin. At this moment Elder Lin could only grit his teeth and endure, his eyes bloodshot. You little bastard, this old man will make you and Qingyun sect pay. This old man will make you and Qingyun sect pay. In the inner sect of Myriad Manifestation Gate, Cheng Xin, the gate master's daughter at early foundation establishment, walked in and asked, Brother, what are you doing? Her brother was shaving his head bald due to the bet with Starry Night. Cheng Xin puzzled, Why are you shaving your head? Her brother replied, I lost a bet with someone. Cheng Xin was somewhat surprised. Oh, I remember, you said you only bet with people weaker than you. If you lost, you just beat them up. Her brother coughed, turned around and said, Although he's weaker than me, I admire him for being willing to sacrifice his life to protect what he wants to protect. Let's consider it an offering of hair to a respected opponent. Cheng Xin seemed to know everything. Brother, you're not talking about the person who defeated Elder Lin of Qingyun's sect with the artifact soul recording method, are you? Yes, that's him. His soul was incomplete and he became an idiot, her brother said. Cheng Xin found it strange. But I just heard that person pretended to be an idiot just to trick Father and Elder Lin into willingly handing over the mineral veins. Upon hearing this, her brother immediately shouted in disbelief. What? Who told you that? Cheng Xin tilted her head. It was the fake steward, and the fake steward also said he's a once-in-10,000 years sword Dao genius who just broke through sword intent and attracted a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Elder Lin was so angry he vomited blood on the spot. Before she could finish, her brother collapsed to the ground unconscious, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. Cheng Xin exclaimed in surprise. Brother, fake steward reports, Miss, the gate master is looking for you. Cheng Xin still pointed at her brother and said, my brother. The fake steward revealed a calm and amiable smile. Don't worry, miss, he'll be fine. Young gate master is probably just used to it. Inside the gate master's hall, Elder Li was intently admiring a beautiful lotus pond. Cheng Xin walked over and said, Father, the fake steward said you were looking for me. Elder Li said directly, Zinner, something happened to Wong Deng. Cheng Xin asked blankly. He continued. According to Qing Zan, his grandfather took him out for training and encountered that evil cultivator. Although they killed the evil cultivator, both of them were also afflicted by witchcraft and both died. Cheng Xin tried to remain calm and asked again, Father, have you confirmed the bodies of the three? Elder Li nodded sadly. Yes, I confirmed. Cheng Xin could no longer suppress her emotions, tears streaming down her face. She muttered sorrowfully, Is that so? Elder Li puzzled. I didn't know your feelings for Wong Deng were so deep. Cheng Xin avoided her father's question, wiped her tears and asked, Father, is there anything else you need me for? Elder Li, worried about his daughter, consoled her. Although Wong Deng is dead, to ensure the stability of our myriad manifestation gates alliance with Qingyun sect, I have already chosen a more suitable candidate for you. Cheng Xin merely softly hemmed. Elder Li puzzled. Don't you even ask who it is, Cheng Xin softly said. Everything is according to father's arrangements. Elder Li could only let his daughter return to her room. All right, you may withdraw. The fake steward saw Miss leave and came in to ask the elder, Gatemaster, what did Miss say? Elder Li worried about his daughter. HMPH, that girl agreed without even caring who her match was. Ever since that incident 10 years ago, she's been like a lost soul. Recalling the past, he only felt more irritated. So he turned to the fake steward and said, Since Zinner has agreed, you can tell me the rest of the plan. I don't think it's wise to offend Lin Ziyuan for that kid, the fake steward replied. Elder Lin owes the old gate master a favor, which is why he agreed to be an honorary elder of Myriad Manifestation Gate for 60 years. It's due in about 2 years. As for that starry knight, the genius who cultivates both sword Dao and artifact Dao in Qingyun sect, his potential is limitless. And I've investigated, he only joined Qingyun sect in the last half-month, so he has no deep emotional ties with Qingyun sect. What's more, he only has talent, his mind isn't very clever. Elder Li asked, How can you prove this? The fake steward revealed another seemingly harmless smile. If he were smart enough, he would continue to pretend to be an idiot, cultivating secretly in Qingyun sect to improve his strength. Qing Zan probably already told him this. But apparently he didn't listen to Qing Zan. Instead of going into seclusion, he directly broke through sword intent in front of everyone. This is just a young man's strong desire to win, unable to resist telling Elder Lin, I'm messing with you, to avenge his master Wang Guanzhou. This kind of simple-minded fool is the easiest to control. In Starry Night's room, a large hole had been blown in the ceiling, and senior sister Lu personally came to question her junior brother. She stood with her arms crossed, asking gravely, Junior brother, I need an explanation. Starry Night rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, no longer pretending. He laid his cards on the table. Actually, I am a sword Dao grandmaster. Senior sister Lu was astonished, thinking to herself that her junior brother had indeed never used a weapon. Starry Night picked up a sword and said, I don't use swords. If I use a sword, I'll kill someone. To be absolutely sure, senior sister Lu needed to verify everything. She stepped forward and suggested, How about we have a sword skill sparring match? Starry Night regrettably said, Oh, but I don't have a sword. Senior sister Lu tossed a sword to junior brother Starry Night, saying, Use mine. Starry Night had no choice but to catch it, but senior sister seemed to have thrown it too hard, and Starry Night, being a big fool, directly grabbed the blade, crying out in pain. Ouch, 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 he looked truly silly. To hide his embarrassment, Starry Night had to calm down. Just a small mishap, he stood proudly, long sword in hand. Now I will let senior sister witness the realm of man and sword as one. He was full of himself, but before he could finish speaking, senior sister Lu struck the sword from Starry Night's hand with a palm. She herself was stunned. She thought too weak. Starry Night tilted his head, dissatisfied, and asked the system, What's going on? Haven't I already broken through sword intent? Why do I feel nothing when I pick up a sword? This is so embarrassing. The system also didn't understand. This might be because the host hasn't learned any sword techniques yet. Starry Night could only say to senior sister Lu, That's right, senior sister, I have the most advanced hardware now, but no software installed yet. Could you give me a basic sword technique? Lu Tianyan let out a confused ha, but still took out a scroll and handed it to her junior brother. This is the Qingyun sword art. Although it's the most basic, it still takes 3 to 5 days to get an initial grasp of it. Starry Night took it. Okay, I'll take a look first. Starry Night flipped through the book with a whooshing sound like a machine. Senior Sister Lu was surprised. Reading that fast, Starry Night read quickly as if he had found a treasure, like a machine. His eyes sparkling, he exclaimed, "So strong, is this a breakthrough in sword intent? I just glanced at this sword art and I can fully comprehend it, as if I had learned it before but forgotten it." In just an instant, Starry Night finished reading the Qingyun Sword Dao. He closed the book and said, "Senior Sister, I'm done reading." Starry Night, with a confident demeanor, held the long sword and pointed it directly at Senior Sister Lu. His gaze was sharp, completely different from moments ago, and he said, "Make your move." Lu Tianyan was startled. This aura was completely different from before, and it had only been less than a quarter of an hour. She then thought, anyway, there are too many inexplicable things about this junior brother. After experiencing so many strange events with Starry Night, even now, Senior Sister Lu still had many things she couldn't explain about her junior brother. With that, she struck like lightning. "Let's see how much of a surprise you can bring me this time." Senior Sister Lu's swordsmanship was indeed not to be underestimated, but Starry Night was also not inferior, dodging every one of Senior Sister Lu's strikes like lightning. She chopped downwards, he sidestepped Senior Sister Lu's sweep and sometimes even managed to counterattack from behind Lu Tianyan. But as a beginner, how could Starry Night's strength and speed compare to this senior sister who had experienced countless trials in the cultivation world? She unleashed her final move, the sword tip pointing directly at Starry Night's head. He didn't have time to react and withdrew his sword. Lu Tianyan stopped, asking in confusion, "Withdrew your sword, junior brother, what are you doing?" Starry Night's head was bleeding, and he clutched it, his face pale. "I didn't know I would become like this when I used the Qingyun sword art." Even he himself couldn't understand how he worked. The system said, "This system understands now. The host's sword intent breakthrough is not at the human level but at the sword's level." Starry Night didn't believe it, shouting, "What the hell?" The system explained, "It is precisely because the host's refined corpse body is itself an artifact-level object, and then you gained a spiritual root transformed from a sword spirit, which perfectly integrates with your body. After that, the host became the sword intent, soaring from a peerless treasure sword, thus triggering a phenomenon. So Starry Night himself was a treasure sword's intent. Not that he had refined some great treasure sword. He was a refined corpse greatsword himself. This whole thing was simply a joke." Starry Night shouted indignantly. "What a rip-off!" Dawn was gradually breaking. Starry Night explained everything to his senior sister Lu. Lu Tianyan also couldn't believe such a strange thing could exist in the world. "What? You didn't break through sword intent, you refined yourself into a sword?" Starry Night said disappointedly. "You could say that." Lu Tianyan, equally disappointed, continued, "Which means for junior brother to use sword arts the primary control is himself." Starry Night glumly turned his face away. "Don't say anything more, just let me be quiet." Perhaps it was because Starry Night's expectations were too high. In his imagination of his future self, Starry Night was an ethereal sword Dao grandmaster, awe-inspiring throughout the cultivation world. But the cruel reality was that he was now simply a laughingstock in the cultivation world, a humanoid greatsword, bumping into walls himself. 80% I'll stab myself. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Senior Sister Lu interrupted him. She said, "Junior brother, don't resist my spiritual energy." Starry Night let out a guilty, "Huh, what do you want to do, Senior Sister?" Lu Tianyan didn't explain further, decisively extending 2 fingers to perform her sword manipulation technique. In the blink of an eye, Starry Night was unconscious, enveloped by Senior Sister Lu's sword art, a blue magical light covering his entire body, then flying directly towards some place outside. Senior Sister Lu's intentions were unfathomable. Xiao Wan, still in a deep sleep in the distance, suddenly woke up and saw Starry Night's body enveloped in blue magical light, rapidly streaking across the sky. She thought she had missing it in a dream, rubbing her eyes. "Go to sleep quickly, you'll see illusions if you don't get enough sleep." Starry Night had now become Lu Tianyan's standing mode of transportation. He began to descend, with Starry Night being controlled like an airplane, his arms spread for gliding, landing gear ready. Legs curled then lowered, exactly like an aircraft. Starry Night woke up feeling powerless. This is too strange. It turned out Senior Sister Lu wanted to test out the refined corpse sword Starry Night. She was thrilled. "I can't believe it's true. I've never used such a smooth flying sword. Controlling junior brother feels too good, it's addictive," Starry Night said worriedly. "Senior Sister, don't say things that could be misunderstood like that." Senior Sister Lu still said with relish, "This will be more convenient. In the future I won't need a flying sword, a sleeping bag, or multiple sword manipulations." Starry Night was very serious about this. "I cannot accept this. If Senior Sister gets used to this position, she'll keep asking to ride on me in the future. What should I do?" He was indeed a smooth talker. The system immediately prompted, "Creation points 22. Lu Tianyan immediately understood the sinister intent behind her junior brother's joke and drew her sickle, ready to settle the score. Starry Night was scared by Senior Sister Lu's murderous look, extending his hand to block and retreating. "Oh, I was just joking. I didn't expect Senior Sister to understand immediately," Starry Night asked in confusion. "I caused such a huge commotion, why didn't the sect's higher-ups come to find me?" Senior Sister Lu replied. "The sect master instructed me to look after you and then went to an emergency meeting." Starry Night was bewildered. "How, what meeting?" Lu Tianyan had to remind him. "The commotion you caused this time was too big, even the formations couldn't block it. The news that Qingyun sect has produced a once-in-10,000 years sword Dao prodigy will likely soon spread throughout the entire Kanglan kingdom. Starry Night hadn't yet realized the gravity of the problem. Isn't that great? It boosts our sect's morale. Lu Tianyan, however, was genuinely worried about Qingyun sect's future. If you were just an ordinary talent, at most you would only make other sects jealous. But you are the seed of a peerless powerhouse. As long as you grow, you will certainly bring prosperity to your sect, and you will make the currently struggling Qingyun sect face immense pressure. Starry Night suddenly realized the problem was indeed more difficult and serious. The key to this is that I'm not actually the seed of a peerless powerhouse. Lu Tianyan had a headache because of this troublemaking junior brother, reaching out to rub her temples. Yes, if it were a sword, its sword chi piercing the sky and causing a phenomenon would be normal. But you're a person. A person triggering a sword's phenomenon is uncommon, or rather practically impossible. Now everyone thinks you're a peerless sword Dao genius. You can't explain it, so you can only accept it by default. Starry Night could only scratch his head with a silly smile. It's also troublesome. Lu Tianyan had no choice but to go back and instruct her junior brother. You go back and rest first. The higher-ups will finish their meeting tonight, and there will definitely be arrangements tomorrow. The next day arrived. Lu Tianyan and Starry Night came to where the elders were. Lu Tianyan solemnly reported, Master, is this the result of your discussions? To have junior brother marry into myriad manifestation gate in place of Wang Deng? Master Qing Zan spoke. This was proposed by Gate Master Li. Of course, it also depends on young friend Starry Night's wishes. Starry Night felt this decision was a bit too sudden and hasty. He coughed a few times, stammering, Senior brother Wang Deng just passed away. This might not be appropriate. Elder Li of Myriad Manifestation Gate chimed in. Nephew, you don't need to mind. Zinner had no feelings for Wang Deng. To put it bluntly, their engagement was just to solidify the alliance. But yesterday, Zinner saw young friend's extraordinary cultivation and soaring sword intent and secretly fell for him, begging her father night after night to play matchmaker for her. Elder Li had to lie to reduce the awkwardness between Cheng Xin and Starry Night, but Cheng Xin seemed indifferent. She was dozing off, drool even flowing from her mouth. Starry Night thought, this is love at first sight? This girl is dozing off. Is this okay? Elder Li had no choice but to wake Cheng Xin, saying, Zinner, don't you have something to say to junior nephew Starry Night? Zinner slowly walked to Starry Night's side, gently took out a letter from her hand and handed it to the man in front of her. Starry Night took it, thinking, a letter? Cheng Xin turned to Lu Tianyan and said, don't peek. Senior sister Lu, whose thoughts had been exposed, quickly denied it. I wasn't looking. Starry Night opened the letter and read it. He froze completely, unsure what the letter said that made him instantly stunned. He quickly folded the letter and put it into his embrace. Lu Tianyan was extremely curious. What's with that expression? Starry Night seemed to be avoiding something, saying to Cheng Xin, Miss Zinner is truly bold, making me blush and my heart pound. He immediately spoke kindly. Gate Master Li, I understand your daughter's feelings, but we still lack the basic space to get to know each other. How about letting Miss Zinner stay on Zhengyang Peak for a while so we can have more time to get to know each other? Would that be acceptable? Lu Tianyan was surprised by her junior brother's swift decision. What? Gate Master Li spoke first. I have no objections to this matter. And what about Sect Master Qing Zan? Qing Zan cautiously said, it's possible, but Zhengyang Peak's conditions might be a bit modest for the gem you hold. Gate Master Li laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, Sect Master Qing Zan is joking. Zinner isn't as delicate as she appears, so be it. You two should cultivate your relationship well. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. With that, Elder Li departed. Qing Zan immediately followed, subtly reminding him, Gate Master Li, aren't the mineral veins supposed to be transferred today? Elder Li turned around and said, no hurry. Didn't we agree at the beginning that our two sects would formally sign the alliance agreement on Zinner's wedding day and handle everything then? Sect Master Qing Zan wanted to form the alliance quickly, so he would have to facilitate their relationship more. Ha ha ha. With that, Gate Master Li vanished. It was unclear what his plans were to delay the transfer of the mineral veins as agreed. Wang Guanzhou, sensing something, said, Sect Master, he sees Starry Night's potential, so he wants to draw him into Myriad Manifestation Gate through marriage. Qing Zan calmly replied, it's fine. I have confidence in Lu Tianyan. Elder Wong said worriedly, Sect Master, do you mean to have my disciple make a move on Gate Master Li's daughter? That won't do. Wang Guanzhou, still speaking without restraint, was immediately chided by Qing Zan. Alas, no wonder you're almost 300 years old and still don't have a Dao companion. Elder Wong loudly and awkwardly said, What does that have to do with not having a Dao companion? Qing Zan returned to the main hall only to see Zinner standing there alone. He asked in confusion, Miss Zinner, why are you the only one left here? Where did everyone else go? Cheng Xin softly replied, the senior sister in white has already ridden away on senior brother Starry Night. Qing Zan's face was full of doubt. What? Lu Tianyan and Starry Night landed smoothly. Starry Night assumed an arrogant posture, immediately turning around to question, Senior sister, I didn't resist your spiritual energy because I was afraid of hurting you. Don't go too far. Lu Tianyan, on the contrary, looked at him with a dark expression and asked, Leaving Gate Master Li's daughter on our peak, does junior brother intend to start a harem? But Starry Night feigned innocence and retorted, What harem? Isn't she the only one? Who else? As he spoke, he put on a dangerous expression and voiced his suspicion. Could it be that senior sister is already subconsciously in this harem? Is that it? Is that it? Otherwise who else are you talking about? Tell me, tell me. Lu Tianyan was so enraged that she trembled all over, unable even to scold him. Lu Tianyan, her face dark, immediately raised her hand and uttered, "Phantom sword." Immediately after, Starry Night spun and spun endlessly in the air. Then he was lowered, collapsing to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Finally, trembling weakly all over, he handed a letter to Lu Tianyan. "Senior sister, take a look. That Cheng Xin wrote it." Lu Tianyan rested her chin on her hand, disdainfully looking away. "I don't have a habit of reading other people's love letters." Then Starry Night, his face dark, explained, "This isn't a love letter, it's a threatening letter." Lu Tianyan immediately opened the letter and saw a line of text inside. "Number 4, keep me in Qingyun sect." Lu Tianyan glanced at it, guessing in confusion. "Number 4, is it just the mask she wore initially?" Starry Night sat on the ground and said seriously. "Moreover, she even knows what number refined corpse I am. She definitely has a close relationship with that evil cultivator, even more so than Wong Deng. It's just unclear if Wong Deng and Wong Ju's deaths are related to her." Lu Tianyan didn't have time to be curious, blurting out, "But what does she want?" Starry Night stood up, patted his backside, and replied, "Why don't we go ask her after that?" Lu Tianyan used her sword manipulation technique on Starry Night, but Starry Night was simply sent flying. Starry Night couldn't help but get angry, immediately turning around and cursing, "Use your own flying sword." Lu Tianyan naively said, "I've gotten used to using Junior Brother. I don't even want to use other flying swords anymore." Starry Night immediately retorted, "Then don't get used to it." At this moment, a Zhengyang sect disciple looked at the sky wondering, "Isn't that the disciple who broke through sword intent yesterday?" Lu Tianyan and Starry Night were approaching. Seeing the scene before them, someone cried out in alarm, "Ah, I heard he's only at the Qi refining stage, how can he fly through the air?" Actually, Starry Night uses the Qingyun sword art to control himself with very low consumption. Flying 100 li only costs 10 spirit stones. Just then, in front of Starry Night and Lu Tianyan, a pile of white papers fluttered down. A disciple wondered, "Did something fall on our Zhengyang sect?" The piece of paper drifted here, and Starry Night quickly reached out to catch it, asking himself, "Is this a flyer?" On the paper he caught, it described a martial arts marriage contest. The main character was the daughter of Myriad Manifestation Gates Master, and invitations for a martial arts marriage contest were now being widely distributed. No gender limit, under 30 years old, foundation establishment stage cultivation or above, as long as you fairly defeat the current fiancé. The once in 10,000 years genius of both Sword Dao and Artifact Dao at Qi Refining Level 5, you can replace him on a first-come, first-served basis. The once in 10,000 years genius of both Sword Dao and Artifact Dao has been born. You can replace him on a first-come, first-served basis. Seeing this content, Starry Night asked himself in his heart, "What the hell is this?" Immediately after, Starry Night kicked open Cheng Xin's door. At this moment she was holding a stack of flyers, seemingly about to distribute more. Starry Night clenched the paper, shouting, "What exactly are you doing?" Cheng Xin calmly replied, "Long time no see, number 4, do you remember me?" Starry Night immediately closed the door, then explained, "I'm not number 4. My name is Starry Night." She then retorted, "Then why don't you have memories from before you were refined?" Starry Night asked with a stern face. "I'll ask again, what do you want?" Cheng Xin didn't speak, immediately raised her hand and struck the wall on the other side with a palm. Then, through a hole, the figures of Lu Tianyan and others immediately appeared in the adjacent room. She opened her mouth to remind them, "Eavesdropping isn't nice." Starry Night immediately tried to smooth things over. "It's fine, they're with me. They all know my true identity." Cheng Xin was silent for a moment, then took out a small notebook and wrote something in it. Starry Night didn't see it and curiously leaned over to ask, "What are you writing in that small notebook?" Cheng Xin was meticulously recording characteristics. Aptitude, Sword Dao, Artifact Dao, boasts a lot, not very intelligent, suspected additional. Charming women, already has a Dao companion, has led 2 senior sisters astray in less than a week of joining the sect. Starry Night absolutely refused to believe she was describing himself and shouted, "Who is this?" Then he said directly, "I don't like beating around the bush. Just tell me your purpose." Cheng Xin immediately replied, "The martial arts marriage contest is a challenge. If you can defeat all challengers, I will tell you." Starry Night also took the opportunity to ask, "What if I lose?" She softly answered, "Then your identity as a refined corpse will be exposed." Through the small circular hole in the wall, Xiao Wan loudly questioned, "You're also an accomplice of the evil cultivator. If Junior Brother is exposed because of you, you won't escape either." Cheng Xin's expression didn't change as she indifferently replied, "It's nothing. Your Junior Brother disrupted my plan, so it's only natural for him to take responsibility." Seeing this, Starry Night curiously turned to ask, "What plan?" Cheng Xin didn't even look at Starry Night, didn't answer his question, and said, "Win the martial arts marriage contest and I'll tell you. Good luck." As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Xin walked straight out of the room without looking back, slamming the door shut. Starry Night turned his head, watching Cheng Xin's retreating figure, and inwardly cursed, "Damn it, I hate people who beat around the bush the most." Just then, on the other side of the wall, Xiao Wan suddenly spoke, "I think she's just bluffing. As the sect master's daughter, would she really go down with Junior Brother?" Lu Tianyan suddenly appeared on Xiao Wan's head at some point, looking directly at Starry Night and saying, "No, she wouldn't, precisely because she is the daughter of the Myriad Manifestation Gate Master. Even if she admits to colluding with an evil cultivator, it's an internal matter for their sect. Given her status, she wouldn't receive a heavy punishment. Xiao Wan was puzzled and asked, "Didn't Wang Deng also fail when he exposed junior brother last time?" Xiao Wan and Lu Tianyan continued their back and forth, ignoring Starry Night, who complained, "Can you two talk inside?" Xiao Wan and Lu Tianyan completely ignored Starry Night, who stood inside watching their conversation and paid no attention to his words. Lu Tianyan turned her face to Xiao Wan and explained, "No, it's different. Junior brother is currently a hot topic. Other sects don't want to see Qingyun's sect rise, so they eagerly hope for his downfall. They definitely won't let him off as easily as Wang Deng did last time." After speaking, Lu Tianyan and Xiao Wan turned their heads again to blame Starry Night, saying it was all Junior Brother's fault for overdoing it. Exactly. Now there's trouble." Starry Night was speechless, not knowing how to explain, and said, "Stop playing." The scene shifted. In the deliberation hall, Gatemaster Li angrily slammed a paper on the table and shouted, "Stop messing around." Gatemaster Li gritted his teeth and said, "What is that girl Zinner trying to do?" This time Wang Deng had an accident. Qingyun's sect couldn't fulfill the marriage contract, so I proactively proposed the marriage alliance to make it hard for him to refuse. Otherwise, Qing Zan would be desperate for that kid to stay far away from our myriad manifestation gate people. Gatemaster Li said with a grim face, "What is that girl doing with another martial arts marriage contest? Doesn't this play right into Qingyun's sect's hands? If I were Qing Zan, even if I won, I would deliberately lose." Jia Gefe stood by, witnessing Gatemaster Li's anger, and respectfully asked, "Has the Gatemaster contacted Miss?" Gatemaster Li, still fuming, replied, "I've already sent her a voice transmission but haven't received a reply. Send someone to bring that girl back immediately." Hearing this, Jia Gefe gently advised, "Gatemaster Starry Night proactively kept Miss. It might not be good for us to forcibly bring her back," Jia Gefe said mysteriously. "Although it seems that way on the surface, Mrs. actions might have a hidden meaning." Hearing this, Gatemaster Li was surprised and impatiently said, "Oh, tell me." Jia Gefe raised two fingers and slowly explained to Gatemaster Li, "I think Mrs. actions can be divided into two scenarios. One is that she wants to confirm that Starry Night is infatuated with her and is still hiding his strength. In that case, Mrs. Martial Arts marriage contest is actually a scheme to sow discord. Qing Zan will definitely make Starry Night deliberately lose to sever ties with us, but Miss is certain that Starry Night will disregard Qing Zan's orders and still pursue her. After all, this isn't the first time." According to Jia Gefe, Starry Night was like an unconscious puppet manipulated by Cheng Xin to oppose Qing Zan. Jia Gefe continued, "At that time, Starry Night's strength will be revealed, defeating all opponents. If Qing Zan continues to play tricks with that kid's impulsive personality, he might directly sever ties with Qingyun's sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Gatemaster Li eagerly asked, "What about the second scenario?" Jia Gefe continued, "The second scenario is the opposite. Miss has determined that this Starry Night cannot be used by our sect, so she wants to use this martial arts marriage contest to get rid of him." As soon as he finished speaking, Gatemaster Li frowned, looking at him and asking in confusion, "Now he is Qingyun's sect's inverse scale. How can we get rid of him?" Hearing this, Jia Gefe mysteriously indicated that he would tell this to Lin Ziyuan. Seeing that Gatemaster Li still had doubts, Jia Gefe recalled Lin Ziyuan's angry and bloodthirsty appearance and then explained, "Now Lin Ziyuan only wishes to kill Starry Night sooner. He won't miss such an opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, Gatemaster Li said, "Then we need to contact Zinner even more and ask what's going on." Hearing this, Jia Gefe expressed his thoughts. Miss didn't reply to the Gatemaster's voice transmission, so it's likely she's also being closely monitored by Qingyun's sect. Our rash actions might disrupt Miss's plan, in my opinion, whether it's the first or second scenario. We should tell this news to Lin Ziyuan. Hearing Jia Gefe's suggestion, Gatemaster Li asked in confusion, "Why?" Jia Gefe explained, "If it's the second scenario, there's nothing to say. Lin Ziyuan will act like a sharp blade, eliminating a potential threat for us. Then we'll distance ourselves and work wholeheartedly with Qingyun's sect. Strongly condemn, firmly oppose, express regret. If it's the first scenario, we just need to prepare Miss, have her wear protective spiritual armor and block the fatal blow for young friend Starry Night at the critical moment." Jia Gefe's face suddenly darkened, and he continued sinisterly, "He already likes Miss, and with the life-saving grace he'll definitely be firmly under our control." Hearing Jia Gefe's analysis, Gatemaster Li repeatedly praised, excellent strategy, with a clever person like Steward Jia, how can our myriad manifestation gate not prosper?" Hearing Gatemaster Li's praise, Jia Gefe proudly puffed out his chest and replied, "You flatter me, Gatemaster." Jia Gefe continued, "It's just that Mrs. voice transmission hasn't come back yet, so it seems she's being closely monitored. We need to find a way to get the information to her." Gatemaster Li stroked his chin and replied in confusion, We do need to solve that problem." From behind, Cheng Xin suddenly appeared, pushing the door open and entering. Seeing her, Gatemaster Li and Jia Gefe both exclaimed in surprise, "How did you come back? How did you come back?" Hearing their questions, Cheng Xin calmly replied, "Starry Night needs to go into seclusion for 3 months to comprehend sword intent, so I came back first." At this moment, Gatemaster Li asked with a hint of confusion and grievance, "Father sent you many voice transmissions, why didn't you reply?" Hearing her father's question, Cheng Xin looked at the jade pendant in her hand and then remembered, "I forgot to charge my voice transmission jade pendant with spirit stones." Seeing his earlier analysis completely fall apart, Jia Gefei's old face flushed and he awkwardly cleared his throat, then said, "It's good that you're back. Some things are better said directly." Cheng Xin noticed Jia Gefei's flushed face and curiously asked, "Steward Jia, why is your face so red?" The scene shifted to the bulletin board. "Notice, Starry Night needs to go into seclusion and will come out in 3 months." The crowd behind couldn't help but complain. 3 months, that's too long, isn't it? Hearing this, Xiao Wan stepped out and angrily said, "It has already been said, junior brother Starry Night just broke through sword intent, so he needs to go into seclusion to comprehend it." The disciples below complained, "Comprehend what? He's only at Chi refining level 5, even if he breaks through some sword intent, he can't be a match for us Foundation Establishment stage senior brothers, right?" Others chimed in. Exactly, if we don't compete soon, the obsession in our hearts won't be resolved, and it will affect our cultivation." Seeing the disciples chattering incessantly, Xiao Wan reluctantly took out a small notebook. "All right then, those who can't wait, register with me. I will then hand this list to the sect master, saying that these people only wish to leave Qingyun sect early to become the sons-in-law of Myriad Manifestation Gate." Hearing this, they immediately changed their attitude and awkwardly turned around. As they walked away, they said, "HMPH, 3 months is 3 months for us cultivators. 3 months is like 3 seconds. Exactly. What martial arts marriage contest? It's not worth mentioning at all. Exactly, everyone just purely wants to challenge a sword Dao genius and improve their own strength." In the seclusion chamber, a place surrounded by a magic array outside, Lu Tianyin stood at the door and Xiao Wan walked over from a distance and asked, "Where's junior brother?" This Lu replied, "He went into seclusion." Xiao Wan asked with a bewildered look, "Senior sister, does he really want to participate in the martial arts marriage contest?" Lu Tianyin replied, "Until we come up with a better countermeasure, we can only play it by ear." Xiao Wan placed one hand on her hip and pointed outside, indicating, "The problem is, what's the use of 3 months of seclusion? Everyone challenging him is a Foundation Establishment stage senior brother." Hearing this, Lu Tianyin's eyes sharpened and she said seriously, as if stating something important, "It's fine. During these 3 months I will visit everyone in the inner sect who might participate in this martial arts marriage contest." Xiao Wan asked in return, The scene shifted to Starry Night. Starry Night gained 50 creation points. Starry Night gained 30 creation points. Red light emanated around him. Starry Night gained 15 creation points. Starry Night was running, and the red light also covered his body. Accumulated cultivation of blood evasion technique gained 305 creation points and completed the mission, gaining 1 lottery chance. Starry Night stopped and wiped his sweat. Hey, finally finished another mission. Only the nascent Soul Cave Mansion mission is left. That mission has a 3-year time limit. I'll work hard to improve my strength and hope to complete it. The system saw this ability of Starry Night and clearly stated that the host had just entered the cultivation world and had no memories from a previous host. But why does he have such a monstrous speed in learning cultivation techniques? Starry Night put down his hand and looked up. Monstrous what? I didn't remind you before, because after fusing with the sword spiritual root, you can understand sword controlling techniques. For example, the blood evasion technique you just learned, even the most talented person would take half a month to go from beginner to proficient, but you only took 2 hours to almost master it. This is completely impossible. Starry Night's expression didn't change. He merely said, "Why does that sentence sound like something I often hear?" That's right. Body snatching a refined corpse, fusing a demon core, breaking formations with bare hands, mending a sword spirit with divine soul, plus this monstrous speed of comprehending cultivation techniques. Therefore, this system has reason to suspect, did the host have some kind of adventure before body snatching this body? Starry Night seemed to recall something. Starry Night's old memory resurfaced. Before body snatching, I was a university student. I found 100 yuan at the school gate. Does that count as an adventure? In the old memory, after Starry Night found 100 yuan, he treated classmate A and classmate B to a meal, then treated a technician and finally ended up spending an extra 200 yuan himself. The old memory disappeared. After death, what happened on the way to the Samsara Tower? A flash of light. Starry Night raised his hand to prop his chin, recalling something. There was a receptionist in the Samsara Tower who told me to draw a prize, and then I came here. As for the way to the Samsara Tower to here, Starry Night suddenly clutched his head with both hands and screamed, "What's wrong, host?" Starry Night grimaced, his brows furrowed, pressing his head with both hands as if trying to remember something. But his head suddenly throbbed with severe pain as if it were about to split open. "Damn it, what is it? I was just about to remember." "Stop, host, don't think about it anymore. Your divine soul is very unstable." A blur of colors appeared before his eyes. Starry Night's head throbbed and he could no longer stand, falling to the ground. Host Starry Night lay on the floor, now opening his eyes. He sat up, still rubbing his head, uttering, "My head hurts so much. What happened? Did I faint from a headache?" "Yes, host has been unconscious for 9 days." Starry Night was surprised. "What? How did I faint?" A look of extreme surprise appeared on his face. "My divine soul being drained 5,000 times only caused me to faint for a week this time." Host divine soul was interfered with by an unknown force, and its recovery was very slow. Starry Night asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" The system explained. "For example, if your divine soul is a computer, being drained is like being physically attacked. It's equivalent to the computer being smashed. And in this situation, the bloodthirsty malevolent orb can quickly repair it. But this time, the computer's exterior is completely unharmed. However, it was infected with a virus internally. The bloodthirsty malevolent orb is helpless in this situation. This system took 9 days to crack that unknown force before the host could wake up. Starry Night frowned slightly. What was that force? Where did it come from? Perhaps it's another error of this system. In any case, if the host thinks of anything else that causes you a headache, you must stop thinking about it. This time, the system managed to crack it by luck. If it happens again, the host might never wake up. Hearing this, Starry Night said unhappily, "That's too terrifying. This system is a bit tired and might need to rest for a while," Starry Night asked, as if hearing it for the first time. "But don't worry, frankly, I'm just the system's administrator. While I'm resting, the system space, system store, and system missions can all run without my authorization," Starry Night continued. "Wait, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to rest?" The reply was, "As already said, cracking that law of force consumed too much power, so resting for a while will be fine." Starry Night looked up and said, "Wait, what kind of loophole is this? Why are you so exhausted from fixing your own loophole?" In another space, a virtual assistant stood before a screen, and Starry Night's words continued, "And if it can really be dealt with, I hope you can fix that random mission loophole. Saying it's a system error, aren't you just afraid I'll worry? Error warning, error warning. This virtual assistant has not only infected you, but me too." Starry Night tried to pull the system. "System, are you still there? Say something. Error warning, lost connection with the outside world. System, reason, none." Here Starry Night had no reaction, as if those words were not his. He merely said faintly, "Are you rested?" A mysterious prize box had already been transferred in front of Starry Night. It was a gift box tied with a red ribbon. In another space, Starry Night's words could be heard here. "How this time it seems quite different from last time. What strange, I didn't send out this lottery draw. Damn it, is that why you cut off my connection with the outside world?" On the screen, Starry Night's hand was about to untie the ribbon. "Host, don't open it, it's a conspiracy." Here, after Starry Night untied the ribbon on the gift box, he looked up, his mouth slightly open, with a surprised expression. "Deng, congratulations on obtaining a cultivation-specific clone. It was an individual whose appearance was very similar to Starry Night. A wax figure, identical to Starry Night in hairstyle, hair color, and facial features, appeared as if cast from the same mold." Starry Night couldn't believe it was real. He pinched the clone's face. "It looks exactly like me. How do I use this?" Just as he was wondering what to do, a system panel suddenly appeared, catching his attention. The panel displayed "Please set gender" and provided a full range of options. Male, female, physiological female self-identifying as male, physiological male self-identifying as female, genderless, cool shopping bag. After reading the system panel, Starry Night thought, "Isn't this my clone? Why can I set its gender?" He jokingly quipped. "This gender selection is a bit too detailed, isn't it?" Starry Night reached out and clicked the female option on the panel. With a whoosh, a blue light enveloped the clone. After some transformation, the clone, which looked exactly like Starry Night, turned into a female. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it really became a woman." The system displayed another panel which read, "Please set identity," and provided a full range of options. Liar, lover, superior, sister, employee, servant, queen. Seeing this, Starry Night said in a panic, "How can I go back on it? I just wanted to try it out." He wondered what would happen if I chose shopping bag. He frowned, scanned the panel, and then said, "What are all these jumbled options? Sister, give me a normal option." After saying that, he reached out and clicked the sister option. After the selection was complete, the system prompted, "Setting successful, initialization complete." Once the clone was set up, she could speak. With a stiff expression, she said, "Pleased to meet you. I am Shang, your sister." Hearing this, Starry Night thought, "Excellent, the name is also set." He asked the clone, "Can you explain how to use you?" Hearing Starry Night's question, the clone displayed an innocent expression and answered Starry Night's question. "Brother can use me however he wishes, I will not resist." After hearing this, Starry Night looked at her figure. She wore a black bodysuit that accentuated her graceful physique, combined with that innocent expression captivating countless men. He said, "You're enticing me to commit a crime." Starry Night cut to the chase, seriously asking the clone, "Am I asking if you're a cultivation assistant clone? How do you assist?" Seeing Starry Night's seriousness, the clone showed a disinterested expression and replied indifferently, "Oh, is that so?" She explained to Starry Night. "Simply put, my cultivation and brother's cultivation are bound together. If my cultivation grows, brother's will grow as well, and vice versa." Hearing this, Starry Night pondered, stroking his chin, and asked, "Does that also mean double efficiency?" The clone replied, "No, with me, brother doesn't need to cultivate at all." She continued to explain, "I am a clone for cultivation, and I can instantly absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones. If placed in the system space, I can also cultivate using creation points." Hearing this, Starry Night exclaimed in surprise, Creation points can also be used for cultivation?" The clone calmly replied, "Yes, this is my unique ability as a cultivation clone. By the way, it takes 1/4 of an hour to consume 1 creation point." Starry Night asked the clone, "How many low-grade spirit stones worth of spiritual energy is 1 creation point equivalent to?" The clone replied, "Approximately 100. His eyes immediately lit up and he said, "I suddenly feel motivated to earn creation points." Starry Night thought, "If I could convert creation points into spirit stones, that would be great." The clone smiled and continued, even using creation points for cultivation, which is an inefficient method, my speed is 10 times that of brother's, so brother doesn't need to waste time on cultivation at all. Hearing this, Starry Night thought, this is quite practical. As long as I have creation points, I can keep accelerating my upgrades. I've learned the clone's first ability. He curiously asked again, do you have any other functions? Suddenly the clone approached and placed her hand on Starry Night's chest. With a whoosh, a blue light enveloped both of them. Starry Night exclaimed in surprise as he swapped bodies with the clone. In the clone's body, he cried out, how did we swap bodies? On the other side, the clone using Starry Night's body explained, because my divine soul was separated from brother's, we can swap bodies through divine soul exchange. Starry Night, in the clone's body, seemed to ignore the clone's explanation. He was playing with the clone's body, wrapping his arms around his chest and making a lifting motion, saying, so heavy. Starry Night continued to examine the clone's body, saying, this function is also good, it can be used when I need to hide my identity. Just as he was about to pull open the clone's clothes to look, the clone, using Starry Night's body, placed a hand on his shoulder. Immediately, another blue light appeared and their bodies swapped back to their original positions. After the body swap returned to normal, the clone said, time is precious. If there are no other matters, brother, please put me into the system space. I want to start cultivating, Starry Night replied. Okay. As the two spoke, a figure was observing them through a light screen. This was Starry Night's system. Seeing its host agree to let the clone enter, the system angrily said, damn it, host, don't listen to her. I've never heard of creation points being used for cultivation. There must be a conspiracy. Before putting the clone into the system, Starry Night instructed, the spirit stones in the system space might be useful later. You should use creation points to cultivate first. The clone immediately replied, okay. After instructing, Starry Night enveloped the clone in a blue light and sent her into the system. The system's interior was composed of cubes connected by cylinders into various shapes. The clone was sent into the system, floating in midair. Suddenly, a blurry face appeared in a light screen, startling the clone. A voice came from the light screen. Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching the host? Cutting off my connection to the external system was your doing, wasn't it? The clone ignored the questions from the voice in the light screen. She said, this place never belonged to you. With that, she touched a spot on one of the cubes. This touch caused information to be disrupted. The system observed the clone through the screen, angrily saying, damn it, the system's space information is also being interfered with. Suddenly, the system noticed the clone was walking, then suddenly made strange movements. The clone was searching for a path in the system, then suddenly collapsed to the ground, seemingly exhausted. She said, have I become this weak? It's all because brother abused my power before. She struggled to stand up and said, I remember that thing was also put in here. With that, she turned and looked around for something. After some searching, she finally found it and said, found it. She reached out and grabbed a floating light particle in midair. The system, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, what is she doing with the demon core fusion? The clone reached out and put the demon core into her mouth. The system, seeing this, exclaimed in shock, what? The clone confidently swallowed the demon core. Seeing the clone swallow the demon core, the system stared blankly and said it ate it. Outside, Starry Night heard the system's prompt. Starry Night has advanced a realm. Starry Night has advanced a realm. Hearing 2 consecutive realm advancement prompts, Starry Night hadn't yet understood what was happening when another prompt arrived. Current realm, Foundation Establishment Level 5. He stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself. The clone was summoned and immediately appeared. As soon as she saw Starry Night, she began to tease him. Oh dear, missing me after such a short while? In this situation, Starry Night rushed to his sister, his face grim, and questioned, what did you do? Why did I advance a major realm in the blink of an eye? Didn't you say you weren't allowed to cultivate with spirit stones? The clone smiled and replied, brother, I didn't use spirit stones, I just refined and fused the demon core in the system space. As soon as she finished speaking, Starry Night's mouth dropped open in surprise. He immediately turned and frantically searched, then exclaimed, I can't sense it anymore. It's really gone. Starry Night then, with a grim face, tightly grabbed the clone's shoulders and questioned, who told you to refine it? I was saving that for later, to use as a substitute for spiritual roots. Do you want your brother to be a tool for you forever? Moreover, that was 144 demon cores of nascent soul stage demonic beasts. Why did I only go from chi refining to foundation establishment stage? The clone, with a poker face, defended herself. It wasn't that I absorbed its power, but that I also used it as a spiritual root. As she said this, Starry Night instantly froze. The little sister sweetly told him, to achieve the cultivation efficiency I discussed with brother before, refining and fusing that demon core was an essential step. Starry Night, after hearing this, asked with a serious face, does this thing given by the system reward still need to consume my personal items to be complete? After hearing this, she adopted a philosophical demeanor and said, there is no gain without pain. Brother, you won't be using that fused demon core anytime soon. So why not let me absorb it to help you cultivate? The clone's words left Starry Night speechless. Starry Night then took out a cultivation technique Jade Slip, wanting her to clarify, alright, I won't argue with you about the fused demon core now. Can you explain to me why after you, this clone appeared, I can no longer understand cultivation technique Jade Slips? The clone pointed to herself and explained, I am a clone specifically for cultivation. All of brother's cultivation abilities have been transferred to me. Starry Night was so angry he fumed, but he couldn't hit her. So he took the cultivation scroll and tapped her head. Not only did you consume my things, but you also transferred all my buffs away, didn't you? Seeing his anger, the clone defended herself. How can that be considered removing buffs? My proficiency in cultivating techniques will also be shared with brother. She ignored the fact that her hair was smoking from being rubbed by the cultivation scroll. She boasted her achievements to Starry Night. Your sister have already taken on the most tedious part of cultivation. Brother only needs to put on a show in front of people, pretending to open a grand harem, find more sisters-in-law, and have a full house of descendants, Starry Night replied with a grim expression. Since you've already said so, then he looked at her with satisfaction and happily said, then you are my dear sister. The clone could only smile, not knowing what to say. Having just heard what his sister said, Starry Night quickly took out a pile of cultivation techniques and threw them all to his little sister. Your brother, don't have many good things to give you. These are the cultivation technique jade slips I borrowed from senior sister. Now they're all yours, she thought to herself. I've been used by this man. The clone, holding the pile of cultivation techniques, simply smiled gently and replied, thank you. Even though she was annoyed, suddenly the jade pendant at his waist heated up. Starry Night immediately took out the jade pendant, and then a voice came, Junior brother, come out for a moment. Soon after, the main door gradually slid open. Starry Night followed Lu Tianyun's words and walked out. As soon as he stepped out, he asked, Senior sister, what's wrong? Lu Tianyun quickly responded to Starry Night's words, we've encountered a bit of trouble. Then Lu Tianyun added, you've been an inner disciple for a month now and you need to take the Elder's Initiation Assessment. Starry Night walked up to her and immediately replied without haste, then let's do the assessment. Unlike Starry Night's composure, Lu Tianyun explained seriously, this assessment is jointly organized by Myriad Manifestation Gate. New inner disciples from both sects will undergo the assessment together. Since we have fewer disciples, the assessment location is arranged at Myriad Manifestation Gate. Myriad Manifestation Gate disciples, hearing that the Gate Master's beloved daughter is to marry you, a mere chi-refining level 5 cultivator, have been widely discussing it with unkind words. Moreover, you've already broken through sword intent, so Lin Ziyuan definitely feels he was tricked. As soon as she finished speaking, Starry Night felt disheartened, too tired to say another word. Lu Tianyun continued, Myriad Manifestation Gate will probably make things difficult this time. As soon as she finished speaking, the system panel suddenly appeared, startling Starry Night. Immediately after, the requirements for this mission also appeared. Participate in this joint assessment for disciples of both sects and obtain at least 5,000 creation points during the assessment. Mission successful. Reward Cultivation Scroll DLL1. Mission failed, Cultivation deducted. After reading the mission panel, Starry Night's mouth dropped open as he roared in his mind at the system, earning 5,000 creation points. How much enmity and resentment would that require? System, do you not want me to return alive from Myriad Manifestation Gate? Then Lu Tianyun spoke up, interrupting his thoughts with a reminder. So, Junior brother, you'd better tell Elder Diao, who is leading the team, that you've reached a critical moment in comprehending sword intent. Starry Night hastily raised his hand, wanting to stop her from speaking. Don't say it, senior sister. Behind him were blazing fires and determined eyes. Starry Night firmly said to her, Cultivation itself is defying the heavens. How can cultivators like us fear a battle? Suddenly, someone in the distance spoke, praising his words as excellent. The two saw Diao Yihai appear and politely greeted her. Greetings, Elder Diao. As she approached them, she continuously praised him. With a disciple of young friend Starry Night's character in Qingyun's sect, why should we worry about not revitalizing the sect? Starry Night replied somewhat politely. Elder Diao, you flatter me. Then Diao Yihai turned to Lu Tianyun and said, Lu Tianyun, rest assured, I will personally lead the team and ensure Taoist friend Starry Night's safety. Hearing this, Lu Tianyun reached out and politely replied, Elder Diao, thank you for your hard work. After exchanging greetings, Diao Yihai called to Starry Night. All right, the other disciples have also arrived. You're the only one left. He looked at the giant calabash behind her in surprise, curiously asking, how are they all inside the calabash? Lu Tianyun next to him answered his confusion. Elder Diao's calabash has special spatial laws. It's much more comfortable inside than ordinary spirit beads. After hearing this, Starry Night asked again. Do I just jump in? She replied. Yes. Then he quickly jumped into the giant calabash. As soon as he jumped in, Starry Night exclaimed, oh, the direction of gravity changed. Then he saw a round hole beneath his feet, the exit. Starry Night looked down with a trace of surprise. As soon as he left the hole, a huge bag caught him. The people below closed the bag, then chuckled to those around them. Ha 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 ha, look who my immortal ceiling slap grab caught. The people below saw Starry Night and contemptuously treated him as a joke, laughing amongst themselves. We thought he was some rare sword Dao genius, how amazing he'd be. That's it, huh? Then someone spoke up. Brother Huang, let him go, don't scare him into peeing in the bag. Someone else heard this and laughed heartily. Brother Huang's immortal ceiling slap is indeed powerful. Suddenly a force emanated from the bag. Starry Night followed that force into the crowd. As soon as he landed, the system prompted Starry Night that he had gained 5 creation points. Seeing him safely out of the bag, Huang Zilong looked startled, his mind filled with questions. What? How did he get out? This is blood mist. Blood escape technique. Starry Night landed on the ground and immediately checked his mission progress. Explore Nascent Soul Cave Mansion 05000. Inner Disciple Assessment 55000. Looking at the progress panel, he happily said in his mind, Oh, it seems the creation points earned now will also count. During this mission, the people around Starry Night, seeing his joyful expression, discussed amongst themselves, is this kid crazy? Blood escape technique is meant for saving one's life at critical moments, right? It requires burning vital essence, and each use reduces one's realm and damages one's foundation. Seeing their discussion, Starry Night turned to the crowd and said, it's nothing, it's my ignorance. I panicked too much, thinking I was attacked by an enemy. Everyone, senior brothers and sisters, you were just joking with me, right? The people who had just been looking down on Starry Night were now afraid. They immediately pretended to be friendly, responding with insincere words, yes, we were just joking, that's right, just wanted to see the sword Dao genius's reaction speed. No one meant any harm. Oh dear junior brother, you scared us all with that blood escape technique. Then Starry Night, with a grim face and an equally false smile, exposed them. So everyone here participated in this joke, right? Everyone around fell silent after Starry Night finished speaking, but inwardly they thought blankly, huh? Then he happily looked at them, his words carrying a hint of threat. Of course I won't blame any of you senior brothers and sisters, but if the sect master and the elders find out that I, a sword Dao genius, was harmed in my foundation because of your prank, I wouldn't dare to guess their reaction. They now looked at Starry Night, each one afraid, thinking to themselves, oh my god, this kid deliberately tricked us into this. I was just watching the show, how did I get involved in this? How despicable, how insidious. Contrary to their fear, Starry Night was enjoying the sound of creation points rolling in. Deng creation points 6, Deng creation points 8, Deng creation points 12, Deng creation points 13, Deng creation points 9, Starry Night thought after hearing this. Not bad, the effect is quite good. Suddenly a girl walked over and cautiously said on their behalf, everyone really didn't mean it, junior brother. Could you please not tell the sect master and the elders? After hearing the girl's words, Starry Night smiled widely, nodded in agreement, and then casually reminded them, sure, but it's hard to say about my damaged foundation. How about everyone chip in some spirit stones for me to buy some pills to nourish my body? As soon as Starry Night said this, those who were previously scared now gnashed their teeth in anger, cursing him in their hearts. Is this kid trying to extort money? How despicable, I really want to beat him up, so shameless. The angrier they got, the more creation points Starry Night received. Deng creation points 9, Deng creation points 17, Deng creation points 18, Deng creation points 10. Huang Zilong suddenly appeared and interrupted. Fellow disciples, you're being too boisterous. How could I have known anything about a blood evasion technique? He waved his fan and said to the crowd, this junior brother's foundation is damaged, he must have had a mishap in his cultivation. It has nothing to do with anyone here. Junior brother, you must not falsely accuse others. Upon hearing Huang Zilong's words, they immediately agreed. That's right, he's only one person and there are so many of us. Let's see if the elder believes him or us. That's right, his reason isn't justified either. No matter how panicked, no one would use the blood evasion technique unless it's a matter of life or death. As soon as they finished speaking, Starry Night showed them proof. Please watch the VCR, we were just joking. Oh no, junior brother, you scared us all with that blood evasion technique. Someone was terrified and flustered after watching it, while someone else was so angry they wanted to throw a punch. Ah, this kid actually recorded it with a recording stone. What kind of person is he? Shameless, truly shameless. Deng creation points 14, Deng creation points 22, Deng creation points 16, Deng creation points 3. Huang Zilong ran to Starry Night's side, still speaking in a contemptuous tone. HMPH, if you take that out in front of the elder, I really can't do anything about you. The people around, seeing his actions, immediately encouraged him. Senior brother Huang Zilong quickly snatched his recording stone. When Huang Zilong got close, Starry Night like lightning used 4-limb slash, striking him until he coughed up blood and screamed. Deng creation points 20. Huang Zilong immediately counterattacked with his fan, shouting, you want to die. The people around, seeing them fight, discussed, what kind of move is that? That posture is so strange, there's no point of force at all. Logically, it should have no power, but senior brother Huang looks very much in pain, yet he's wearing a high-grade, profound-grade protective spiritual armor. Huang Zilong shouted, fan blade dance, I'm going to kill you. This was an attack method Starry Night had developed during his seclusion, treating every part of his body as a sword and then controlling them with multiple sword manipulation techniques. Its characteristic was to make the body extremely flexible and its movements unpredictable. Additionally, it could add sword skill attacks on top of physical attacks. He looked at Starry Night's lightning-fast attacks and thought, so fast, inflicting double damage on the enemy, like being punched and then stabbed with a sword. Deng creation points 32. That punch made Huang Zilong's eyes widen, spitting blood continuously afterward. Starry Night used 4-limb combo. The people around, seeing Huang Zilong being beaten so badly, couldn't help but discuss, so strong, that posture is too twisted. Huang Zilong, who originally had Foundation Establishment Level 3 Cultivation, wore high-grade, profound-grade protective spiritual armor and wielded the high-grade, earth-grade spiritual artifact flowing cloud fan, was actually beaten without any chance to retaliate. Huang Zilong screamed in pain, fan blade dragon punch. Subsequently, a huge gust of wind appeared. Starry Night looked at the wind emanating from Huang Zilong and immediately shouted at him, making such a strong wind your hair is all messed up. Huang Zilong looked at him, unharmed, and frowned, saying loudly, aren't you a soul recording artifact refiner? Starry Night heard this, calmly picked his ear and affirmed his words, that's right, I never said I was an artifact refiner. Huang Zilong turned to look at the surrounding crowd and commanded them, "What are you still watching for? Why aren't you helping me take down this kid?" Seeing them about to obey Huang Zilong's words, Starry Night immediately took out the recording stone and threatened, "If anyone comes to help, I'll use the blood evasion technique to run out and give the recording stone directly to the elder." Huang Zilong ignored his words, still maintaining his initial arrogant attitude. "Do you think we're fools?" Each use of the blood evasion technique requires slow recuperation, waiting for vital essence to recover. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Zilong was lifted up by Starry Night, startling him into a bewildered "huh." Starry Night's radiating power distorted Huang Zilong's face. Starry Night lifted him from the ground and then dropped him from a height, repeating this several times. After he was satisfied, he put Huang Zilong down, allowing him to land. Starry Night turned to the dazed Huang Zilong and asked, "Exciting?" The people around, seeing the previous scene, were as shocked as if struck by lightning. "Is this kid a monster? How can he continuously use the blood evasion technique? Does his vital essence fall from the sky?" Starry Night looked at them, happily speaking threatening words. "Anyone who wants to come help will also have to bear the compensation costs for the foundation damage I've incurred from using the blood evasion technique multiple times." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately scattered like birds rushing into rooms. "Haha, it seems there's another room here. I'll go in and see what's inside. Let's go together." I'm coming too." Soon only Starry Night and Huang Zilong were left outside. He looked at Huang Zilong sinisterly, like a hunter looking at prey, excitedly saying, "All right, it's just the two of us left. I have a few newly created moves and I need you to help me test their power." Huang Zilong heard this and was so scared he stammered, "No, don't." After a while, the huge calabash had reached its destination and Diao Yihai had everyone come out. After everyone was out, she announced, "We've arrived." Diao Yihai's gaze swept over everyone, and then she was surprised to find Huang Zilong's face beaten black and blue. She quickly asked, "Huang Zilong, what happened to you?" He immediately replied to Elder Diao, "This disciple is practicing the 7-injury fist." Diao Yihai heard him say this and disbelievingly retorted, "Nonsense, no one practices like that." Then she forcefully took out a mask and threw it on Huang Zilong's face. "Wear this so you won't be mocked." As soon as she finished speaking, he obeyed. Yes, an elder came out to greet Diao Yihai. "Elder Diao, you've arrived right on time," she quickly replied. "It's only right." Dai Yu, the intersect Dharma transmission elder of Myriad Manifestation Gate at early nascent soul stage, then shouted to everyone, "Follow me, my intersect disciples are also ready." Suddenly, a huge old man leaning on a cane appeared and interrupted them. "Very good, kid, you really dared to come." Then the old man continued in a terrifying tone, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Here, Cheng Xin was sitting when her waist jade pendant suddenly heated up. A contact on the other side loudly asked her, "Gatemaster's daughter, are you in the sect right now?" Cheng Xin asked the contact on the other side, "I'm Cheng Xin, and I don't remember giving you a voice transmission mark." "Also, weren't you in seclusion?" The person on the other side immediately replied, "That's not important. I need a favor from you." On the bustling Myriad Manifestation Gate arena, there were many people. Dai Yu stood on the arena and announced to everyone, "This time I will preside over the assessment for new disciples from both sects. Those who fail will be demoted from inner sect to outer sect. The best performer can participate in the Kanglan Grand Competition." Today, the system panel appeared accompanied by a story of buzzing discussions, and the protagonist was Starry Night. "I heard that the person engaged to senior sister Cheng Xin is also a newly admitted inner disciple, only at Qi refining level 5, and got in through the back door. How dare he come to participate in the assessment? What breakthrough sword intent? It's mostly hype." After reading it, he thought, "As expected, everyone is hostile towards me. Every message I glance at is directed at me. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle." After thinking, he smiled sinisterly. Starry Night spread his arms and shouted, "All eyes on me, I have an announcement to make." He puffed out his chest, pointed to himself, and declared, "I am Cheng Xin's fiancé, Starry Night. Those who wish to become my Tao companion, the future son-in-law of the Gate Master, hurry up and act because this opportunity only comes once." The surrounding people fell silent after hearing this. Then this group of people angrily wanted to rush up and beat Starry Night. "This kid is too arrogant, don't stop me. I'm going to beat him to death." What was the Gate Master thinking, marrying senior sister Cheng Xin to this kind of trash? As he heard the creation points dinging in, their malicious curses became sweet words in his ears. Deng creation points 19, Deng creation points 13, Deng creation points 23, Deng creation points 30, Deng creation points 26. After all the creation points were tallied, Starry Night thought with satisfaction, "Excellent, another 1,000+ points in an instant." Dai Yu turned to Diao Yihai and said, "Elder Diao, your sword Dao genius is truly arrogant." She could only give an awkward laugh upon hearing him say this. Haha, Diao Yihai's face was grim, and she was sweating profusely, thinking, "Young friend Starry Night, although I said I would ensure your safety, you don't have to make it harder for me, do you?" When Cheng Xin appeared, everyone shouted in unison, "It's senior sister Cheng Xin, senior sister is here." This group of people, seeing Cheng Xin appear, all wanted her to suppress Starry Night. She must have heard his arrogant words just now. Senior sister Cheng Xin, to resist the marriage contract, already distributed martial arts marriage contest flyers herself. She must be thoroughly annoyed with this kid. Quickly give him a taste of his own medicine, humiliate him, and make him stop dreaming of eating swan meat. Chang Xin took a deep breath amidst the expectant gazes of the people around her. Then she shouted loudly, cheering for Starry Night, slapping these people in the face. "Husband Starry Night, you can do it." The men who had just been talking immediately turned into red-nosed clowns upon hearing Chang Xin call Starry Night husband, comically unbearable. Miss Chang Xin suddenly found a bird's beak clipped to the back of her collar. She was flying high in the air and a senior brother on a bird flew above her, with red smoke billowing behind him, angrily shouting, "Turn your head around." Below the arena, the Yaman disciples gnashed their teeth in anger. Ear-picking, did my ears deceive me? What did senior sister Chang Xin call him? Damn it, senior sister Chang Xin must have been enchanted by an evil spell. I must report this to the gate master. Ahaha, I'm so mad, I must kill that kid. The disciples' faces turned ashen with anger, and Elder Diao raised a green token shouting, "Call for support, call for support." The system notification kept sounding. Deng creation points 19, Deng creation points 9, Deng creation points 15, Deng creation points 16, Deng creation points 13. Starry Night looked at Miss Chang Xin and that senior brother and sighed. That kid is quite impressive, he actually shaved his head. The system panel appeared before him. Mission progress, Inner Disciple Assessment 2157-5000. Starry Night complained with dissatisfaction. Damn it, still so far to go. I feel like the higher my realm, the harder it is to earn creation points. Below the arena, Elder Diao suggested to Dai Yu, who stood on the arena with his hands behind his back. Elder Dai Yu, let's not have so many people watching. I'm afraid it will affect the disciples' performance. Starry Night immediately objected loudly. Elder Diao, this is how you temper your mind. How can cultivators like us be afraid of being watched? Elder Diao angrily cursed Starry Night. You stinky brat, isn't this old woman afraid that you'll be beaten to death by this mob? Through divine sense transmission, Starry Night dared not speak, only thinking, if you drive everyone away, where will I earn the rest of my creation points? Elder Dai Yu agreed with Elder Diao's opinion. Let's do as Elder Diao says. All the surrounding disciples immediately scattered and Starry Night could only protest aggrievedly in his heart. No! He stood in the center of the arena, took a horse stance, bent slightly, lowered his head to the ground and shouted, "Ah, killing intent, I feel a strong killing intent." Elder Dai Yu thought after hearing this, kid, if you shut up there won't be so much killing intent. Starry Night spread his arms high, feeling the purple killing intent around him. It's here, I feel it. This killing intent is shaking my bottleneck. The disciples below, with folded arms, seem to be watching a good show. What scene is this now? Killing intent can shake one's bottleneck? Wouldn't all those demonic cultivators be invincible then? Senior sister Chang Xin actually likes such a drama queen. On the system's magic robe shielding parameter setting panel, Starry Night's hand was adjusting the strength level. He slowly moved the weak level to the right. Instantly raising the level, a blue light enveloped Starry Night, startling everyone around him. Elder Dai Yu exclaimed in surprise, "This is a foundation establishment stage aura. He really broke through." Elder Diao couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? The blue light surrounding Starry Night continued to strengthen. The level is still rising. Foundation Establishment Level 1, Foundation Establishment Level 2, Foundation Establishment Level 3. Screams rose and fell. Starry Night moved the level bar to near its strongest position, then stopped. Elder Dai Yu was stunned. The aura's increase had stopped. Elder Diao questioned in disbelief. No Foundation Establishment pill, no seclusion. Just like that, he easily reached the Foundation Establishment stage and directly broke through from mid-chi refining to mid-Foundation Establishment. Who breaks through like that? The light surrounding him had disappeared and Starry Night laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. He spread his arms and loudly said to the people around him, "Thank you very much everyone here for helping me cultivate with your killing intent. My current strength is all thanks to your hard work." Hearing this, the disciples watching below who were originally watching a show suddenly felt like red-nosed clowns being led around. They roared in anger. I can't take it anymore. Even if I'm punished, I'm going to kill him. Count me in, let's go together. The masked senior brother still stood behind Starry Night, a ashen face behind the mask, cursing Starry Night in his heart. Fool, daring to be so arrogant in someone else's territory, angering this group of people. Later I'll incite a riot, then take advantage of the chaos to kill people. Starry Night hugged him. And I also want to thank my brother Wong Zilong for always sparring with me without asking for compensation, allowing all my cultivated techniques to improve. At the same time, the system's notification kept sounding. Deng creation points 19, Deng creation points 23, Deng creation points 17, Deng creation points 22, Deng creation points 2. Seeing Starry Night hug him, Wong Zilong couldn't help but feel confused. How trying to shift the target, such clumsy tactics? Do you really think the inner disciples of other sects are that stupid? Suddenly, a blue light surrounded a rock and shot towards him rapidly. Huang Zilong immediately pushed Starry Night away, turned around, and the rock hit him squarely in the center of his mask. He fell to his knees, one hand on the ground, the other covering his face, blood continuously flowing from his face. Starry Night ran over to check his injuries. "Brother Huang, are you alright? You're bleeding. You've given me too much and now you're even injured protecting me." Huang Zilong looked up, his mask shattered in half, one half covering his face and one eye, the other half exposed and swollen. His right hand reached into his left sleeve. What's going on?" Something just slipped out of my hand. He pulled out a handful of black hair from his sleeve, recognizing it with surprise. It's hair. Starry Night stood in front of him. Rest assured, Brother Wong, 30 years east, 30 years west, when I become the strongest, I'll grind all of you into dust. Creation points continued to increase. Starry Night gained 13 creation points. Starry Night gained 27 creation points. Starry Night gained 12 creation points. Disciples on the arena continuously rushed up, even knocking down the fence. This is too much. How dare he threaten us on our own turf? Brothers, let's forget our differences if we don't beat this guy until his own mother can't recognize him today. My last name will be written backward. The system notification kept ringing. Starry Night gained creation points, and finally Starry Night completed the mission. Deng, mission completed. Obtained cultivation scroll DIYX1. Elder Dai Yu roared at the disciples. What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Starry Night transmitted a message to Huang Zilong. Brother Huang, they've gone mad. Be careful not to get caught up. Quickly use the ancient teleportation talisman I gave you to leave here. Huang Zilong was stunned. What? Starry Night shouted his farewell to Huang Zilong. I'll be taking my leave first. Before the disciples could rush at Starry Night from all directions, he had vanished. Where he had stood, only a red light remained. The disciples failed to catch Starry Night, fuming with resentment. Damn it, that kid actually ran away with the blood evasion technique. His brother is still here, grab him. Don't let him activate the ancient teleportation talisman. Huang Zilong raised his hands to placate them, trying to explain. No, I didn't wait. Everyone calm down and listen to me. But before he could finish, he was punched hard by a disciple. A red streak of light was rapidly soaring through the air. It was Starry Night, swiftly flying towards two people in the distance. He chuckled in surprise. What a coincidence. Cheng Yan turned his head, his face full of anger, and loudly said, Kid, you've come at just the right time. Today we'll settle all our new and old scores. Behind him, Diao Yihai called out, Young friend, you're being foolish. This old woman said she would protect your safety. Why did you still use the blood evasion technique and damage your foundation? As Starry Night and Diao Yihai approached Cheng Yan and the others, a purple glowing hole suddenly appeared below, and a huge force enveloped them. Starry Night frowned, asking urgently, What's happening? Diao Yihai immediately replied, This spatial fluctuation is a teleportation array. The light of the teleportation array appeared, and everyone was sent to a strange cave. Cheng Yan looked up and asked, Where is this? An old man leaning on a cane sighed from a distance. I didn't expect so many people to come at once. Diao Yihai saw Lin Ziyuan and asked in surprise, Senior Lin, what do you mean by this? He ignored Diao Yihai's words and looked at Starry Night, asking, Kid, did you find it amusing to make a fool of this old man before? He gave a puzzled, Lin Ziyuan's expression darkened. You colluded with Qing Zan to put on a show pretending to be an idiot, making this old man hand over all the mineral veins, then flaunting your sword intent breakthrough to humiliate me. Starry Night calmly replied, No, you're overthinking it. I didn't even put you in my mind. Diao Yihai swiftly covered his mouth, disregarding etiquette. Senior Lin, you are a revered figure. Why bother with a junior? Cheng Yan behind them waggled his finger and added fuel to the fire. No, Elder Lin believes in settling scores so he can be free from worries and live a long life. Cheng Xin looked at him prattling on behind her, feeling speechless. Lin Ziyuan chuckled. Young sect master understands this old man well. Cheng Yan pulled Cheng Xin past him, replying, This has nothing to do with us siblings anymore. We'll be leaving first, Elder Lin. Take your time teaching this kid a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier sprang up, blocking Cheng Yan and his sister. Lin Ziyuan smiled sinisterly. Young sect master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. This kid isn't the only one who offended this old man. Sect master Qing Zan, who acted with him, did too. Cheng Yan gave a puzzled while Cheng Xin sat on the ground coughing, having been jostled earlier. He looked behind him, grinning menacingly. It's easy to make this kid's life a living hell, but to get revenge on that old guy Qing Zan, I'll need young sect master's help, he replied with a cold sweat. Elder Lin, you jest. You should take this matter to my father. Lin Ziyuan simply scoffed, then said, Your father, in an attempt to curry favor with this kid, has already betrothed his daughter to him, so this old man can only rely on young sect master. Cheng Yan asked somewhat nervously, Then what does Elder Lin wish for this junior to do? He bared his crooked teeth, smiling. If young sect master and your sister both die by Starry Night's hand, then the gate master will surely break the alliance and attack Qingyun's sect. Hearing his absurd words, Cheng Yan immediately grew agitated. Diao Yihai then asked Lin Ziyuan, Old Lin, I heard the former gate master of Myriad Manifestation Gate was kind to you. Are you really going to harm his descendants for your own pride? Lin Ziyuan laughed heartily. My kindness is just what I say it is anyway. No sect would refuse a nascent soul stage artifact refiner. Cheng Yan frowned and asked, What do you mean by that? He calmly uttered vicious words. This old man also watched you grow up, so I'll let you die knowing the truth. The former gate master of Myriad Manifestation Gate, Cheng Lingyun, was killed by this old man. His words shocked everyone present. Lin Ziyuan raised his head and slowly explained, Because I heard he obtained an ancient heavenly grade magical artifact, this old man wanted to borrow it. Unfortunately, he stubbornly denied it. This old man used some tricks, and while he was out searching for treasure, I killed him. Finally, after searching his soul, I learned that he had obtained a treasure map which recorded the location of the heavenly grade artifact. He never told anyone this information, merely hiding the treasure map in a secret chamber in the sect's treasure vault. Cheng Yan's face turned ashen, and he said in disbelief, Back then you said my grandfather sacrificed his life to save you, "And you wanted to repay that kindness," he replied with a dangerously dark expression. "This old man only wanted that treasure map. Yet your father always guarded against this old man. Even though this old man diligently helped your sect, he never gave me any opportunity to enter the treasure vault." Lin Ziyuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Now as long as Qingyun's sect and myriad manifestation gate go to war, this old man's chance will come." Diao Yihai stepped forward to retort him. "A good plan, but unfortunately with this old woman here you won't succeed." Lin Ziyuan laughed mockingly. "With just you, an old golden core stage woman," she shouted. "Secret art, reverse rejuvenation technique." A force flew out of the calabash, making Starry Night's eyes widen in surprise. The green stream of water was covering Diao Yihai's body. He raised his hand to shield his face, only able to see with one eye, and marveled. Such powerful life force. In an instant, Diao Yihai transformed from an old woman into a young and beautiful girl. She tossed her long hair and urged, "Young friend, step back. This old woman will finish this quickly." Starry Night stood by, mouth agape in shock, stammering, Elder Diao, this is Diao Yihai's true form, nascent soul stage level 3, Lin Ziyuan laughed with a raspy voice. "I thought Qingyun sect only had 5 nascent soul stage cultivators left. So you were still hiding," Diao Yihai calmly replied. "This secret art was not originally for my own use. But this old woman has promised to protect young friend Starry Night, and I will not go back on my word." Hearing her mention himself, he was startled. 2 figures walked over from behind, one laughing loudly. "Old Lin, she thinks you're not good at fighting, so she believes she can defeat you." Diao Yihai looked behind her in surprise. "How foolish. A refiner's power has never been in combat but in connections." The person speaking was Zhao Shuiyan, a rogue cultivator at nascent soul stage level 4. The bald man next to him was Ouyang Guai, a rogue cultivator at nascent soul stage level 3. He said with a sinister expression, "Back then, Cheng Lingyun had nascent soul stage level 6 cultivation. Wasn't he also tricked and killed by this old man?" Diao Yihai frowned, sweating, thinking, trouble. These two's cultivation is no lower than mine. She quickly cast a spell, shouting loudly, "You all come in." That force brought everyone high into the air, and Cheng Yan continuously complained, it's over, we're dead. Elder Diao can't beat these 3 nascent soul cultivators." Starry Night anxiously called out to his cultivation clone in his mind, "Can you hear me?" Starling, who was cultivating inside, replied, "What's wrong, brother?" He nervously asked, "How long does it take to master the God-refining spear technique?" At this moment, the system notification sounded. "God-refining spear technique cultivation complete," Starry Night exclaimed in disbelief. "How that fast?" Starling replied happily. "I already told you, just leave the cultivation to me." Cheng Xin asked Starry Night, "What are you dazing for?" He looked at her and replied, "I'm thinking how would that old man make myriad manifestation gate believe that I killed the 2 of you?" Cheng Xin slowly said, "I can think of one possibility. To avoid dying a mysterious death like the former gate master, the inner sect spent a huge sum of money to buy a secret art from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It's cast on important sect members. As long as the person who was cast dies, one can go to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to investigate the images from the moment before their death." She calmly admitted, "Both my brother and I have been cast with this secret art." Starry Night stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If this information is known beforehand, it can indeed be exploited." Cheng Yan interjected, "This matter is top secret. He's just an honored elder, how would he know?" He raised his hand and replied, "We'll know if we try." He looked at Starry Night suspiciously and asked, "How do we try?" Meanwhile, Diao Yihai was currently dealing with the 3 experts. They rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Together, this old woman can't hold on much longer." Diao Yihai was already severely injured at this point. She thought, "Good, a little closer." Just as she was about to make her move, Starry Night shouted, "Elder Diao, I'll help you." Diao Yihai turned back and shouted, "Impudent, what are you doing out here?" Starry Night tied Cheng Yan up like a zongzi, spinning him in the air, even naming it the young sect master Meteor Hammer ultimate move. Cheng Yan was in the middle of complimenting his ancestors when he yelled, "Starry Night, I'll kill you." Diao Yihai watched this scene, stunned, and gave a ha. The other 2 also stopped, confused about what was happening. The system notification sounded. Starry Night gained 267 creation points. Starry Night spun happily, shouting loudly, "What's wrong? Are you old monsters afraid of my newly refined weapon?" Cheng Yan shouted, "Refine my ass, let me go." Lin Ziyuan used his object manipulation technique, smiling, "Kid, even with a bargaining chip, you're only at the foundation establishment stage." He used Cheng Yan as a shield, happily and nonchalantly, shouting, "Elder Diao, help!" Diao Yihai also used her object manipulation technique. Controlled by 2 forces, Cheng Yan shouted helplessly like a fish on a chopping board, I'm breaking." Lin Ziyuan angrily retracted his hand. "Damn it!" She successfully snatched back Cheng Yan, who fell to the ground headfirst. Diao Yihai quickly said, "My apologies." Starry Night quickly disguised himself as Bao Zheng and grandly declared, "The matter is clear now. The old man who let go earlier is the young sect master's biological mother." He imagined a scene full of ellipses with text. "The greatest love is letting go." The system notification sounded. Starry Night gained 146 creation points. Lin Ziyuan was now trembling with rage, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth and saying, "Kid, this old man will tear your mouth to shreds." Diao Yihai nimbly blocked Starry Night. She unleashed the life and death reversal move. This move emitted immense power, forcing Ouyang Guai and Zhao Shuiyan to dodge. One of them shouted, "Watch out." Yang Guai broke out in a cold sweat, angrily saying, "Damn it, being cut by her sword will cause one to lose their life force." Zhao Shuiyan, standing nearby, also replied fearfully, "Not lost but absorbed by that old woman." Starry Night said happily, "Excellent, they're already constrained," he secretly thought. "It seems they really do know about the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's secret art cast on Cheng Yan and Cheng Xin." Diao Yihai frowned, nervously transmitting a divine sense message. "Young friend, Starry Night, in a moment you and Cheng Yan hide in the calabash. In their current state, I'm afraid they cannot withstand the power of this old woman's nascent soul self-detonation." Upon hearing this, he was immediately shocked. The two of them silently stared at Lin Ziyuan, Yang Guai and Zhao Shuiyan in midair. Diao Yihai continued to transmit a divine sense message, instructing Starry Night, "This old woman's nascent soul self-detonation, while they are unprepared, will severely injure them. The calabash is this old woman's natal magical artifact. Spirit energy of the same origin should be able to withstand it." She glanced at him and gravely continued her transmission. "And it has already been set up beforehand that once this old woman dies, it will send you back to Myriad Manifestation Gate at the fastest possible speed." Hearing this, Starry Night's face showed a worried expression, and he couldn't help but ask, "Wait, Elder Diao, we have the advantage now." Hearing his words, she replied, "It's useless. Even with a bargaining chip, they can't cast large-scale spells, and my secret art can't hold up." Diao Yihai's face began to darken, her eyes became sharp, and she gravely continued her transmission. "Once I fall to the Golden Core stage, we will surely die," he worriedly stammered. "Elder Diao, it was I who implicated you. How can I just watch you?" Before he could finish, Starry Night was interrupted by her next words. "Young friend, don't say such childish things. This old woman is not only saving you, but also saving the future of Qingyun's sect." Hearing the previous conversation, Starling sat there, legs crossed, and leisurely said, "That's right, in this situation this is already the best solution." "Brother," she continued to question, making Starry Night silent, "since ancient times all the strongest have stepped on countless corpses to reach their peak. You're not one of those weak-minded people who can't let go of trivial affections, are you?" His face suddenly became serious and he asked her, "Elder Diao, how does this Kun array compare to the soul-refining demonic array?" Diao Yihai then replied, "These two are not the same type of array, but in terms of defensive power the soul-refining demonic array is stronger." "Why do you ask this?" After hearing her reply, he immediately turned to observe something. When Diao Yihai turned around, she found that Starry Night had jumped up at some point. It turned out he had already jumped out of the purple Kun array. Seeing this, Diao Yihai called out to him, "Young friend." Starry Night had already tried to pass through it, but couldn't break it. He was surprised in his heart. "What, I can't break it?" Seeing this, Diao Yihai rushed towards him anxiously. She retreated while advising, "Young friend, don't be impulsive. Get into the calabash first." Seeing the comical scene before them, the three secretly snickered, reveling in schadenfreude. Zhao Shuiyan stroked his beard happily and said, "That kid is truly naive. This Kun array was jointly set up by the three of us. Do you, a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, really think you can break it?" Touching the sturdy Kun array, he couldn't help but marvel, its sturdiness is good." With that, he extended his hand to continue transmitting power, emitting lightning-like sparks that shot towards Starling. Witnessing this, the three of them were dumbfounded, exclaiming in unison, "What?" She, outside the Kun array, looked dazed, uttering a "ha," and Starry Night looked up at the three of them, a disdainful smile on his face, saying, "It's just too thin." Then he turned to Starling and directly shouted, "Sister, quickly use the blood evasion technique to return to Myriad Manifestation Gate and find help." Hearing this, Starling, outside the Kun array, gave an awkward smile and said to him, "Brother, I'm just a cultivation clone. This job is beyond my scope." He directly shouted, "Sorry, sister, the strongest must know how to let go of trivial affections." Hearing his words, she was too angry to speak, muttering curses in her heart. "Damn it." Just then the system prompted. Starry Night gained 368 creation points. Hearing this dialogue, Lin Ziyuan was so furious he was about to explode, shouting loudly, "What's going on? Where did that person come from? Old monster, quick catch her!" Hearing the elder's instruction, Yang Guai rushed out, lunging forward. Diao Yihai, seeing this, quickly rushed out to block her, while he also anxiously shouted from below, "Run, little sis!" Starling, screaming in fear, ran away. "Ah, damn it!" Yang Guai still went straight for Diao Yihai, who shouted loudly to calm him, "Young friend, don't worry. Even if this old woman sacrifices her life, she will buy your sister some time." Starry Night quickly stood up, blocking Diao Yihai, and shouted, "Elder, hurry, I'll hold them off." Seeing this, Yang Guai exclaimed, "Ah," as if he had realized something, then deviated and went straight outside the Kun array. He did this to chase Starling, leaving Diao Yihai and Starry Night standing there. Diao Yihai directly yelled, "Young friend, what exactly are you doing?" Starry Night just gave an awkward smile, softly saying, "My sister will be fine. I'm doing this so she can share some of the pressure with us." Zhao Shuiyan flew in the air, disdainfully saying it was just a lingering struggle. "That girl's aura is only at the foundation establishment stage. The old monster will deal with her soon enough." Starry Night's face immediately darkened. He said in a serious tone, "Elder Diao, put me in the calabash first." Diao Yihai turned to look at him and asked, "Has the young friend finally come to his senses?" Starry Night immediately transformed into a mysterious golden light and drilled himself into Diao Yihai's calabash. Hearing Diao Yihai's question, he replied, "No, I haven't. You'll listen to my commands later." Hearing his words, Diao Yihai gave a confused "ha." After drilling into the calabash, Starry Night transmitted a message. Elder Diao, unleash your full power, let those two get closer. The closer the better, and they will fight among themselves and you can take advantage of the chaos to eliminate one. Diao Yihai heard him say this, and a stunned expression appeared on her face. She stared fixedly at the calabash, thinking to herself, the young friend is only at the foundation establishment stage, yet he can use divine sense to transmit messages. And why does he say they will fight among themselves? Inside that calabash, Cheng Xin was gently holding Cheng Yan, calling out brother worriedly. Starry Night with one hand opened the system panel and softly reassured her. He's fine, he just fainted. Looking at the system panel, he worriedly thought to himself, I hope nothing goes wrong and it can be realized as I planned. His eyes turned white as he prepared to cast the Divine Soul Injury Art, and he decisively pressed the send button. At this moment outside, Diao Yihai was fiercely striking at Zhao Shuiyin, but unfortunately he dodged it and casually provoked. This old woman's strength is weakening, she's almost done for. Suddenly he let out a miserable scream and a purple lightning bolt flashed in his eyes. He angrily turned his head, swung his hand back and shouted, Lin Ziyuan, you dare to bear a grudge against me. Then Zhao Shuiyin picked up his whisk and fiercely punched Lin Ziyuan in the abdomen, causing Lin Ziyuan to spit blood and suffer greatly. While Zhao Shuiyin attacked Lin Ziyuan, Diao Yihai had already launched a sneak attack from behind. Zhao Shuiyin turned his head, realizing the situation was critical. He could only grit his teeth and think to himself, it's over. Diao Yihai, swift as lightning, used her sword to unleash the life and death reversal move, striking at Zhao Shuiyin's head. He cried out in pain. Pressing the advantage, Diao Yihai continuously hacked at Zhao Shuiyin thousands of times, unleashing the myriad light sword slash move. Seeing the horrifying scene, Lin Ziyuan shrieked, Shuiyin? Zhao Shuiyin, who had just endured Diao Yihai's painful slashes, suddenly had a soul named Nascent Soul manifestation emerge from his mouth. That soul angrily shrieked, old man, at a time like this you're still playing dumb. Suddenly, that soul went straight for Lin Ziyuan, bitterly shouting, even if I die I'll drag you down with me. Hearing those malicious words, Lin Ziyuan thought to himself, damn it, he wants to self-detonate his nascent soul. Thinking this, he shrieked, what are you crazy for? What did I do? Then Lin Ziyuan took out something resembling a brown teapot from his person. It turned out to be an Earth-grade mid-tier magical artifact called the Soul-Devouring Pot. Immediately after, Zhao Shuiyin was sucked into that magical artifact, letting out a series of miserable screams as he was absorbed. I won't let you off even as a ghost. Diao Yihai silently watched all this unfold, thinking in confusion, I didn't expect there to be a magical artifact specifically for nascent souls. Fortunately, I didn't self-detonate my nascent soul, and they really did fight among themselves. How did the young friend do it? Inside that calabash, Starry Night and Cheng Yan lay quietly on the ground. Cheng Xin crouched nearby observing and couldn't help but ask, what's the situation now? Have they all fainted? It turns out that all the previous unreasonable events could be explained this way. The principle of the Divine Soul Injury Art is to first pollute one's own sea of consciousness, turning it into a virus-like existence, then transmit this viral divine sense into the opponent's sea of consciousness, disrupting it. But one's own combat power will also be lost. However, the prerequisite for use is that there isn't too great a disparity in cultivation level between oneself and the opponent. Because the sea of consciousness has a self-defense mechanism, a low-level cultivator's divine sense cannot attack a high-level cultivator's divine sense defense, but there is one exception, and that is divine sense transmission. Although divine sense transmission also sends divine sense, the sound information divine sense contained within is extremely small. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a cultivator's sea of consciousness will by default receive the transmission without setting up defenses. However, the voice transmission editor breaks this rule, allowing for the instantaneous transmission of a large amount of divine sense information. This might explain when Starry Night operated on the system, copying 999 chapters of Conquer and sending them. He had just entered the calabash at that time, therefore Starry Night thought of first using the Divine Soul Injury Art, and then sending his Divine Sense virus along with massive amounts of information through the voice transmission editor. This would achieve the goal of bypassing Divine Sense defense and directly detonating the Divine Soul Injury Art in the opponent's Divine Sense. Of course, he would also have to wait for him to use the editor to impersonate Lin Ziyuan and send a Divine Sense transmission to Zhao Shuiyin, making Zhao Shuiyin mistakenly believe that Lin Ziyuan had used the Divine Soul Injury Art to launch a sneak attack. If the two were close enough, Zhao Shuiyin would have a high probability of severely injuring Lin Ziyuan when caught off guard. At that point, as long as Elder Diao seized the opportunity, there would be a high probability of directly eliminating one person. If the plan succeeded, the situation would be reversed. At this moment, the external situation was very tense, pitch black. Diao Yihai was alone, facing Lin Ziyuan. He frowned and asked in a low voice, what exactly did you do? Not just Lin Ziyuan. All of this was too mysterious. Even Diao Yihai couldn't figure out what had just happened. She asked herself, I also want to know what exactly you did, young friend. This matter is too miraculous, but I'm almost at my limit. The secret arts effect is about to disappear and my cultivation has already dropped to nascent soul stage level 1. He squinted his eyes worriedly, beads of sweat dripping. In Lin Ziyuan's eyes, Diao Yihai was a silent, unfathomable, and unpredictable person with strange moves. She deliberately lowered her aura to lure him into making a move. He suddenly unleashed a move, fleeing without hesitation, thinking to himself, "Damn it, how can Qingyun's sect hide such a monster?" Lin Ziyuan lightly passed through the kunare, continuing to think to himself, "Fortunately she can't break this kunare for now." He flew as fast as the wind, angrily thinking of finding Ouyang Guai. If the kunare could hold out long enough, there was still a chance to call for reinforcements. Seeing Lin Ziyuan fly away, Diao Yihai suddenly knelt down weakly. She was exhausted, and her spiritual energy was almost dissipated. Her face was etched with fatigue. Diao Yihai also breathed a sigh of relief at this point. Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan was suspicious and was scared away. He was flying in the air when he suddenly noticed something. Lin Ziyuan saw Ouyang Guai. He landed on the ground, stood behind Ouyang Guai, and immediately shouted, "Old monster, what are you doing?" Lin Ziyuan gently placed his hand on Ouyang Guai's shoulder and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" Before he finished, Ouyang Guai suddenly fell down with a thump. After the previous attack, Diao Yihai had to take a few steps back, and the purple barrier was gradually recovering. Diao Yihai plunged her sword into the ground. She knelt down and gasped for a few breaths, muttering tremblingly, "Damn it, I can't break it. If they don't come back soon, it will be dangerous." She stood up and painstakingly walked towards the kunare, muttering as she walked, "No, I can't waste the escape opportunity created by the young friend. I must recover my cultivation and return to the Golden Core stage." Diao Yihai channeled her spiritual energy, trying to break the kunare in front of her, and whispered, "I'm sorry in the end. I can only choose this method, and I've lived long enough." She regretfully closed her eyes, thinking, "It's just a pity I can't personally witness the young friend's growth." Suddenly, Star Ling approached the kunare. Diao Yihai looked at her in surprise. Seeing her swaying steps, Diao Yihai thought in surprise, "How did the young friend's sister get here? How did I not sense her at all?" A trace of doubt suddenly flashed in her mind. "Damn it, I'm afraid she's not controlled by a nascent soul, old monster." Thinking of this, she shouted loudly, "Stop, what do you want to do?" Starling crashed her head against the kunare, and that impact caused several cracks to appear in the kunare. When Starling fell to the ground with a thump, a large section of the barrier also shattered, forming a large hole. Diao Yihai, seeing this, showed an incomparably surprised expression, her mouth agape, unable to speak. The scene shifted to the Myriad Manifestation Gate Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Lu Tianyan pushed open the door, her face looking rather displeased. Seeing her enter, Cheng Xin greeted, "Ah, senior sister Lu." Lu Tianyan anxiously asked, "Where's my senior brother? I heard he's injured. Is it serious?" Cheng Xin pointed to the man on the bed, who was tightly wrapped in bandages and motionless, and said in a sad tone, "Very serious. He was besieged by a group of people." Seeing her senior brother lying there motionless, Lu Tianyan's face darkened and her heart filled with fear. Her voice trembled. "Impossible. Injured to this extent?" Starry Night walked in, and seeing Lu Tianyan here, an undeniable look of surprise appeared on his face, and he uttered an "Oh." Cheng Xin immediately blamed him. "You're finished. It's all your fault that sister became like this." Starry Night covered his mouth apologetically, saying, "Senior sister, I'm sorry. I didn't know you and senior brother Huang Zilong were relatives." Lu Tianyan shouted angrily, "Who is that person? I don't know him. How would I know him?" Hearing Lu Tianyan say this, Cheng Xin's face darkened. She glared at him and repeated, don't know," twice. Starry Night hastily and tremblingly explained, "No." Lu Tianyan suddenly remembered him and loudly confirmed, "Wasn't that the handsome senior brother Starry Night from back then?" Starry Night scratched his head and replied, "Ah, so I'm senior sister's relative." Cheng Xin frowned and coldly said, "Call me sister and you can have 2 rooms." Suddenly, Cheng Yan kicked open the door from somewhere and he shouted fiercely, "Damn you, Starry Night. Today you must give this young master an explanation." As he walked into the room, he only saw Lu Tianyan holding Starry Night's clothes with both hands while grabbing Cheng Xin's hair with the other, spinning wildly. His fierce expression faded somewhat and he retreated a few steps in fear, then left the room and closed the door, muttering, "Never mind, another day." Thus, in the Myriad Manifestation Tower's deliberation hall, a voice came from the recording stone in Lu Tianyan's hand. "If Qingyun's sect and Myriad Manifestation Tower go to war today, this old man's chance will come." Diao Yihai then spoke. "This was recorded by young friend Starry Night." The old man with a monocle said in a hoarse voice, "I never expected the old gate master to be killed by Lin Ji." Cheng Li angrily slammed the table, radiating killing intent, and said furiously, "This old beast, this gate master, will engrave this hatred in his heart. My Myriad Manifestation Gate will never rest until he is vanquished." Cheng Zan calmly said, "I can understand Gate Master Li's feelings, but if we let him go all out and spread the news of a heavenly grade magical artifact, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to us." Cheng Li summoned a map. He frowned and replied, "Ah, is the old man talking about the map left by my father? Was it hidden in the sect's treasure vault to enhance the array? 5 years ago, this Gate Master didn't find anything unusual inside." Cheng Zan, hearing this, showed a surprised expression and said, "The location on it." Cheng Li frowned, recalling the sealed demonic sword, and replied, "It seems Sect Master Cheng Zan has also discovered it. The heavenly grade magical artifact recorded on the map is your sect's sealed demonic sword." Cheng Li still maintained that demeanor, gravely narrating that 10 years ago, the location of the demonic sword was discovered by a small sect, Bamboo Mountain Sect, leading to the demonic sword rebellion. Although the demonic sword is a heavenly-grade magical artifact, the demonic race's artifact-refining methods are unique. It has no value whatsoever. What Lin Ziyuan has been searching for all these years turns out to be the demonic sword, which anyone can freely visit. I wonder what he thinks now, the elder calmly said. The old gate master was benevolent. He sensed something was wrong back then, which is why he carved it in the scripture pavilion, and it was not found by Lin Ziyuan. Diao Yihai, puzzled, asked. Strange, Chang Lingyun didn't tell anyone. How did Lin Ziyuan know? The elder then uttered 3 words. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Cheng Zan stroked his beard and pondered. That makes sense. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's divination is relatively vague. Perhaps he divined that Chang Lingyun was related to a heavenly-grade magical artifact. So he was approached by Lin Ziyuan. It's just that they didn't foresee that the heavenly-grade magical artifact was actually a demonic sword. Otherwise Lin Ziyuan wouldn't have been so persistent. Cheng Li frowned and shouted, "Damn Heavenly Secrets Pavilion! If not for the Nirvana Hall backing them, they would have been annihilated many times over." Cheng Zan calmly replied, "Things are clear now, Gate Master Li. You'd best publicize the matter of the demonic sword treasure map immediately." The elder also agreed. Indeed, everyone shares this view. Once Lin Ziyuan spreads the news that our sect possesses a heavenly-grade magical artifact, even if the Gate Master explains it's a demonic sword, it's unlikely anyone will believe it. He then continued, "But if we announce it beforehand, saying that the old Gate Master, for the sake of all living beings, painstakingly hid the location of the demonic sword, only to be framed by the treacherous Lin Ziyuan, then our 2 sects can jointly issue a wanted notice, which will put Lin Ziyuan completely on the defensive." Cheng Li frowned, gritting his teeth, and vowed, "Even if I can't catch him, this Gate Master will make him live like a cowering turtle for the rest of his life." After the meeting, Diao Yihai and Cheng Zan left together. Cheng Zan walked ahead, then suddenly stopped and looked at Diao Yihai, asking, "Elder Diao, can your secret art last that long?" Diao Yihai looked at the calabash next to her and replied, "Taoist friend Starry Night has replenished this old woman's vitality and filled this calabash. It's enough to last half a month." He also said to find him for more if it's not enough. Cheng Zan recalled Starry Night saying, "Half a month, what kind of life force is that? Last time after the GU worm was removed he was already so weak." Diao Yihai immediately replied, "Perhaps the young friend has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage, so the consumption wasn't too great this time." Cheng Zan was somewhat surprised, then asked again, "What? He's at foundation establishment? I remember he was only at Qi refining level 5 a month ago." Diao Yihai still maintained that demeanor, replying, "Yes, this old woman was indeed startled. He not only made a normal breakthrough, but directly broke through from Qi refining level 5 to foundation establishment level 5 in one go." Cheng Zan showed a bewildered expression, disbelieving what he had just heard, and then asked, "Elder, are you joking?" Diao Yihai replied decisively, "Absolutely true. His breakthrough occurred during the inner disciple assessment. Many people witnessed it firsthand." Cheng Zan's pleased and smug laughter was so loud that even Cheng Li could hear it from a distance, finding it utterly irritating. Before seeing the person, one heard the sound, and the monocle-wearing elder asked, "Is that sect master Cheng Zan's voice? Did he hear some good news?" Cheng Li said irritably through gritted teeth, "HMPH, it's just about taking in a peerless genius disciple anyway. I heard that this time, they were able to resolve the crisis with Lin Ziyuan thanks to that kid named Starry Night." In contrast to him, the elder calmly sighed, "I can't believe it's already astonishing to break through an entire major realm, yet he can also fight against nascent soul stage cultivators with foundation establishment stage strength." Cheng Li said indifferently, "It seems Qingyun's sect is about to turn things around." The monocle-wearing elder respectfully reassured, "Gate Master, you needn't worry. I have already confirmed with Miss Zinner that Starry Night is completely smitten with Miss, and has already submitted to me completely." Hearing Cheng Li mention Cheng Shen, his expression darkened, and he sighed irritably. As a father, saying this was a bit unfair to his daughter, but the sect master found it hard to imagine any man being so utterly captivated by that girl. The elder with the monocle immediately took out a recording stone and said, "Miss Zinner recorded this." He immediately played it, and Starry Night singing appeared on it, his voice extremely sincere. "Cheng Shen, she is my only one. 2 worlds transformed, it's not easy to return. She is truly my only one. Personally holding a voice transmission jade to say I love her. I truly love her." Clearly hearing the lyrics Starry Night poured out, Cheng Li now believed his daughter could make men obsessed and crazy. Excellent, excellent. These lyrics were profoundly moving straight to the heart, surely expressing genuine emotions. He looked up at the sky, smugly saying, "That old geezer Cheng Zan still doesn't know that the genius disciple he cultivated has become a pawn in my daughter's hand." With that he laughed proudly, his laughter so loud that even Cheng Zan and Diao Yihai could hear it. Diao Yihai felt confused and asked, "Why is Gate Master Cheng Li laughing too?" Cheng Zan sneered and replied, "Ha, he likes to follow trends." Above, Cheng Li looked at the elder beside him and asked, "Are Zinner and Starry Night together now?" Hearing the question, the elder replied, "They are in the spirit medicine pavilion." Getting the elder's reply, Cheng Li unleashed his light body technique and flew towards Cheng Shen's location, leaving a message before he left. "I'll go check." After a while he landed in the spirit medicine pavilion. Suddenly a burst of spiritual energy flew out from a nearby room. Cheng Li followed the direction of the spiritual energy and saw that person was Lu Tianyun. He thought to himself, puzzled, isn't that Lu Tianyun from Qingyun's sect? Why is she so angry? But he didn't think too much about it and walked straight to that room. What greeted Cheng Li's eyes was Starry Night in disarray while Cheng Xin sat on the ground. Cheng Li's face darkened. He coughed a few times and reminded them, I see, ahem, although you are young you must still exercise restraint. Starry Night showed a panicked expression, and he quickly clarified with a trembling voice, No, Gatemaster Li, I didn't. In contrast to his panicked attitude, Cheng Xin calmly said, Your daughter also said it's not convenient here, but my future son-in-law is a bit too eager. Cheng Li's face turned pale and he was stiff, unable to speak. Cheng Li, helpless, could only remind them, you're young, this sect master understands. Just don't neglect your cultivation. As if feeling his previous words weren't shocking enough, Cheng Xin continued, Starry Night wants to take your daughter back to Qingyun's sect. He said fighting in someone else's home feels a bit restrained and he can't perform well. Cheng Xin's unrestrained words made it impossible for Starry Night to clear his name. Ignoring Starry Night's explanation, Cheng Li said, good, with satisfaction. Immediately after, Cheng Li also returned. Seeing the sect master return, the elder couldn't help but ask, Gate Master, how is their relationship? Cheng Li rubbed his hands and replied with a satisfied tone, very stable like glue. Starry Night angrily pointed at Cheng Xin and questioned, Why are you slandering innocent people? Cheng Xin smoothed her hair and calmly explained, The more father thinks our relationship is good, the more freedom we'll have. Then she gently asked, When are you returning to Qingyun's sect? Starry Night sat on the ground lazily replying, When Elder Diao notifies me. Hearing Starry Night say this, Cheng Xin casually, Suddenly the atmosphere between them fell silent. After a while Cheng Xin's voice softly sounded, I know you're definitely curious about my secret. Starry Night impatiently replied, And you'd tell me if I was curious? Cheng Xin took out a recording stone indicating her sincerity for cooperation. I'll be frank with you about one thing first. Hearing her say this, Starry Night surprisingly uttered a ha. Starry Night thought blankly, Is the recording stone related to that evil cultivator? Thinking of this, he panicked and quickly reminded, Hey, what if someone sees you playing that here? Cheng Xin ignored him and immediately opened the recording stone. Starry Night was shocked to find it was a video of himself singing passionately, Cheng Xin, she is my only one, 2 worlds transformed. Cheng Xin cautiously admitted, Actually I secretly recorded you singing this song, recording stone. Starry Night was so shocked he blurted out a curse. Damn it, are you looking for a beating? That was a memory he didn't want to recall. That day Starry Night said generously, To thank you for helping me spread hatred in the arena, I can also do one thing for you. Cheng Xin unhesitatingly made her request, Then sing a love song and add my name to it. Recalling that embarrassing memory, Starry Night's hand trembled as he rubbed Cheng Xin's head, his face scrunched up in anger as he questioned, You made such a strange request, was it to blackmail me later? But Cheng Xin still calmly replied, I thought it didn't sound good, so I re-recorded it. Diao Yihai's calm voice sounded calling him, Young friend Starry Night, this old woman has finished her business, let's return to the sect together. Hearing Diao Yihai's call he immediately flew over. Starry Night quickly replied, Coming. Suddenly, Lu Tianyun's face was cold and gloomy. Seeing Cheng Xin following behind him, she asked, What is this woman doing here? Cheng Xin's sorrowful voice sounded, Is sister still angry with big sister? Lu Tianyun angrily shouted, Who's your sister? Starry Night smugly looked at Cheng Xin and said, I forgot to tell you, I'm going back to the sect to continue cultivating in seclusion. Lu Tianyun immediately raised her index finger, and although Cheng Xin was speaking to Lu Tianyun, her words carried a threat towards Starry Night. She took out a recording stone and asked Lu Tianyun, Senior sister, want to listen to a song? Starry Night's voice trembled with fear. Actually, my sword intent is already stable, I don't need to go into seclusion. Lu Tianyun showed a disappointed expression, letting out a sigh. She asked Cheng Xin, confused, what song it was, and Starry Night looked at the other two, hastily urging, Sect Master, I'm ready, let's quickly return to the sect. The scene shifted to Zhengyang Peak, the disciple's residence. As soon as he returned to his room, Starry Night lay on the bed, sighing with satisfaction. I miss my bed so much, but he felt a bit uncomfortable, mumbling, But why don't I feel relaxed after returning home? Before him, Lu Tianyun and Cheng Xin were glaring at each other. One drew a bow, the other drew a sword, and an intense battle was about to erupt. Starry Night muttered fearfully, Why me? Lu Tianyun frowned and questioned, What's your purpose? Junior brother has already affected the nascent soul-level battle this time. What's the point of participating in that matchmaking competition, which is like playing house? Cheng Xin said coldly, shocking everyone. But I've already sent out the message. Lu Tianyun's face darkened as she retorted, It doesn't matter. While junior brother Starry Night was in seclusion, I already visited all the Foundation establishment stage fellow disciples. Even if it's held as normal, it'll just be practice battles. Hearing her say this, Starry Night had to sit up but was too stiff to speak. Cheng Xin calmly announced, In this matter, your performance indeed exceeded my expectations. There's no need for further testing. Starry Night felt confused and asked, So what if I pass the test? Cheng Xin then pleaded, I need you to help me retrieve 5 items, the 5 heavenly spirit roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the essence blood of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Lu Tianyun angrily shouted, Are you crazy? Junior brother just reached Foundation establishment. Chang Xin immediately explained, "Don't worry about this. There's no need to actually kill a nascent soul stage cultivator. The Joyful Union sect has a secret art only accessible to inner disciples, which requires the essence blood of a high-level cultivator to aid in cultivation. Therefore all sect masters and elders before their death will extract their entire body's essence blood and preserve it in the ancestral ground for future generations to cultivate." Chang Xin continued to explain, "As long as one can become an inner disciple of the Joyful Union sect, one will have a chance to enter the ancestral ground." Lu Tianyan immediately asked, "But the Joyful Union sect has always only recruited female disciples. How will junior brother get in?" But for Chang Xin this didn't seem to be a problem. She softly said, "They also recruit male disciples, but only to use them as cultivation cauldrons." Then she turned to Starry Night and said, "With your talent, it will be easy for you to become a high-level cauldron and enter the inner sect." Starry Night cried out in fear, "Oh no, I don't have that kind of talent." Lu Tianyan still felt confused and asked, "Even if he can really do it, why should junior brother take such a big risk to help you just because you know he's a refined corpse?" Chang Xin's expression didn't change as she asked, "Isn't that enough?" Lu Tianyan glanced at Starry Night and resolutely said, "Not enough. You've also seen junior brother's talent. If you reveal his identity as a refined corpse, at most he'll leave the azure firmament continent for the endless sea, which is more suitable for disciples to cultivate." Hearing her make such an argument, Starry Night said nothing, only listening quietly. Chang Xin looked at him somewhat disdainfully, saying, "Are you willing to abandon senior sister and go to the endless sea?" Starry Night immediately clarified 2 words, "No, I'm not." Lu Tianyan's face flushed and she shouted, "Big deal, I'll go with him." Starry Night covered his mouth, deeply moved. "Senior sister, have you finally agreed to elope?" Lu Tianyan hastily and loudly scolded, "I'm fighting for his initiative, can you stop messing around?" Chang Xin showed a reluctant expression and sighed, "All right, fine, then I'll add another condition." Every word Chang Xin said Starry Night heard clearly. "Regarding that storage ring, if you help me get the essence blood, I'll return it to you." Starry Night couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, is it the storage ring from this body's previous owner? Seeing him deep in thought, Lu Tianyan asked, "How is it? What's inside?" Starry Night scratched his head, thinking, damn it, if the system hadn't disconnected, I could ask what's inside. Then he looked at Chang Xin and asked, "How do you prove that storage ring is with you? Tell me what's inside." Chang Xin tilted her head and softly said, "There's a marriage contract between you and the 3rd princess of Kanglan Kingdom." Starry Night showed a shocked expression and blurted out, "What?" He gritted his teeth blankly, thinking that the stupid system hadn't told him such an important matter. "Junior brother has a marriage contract with the Kanglan Kingdom's princess. Are they already married?" Chang Xin casually said, "I made that up." Hearing this, Starry Night's expression turned ugly. He grabbed Chang Xin by the collar and cursed. "Damn it, do you want to cooperate or not?" Chang Xin said coldly. "I was just testing you. I don't think you know what's inside either." Hearing her say that, he immediately froze. He glanced elsewhere, making an excuse. "After becoming a refined corpse, many memories from my previous life are missing." Chang Xin still maintained that attitude, uttering 2 words, "Is that so?" Starry Night awkwardly glanced elsewhere, mumbling his agreement. "Yes, yes." Chang Xin pondered, "That's right, a refined corpse couldn't possibly be taken over." And she took out a fragment and asked him, "Do you still remember this?" Starry Night picked up the fragment, appraised it with the system, while Chang Xin continued, "It was in your storage ring. It seems to be a magical artifact. Although it's a fragment, the material is very special, and Lin Ziyuan has never seen it either." Suddenly, Starry Night's eyes showed surprise. In his system's view, it was a fragment of the creation system's exterior. Starry Night pondered, wondering, "System shell? Does the system on me have a physical form?" Seeing him in a daze, Lu Tianyan asked, "What's wrong, junior brother?" Starry Night's gaze fell on the magical artifact fragment, and after a moment of thought he replied, "This is indeed something from my storage ring." Then he looked at Chang Xin and asked, "So what's your relationship with that evil cultivator?" Chang Xin's calm voice sounded, explaining, "He saved me once when I was little and I helped him a bit too." Starry Night showed a confused expression and asked, "You knew he was an evil cultivator and still helped him?" Lu Tianyan also agreed with his words, chiming in, "And given that evil cultivator's personality, saving someone must have had some ulterior motive." Chang Xin lowered her head and sadly said, "Whatever his motive, he's dead anyway, and back then I only helped him contact the beast taming sect to acquire demon cores, and didn't contact him again until 4 or 5 years ago when I sought him out again." Lu Tianyan coldly asked why, and Chang Xin's face darkened, sadly replying, "I wanted to resurrect 2 people who died in the demonic sword rebellion." Lu Tianyan showed a surprised expression and said, "I've never heard of a spell that can resurrect the dead." Chang Xin closed her eyes, her voice gently and softly sounding, "Yes, I searched through all the cultivation world's ancient texts but couldn't find any related records." She paused, then continued to narrate. "But old Du wasn't from the cultivation world. He came from a higher cultivation star, and he said he came here because he was being pursued. I've seen his methods, and I don't think he was lying." Hearing her say this, Starry Night was a bit bewildered and quickly reminded, "Even if it's true, you're playing with fire." Chang Xin immediately replied, "It doesn't matter as long as he can help me." Starry Night frowned and asked, "Then what, did you succeed?" Chang Xin pondered, looking into the air, and sadly replied, "Only the last step was missing." finding the 5 heavenly spirit roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the essence blood of a cultivator who has reached at least the nascent soul stage. Old Du originally had a way, but he died. When I received news of his death, I was truly desperate. Later, I saw in a recording stone that his refined corpse was actually you. And you had consciousness, and even achieved a breakthrough in sword intent. When I first met you, I suspected you had been possessed by Old Du, although I'd never heard of possessing a refined corpse. Old Du was from a higher cultivation star after all, but after interacting I found out you weren't him. So I held on to a sliver of hope, wondering if you could help me. It turns out your performance exceeded my expectations. Cheng Xin still maintained her attitude, continuing, "Threat or plea, it doesn't matter. Now I can only place my hope in you. If you can truly help me obtain the essence blood, I can agree to anything you ask." As soon as Cheng Xin finished speaking, Starry Night asked, "Then I have some questions for you." Cheng Xin's calm voice uttered 2 words, "Please ask." Starry Night frowned and finally posed the question. "Did you kill Wang Deng and Wang Ju, the grandfather and grandson?" Cheng Xin gently denied. "No, I originally planned to have Old Du capture Wang Deng." Lu Tianyan showed a surprised expression, letting out a gasp. She angrily roared and questioned, "Don't you know how many of my fellow disciples they colluded with that evil cultivator to kill?" Cheng Xin still calmly replied, "At the time Old Du and I made a bet. If Wang Deng, after being captured, chose death over surrender and refused Old Du's demands, then their memories would be erased. They would be released, and Old Du would not harm your sect's disciples." She recalled the scene of him begging on his knees and irritably judged, but unfortunately he was a good for nothing. Hearing her say this, Starry Night drew his conclusion and immediately asked, "So that evil cultivator had other accomplices who killed Wang Deng and his grandfather?" Cheng Xin softly, in a voice barely audible, said, "I don't know that." Starry Night unhesitatingly followed up with, "Second question. How did you know I was a refined corpse?" Cheng Xin calmly narrated, "I visited Old Du 2 years ago and he was in the process of refining you." Starry Night was surprised to hear this, not expecting her to have witnessed that scene. Cheng Xin added, "He said you tried to sneak attack him and also said you had many strange spells. He almost fell into your trap." Starry Night lowered his head, propping his chin, and thought, to receive such a compliment from an evil cultivator, it seems that Senior was quite powerful but was unfortunately killed by a mission. He paused in thought, then turned to Cheng Xin and asked, "Then how did my storage ring end up in your hands?" Cheng Xin unhurriedly replied, "He gave it to me casually." She remembered Old Du saying after giving her the storage ring, "It's almost your birthday and this storage ring looks quite pretty and there's nothing inside that an old man like me can use." Starry Night learned the reason why his storage ring easily fell into someone else's hands, and he couldn't help but feel angry, thinking, how dare that old man give away someone else's belongings as a gift. Very well. Starry Night raised his hand and asked his last question. "Who are the people she wants to resurrect?" Cheng Xin paused for a few seconds, then replied with an unusually melancholic expression, "One is my mother and the other is my best friend." Starry Night understood her wish and turned to Lu Tianyan first. "I have no more questions, senior sister." Lu Tianyan quickly replied, "Neither do I," after a while. Cheng Xin wanted to confirm, "So do you agree to this deal?" Starry Night immediately gave a clear 3-word answer, "I don't want to." Cheng Xin couldn't help but freeze, then let out a ha following his answer. Starry Night humbly explained, "I can do without my spatial ring, and as for my identity as a refined corpse, you can announce it as soon as possible. I'm busy eloping with senior sister." This explanation was extremely offensive. Lu Tianyan's face immediately darkened upon hearing this, and she reminded him to speak carefully. Starry Night added, "And I don't think that evil cultivator would actually help her. His methods are mostly problematic. Sometimes it's better to let go and not always live in the past." Suddenly, the system screen gradually blurred and appeared, interrupting his words. A mission was displayed on the screen. Earn 20,000 creation points in the Joyful Union sect with a time limit of 1 year. Starry Night thought to himself after reading it. Is this mission trying to go against me? The system seemed to understand his thoughts and immediately provided the direction for the mission's outcome. This time, the screen displayed 2 conclusions. If the mission was successful, he would receive 10 mission alteration tickets. If the mission failed, his height would decrease by 30 centimeters. Starry Night began to weigh the pros and cons. Mission alteration tickets, those are useful. In case I randomly encounter a death trap mission like the previous host, I can use mission alteration tickets to change it. It's like a life-saving charm against this terrible system. Meanwhile, Cheng Xin was still unhappily pondering her rejection. She no longer hoped for more and replied, "I understand, I'll find another way. I'll tell my father to cancel the engagement. Thank you for your trouble during this time." However, Starry Night immediately stopped this decision, shouting, "Wait." He wanted to first confirm a premise. Hadn't she said she would agree to any condition before? Suddenly, Cheng Xin made a gesture of pulling down her sleeve. Starry Night blurted out, "Hey, what are you taking your clothes off for?" Cheng Xin calmly replied, "Isn't it for this?" Starry Night immediately bristled and scolded, "Do I look like such a superficial person?" Cheng Xin then quietly asked, "What if I were senior sister?" Starry Night's expression immediately changed, and he nervously rubbed his nose, saying, Then I'll make an exception and be superficial." Lu Tianyan next to him immediately warned, "I'll kill you right now." Starry Night seriously replied, "Let's be clear, I can go to the Joyful Union sect but I can't guarantee I'll get the essence blood." Chang Xin showed no hesitation, looking directly at him and asking, "All right, what are your conditions?" Starry Night replied. "Besides my spatial ring, you must publicly apologize and declare that you colluded with an evil cultivator and caused the deaths of many disciples in my sect. Of course, you cannot say anything that would be detrimental to Qingyun's sect." Chang Xin did not refuse this request, then confirmed, "All right, anything else?" Starry Night paused and said, "Not for now. If I think of anything, I'll add it." Meanwhile, his waist suddenly heated up. He took out his jade pendant and a voice came through. "Young friend Starry Night, please come to the sect master's main hall at once." Starry Night immediately acknowledged, first excusing himself, "The sect master is calling me." Lu Tianyan also heard it and immediately called out, "You go quickly, I'll watch over things here." Starry Night swiftly complied, leaving and heading towards Qingzan. After Chang Xin and the others left, she went to ask Lu Tianyan, "Don't you find it strange?" Lu Tianyan was puzzled but said nothing. Chang Xin elaborated, "According to him, he could refuse me, but in the end he agreed to go to the Joyful Union sect." Lu Tianyan didn't understand her meaning and retorted, "What are you trying to say?" Chang Xin replied without hesitation, "Once I admit to those crimes, given the current alliance between our two sects, it will cause immeasurable losses to my sect. Qingyun's sect will dominate this alliance. But he has only been in your sect for less than 2 months. Is it necessary to take such a big risk just to bring benefits to the sect?" Chang Xin continued. "Plus what he said before, you eventually agreed to elope with him." Lu Tianyan then asked, "What are you trying to say?" Chang Xin suddenly sighed, then complained, "Everyone says Qingyun's sect's senior sister is incredibly clever, but when it comes to matters of the heart she's like a blank slate." Lu Tianyan was startled, only managing to utter one word. "You," Chang Xin interrupted. "He must have mentioned taking you away before, right? But you probably refused, citing your debt of gratitude to the sect and that you couldn't leave." These words vaguely made Lu Tianyan fall into deep thought. She recalled that period, contemplating her state of mind. At that time, she was indeed still torn by her master's life-saving grace. As the senior sister, she bore the responsibility of seeking justice for the unjustly deceased junior brothers and sisters. She looked unusually gloomy as she heard Chang Xin continue, "Now he's doing this to repay your debt of gratitude to the sect, so that when the two of you eventually have to leave, you can do so with a clear conscience." At this, Lu Tianyan was completely shaken. Lu Tianyan suddenly realized, "Junior brother did this for me," she remembered him saying. "If you don't want to quit, then let me join your sect." Chang Xin felt she had said enough. She stepped towards the door intending to leave. She left with one last sentence, "Cherish it well, lest you regret it when someone else snatches him away." Then she closed the door, leaving Lu Tianyan standing there alone. Lu Tianyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, wondering what she wanted and what she should do. Starry Night respectfully bowed to Sectmaster Qingzan and Elder Diao. Disciple greets Sectmaster, greets Elder Diao. Qingzan immediately praised him seriously. You performed exceptionally well in the Lin Ziyuan incident this time. This sectmaster intends to promote you to chief disciple, replacing Wong Deng as the senior disciple of the inner sect. What do you think?" Starry Night immediately stepped forward and accepted the decree. He then put forward his own idea. "Thank you, sectmaster, for your kindness, but this disciple has one request." Qingzan mused and asked him, "Oh, tell me." Starry Night grandly proposed his suggestion, "Don't make any special arrangements. I hope to be ranked after senior sister." Suddenly calling someone junior sister is a bit unfamiliar. Qingzan coughed a few times but did not refuse this suggestion, replying, "That's easy to arrange." Below, Diao Yihai thought to herself, "I thought it was some kind of request." She asked Starry Night, "Young friend, how is your sister doing?" Starry Night chuckled, thinking as expected she'd ask this question. So he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Diao. She's fine now, speak of the devil and he shall appear." Starling appeared before Starry Night as if summoned. She pretended to be delighted and greeted Starry Night. "What's wrong, brother? Missed me after such a short while?" But in her heart, she thought with disinterest, "Little brat, I told you I wanted to go into seclusion and recover." Starry Night quietly said, "Something came up." Diao Yihai, seeing Starling's appearance, vaguely had some guesses. "Is it in a spatial ring? When it appeared last time, it couldn't move. Was it affected by the formation?" Then everyone heard Starry Night explain, "Last time, Elder Diao was worried about Lin Ziyuan making a comeback and was eager to take everyone back to Myriad Manifestation Gate, so there was no time to ask for details." He paused and continued, "What about this younger sister?" He paused again as if Starry Night was hesitant about something. He looked at Starling and only said 2 words, "This one." Starling looked back at him, almost glaring as if questioning, "You dare talk back to me? Let's see how you explain yourself this time." Starry Night closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, and said, "As everyone knows, living creatures cannot be stored in spatial rings." He pointed to Starling, grandly announcing a piece of information. "So this is truly a refined corpse made from my own sister." Someone directly mentioned herself, making Starling exclaim in surprise, "Ah!" Starry Night meanwhile spoke vividly, as if narrating a true story. "My sister Star Dahua disappeared 2 years ago and I've been searching for her ever since." The system suddenly updated the points with a ding-ding sound. Creation point 68. Starry Night ignored these and continued his narration. "Later I met senior sister and learned that she was investigating a case of missing sect disciples, and we became acquainted. Not long ago, senior sister, junior sister Xiao Wan and I went to a cave to investigate, where we accidentally encountered an evil cultivator. Among the corpses controlled by that evil cultivator, one looked remarkably similar to my sister, Star Dahua. After receiving a series of messages, the system once again rang with a ding. Creation points 88. At this point, Starry Night sighed, closing his eyes as if genuinely and wearily complaining, but for some unknown reason Sister Dahua still retained a trace of consciousness. Thanks to her, we managed to capture that evil cultivator. Ching Zan, after hearing his long story, asked him in a daze, the beginning of this story is quite different from what Lu Tianyan told us. Starry Night calmly replied, I know, Sect Master, please don't blame Senior Sister for lying. I asked her to conceal the truth. Then he covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Starling with the other again. Starry Night put on a distressed look. Although Dahua still has consciousness for some unknown reason, a refined corpse is not tolerated by righteous cultivators. But I truly cannot bear to let my sister dissipate just like that. The system updated again, prompting creation points 108. Diao Yihai sighed with empathy. This old woman can understand this matter. Ching Zan also agreed. Don't worry, although Qingyun sect is a renowned righteous sect, we are not unreasonable. He proposed a suggestion. How about this? As long as you don't affect your cultivation, and don't reveal this matter to outsiders, we will turn a blind eye to your sister's situation. Starry Night, hearing this advantageous suggestion, immediately exclaimed happily, Really, that's great. Dahua quickly thanked the sect master and Elder Diao. The system promptly sounded a notification. Deng warning, creation points 38. As he spoke, he elbowed Starry Night's shoulder as a signal. Starry Night just responded blankly, perfunctorily saying, Thank you. Ching Zan chuckled happily. Actually, there's one more thing this sect master is very curious about. With some unspoken worries in his eyes, he frowned and asked Starry Night, Why was your sister being pursued by nascent soul stage cultivators? And why was she able to break a formation that even Elder Diao couldn't break? Starry Night immediately shirked responsibility. I really didn't have time to ask. Dahua, why don't you explain to everyone? Starling's original body appeared here. She found it hard to come up with an excuse, only stammering a few "s." She scratched her head, let out a few dry laughs, and after racking her brain finally came up with an idea, saying, I really forgot too. My memory keeps coming and going after becoming a refined corpse. Diao Yihai questioned. Forgot? Not a single impression. Starry Night was slightly calmer now and had thought of a suitable answer. Sect Master, Elder, don't blame her. After all, the emergence of consciousness in a refined body has never happened before. It's natural for anomalies to occur. Starling diligently echoed, Yes, yes. She then heard him continue. So to figure out what exactly happened to Dahua, I will leave her here. These words were extremely preposterous. Starling widened her eyes and let out a confused, ah. Starry Night still formally bowed and requested of his superiors, I hope Sect Master and Elder Diao can help this disciple investigate the anomalies in my sister's body. Ching Zan stammered. This isn't quite right. Diao Yihai also agreed with Ching Zan. After all, she's young friend's sister. Starling also enthusiastically persuaded Starry Night. Exactly, brother. If it turns out in the end that I've become an ordinary corpse, it'll all be for nothing. Hearing this, Starry Night felt somewhat agreeable. He tried to reason. My consideration was indeed incomplete. I originally thought if Dawa's situation could be replicated, everyone listened as he explained, then all high-level cultivators on the verge of death could achieve eternal life, reaching an immortal state by transforming themselves into refined bodies. As he spoke, he waved his hand, vaguely pulling Starling and herself closer, and blamed himself. It seems this disciple was too naive. Suddenly, before Starling could return to Starry Night's hand, one of her feet was grabbed by Ching Zan. At the same time, Diao Yihai had already rushed to his side and squatted down. The current situation was like a major battle about to erupt. Starling was held tightly by three people, momentarily at a loss, only able to continuously make a few haw sounds. The next second, everything returned to calm. Ching Zan held Starling in his hand and comforted her. Don't worry, leave it to this sect master. We will investigate the anomalies in your sister's body without harming her. Starry Night heard this and respectfully bowed. Thank you, sect master, for your trouble. Starry Night easily compromised, entrusting his sister to the sect master. Seeing him leave without any worry, Diao Yihai took a few steps forward and reminded him, Young friend, aren't you coming with us? However, Starry Night replied indifferently, No need, with me around everyone will be uncomfortable. Diao Yihai was puzzled by his words, wondering what did Starling intend to do. Did your sister offend you in her lifetime? She was even thrown out as bait last time. Looking at Starry Night, he moved through the cool night breeze searching for his destination. Soon after, he also landed gently. Starry Night walked to the test heartstone in another space in the bathroom of Zhengyang Peak. Lu Tianyan and Xiao Wan were taking a hot bath. Hearing Lu Tianyan recount everything, Xiao Wan couldn't help but exclaim, What, senior sister, you're letting junior brother Starry Night go to the Joyful Union sect as a male cauldron? Lu Tianyan calmly replied, Something like that. Xiao Wan complained uncomfortably. I can also go to the Mandarin Duck Pavilion as a female cauldron to serve senior sister. Lu Tianyan immediately denied, Oh no, I'm not asking you to mind that. She shifted her body, seeking a more comfortable position filled with a certain melancholy, and explained, In short, my mind is a bit muddled. To persuade him to give up this idea, I wanted to rehearse with you, junior sister. Xiao Wan looked at her senior sister, asking blankly and confused, What's there to rehearse? She thought to herself, Senior sister isn't quite right. So she had another flash of inspiration. But how can I miss the chance to act with senior sister? Thinking this, she firmly agreed to Lu Tianyan. No problem, leave it to me. Lu Tianyan asked, assuming you are me and I am junior brother Starry Night, how would you stop me from going to the Joyful Union sect? Xiao Wan immediately stammered and whispered, junior brother, you can't go to the Joyful Union sect, it's too dangerous. Lu Tianyan closed her eyes faintly and replied, senior sister, you're overthinking it. Suddenly, Xiao Wan thought with extreme excitement, oh, senior sister, call me senior sister. This wonderful feeling, her fidgety posture made Lu Tianyan have to remind her. Xiao Wan realized she was too excited, quickly adjusted her state and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, it's nothing, you continue. Lu Tianyan then role-played Starry Night, complaining, junior sister, I'm just going to the Joyful Union sect for a quick trip, to trick that fool Cheng Xin into confessing. I won't risk helping her obtain the essence blood. Xiao Wan suddenly whispered, senior sister, are you putting too much personal emotion into this role? Lu Tianyan replied again, never mind that. Anyway, I don't think using danger as a reason is very good. Xiao Wan then thought and said, then let's try a different approach. She seriously played her role and explained, junior brother, you cannot go to the Joyful Union sect. If the matter is exposed and the world learns that Qingyun sect's core disciple secretly joined the Joyful Union sect as a male cauldron, Cheng Xin's confession will not be able to compensate for the damage to the sect's reputation. Lu Tianyan immediately realized the argument was good. This point is good, she thought. If junior brother really is trying to repay my kindness, then the negative impact of exposure would make him hesitant. While deep in thought, she heard Xiao Wan say again, but with junior brother Starry Night's ability, I believe he is absolutely confident that he won't be exposed, which is why he proposed this. It just so happened that Xiao Wan was thoughtlessly talking to herself, and a bucket of cold water was poured directly on Lu Tianyan. Lu Tianyan was very dissatisfied with Xiao Wan's answer, and she immediately raised her voice and scolded, whose side are you on? Xiao Wan awkwardly replied, I just said it and immediately realized this reason wasn't very good, so I immediately denied it myself. Lu Tianyan cradled her head in frustration, thinking, right, junior brother always plans 3 steps ahead. He wouldn't suggest something without being sure. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wan approached Lu Tianyan, gently cupping half her face and saying, then there's only one last resort left. Lu Tianyan looked at Xiao Wan's action and asked, Xiao Wan, what are you doing? Xiao Wan, still in rehearsal mode, replied, junior brother, don't move, leave it to me. Xiao Wan's hands quickly slid to Lu Tianyan's waist, and the sudden movement startled Lu Tianyan. Reacting instinctively, she kicked Xiao Wan without thinking, sending her flying a short distance. She hugged herself tightly. Lu Tianyan anxiously asked, what exactly are you doing? Xiao Wan, from a distance, painstakingly wiped the blood from her face. She had a nosebleed, but it wasn't from the kick. Xiao Wan's face still held a delighted expression as she replied, a honey trap. Xiao Wan approached Lu Tianyan again, but this time she was truly focused on teaching. Following my steps just now, cook the rice until it's done. The next morning when you wake up, she rehearsed the scene again, using her object manipulation technique to change the direction of her hair's gravity, and said, junior brother, I don't want my man to be someone else's cultivation cauldron. This was an absolutely brilliant idea, so much so that Xiao Wan wanted to bleed her nose dry praising herself. Who could resist such words from senior sister? Xiao Wan thought, I can't resist it either. Long live role-playing. Suddenly she stopped and the atmosphere became silent as Lu Tianyan pondered. Xiao Wan helplessly asked, oh, senior sister, at this point you should be saying to me, you fool, how could I use such a method? She walked up and shook Lu Tianyan, reminding her, senior sister, say something, you're not actually considering the feasibility of this method, are you? I was just talking nonsense to take advantage of you. Scold me, hit me. However, she heard Lu Tianyan softly chuckle and say, thank you, Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan immediately shrieked upon hearing this. No, don't thank me. Lu Tianyan quickly stood up and stepped out of the bathtub, saying, I'll go prepare. Xiao Wan immediately tried to stop her, hugging her leg and crying, no, absolutely not. I have many other methods guaranteed to be better than this. Senior sister, don't go. But human strength cannot stop a determined person. And Xiao Wan watched helplessly as Lu Tianyan left. Lu Tianyan calmly walked out, leaving Xiao Wan behind, regretfully saying, it's ruined, all ruined. She never expected her idle talk to actually come true. Back with Starry Night, he had just returned from there. On his way back to his room, he saw Xiao Wan leisurely strolling in the sect. Starry Night landed beside her and casually asked, what's wrong, junior sister Xiao Wan? Xiao Wan asked him with a bewildered expression. What did you call me? Starry Night projected an image to convey his message, showing Sect Master Qing Zan, saying, this Sect Master intends to promote you to Chief Disciple, replacing Wong Deng as the senior disciple of the inner sect. This news completely made Xiao Wan's heart stop. As soon as she heard the word senior disciple, she understood the impending fate of senior sister being a suitable match. She screamed inwardly, damn it, why now of all times? Xiao Wan's inexplicable misery left Starry Night confused, wondering what was wrong with her. Xiao Wan asked him, let me ask you, what do you think of senior sister? Starry Night directly answered with 4 words, ideal girlfriend. Xiao Wan pressed further, are you lusting after senior sister's body, or do you want to grow old with her? Starry Night was puzzled by her question but still replied, both lusting and wanting to. Seeing Xiao Wan's face pale and disheartened, he asked her, why do you look like that? So Xiao Wan explained everything to Starry Night. A moment later, Starry Night cried out in shock, "What, cooked rice until it's done?" Xiao Wan, now like someone heartbroken, rationally said, "Yes, it was just a joking suggestion, but Senior Sister seems to genuinely want to use that trick to make you give up the idea of going to the Joyful Union sect." Starry Night disbelievingly said, "No way, that doesn't fit Senior Sister's character." Xiao Wan also helplessly replied, "I don't know, I think she's a bit strange today." She calmly prepared to leave, standing up and saying, "I'm just here to inform you. If you think going to the Joyful Union sect is a must, then you should explain it properly to Senior Sister first." After saying that, she whimpered and cried out, "Otherwise, if you two really do that and you betray Senior Sister, I will never forgive you." Starry Night sensed her emotions and asked, "You're not actually crying, are you?" Xiao Wan immediately ran away, shouting loudly at Starry Night, "I like to cry, I'm going to cry my fill, woo woo woo." Watching her cry so bitterly, Starry Night was speechless. With a whoosh, he finally returned to his resting place. Starry Night walked on his way back to his room muttering, "That girl is really talking nonsense. How could Senior Sister do such a thing?" However, as soon as he opened his door, he heard Lu Tianyun's voice. "You're back." She reached out and motioned for him to sit beside her, even gently and politely inviting, "Have a few drinks with me." Lu Tianyun proactively poured wine, inviting the room's owner. Starry Night looked at her actions, and a suspicion immediately arose in his heart. "Wait, in the middle of the night, suddenly asking me to drink?" Starry Night broke into a cold sweat, pondering, does she want to intentionally get me drunk, then blame it on a drunken indiscretion? Could what Xiao Wan said be true? Does Senior Sister really want to cook the rice until it's done? Lu Tianyun took a sip first, and seeing Starry Night still in a daze, asked, "What's wrong? Is Junior Brother not good at drinking?" Starry Night nervously picked up the wine cup, awkwardly smiling. "No, if Senior Sister is in the mood, I'll join you." He was terrified inside. What should I do? If Senior Sister really makes a move, how can I restrain myself? He recalled the system's one-year mission and thought, but what about the system mission? Although Senior Sister might not care if her Dao companion is 1.4 meters tall, that reward is for saving my life. He carefully took a sip, still pondering. Otherwise, if I encounter a mission that's certain death, wouldn't Senior Sister become a widow? Lu Tianyun asked him, "Junior Brother, why do you seem so troubled?" He didn't mind answering her. Some things are very conflicting for me." She tried to guess. "Is it related to going to the Joyful Union sect?" Starry Night vaguely admitted, "Probably." Getting straight to the point, Lu Tianyun softly asked, "Is it absolutely necessary to go?" Starry Night didn't beat around the bush and immediately replied, "Absolutely necessary." Because Starry Night knew that for the long-term plan that reward was essential. Suddenly, Lu Tianyun's hand reached the edge of her collar. She calmly touched it, then said, "I didn't want to do this, but I really don't want Junior Brother to take risks." Starry Night watched her actions, stammering, realizing, it's coming. Now it's going to rely on willpower. Starry Night, you must be strong." However, it wasn't as exaggerated as he thought. Lu Tianyun pulled something out from her clothes. She produced a recording stone, then simply explained, "This is the recording stone from when Wong Deng slandered you before. I've already hidden Senior Sister Luo Qing's face." Starry Night asked in confusion, Senior Sister, why are you showing this?" He didn't expect this plot twist and thought, what kind of development is this? Lu Tianyun said coldly, "If Junior Brother insists on going, I will spread the contents of this recording stone throughout the Joyful Union sect. Although the Joyful Union sect primarily cultivates dual cultivation, it is predominantly female, with males being secondary. To put it bluntly, all male disciples are male companions, and those female disciples will be very disgusted by your actions of suppressing them in the recording stone." Lu Tianyun spoke a long paragraph and still wanted to continue. "Then I will come forward and prove that the contents of the recording stone are fake. But the high-level officials of the Joyful Union sect, to avoid suspicion, will not take you in either." Starry Night finally understood Lu Tianyun's true intention. Senior Sister's idea of cooking the rice until it's done was to publicly expose me for cooking rice with others. Here, Lu Tianyun vaguely said, "I know this is a bit too much, but I don't want my future Dao companion to have a past as someone else's male companion." Starry Night suddenly understood, and his cheeks instantly flushed with shyness. Someone outside the room suddenly pushed the door open and shouted, "Starry Night, what exactly do you mean?" Seeing the stranger, Lu Tianyun asked, "Who is this?" Starry Night quickly adapted, "Senior Sister, I understand your feelings. I won't go to the Joyful Union sect." Then he pointed directly at Starling, specifically saying, "But little sister, you go in my place," causing Starling to exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" Starling was utterly confused, not knowing what was happening. She turned to Starry Night and asked, "What, go where?" "The Joyful Union sect?" Suddenly, Sect Master Qing Zan had already teleported over, catching up to her, and persuaded Starry Night, "Young lady, this Sect Master has already guaranteed not to harm your research. Why are you still running?" The situation immediately changed. If Sect Master Qing Zan were to barge in, the people in the room would make a mess of things. Starry Night understood and quickly ran to block Sect Master Qing Zan's path, whispering, "I'm not running, quickly take me away." Sect Master Qing Zan made a slightly confused He still took a step forward and stood at the doorway, and someone immediately greeted him. "Greetings, Sect Master." Sect Master Qing Zan calmly said, "Lu Tianyun really hiding it from me for so long, don't you trust this Sect Master?" This question made everyone in the room freeze. Starry Night immediately felt something was amiss. "Oh no, I haven't told Senior Sister about my sister yet." Lu Tianyan then replied to Sect Master Qing Zan, I trust the Sect Master, but it was mainly out of consideration for junior brother Starry Night's feelings. Sect Master Qing Zan stroked his beard and agreed, That's right, if you hadn't hidden it from me, perhaps the sect would have missed such a promising talent as this young friend, Starry Night humbly replied. Sect Master flatters me. Sect Master Qing Zan then turned to Star Ling and asked, Miss Dahua, do you have anything else you'd like to say to your brother? Star Ling obediently ran into the teleportation array and returned. Seeing that the person had gone back, Sect Master Qing Zan also took his leave, saying, Then this Sect Master won't disturb you. You two may continue. The door was closed by someone outside, and now only the original two people remained in the room. Starry Night breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully Senior Sister reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been exposed. Lu Tianyan also proactively asked, So what exactly happened thus in the dark and quiet night? Starry Night told her everything. After listening, Lu Tianyan couldn't help but ask, What? You're pushing what happened to you onto your sister? Who exactly is she? Starry Night obediently explained. Senior Sister, you must know that I have a special storage space, right? The one where retrieving items doesn't cause spiritual energy fluctuations. Lu Tianyan hummed in response. Starry Night continued, That little sister was placed in this space. At first I thought she was just a refined corpse, but last time when I was in seclusion, she suddenly woke up and said she was my sister. It's just that both our memories are incomplete. I don't remember having a sister, nor do I know what a storage space is. She only remembers I'm her brother and nothing else. Starry Night finished explaining everything in one breath. Lu Tianyan digested most of the information, resting her chin on her hand, saying, If she agrees to go to the Joyful Union sect in your place, there won't be any risk of exposing your identity. Starry Night then nodded repeatedly and obediently, answering, Right. Lu Tianyan then deduced, So, junior brother, did you intend for your sister to go to the Joyful Union sect from the very beginning? Starry Night denied this. No, I wanted to go myself. Lu Tianyan crossed her arms and questioned, You wanted to be a male cultivation cauldron, is that it? Starry Night calmly replied, Mainly I wanted to see Senior Sister's reaction. Lu Tianyan let out a confused ha. Starry Night complained dejectedly. Because I've never received any reaction from Senior Sister before, so I wanted to take this opportunity to see what Senior Sister was thinking. Hearing this, Lu Tianyan felt she had heard enough. She quickly left, saying, It's late, I'm going back. Seeing her about to leave, Starry Night didn't forget to remind her. Senior Sister, your wine. Lu Tianyan stiffly replied with a curt phrase, It's a gift to you. Lu Tianyan walked away in silence. In a small corner she passed, a woman holding a branch was secretly eavesdropping, and seeing the person walk away she quickly revealed herself. Xiao Wan was furtively thinking bad things. Senior Sister's face was red. Did they already? But it's a bit fast. I originally planned to stay here until tomorrow morning. With that, Xiao Wan decisively went to test Starry Night's room. She opened the door and peeked in to check the situation, but was unexpectedly discovered. Starry Night softly asked the girl, Junior Sister Xiao Wan, why aren't you resting so late? Xiao Wan awkwardly scratched her head, making an excuse, saying, Oh, it seems my intelligence was wrong. Thinking about it, how could Senior Sister possibly do that? Starry Night also honestly agreed, No, Junior Sister, you were right. I didn't expect Senior Sister to make the first move. That night, Xiao Wan's heartbroken and regretful cries echoed throughout Qingyun sect. So much so that even Cheng Xin's room could hear someone crying incessantly. Dai Yu, hearing Xiao Wan's cries, rushed over. He gave Starry Night a dangerous, hateful look, ready to punish the bad guy for Xiao Wan at any moment that night. Starry Night's screams also echoed throughout Qingyun sect. From Cheng Xin's room, Starry Night's wrong cries once again came. I didn't mean it. I was wrong. Stop, not there. Cheng Xin, trying to focus on her book, couldn't and impatiently cursed, So noisy. The next day, Starry Night invited Cheng Xin and Lu Tianyan to discuss matters. The current situation was this. The previous conditions remained unchanged, but his sister would go to the Joyful Union sect instead of him. Lu Tianyan thought indifferently. How could she agree? Then she saw Cheng Xin say directly, Since that's the case, let's proceed. This statement somewhat shocked Lu Tianyan. Cheng Xin expressed her opinion. There's nothing to be surprised about. Senior Sister, you weren't there when Lin Ziyuan attacked us. She was able to escape unharmed under the pursuit of a nascent soul stage-old monster. Based on that alone, I have no reason to refuse. Lu Tianyan dazedly turned to Starry Night and asked, What, is your sister that powerful? Starry Night happily raised his hand and casually admitted, Just like me, Cheng Xin added. But you took her to Sect Master Qing Zan. Unless he can truly find a way for a refined corpse to gain sentience, I don't think he'll return her to you. At least not in the short term. Starry Night had already arranged this, and he replied confidently, Don't worry, I guarantee that within a week the Sect Master will return her to me. Cheng Xin looked at Starry Night, not believing her at all, and asked, A week? Do you think Sect Master Qing Zan can unravel the secret of your sister's body in just a week? Regarding Cheng Xin's doubt, Starry Night was unwavering, a confident smile on his face as he said, Whether he can unravel it or not, he'll send her back. Cheng Xin stood up, preparing to leave. She agreed with Starry Night. All right, then I'll wait a week. Lu Tianyan also spoke up, suggesting, Do you need me to escort you back to Myriad Manifestation Gate? Cheng Xin walked to the door and refused. No need, I'll just wait here. Cheng Xin left the room, and Lu Tianyan and Starry Night talked about Cheng Xin. Actually, I used the sect's intelligence network to investigate Cheng Xin. Starry Night was somewhat surprised and puzzled to hear this. Lu Tianyan continued, she was originally the beloved daughter of the Myriad Manifestation Gate Master, a cultivation prodigy who reached Foundation Establishment Level 3 at the age of 13. Starry Night couldn't help but curiously ask, is she still only Foundation Establishment Level 3? What happened to make her cultivation stagnate? Lu Tianyan explained, it's not that her cultivation stagnated, her realm hasn't been able to improve since the demonic sword rebellion 10 years ago. Starry Night asked again, what happened? Lu Tianyan continued, she had a very close friend named Chen Chong and that friend's father was named Chen Rongshu. Starry Night immediately and surprisingly stated his guess, Chen Rongshu, the Azure Firmament Sword Demon, who caused the demonic sword rebellion among the various sects. Lu Tianyan calmly replied, yes, in the demonic sword rebellion. Cheng Xin's good friend and her mother both died at the hands of Chen Rongshu after he became demonized. Starry Night asked again, was she traumatized, causing her cultivation to stagnate? Lu Tianyan replied, according to worldly terms, yes, but I have a different opinion. Starry Night just said one word after hearing this. Huh? Lu Tianyan looked at him, speculating. Perhaps the cause of the demonic sword rebellion is related to Cheng Xin. Hearing this, Starry Night was surprised and also didn't understand Lu Tianyan's words. She provided evidence to support her argument. After the sword demon went on a rampage, some people investigated the hidden location of the demonic sword. Although the demonic sword was taken, many mechanisms could not be activated, leading to the deaths of 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. How did Chen Rongshu manage to take the demonic sword with only golden core stage cultivation? Hearing these well-reasoned words, Starry Night agreed. Lu Tianyan continued, now everyone thinks he was incredibly lucky, coincidentally avoiding that massacre. But today, the Myriad Manifestation Gate just announced a piece of news. 60 years ago, the old gate master of Myriad Manifestation Gate discovered the map of a hidden secret realm, and sensing something ominous chose to hide the map. But he was murdered by Lin Ziyuan. Is it possible that for some reason, Cheng Xin saw the map before her grandfather hid it, then memorized it and revealed it to Chen Chong, and it was later learned by her father, Chen Rongshu? Hearing this, Starry Night was extremely shocked. He pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, with a map one could avoid danger. If this speculation was true, then the Myriad Manifestation Gate was about to be finished. Lu Tianyan's eyes were slightly closed, a smile on her lips as she said, that's right, so junior brother, don't be afraid of being manipulated by that woman. We have far more leverage over her. Starry Night laughed in a panic, stammering, is that so? He thought to himself, this is too terrifying. You can't offend senior sister. Starry Night also understood a bit, calmly replying, I can also understand the reason why her cultivation was trapped. Lu Tianyan softly hummed in agreement. With so many people dying because of her, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore either. Starry Night stroked his chin and said, but if there really is a resurrection spell, she only chooses to resurrect 2 people. Boo-hoo, Cheng Xin's mother's incomplete soul appeared, crying out in pain. It hurts so much. This soul screamed at Cheng Xin. Zinner, mama hurts so much? Despite the screaming, Cheng Xin still expressionlessly read the scroll. Chen Cheng's soul floated beside Cheng Xin. She said to Cheng Xin's mother's soul, stop whining, auntie, you've been in pain for 10 years, a few more days won't make a difference. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Chong turned to Cheng Xin and said, young master Starry Night, how can you be so infatuated? Can he really provide the essence blood for us to be resurrected? Cheng Xin immediately denied. Chen Chong, how many times do I have to tell you, we're just working together? Chen Chong leaned closer to Cheng Xin, continuing to chatter. Stop pretending, I can tell. You're eager to set up the Lu girl with young master Starry Night, aren't you interested in him? Because a sinner like you isn't worthy of him. So you want to push them together quickly to cut off your own desires, right? Because Cheng Xin ignored Chen Cheng's soul, she angrily wrinkled her face and shouted at Cheng Xin, do you think that's right? Causing our deaths while you live happily ever after, that's the most perfect outcome, isn't it? I don't need you to save me and bring me back to life, I want you to come down and join me. The strange voices of the 2 souls kept echoing, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Zinner, come down and join me. These voices made Cheng Xin's face darken as if she had lost patience. 5 days later, Starry Night was now with Starling, who had lost consciousness and fallen into a deep sleep. Feigned worry and called out, Dahua, wake up, say something. Seeing Starry Night like this, Ching Zan immediately affirmed, young friend, this old man has sworn on his Tao heart that I truly did nothing. She has already become like this. Lu Tianyan wondered to herself, he did bring her back. Did junior brother know this would happen all along? Starry Night, with a disappointed expression, replied to Ching Zan, I know, after all, it's extremely rare for a refined corpse like Dahua to develop consciousness. I was already mentally prepared for an accident. Letting the sect master study her was just to prevent this situation from happening. But it seems Dahua has returned to being an ordinary refined corpse. Ching Zan sighed, guiltily suggesting to Starry Night, it is this old man who has failed to meet young friend's expectations. If there's anything this old man can do to compensate, please don't hesitate to say so. Starry Night pretended to wipe away tears, his objective achieved. He quickly seized the opportunity, sobbing, it's not the sect master's fault, but I do have a favor to ask of the sect master. Hearing this, Ching Zan's face showed no expression, merely an "Oh." Ching Zan stroked his beard and politely said, "Please speak, young friend. No need to be reserved," Starry Night directly proposed. "I have a distant female relative who particularly wishes to join the Joyful Union sect. Might I ask the sect master to write a letter of recommendation?" Lu Tianyin, standing nearby, was greatly surprised, never expecting Starry Night to think of such a method. She secretly let out a "ha." Ching Zan didn't want to beat around the bush, so he asked directly, "The Joyful Union sect? What is your distant relative's cultivation level? Why not join our sect?" Starry Night scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "To be honest, sect master, she has a rather wild temperament, so the Joyful Union sect might suit her better." Ching Zan sighed helplessly, unable to refuse. Alas, alas, I already promised young friend earlier that I would grant any request. What is your distant relative's name?" Starry Night was immensely grateful, bowing in salute. "Thank you, sect master. Her name is Starling." The recommendation token was held in hand, with special content. "Recommending my disciple to join the Joyful Union sect. Young friend, Starling has extraordinary talent. I am Ching Zan." Cheng Xin focused on the token and said, "This isn't just for me." He also used sect master Ching Zan's guilt to issue a recommendation letter. Starry Night stood by, smugly posing with a "you humble me" gesture. Cheng Xin handed him the token, asking in confusion, "But how can you make your sister recover?" He appeared very confident, affirming, "Of course." Then he turned to Lu Tianyin and requested, "After she recovers, I will consume spiritual and divine soul power. At that time, I'll trouble senior sister to transfer me to a seclusion chamber. If the sect master or anyone else looks for me, just say I broke through too quickly. My realm is unstable and I need to seclude myself for a year, otherwise it will damage my foundation." She agreed without hesitation. Okay, in the room, Starry Night cast a spell on Starling, thinking to himself, "I don't want senior sister to worry, and I want to complete the system's mission, so I'll just join the Joyful Union sect under a different identity." He shouted, "Hey," and the spell instantly cast, swapping. Starry Night's empty body suddenly fell. When his soul entered Starling's body, she opened her eyes, and to make everyone believe, she pretended to be worried and shouted, supporting her own body, "Brother, what's wrong?" Starry Night thought with some worry, "Not good, I should have done something more complex." Witnessing this scene, Cheng Xin asked in surprise, "That's it?" Lu Tianyin, on the other hand, looked a bit skeptical, feeling it was too casual. At Starry Night's request, she explained the situation to Starling. "Miss, that's how it is." Outside the courtyard, the sun shone brightly, and a flock of birds quietly glided across the sky. Starry Night, now in Starling's body, pretended to ponder after hearing Lu Tianyin's explanation. "Understood, and I'll follow brother's plan." Lu Tianyin and Cheng Xin exchanged glances, not understanding what she meant, then said, "Your brother also instructed us to respect your own wishes. It's fine if you don't want to go. No one can threaten us." Starry Night sat on the bed, calmly replying, "Why wouldn't I want to go? That's the cultivation cauldron my brother chose." Lu Tianyin let out a confused "ha." The two girls were very surprised by Starling's words. If the two sisters had Dao companions, they would also choose dual cultivation instead of boring solitary seclusion, right? Cheng Xin stammered, somewhat confused. "You have a point." Lu Tianyin awkwardly carried Starry Night's body and left. "I am taking junior brother to the seclusion chamber." Only Starry Night and Cheng Xin remained in the room. She spoke first. "What are your plans now, if you leave Qingyun sect in a normal way?" "Sect Master Ching Zan's divine sense will surely investigate." Starry Night, in Starling's body, confidently said, "I've already thought of this. I need your help." In the courtyard, a flock of white pigeons was pecking at food when a bird net suddenly descended from the sky. It was Cheng Xin. She caught the pigeons with the net and they chirped loudly. Cheng Xin struggled to hold the pigeons, then released them into the sky. A faint light seemed to flicker on something tied to the pigeon's leg. The pigeon spread its wings and flew into the blue sky. The pigeon flew and flew until dusk, when suddenly an eagle swooped down, attempting to attack the white pigeon, making it panic and chirp incessantly. A benevolent village chief smiled and said to the people in front of him, "Brave warriors, what brings you here?" A fierce leader on horseback asked, "Are you the village chief of Immortal Pond Village?" "This is Blackcliff, the leader of the Black Wind Gang at Chi Refining Level 2. The village chief trembled. "Yes, that's right." A subordinate of Blackcliff ran over, his eagle perched on his hand, and reported, "Leader, leader." Blackcliff impatiently turned and asked, "Didn't I tell you to send your eagle to see if anyone escaped? Why are you flying down?" The subordinate respectfully explained, "Leader, this eagle I trained since childhood is skilled at finding treasure. It always prioritizes finding those glittering jewels." Blackcliff listened to his subordinate's incessant babbling, frowning in anger, and roared, "Say one more word of nonsense and I'll cut off both the bird in your hand and the one in your pants." The subordinate's face turned pale. He quickly pulled out something and explained, "Ahem, Quang Feng flew down because it caught a bird." He held a ring in his hand. The bird's leg wore this ring. Blackcliff took the ring. "Oh, is that so?" He looked closely at the ring. Then suddenly his eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "This?" Blackcliff held the glittering ring in his hand, his face full of joy, and he laughed happily. "This is an immortal's storage ring," a subordinate asked in confusion. "How would the leader recognize an immortal?" The rogue next to him glanced at him and replied, "Are you new?" Many years ago, the leader found an immortal manual, self-learned immortal techniques, and then established our Black Wind Gang. The subordinate on horseback loudly said to Blackcliff, "The leader obtained an immortal's cultivation technique back then, and today he's obtained an immortal's heavenly grade treasure. Your immortal fortune is truly profound. You will surely lead our Black Wind Gang to its peak, And then we can establish a sect and we will all become immortals." He listened to these flattering words, laughing proudly, and replied, "Well said." The village chief respectfully bowed. "Congratulations, immortal, on acquiring another blessing." He pointed to the villagers, smiling. "The villagers have also gathered as per the immortal's request." "What are your commands, immortal?" Blackcliff loudly ordered. "Following old customs, 80% of stolen wealth goes to me. Women can be played with as you please, but not taken away, and no traces left behind." The villagers were shocked. The village chief, terrified and sweating profusely, tried to persuade him. "Immortal, you found your immortal fortune in our village after all. How can you do this?" Without another word, Blackcliff swiftly unleashed a move, piercing the village chief's head and killing him. A little girl cried, "Grandpa, village chief." The woman behind her also suppressed her tears in heartache. Hugging the little girl, Blackcliff looked down from above, his eyes contemptuous. "I found the immortal fortune. What does it have to do with your village?" The little girl cried out indignantly. "My sister is an immortal. She will never let you bad guys off when she finds out." The woman beside the little girl softly called, "Xiao Yue." Blackcliff leapt from his horse and landed heavily in front of Xiao Yue. The woman reached out and covered Xiao Yue's mouth, pleading, "The child is ignorant. Please don't hold it against her." He looked at Xiao Yue and asked, "Did your sister join Qingyun's sect?" Xiao Yue replied in terror, "How did you know?" "And no, you know." And still, Blackcliff had an evil look, raising the little girl's chin with his finger. "It's precisely because your sister offended an immortal that I've come to deal with you villagers," he continued in a threatening tone. "And she's already dead, but those she offended are furious and demand that I kill all of you." Xiao Yue, with tears in her eyes, stammered, "No, impossible, you're lying." Blackcliff revealed a lewd smile, speaking foul words. "Why would I lie to you? I even know your immortal sister has to sleep with men to enter the inner sect." Xiao Yue, enraged, bit his finger fiercely. But at this moment the ring on his finger glowed, reflecting in Xiao Yue's mouth. Blackcliff withdrew his hand, punched Xiao Yue, and shouted, "You little brat looking for death?" Suddenly, Starry Night in Starling's body appeared, blocking Blackcliff's punch. Starry Night remained composed, his back to him, yawning as if nothing had happened. Starry Night scratched his head, sighing, "Sigh, I accidentally fell asleep in the storage ring again." Blackcliff was startled to see Starry Night suddenly appear. Cold sweat streamed down his face and he thought in confusion, "Where did she pop out from? I just used 80% of my strength. For an ordinary person, their head would have been smashed flat." He looked around, his eyes still dazed, and asked as usual, "Little girls, what are you doing here?" Blackcliff, on the other hand, had a dark expression. Xiao Yue pointed at him and shouted, "That person is a bad guy. He killed the village chief and wants to kill everyone in the village." Starry Night's face darkened, and he uttered an "Oh." Blackcliff nervously bowed behind him, saying, "May I ask your excellency?" Suddenly he turned his face, his eyes teary, and asked, "Are really?" He looked at Starry Night like this, feeling confused. Seeing the woman in front of him so fragile, he immediately regained his confidence, thinking, "What? Scared to the point of crying? It seems I worried too much." Blackcliff's tone was now arrogant and aggressive. "That's right, but even trash like you deserves to be played with by me. Later I'll make sure you die quickly." Starry Night ignored him, looking up at the sky and sighing. Finally encountered a relatively normal plot. Blackcliff Hadi in confusion. Starry Night recalled the past, filled with emotion. "The enemies I've encountered are either several levels higher than me, or they have powerful backing. Although I eventually resolve them, it's exhausting. Occasionally, I also want a battle that doesn't require much thought." Blackcliff replied somewhat confusedly, "What are you saying? Are you out of your mind?" Starry Night ignored his insult, smiling and waving his hand. "Come on. All of you come at me, let me have some fun." He thought wildly with his dark logic, laughing and replying, "Quite wild, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll go first. Then my brothers will take turns. We won't waste such a beauty as you." He nonchalantly pushed Blackcliff's arm aside and took out the ring and said, "Isn't this my storage ring? How did it end up in your hands?" Blackcliff clutched his arm, crying out in pain. Several subordinates shouted worriedly, "Leader!" Blackcliff's face turned purple with pain and he roared furiously, "All of you come at me and kill her." The subordinates received the order and rushed forward to attack Starry Night. Facing this group of people rushing aggressively, Starry Night merely calmly stroked his hair. A strand of hair, broken by his true chi, floated away. The hair seemed imbued with magic, glowing and lengthening, mixing indistinctly with the crowd on the other side. Blackcliff was being carried away on horseback by a subordinate, who worriedly looked back and asked, "Leader, we still can't win even if we go together?" Blackcliff, bandaging his wound with a cloth strip, roared furiously, "Nonsense, run!" Suddenly, a long white line appeared in the air, piercing through the subordinate's head and was about to hit Blackcliff. He immediately jumped off the horse, and as soon as he landed he saw the subordinate's head fall from his neck. Starry Night suddenly appeared behind Blackcliff, smiling sinisterly. "As expected of the boss, your reaction is quick." Blackcliff immediately gritted his teeth, turned around and cursed, "Damn it, a bunch of good-for-nothings, couldn't even hold on for a moment." Blackcliff was shocked. All his subordinates had already fallen to the ground. He immediately knelt down, sighing in despair. How could this be? How could everyone, in such a short time? Then he looked at Starry Night, angrily demanding what he had done. But Starry Night calmly replied, "Didn't I tell you? After I go berserk." As Blackcliff and Starry Night were bickering, the little girl from earlier ran over and shouted, "Big sister, wait, I have something to ask him." The little girl looked worried and asked urgently, "You said everything about Sister Luo Qing was a lie." Hearing Luo Qing's name, Starry Night immediately repeated it in his mind. Blackcliff replied, "I didn't lie to you. She offended an elder and was killed. I'm just a bandit. How dare I attack a Qingyun sect disciple's village? Hearing this, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears and she cried out in pain. That's not true. Starry Night pursed his lips and glanced at the little girl, thinking, what a coincidence. Aren't I just resolving Luo Qing's village crisis? Starry Night's eyes turned cold, thinking, I already returned her things anyway. He then looked at the silent villagers and guessed everything. It seems the immortal excuse only works on children. The adults in the village had probably already guessed that Luo Qing had met with misfortune, which is why they deliberately kept it from the little girl. Suddenly, Starry Night extended a finger, condensing a blue object surrounded by green energy, and shot it into Black Cliff's ear. Black Cliff immediately clutched his ear, roaring in anger. What is that lying thing you put in? Starry Night calmly replied. Something to make you tell the truth. After saying that, Black Cliff calmed down. Black Cliff stared wide-eyed at Starry Night, who then asked loudly, who told you to attack Luo Qing's village? Black Cliff hastily replied, inner disciple Star. Before he could finish, Starry Night slapped him, while the little girl beside them stood dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. Watching Black Cliff lying on the ground with silver threads appearing on his head, Starry Night pursed his lips and said something nonsensical. There are too many stars in the sky. But inwardly he was very angry and stopped asking. Not a single word from his mouth was true. Then Starry Night pursed his lips, silently cursing, damn it, someone's trying to frame me. Suddenly, the little girl behind him started crying. Sister Luo Qing, is it really? Hearing this, Starry Night immediately put on a smile and comforted the little girl. Little sister, I'm actually also an inner disciple of Qingyun sect. The little girl immediately said he was lying. Starry Night could only awkwardly retort, why? The little girl then pointed at Starry Night and said seriously, the immortals of Qingyun sect are ethereal and graceful. They wouldn't wear such shabby clothes. Hearing this, Starry Night immediately pulled up the system panel, and in the blink of an eye, Starry Night's clothes transformed into a beautiful purple robe, exuding spiritual energy all around. He curiously pulled open the clothes, exclaiming, Deng, while the little girl beside him cried out in surprise. Sister, is big sister really from the same sect as Sister Luo Qing? Starry Night immediately replied seriously. Yes, don't listen to that bandit's nonsense. Your sister Luo Qing has already ascended to the upper realms. These people are jealous of her, so they want to attack your village. With that, he reached out and handed the little girl a few strands of glowing hair, admonishing her. These strands of hair are for you. Each one contains a wisp of my divine sense. They can understand basic commands and are enough to deal with enemies below the Foundation establishment mid-stage. After speaking, he turned and flew away, waving his hand and saying, you must protect this village well for your sister, okay? Starry Night controlled his spiritual energy flying in the sky and then muttered to himself, killing so many people, just like old Devil do back then. This time I did it myself. He recalled the battlefield with the people he had killed lying on the ground and couldn't help but think, before transmigrating I hadn't even killed a chicken, but now I kill people without feeling anything. As soon as Starry Night finished speaking, the system suddenly made a mechanical sound. Perhaps the host has repeatedly crossed the threshold of death and has gradually adapted to the survival methods of this world. Hearing this sound, Starry Night couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, System, have you successfully cracked it? Recalling the memory from a day ago, Starry Night walked alone to the test heartstone, then touched it with his hand. He asked expressionlessly, System, can you hear me? Immediately after, a line of text appeared on the test heartstone. How miraculous. You actually thought of contacting me this way? It turned out the system was using this test heartstone. Seeing that line of text, Starry Night was also quite surprised. He then composed himself and asked seriously, you weren't really sleeping, were you? What exactly is going on? The stone replied again. You sensed it too, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have sent the cultivation clone to contact me. Starry Night immediately agreed with this point. She's indeed a bit off, he recalled and narrated. Before I could easily tear apart the soul-condensing demonic array. But now my strength has improved to the Foundation establishment stage, yet I can't break a weaker containment array, while that clone can easily destroy formations. So afterward I let the clone fall unconscious for a period and conducted some experiments including synthesizing system functions, synthesizing demon cores, and I even tried to integrate part of my divine soul into the incomplete sword spirit in the system space. But it failed. Starry Night's face darkened and his voice became low because of it. So I suspect there's something strange in my body that even humans can't find the reason for. It's because of the existence of this clone. Starry Night imagined a doll with words like system, bloodthirsty malice orb, array breaking, demon core fusion, divine soul abyssal cultivation technique written on it and immediately understood. At the same time he continued, I don't know what form she once existed in my body, and even as the system I couldn't detect her. Now for some purpose she has materialized herself and also took away her special functions. He then imagined a doll spirit. The two separated. The doll Starry Night only had array breaking and demon core fusion, but the spirit had more skills, immediately understanding divine soul abyssal cultivation technique as system and bloodthirsty malice orb. Breaking free from the fantasy, Starry Night looked up and gritted his teeth saying, she's actually that powerful. I think your sleep was also because of her, so you left her and wanted to experiment with the test heartstone. The system actively responded, she did cut off my connection to the outside world, but I still have permission to hack into the test heartstone. She probably didn't expect you to contact me this way. Seeing the system's reply, Starry Night frowned and asked, "Then what exactly is she?" The system quickly replied, "But she might know my origin." The system continued to type, "Her operation authority is higher than mine, but the system is rarely affected by her. This feeling is very strange," Starry Night immediately said. "It's like a leader who only knows how to give orders but doesn't know how the subordinates are supposed to execute them." The stone displayed, "Yes, that's the feeling." Starry Night then pressed, "Then what is her purpose, do you know?" He seemed a bit worried, adding, "Although she used to be in a hidden symbiotic state, why did she suddenly want to materialize?" The system quickly responded to his words. "Because the clone was created by fully replicating the host system values," Starry Night exclaimed in confusion after seeing this. Text appeared on the stone again. "Her previous state was symbiotic with you. Her power depended on your growth rate. She might have cut off the connection because your growth rate was too slow." The system further explained, "But creation points are the source of the system's power. The host originally earned creation points and spent them within the system, which was a virtuous cycle, but she can seize creation points to improve herself. Although the host can also improve himself, the system's abilities will be weakened as a result. Once she improves herself beyond the system, she can eliminate the host's divine soul, turning both the host and the system into nutrients to enhance her strength." Starry Night couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What should I do now? Should I eliminate her while she's not that powerful? She is not at her peak, but she is also not someone the host can deal with." The small screen reflected Starry Night helplessly crying out, "Then can I only sit here and wait to die?" The system's hand quickly typed on the keyboard and text appeared on the stone. "Don't worry, I will take action." Then it said, "Host, you must continue to stall. She just dealt with a nascent soul stage enemy, and her power consumption is very high. If she doesn't return to the system space to absorb creation points, she will fall back into a dormant state soon." The system's subsequent words appeared on the test heartstone. "We just need to wait for her to enter a dormant state and then find a way to break the deadlock." Starry Night looked up slightly and continued, "Anyway, she'll remain dormant if she doesn't return to the system space, so let her stay that way forever." However, the system disagreed and Starry Night retorted expressionlessly, "Why?" Then the system quickly explained, "She somehow cut off all your cultivation abilities and your main body. If you don't let her return to the system, don't open the wall to improve your realm and learn other cultivation methods." Starry Night couldn't help but imagine Starling smiling brightly and saying, "Sister, I'll take care of the most tedious part of cultivation." Starry Night, while imagining, gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, saying I don't need to worry about cultivation, but using this to control me?" The system, seeing him angry in the space, replied, "Don't worry too much. The current system functions are not entirely unable to crack this state." Starry Night exclaimed in confusion. Another line of text appeared on the stone. "After collecting 100,000 creation points, perform the first upgrade. There will definitely be countermeasures then." Seeing this, he couldn't help but shout in frustration, 100,000, how long will that take to collect?" The system quickly responded to calm Starry Night's emotions. No, this is what the host collected before." He then opened the system panel to check, sounding enlightened. "So that's it, let me see how much more I need." The system panel showed accumulated creation points as 79,863 with detailed information below. He paused, then asked the system, "Doesn't this mean I can achieve the goal just by completing the Joyful Union sect mission?" Immediately after, the words, "Exactly, and I've already broken the communication blockade," appeared on the stone. After a pause, it added, "As long as that clone remains dormant, I can immediately restore contact with the host." Returning to the present, Starry Night said triumphantly, "Congratulations on the unsealing. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to their plan." The system modestly replied, "No, I don't recall the host becoming a girl in this plan." Starry Night quickly flew through the air, his body unhurried in the vast sky, and the system's voice sounded in his ear. "This is good too, with the status of a male cultivation cauldron in the Joyful Union sect, earning 20,000 creation points in a year would be too difficult." Hearing this, Starry Night replied, Exactly. The system then continued, "However, the host shouldn't be thinking about this from that angle, but purely just to tease senior sister." Hearing the system's well-intentioned reminder, Starry Night, who was flying, couldn't help but choke a few times. Setting aside his previous emotions, Starry Night said to the system, "I can feel the bloodthirsty malice orb also operating within my body, but its aura isn't leaking out." The system immediately replied, "This clone only mentioned that the materials used are the same as the main body." Starry Night, hearing this, couldn't help but feel frustrated, and he said, "Why does that sound so strange?" The system answered directly, leaving Starry Night speechless. "That's because the host is still fantasizing about being human." But he still continued forward with lightning speed. The system's voice rang in his ear again. "Although the materials are the same, the refining technique is even better than that of an evil cultivator master, so the host can't suppress it. This body with the bloodthirsty malice orb can suppress it completely." Hearing the system say this, Starry Night understood. "I see, no wonder controlling my main body felt smoother." Seeing this body was better than his main body, Starry Night lamented, "Too bad I transformed it into a female, otherwise I would switch to this one." The system replied, "This is inherently an unknown entity, it's best if the host doesn't use it." The system suddenly notified, "Ahead is Joyful Union sect Immortal City. Flying is prohibited there." Starry Night, perplexed, asked the system, "Ha, Immortal City? because of Starry Night's question, the system explained to him. Although it's called an immortal city, most of the residents are mortals, but the conditions for settling are very strict. This place provides entertainment and trading venues for cultivators. Qingyun's sect also has its own immortal city, it's just that the host has never been there. Starry Night landed and said, "Is that so? Then I'll first inquire about the conditions for joining the Joyful Union sect," the system asked Starry Night in confusion. "Doesn't the host have a recommendation from the Qingyun sect master?" he explained. "That's only to be used if there's no other way to enter the Joyful Union sect. Sect master is quite good to me. I'll need it in case I cause any trouble in the Joyful Union sect." As he approached the Immortal City gate, Starry Night encountered a guard who said, "Non-Joyful Union sect disciples must pay 500 spirit stones to enter the city." Starry Night handed the spirit stone pouch to the guard without hesitation, and he ingratiatingly asked the guard for information. "You can have the rest, fellow Taoist. Little sister here wants to know how to join the Joyful Union sect." The guard pointed inside the city and replied, "After entering, just go directly to the Joyful Union sect steward hall to ask." Starry Night replied, "Thank you, thank you." The other guard next to him saw Starry Night give so many spirit stones and praised. "Nice brother Wong met a rich woman." The praised guard opened the spirit stone pouch proudly, curling his lip as he replied, "What rich woman? Just a girl who spends money like water." He looked inside the pouch, his eyes wide with surprise. Starry Night was entering the city when suddenly a shout came from behind him. "Isn't this exactly 500 spirit stones?" The system chimed. "Deng, creation points 12. Starry Night heard this and replied, "If there's any left, take it to drink. If not, then don't." Starry Night walked to the steward hall. After entering, the enrollment reviewer said, "The Joyful Union sect's disciple quota is full." Hearing this, he sighed. Then Starry Night bent down, respectfully presented a jade slip letter of introduction with both hands and said, "Little sister here has a letter of introduction." Starry Night was secretly pleased, fortunate to have made preparations. The enrollment reviewer took the jade slip and immediately panicked. She hastily said, "Quickly put it away, young lady. Fortunately you met me, otherwise you would have been in big trouble." Hearing her say this and returning the jade slip, he asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" She transmitted a divine sense message to Starry Night. The hall master of this sect's enforcement hall joined the Joyful Union sect because she held a grudge against sect master Qing Zan back then. Hearing this, Starry Night was stunned, thinking, "Male cultivators will all just be my playthings." She has the title Living King Yama in this sect. "If you try to enter the sect with this letter of introduction, you'll die without even knowing how." Starry Night clutched his head and cried out, "Sect master, are you messing with me?" "I had no idea. We haven't been in contact for over a decade." Starry Night sat on a step in the city clutching his head, his face pale and extremely gloomy, thinking about the system mission. "It's over. So many missions can't be completed. I'm going to become short. I'll only be able to sell children's clothing and sit at children's tables in the future." Suddenly a man's voice rang out, asking Starry Night, "Is this young lady hoping to join the Joyful Union sect?" Starry Night didn't know who he was, so he asked. Hearing his question, the man introduced himself. "I am Wong Chengrui, an external affairs steward of the Joyful Union sect. I have some connections and can introduce the young lady to become a registered disciple." He led Starry Night to the entrance point, then said to the person registering, "There's a young lady who wants to join, you can go together." Starry Night looked at the recruitment sign, not understanding its meaning, and asked, "Excuse me, what is an auxiliary disciple?" The person registering explained that it's a disciple who helps others cultivate. Starry Night exclaimed in surprise, then said, "Not a cultivation cauldron, right?" The person registering replied, "No." The registrar continued, explaining that it was to assist partners in couple activities. Starry Night slammed the table. It was too loud. "Isn't this a human cultivation cauldron, damn it?" the registrar continued. No, the Joyful Union sect only recruits male cultivation cauldrons." A blue-haired woman suddenly interjected, "If she doesn't want to join, then let her be." She tilted her head slightly and continued, "I enjoy activities and I also like helping others, so let me join the sect quickly." Starry Night pointed at the blue-haired woman and said, "Can you find a smarter shill? This is too unnatural." Hearing Starry Night call her a shill, she immediately retorted loudly, "Who's a shill?" Wong Chengrui said to Starry Night, "This way, miss." He turned to leave, and before going he said one last thing to Starry Night. "The Joyful Union sect only recruits male cultivation cauldrons. This is because the inter-sect cultivation techniques are all for balancing yin and yang between men and women, but sometimes female cultivators don't necessarily like men." Starry Night's expression turned blank. He only uttered one word, "I see." The story ends here. See you next episode. Wong Chengrui turned slightly, his expression serious, and he explained in a low voice, "Cultivating the Joyful Union sect's techniques generates strong desires, but some seniors don't like men and only use male cultivation cauldrons as tools to improve their cultivation." He thought of a person meditating who was attacked by a monster. Wong Chengrui's voice remained faint. "If one can't find a suitable partner and lacks emotional connection for a long time, unable to make up for it, there's a risk of qi deviation, which is why female disciples are recruited to assist in cultivation." He looked at Starry Night and Starling's Bati, then gently added, "It's just that these matters cannot be openly discussed, which is why we external affairs stewards secretly select suitable candidates." After hearing this, Starry Night began to inquire further. "So are auxiliary disciples considered official members of the Joyful Union sect?" Wong Chengrui immediately replied, Of course, once successfully chosen by a senior, you will be taken as a close maidservant and enjoy the same treatment as inner sect disciples. Starry Night still asked, puzzled. Then I have one most important question. He quickly gestured with his hand, inviting him to speak. His face became serious and his eyes emitted killing intent. Are those seniors beautiful? Not old crones, are they? Wong Chengguri lightly coughed a few times, then corrected him. Miss, you're joking. The Joyful Union sect's cultivation techniques have a youth-preserving effect. The deeper one cultivates, the younger they appear. There was a piece of paper on the table with Starling's information, and he said the registration form was filled out. Wong Chengguri immediately directed, Miss Starling, Miss Lan Yu, let's go, I'll take you to the gathering point. Seeing this, Starry Night pointed at her and asked curiously, isn't she an actress? Lan Yu immediately gritted her teeth and retorted, you're the actress, the sky is late, and at this moment, at the foot of the Joyful Union sect mountain, the two silently followed the external affairs steward. He reminded them as they walked, this is where the Joyful Union sect receives external guests. You two rest for the night, and someone will notify you to gather tomorrow morning. Lan Yu folded her arms, tilted her head, and innocently asked, is it a couples activity competition? Hearing this, Starry Night could only cough a few times, his face dark. Wong Chengguri narrowed his eyes and became serious. The specific content of the competition is confidential. Someone will notify you tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Yu opened her room door and said impatiently, it's so complicated, I'll rest first then. Seeing this, Starry Night was a bit surprised, widening his eyes and exclaiming, indeed, women who want to join the Joyful Union sect are very open-minded. Wong Chengguri smiled faintly, waved goodbye to him and quickly left. Miss Starling, you should also rest early, I won't disturb you. When the door was opened, the system's voice quickly appeared. I didn't expect the host to join the Joyful Union sect in this way, he replied indifferently. It's better than failing the mission. Starry Night entered the room, closed the door and sighed helplessly. This is good too, otherwise if they forcibly assigned me a male cultivation cauldron that would be difficult. As if remembering something, the system spoke. Oh, by the way, host, last mission's lottery draw was interfered with by the clone. The real prize is still here with me. Starry Night only widened his eyes, then nodded, indicating he understood. Immediately, the item quickly appeared. He covered his face, emitting a sinister laugh, and the system next to him couldn't help but remind him, do you have to be this happy? Starry Night's face was as dark as ink and his voice became low. Don't you know? The girl smiled, saying that his luck wouldn't be too bad, and only calmly advised, host, be normal, don't be impatient, quickly open the item for me. When opened, a strange yet familiar tool appeared, and a notification sounded. Congratulations on obtaining a soul devourer. Starry Night narrowed his eyes, picked up the item, and asked with a look of disdain, isn't this just for head massages? Soon that voice rang out again. The instruction manual will be sent to your mind. Like other multi-level marketing pitches, it asked a question that piqued his interest. Want to experience the feeling of a powerful cultivator's divine soul leaving the body and roaming the vast void? Then quickly use the soul devourer. Starry Night looked at the illustration, widening his eyes in surprise and asking, can this thing really extract the soul? That voice began to explain its use. Each use only extracts a small amount of the host's divine soul. Upon successful extraction, the host's consciousness will transfer to the extracted divine soul. The extracted divine soul has no offensive capabilities, but is immune to all attack effects, as well as arrays and seals. Then it provided instructions for returning to the body. The strength of the divine soul extraction will weaken over time and eventually dissipate, and consciousness will return to the main body. One can also choose to self-detonate and consciousness will immediately return to the main body. Back in reality, Starry Night pondered the item in his hand and the notification reminded him. Finally, it is recommended not to use it more than 5 times a day. He held it, smiling happily, and commanded, I heard it sounds very exciting. Open the artifact map, but before opening it, Starry Night placed it on his head. I'll try it. After only one massage, a small amount of his divine soul was extracted, but Starry Night didn't know, still praising, it's a bit refreshing. In less than a second he fainted to the ground, motionless. His divine soul flew out and Starry Night looked at himself in the mirror, asking blankly, why do I still look like myself? The system appeared to explain, you only changed bodies, not divine souls. His divine soul floated, and it suddenly discovered, but why does the host's divine soul resemble an inner demon? Starry Night exclaimed in surprise. The system began to explain. Not only does it look very similar, but the host's divine soul has also been affected by the bloodthirsty malice orb, causing its aura to also be close to that of an inner demon. Hearing this, Starry Night merely asked indifferently, isn't an inner demon something imagined? Seeing this, the system began its explanation again. No, an inner demon is a special life form. It feeds on a cultivator's negative emotions. Weak inner demons have almost no consciousness of their own and cannot be detected. It paused and continued. But if a cultivator's negative emotions are too strong, the inner demon can read the information within and transform into an appearance that can continuously amplify the cultivator's negative emotions. The system showed a person with an excessively large inner demon, creating a somewhat overweight woman. She complained aggrievedly, why did you abandon me? It began to explain inner demons in more detail. An inner demon is formed from a cultivator's negative emotions and can only be seen by the cultivator themselves, but others cannot perceive it. It gave an example. The overweight woman pouted, trying to kiss. The person with the inner demon spat blood in fear. The person next to them asked in alarm, "What's wrong with you?" The system still rambled on with illustrations. The inner demon will lock onto that cultivator. If the cultivator can overcome their negative emotions in the future, the inner demon will slowly weaken and die without nourishment. It then presented a contrasting example, but in most cases the inner demon grows stronger and stronger, eventually leading the cultivator to chi deviation or even death during a breakthrough, the system added. An inner demon loses consciousness, but it can upgrade. For example, if a chi refining stage cultivator's inner demon dies when they break through to the foundation establishment stage, then this inner demon will be qualified to become a foundation establishment stage cultivator's inner demon, and so on. Starry Night's divine soul stroked its chin, guessing. So an inner demon is a parasitic existence? It quickly provided the answer. Yes, then the system continued to analyze. The host's current state is 80 to 90%. It is very similar to the inner demon described in the records, except the host can be seen by everyone. Hearing this, Starry Night squinted his eyes slightly. Just then the door suddenly opened and Lan Yu stood outside, asking indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Starling, do you know how to contact Steward Wong?" But she was surprised to see Starling lying on the ground with an unfamiliar divine soul floating in the air. Lan Yu immediately drew her sword and shouted, "There's an evil demon here hurting people. It's your bad luck to run into me." Starry Night loudly refuted. "No." She didn't waste words, activated her spiritual energy, swung her sword at him and performed the evil-breaking sword technique. Starry Night frantically waved his hands in a panic, shouting, "I'm hit, I'm dying, I'm dying." But when he touched his body he found it perfectly intact. The system said to Starry Night helplessly, "I already told you, you're currently immune to all attacks." Hearing this, Lan Yu's face turned pale, her body trembled slightly, and she shouted, stammering, "No effect." In the dark and quiet night, Lan Yu's voice continuously echoed within the Joyful Union sect. "Then try this, evil-breaking talisman, soul-collecting banner, holy water of light, spiritual light array flag." Starry Night's divine soul was completely unharmed. He looked around and complained helplessly, "Look what you've done to other people's living room." Then he secretly thought to himself, "This girl has quite a few magical artifacts." The system calculated her items, saying, "They're all earth grade and a few have faint dragon chi. Likely from the Kanglan Kingdom's royal family." He couldn't help but be surprised. "Royal family?" Lan Yu looked at Starry Night, bewildered and incredulous. "How is this possible? There's absolutely no effect, and this evil creature's aura isn't strong." Lan Yu lowered her head, her face pale, and worriedly thought, "Wait, I remember Master said there's an evil creature immune to all attacks." When she realized this, she retreated a few steps until her back was pressed against the door, and she cried out in horror, You're an inner demon?" Seeing this, the system said mockingly, "See, you're indeed being mistaken for an inner demon." Lan Yu's face was dark, both shocked and terrified, disbelieving. "How is this possible? How could I have an inner demon? And I don't even know you." Hearing this, Starry Night's divine soul felt displeasure. He angrily retorted, "You actually say you don't know me? It truly breaks my heart." This remark left the system confused. According to Starry Night, he was playing the role of a hero saving the beauty, telling Lan Yu, "When you were little, I saved you from a bear demon, but I died in the mouth of that bear demon." He hadn't stopped, continuing to narrate, "Later, my parents and wife heard that you were related to the royal family, so they went to the Kanglan Kingdom's imperial city to seek an explanation. The story became increasingly sad. As a result, they were beaten to death by the imperial guards, leaving only my 5-year-old sister, who became an orphan ever since." After hearing this, Lan Yu's face clearly showed unease and fear. She frowned and retorted, "Impossible, I have no idea about any of this." Starry Night's face darkened and he sternly scolded, "Of course you don't know. With your status, how would the higher-ups let you have such a complex in your heart? They sealed all your memories related to me, just in case you developed an inner demon that would affect your cultivation." Starry Night's calm and eerie voice continued to ring out. "But they didn't know that subconscious memories cannot be sealed. Although you didn't realize it yourself, the guilt and self-blame emanating from your subconscious allowed me to grow." Starry Night's divine soul approached Lan Yu, his eyes gleaming, his tone sarcastic. "Until today, I finally gained a physical form and can communicate with you." Hearing this, she seemed convinced. Tears streamed down her face, full of remorse, saying, "I'm sorry, but I really didn't know." He then sternly questioned, "I ask you, what exactly is your relationship with the royal family?" She suddenly grew curious and asked in return, "You're an inner demon, don't you know?" Starry Night turned his face away. He coughed a few times to avoid the question. "I can read information about negative emotions, but there's no content about your identity." She wiped the tears from her face and introduced herself in a low voice. "I am Princess Kongyue, the 8th princess of the Kanglan Kingdom." He was surprised for a moment, then returned to normal and continued to inquire, "You're a princess, why would you come to the Joyful Union sect?" Lan Yu sighed, lowering her head and explaining, "My imperial father forced me to marry someone I really dislike, so I ran away. I heard that the Joyful Union sect has the worst relationship with the royal family, so I wanted to hide here." He still stood there, his expression somewhat strained, his lips twitching slightly. "No way, you're a princess, so what you said earlier about being good at couple activities," Lan Yu immediately replied, I often play three-legged race or piggyback relay with my maidservants, not just two people. I can also play multi-person games. Seeing her so naive, Starry Night's face darkened, and he asked with a slight frown, "What do you think the three words joyful union sect mean?" Her eyes became firm, unwavering. "A sect where everyone is joyful and united." Hearing this, he could only helplessly rub his forehead, not knowing what to say. Just then, Lan Yu curiously asked again, "Are all inner demons as questioning as you?" Then, with a very sincere tone and sparkling eyes, she looked at Starry Night. "I don't have any objections. I want to do my best to compensate you. Just tell me what you need and I'll do whatever I can." A thought quickly flashed through his mind. This girl is so naive, she's actually making a deal with an inner demon. But he complained, "Well, as I said before, I had a younger sister who became an orphan at the time." As if understanding his wish, Lan Yu also interjected, "You want me to take care of her?" Starry Night nodded, agreeing. "You could say that." After hearing this, Lan Yu quickly agreed and asked, "Okay, I'll definitely do my best. Where's your younger sister?" Starry Night turned around, looked at Starling and replied, "The one lying on the ground is her." At this, she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Lan Yu looked at the unconscious Starling on the ground and sighed. What a coincidence again. Starry Night's divine soul floated nearby and echoed, "Indeed, perhaps it's destiny." Then he glanced at her, his face serious. "As long as you do your best to take care of my sister, that will be the greatest compensation to me." Lan Yu agreed without hesitation, her expression firm. "Okay, I promise you." Suddenly, the aura around Starry Night's body grew dense. "I hope you keep your promise." His words left Lan Yu puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, Starry Night's divine soul exploded and disappeared, leaving only a dazzling light. Now Lan Yu looked around the room and called out, "Fellow Taoist inner demon." She reached out and caught a wisp of dissipating divine soul, saying blankly, "Why would he self-destruct? I've never heard of a demon committing suicide." Lan Yu looked at the object in her palm, continuously guessing, in my subconscious, how kind must he have been to even influence the mind of an inner demon. So moved, she wanted to cry again, completely believing the touching story. "And I've hurt you so much, yet you still trust me so much, I don't even know your name." Then she noticed Starling's body lying on the ground, and Lan Yu trembled again. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of your sister." The system was displeased and immediately questioned, "Host, why are you lying?" He immediately replied, "The princess of the Kanglan kingdom, naive and with powerful backing, why wouldn't I embrace it?" Starry Night feigned worry. "Besides, this child is so easily fooled, it's too dangerous for her to act alone," the system retorted disdainfully. "It's more dangerous to follow you." Now Lan Yu let Starling sleep peacefully on her lap. She looked utterly tired and frustrated. She actually fell asleep and there was a bed right next to her. Why did she sleep on the floor? It made me think she was attacked. At this moment, the person lying on her lap also regained consciousness. Lan Yu quickly asked, "You're awake?" Starry Night sat up, feigning confusion and asking, "Fellow Taoist Lan Yu, what are you doing?" It was then that she explained in a panic, "It's not that. I saw you lying on the floor and was afraid you'd catch a cold." Hearing this, he smiled and waved his hand. "You're so funny. You're already at the foundation establishment stage. You won't catch a cold." Lan Yu suddenly understood, forcing herself to think, "Is that why you slept on the floor?" Then Starry Night looked at his room in surprise, full of questions. "How did this room become like this?" She scratched her head, shyly explaining, "Actually, my spatial array was damaged and it exploded." He tilted his head with sparkling eyes and a gentle, caring voice asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" With such a performance, Lan Yu was completely convinced. Her eyes were blurry with emotion. A kind, innocent girl without the slightest suspicion was instead concerned about herself. Her strange expression puzzled Starry Night. He then realized and asked in confusion, "Is there something you needed from me, Miss Lan Yu?" She smiled shyly and said, "No, I just wanted to be friends with you." Starry Night immediately extended his hand, a brilliant smile on his face looking sacred and transcendent. "All right then, please take good care of me from now on." Seeing this, Lan Yu felt even more guilty, thinking, what a good girl, after all those childhood experiences she can still maintain such a bright and sunny smile. "Inner demon Taoist, don't worry, I will treat her like my own sister." Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door came from outside, drawing the attention of the two inside. When Lan Yu and Starry Night walked out, they coincidentally met Feng Yu's maid, who asked in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Lan Yu, fellow Taoist Starling, do you two know each other?" Lan Yu replied, "We are friends, and you are." She smiled and introduced herself. "That's perfect, I'll tell you both. I am Senior Feng Yu's maid, responsible for proctoring your entrance assessment tomorrow." After speaking, her gaze turned cold again, looking at the two. She looked inside the room, which seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle, and questioned, "What happened in the room?" Starry Night scratched his head and said with a smile, "We were playing a bit too rough." Lan Yu, standing next to him, was startled, secretly complaining, "What kind of excuse is that? We're not children, and there's no reliable barrier array to play with." But Feng Yu's maid blushed after hearing this explanation, coughed a few times and said knowingly, "I understand." This made her even more panicked. Understand what? She still maintained a pleasant demeanor with her usual smile. "It's like this because there are quite a few people who want to join our sect, so Proctor Feng wants to know how much sincerity each candidate has to join the Joyful Union sect." Lan Yu clasped her hands to her chest, vowing, of course, with utmost sincerity.